Ask your wifey about me and she say the same. Walk the talk, spit the game. Pay the tab, keep the change. Rep the hood code of silence. They ask, speak no name. Take the Lord's name in vain. Ain't no tears in my pain. From the block to the boardroom, my dudes, man, we reign. We reign forever, the code is stick together. We mash, even though the forecast is stormy weather. It's nothing, I mean a few rainy days. I mean it's how we was raised. Most succumb to the pressure, but yo, it's how we was made. We're different, we're gifted, like the wheat when it's sifted. Through the muck and the mire, the heads down and we're lifted. Now my people is winning, I swear we got it honest. Grind hard through the night, same thing and on the block, man, they tell me to go. I go harder, they ball, I ball harder, they move, I move smart. I want it all to the day that I die. I don't bother, they blast, I blast harder, they grind harder. The pride of the city, the toast to the town. It's love when I come back, man, the streets is proud. The return of the real, R.I.P. to the clowns. The counterfeits must cease when the real comes around. And I'm the realest to do it. Who's your favorite? I'm illa. I taught these young boys the difference in platinum and silver. A couple dollar billers on my lady's chinchilla. Open your coat and move your body like a caterpillar. Let's get it poppin' and party like it's our last. Tomorrow ain't really promising, yesterday's in the past. The moment is here, let's cease it. The weeds are steady creeping. They tryna choke out the crop. We sowed it, we gotta reap it. I'm still in all this thing. I mean, how far we done came. Many soldiers have fallen like a moth to the flame. They came heated in battle, left defeated in shame. Most these suckers is lame, but I ain't saying no name. Target on my back, red dot on my cap, ladies on my sack. All because they like the way I ride this track. Yeah, city gave me love, so I throw it back. Did it for respect, so they cut the check. Diamonds on my neck. Yeah, me, I'm from the dirt. Me, I put in work. Watch them vultures lurk, praying on me to the day I'm in the dirt. Yeah, real ones never die, real ones multiply. Quit now, why would I look down on you now? Now we ain't eye to eye. On the block, man, they tell me to go. I go harder, they ball, I ball harder, they move, I move smart. I want it all to the day that I die. I don't bother, they blast, I blast harder, they grind harder. On the block, man, they tell me to go. I go harder, they ball, I ball.
what you want to me. What have I got to lose? We're a catastrophe, both of us black and blue. I gave you everything, you took me to the moon. You were the strength I needed. Why'd it end so soon? Take it day to day, I'm trying to block the memories in my head. They said pain, it comes in waves, so dive in. They weren't lying, there's no denying. Oh no, the vertigo's coming, can't keep me on my feet. God knows I'm trying to be someone, my vision's failing me. I live like I'm dying tomorrow. God gave me one last chance, take all the time that I've borrowed, make a new man. Feels like I'm burning out, wondering why it changed. Wish I could turn around, put it back in place. All it will take is time. You said it healed the wounds. Bring back this love of mine, 'cause it left with you. Take it day to day, I'm trying to block the memories in my head. They said pain, it comes in waves, so dive in. They weren't lying, there's no denying it. Oh no, the vertigo's coming, can't keep me on my feet. God knows I'm trying to be someone, my vision's failing me. I live like I'm dying tomorrow. God gave me one last chance, take all the time that I've borrowed, make a new man. Out of the darkness, I knew it would come one day, leaving me heartless. I knew it would come one day, lost my direction. I knew it would come for me, so I tried to run. I knew it would come for me. Oh no, the vertigo's coming, can't keep me on my feet. God knows I'm trying to be someone, my vision's failing me. I live like I'm dying tomorrow. God gave me one last chance.
Yeah. I try to tell you, you ain't ready. Have you ever seen a man not afraid to die? Gave his life for a dream. Born hustler, so the game conceived. A cage beast, but now I'm free. How can you blame me? I was born for this, the game chose me. Now I've been training for this my whole life. Carpe diem, seize the moment, right. We gon' turn up and rock plenty ice. This is our time, yeah, I'm about that life. I'm a street dude, teach dudes to think quicker. Would take over the world, but yo, I dream bigger. Never satisfied, I'm trying to be richer, and pour out a little bit for those who ain't with us. Ready, I don't get ready, I stay ready, 'cause the consequences is heavy. My man D said he would never quit, even though the thing's heavy. We push like a 7-7 Chevy, boy, ready. My whole clique since 06 was on the bottom, now we running this. Grind hard when the load gets heavy. The money was slow, but now it's steady. You boys is not You ready. Boys don't want it with us, so stop lying. Show me a dude can, I show you a boy dying. I ain't lying. We are self-built, self-made, self-sustained, self-seekers, selfish, yo, I'm trying to get paid. My goons do it in the rain. To be clear, we are not the same. You were born, I was made. You'll spend forever in the grave. We've already spent many moons sipping cool drinks in the shade. Picture me on a stage with 50,000 fans in a riot, and a frenzy don't cross me, boy. We got a sick and twisted way of coming at you every day until you see it our way. I'm glad we can see eye to eye before somebody had to die. Please don't cry. It's occasionally necessary to push a dude over the ledge so he can come to his head and know that he's not ready. I don't get ready, I stay ready, 'cause the consequences is heavy. My man D said he would never quit, even though the thing's heavy. We push like a 7-7 Chevy, boys ready, ready. My whole clique since '06 was on the bottom, now we running this. Grind hard when the load gets heavy. The money was slow, but now it's steady. You boys is not ready, ready, ready. I don't get ready, I stay ready, cause the consequences is heavy. My man D said he would never quit, even though the thing's heavy. We push like a 7-7 Chevy, boys ready, ready. My whole clique since '06 was on the bottom, now we running this. Grind hard when the load gets heavy. The money was slow, but now it's steady. You boys is not ready.
you're in my domain. Got the whole crowd screaming out our name. It's a blowout, it's a hurricane. It's over before you know it. Why you shaking? We're a dynasty in the making. We're the royalty. Now we're breaking down the enemy. Move over for the soldiers. Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine. We live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the hometown cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, we do it for the glory. Yeah, we've waited for our time to come. Calculated everything we've done, we've upgraded. Now you can't outrun a champion. Now you're facing one. Can you hear them? Yeah, it's all for us. You believe them? Yeah, it's serious. Hear the siren. We're victorious. I'm telling you. Can I get a hell yeah? Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine. We live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory.
Welcome to day number 2. This is the FIFA 19 Pgl Cup Bucharest, and day 2 has a lot in store for us, not least of which we're going to crown a champion, and one of these men is going to lift the trophy behind me. We've got the quarters, the semis and the finals for both consoles, and more importantly, we've got the grand final to come as well. Who will be the champion? That's our big question for day number 2. Before we get there though, and before we talk about what's ahead, let's look back on an amazing day 1, full of surprises and full of championship pedigree players.
Now Vieira's coming forward. Tex for the first time finesse and the first goal!
Ronaldo now to Hullet. Can he find any space for a goal?
Goes for the first time, and there it is! This is so end-to-end, and now Tex with a chance to strike it here with Ronaldo, goes near post and finds the net. Pele teasing in and around the box. You can see Hullet completely free.
My goodness.
And Ruud Hullet rises, knocks that one past the goalkeeper.
He just needs to keep his composure here. Tries to go for a long one!
Oh, and he finds it again!
Oh, he's managed to hit both bars.
There is the goal! There is the goal that Jablet needed.
I think that's the key thing about these.
beautiful
Here we go, Phil B, one-on-one. Oh, ball roll around the keeper. Take a bow.
I think the problem was for Danny that he stepped off Tex a little bit too much, gave him that chance!
Oh, it's in!
Speaking of, it wasn't even a timed shot, so I didn't think it was going in.
The story of this one is whoever loses it will go out of the PGL Cup here in Bucharest. There's the ball inside. There's the equaliser as well.
Just looking to use that fake shot to get in behind and then whip it into the box.
What's happening there? That's an awful mistake. Back across. There we go.
Coming into the box, nice turn.
Great Berber spin, and there's the finish. Opens himself up.
Steps up to the spot.
Spin, save. Rastarata will go through.
Welcome back to the Pgl FIFA 19 Cup, and today I am joined by my lovely 2 co-hosts, or analysts I should say. We've got Ivan Boris Legend, got Ivan Nightwatch. I've seen you guys a couple weekends now. How's the energy? I've got good vibes. I can't wait to watch some more FIFA.
Can't wait to watch some more FIFA myself. World champion against world champion, Wonder Kid. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, same here, and also gonna see once again at the end of the day a cross-console final and see if maybe finally PS4 can get some wins in that cross-console final.
Can Tex be stopped? That's kind of the $1 million question, or in this case, I guess the $12,000 question. Is Tex beatable? We saw him last weekend. He looked unstoppable, and he's pretty much kept that on repeat, at least based on yesterday.
I think it's going to be very, very difficult, especially if he plays like he did yesterday. I mean, we saw Tex that was, well, he outdid himself from the first for Champions Cup, which we thought wasn't possible, but he still did it. And if he plays like this, I think it's not going to be possible to stop him. Maybe if Nicholas from the PS4 side has one of these Nicholas days when he just plays some spectacular FIFA. But on the Xbox side, I think he's not going to be possible to stop him.
That's a big claim, even with MS-DOSery. And I was going to say maybe players to watch, potential guys that I'm not going to say they're underdogs, especially considering most of the players here are kind of household names at this point. unless you're brand new to the competitive community. But are there guys that we're not talking about that maybe we should give them a little more emphasis, a little more time, that they could make a run deep in this tournament? We keep talking about the guys like Tex, but there's players even like a Stefano that I think can definitely potentially upset Mo, who he might be favored. He's already had a great season, scoring goals left and right. It's going out of style.
Of course, let's not forget that Stefano last year, FIFA 18, FIWC London, he made it so far. Like, he's definitely not an underdog, so he's definitely capable of beating Mo Alba and maybe getting to the final. Like, who knows? He's definitely not an underdog. He's a one to watch.
And if you guys haven't seen the brackets, let's pull those up. Let's take a look here, maybe do some predictions. And on screen, we've got, oh man, that top bracket, you don't want to see that on the top right, where you have Fiddle up against Tex. You've got Dossery up against Gorilla. Whoever wins there, that is going to be a major matchup. We basically have 2 world champions, and Tex potentially, well, he's already a world champion this year. 3 world champions, all in the same portion of that bracket. We've got Megavit, we've got Tim Latka, we've got a German matchup there, Jablet, Rafsu. Anything stand out there on the right side for looking at the Xbox other than Tex being Tex?
Everything stands up. The first matchup being Tex, second matchup, world champion against world champion. Third matchup, German against German. They've played each other so well. They know each other so well. And fourth matchup, if you're into the competitive scene, you know there's a bit of tension in that matchup. So every round is very interesting.
Yeah, this game is going to be very interesting with talking about Rafsu versus Jablet. They had a discussion on Twitter that was, well, pretty hot and a lot of feelings. And I think also you talked to Rafsu yesterday, and he said that if he wins, he will show emotions. And so this is a true derby, this game.
And I like a little bit of tension. That's just me. I don't know if I got a bias, but if you're looking at competitive anything, not everybody needs to be friendly. Sometimes there has to be some rivals, a little back and forth. At the end of the day, there's only going to be one winner. There's a lot of money on the line. And you guys at home, we're going to issue a vote. You're going to let us know what game you want to see first. On screen, you've got the Gorilla versus the Dossery, the Nicolas versus the Rasta, the Mo Aubameyang versus Stefano, which I think is an underrated matchup. I'm really interested to see how that kind of plays out. And then Rafsu versus Jablet. Make sure to go vote at PGL Esports. You guys can decide. Which matchup, guys? No bias. Actually, all biased.
An opinion. I don't want to influence the vote, but I would very much like to see the world champion against the former world champion, Gorilla against Dossery.
Well, I don't want to influence the voting either.
Keep giving disclaimers, guys. Don't stop with that.
So I'm going to say, actually, I want to see this derby versus Rafsu and Jablet with a lot of feelings.
You like the feelings.
Yes.
Any score predictions? We're going to go that. We're going to take it that far? What are we thinking?
From this game?
Let's talk. So you want to see Jablet, and you want to see that matchup with the feelings. So who do you think is going to take that? What's your score predictions?
I was watching some warm-ups from the morning, and I think Rafsu looks very good. And I think he can take this home, actually.
And we talked Dossery, Gorilla, which is definitely 2 of the most household names in the community. What are we saying? You don't have to give me the score prediction, but who do you think is going to progress here?
I remember yesterday you saying Dossery, his goalkeeper movement, could be a problem. And against a player of Gorilla's quality, if he manages to exploit the long shots, the so well working long range first time finesse against Dossery, I think Gorilla goes through.
I still believe that Gorilla could come to life. I don't like ever doubting.
It's Gorilla.
I don't like ever doubting Gorilla whatsoever. And it's also worth mentioning. So what happens if you win here? So we've got $12,000 on the line, and we also have Global Series points. You need those points. They're crucial. And if you're able to win this event, you're going to get 850 points, which is big.
That's a lot of points. That's probably going to be enough for the playoffs. I mean, that is a big sum. You can see here the distribution we have. So both winners from the consoles are getting the same amount, 850. And I think, Mike, you can take this.
Yeah, so third and fourth, you got 450. Fifth through eighth, you got 315. And then the majority of the other guys, 150, 110. That's not bad. That's helpful. But it's really about if you can get yourself first through eighth position, that's major in terms of giving you that bump and really setting you up nicely.
Yeah, and you can also see here the difference from winning this round. It goes, well, it's more than double from 150 to 315 here. So this is a big game. I mean, you can double your points in just one round.
Yeah, getting out of Swiss puts you on the board, but it hasn't locked in anything major yet.
Of course, getting out of Swiss, it's It helps a lot, gives you the boost of confidence. We can even see a player like Fiddle, who started 0-2, went out of the groups, maybe has the confidence needed to beat Tex, because we know Tex has a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
Maybe you need that confidence to beat the kid.
So you definitely need confidence to beat Texas. He's playing like this is his road to just collecting these points and collecting these checks. And if you guys are brand new to the competitive scene in terms of esports this year, we have the LQEs, which is what's happening here, and then also the major events. If you're at a major event that happened last weekend, you were able to get 1,500 points for first place, which is huge. If you win a major, I think you almost solidify yourself to qualifying for the final event at the end of the year. You can see the graphic on screen to give you guys an idea where the licensed qualifying events, which we have going on here, we've got the official league partners, which would be something like the EMLS or something that's happening in the Bundesliga or the La Liga, and so forth and so on. And you've got to keep getting these points. Even those little 10 points for 27 wins every single weekend, they might add up at the end of this. It's going to get close.
There will be some, at least, if not a deciding spot, some seeding points. It will be decided. For example, if you come 30th or 31st, it might be the difference if you play Gorilla or someone else.
Yeah.
So these 10 points can be vital at the end of the year.
Why do you think it's going to be so close for those last few spots that who grinded the weekend league and who didn't is going to come into play? Watch. Quote that. You can take this now. Somebody is going to slide in because of their weekend league results from doing it every single weekend towards the end of the competitive calendar year.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have in total, it's going to be around 30, 40 weekend leagues, and that is 300, 400 points to play for, which is a lot. That is equal to a top 8 placement here. So the grind will matter, I believe. Players here who finish in this tournament, they will just go and continue playing weekend league. I mean, these points matter, definitely.
Did you guys bring a PlayStation, an Xbox? Are we grinding out the weekend league?
Yes, I did 8 games this far, so it's going to be a very, very long Sunday night.
Oh my goodness. So you're about to play for 8-10 hours. You're going to put it in a binge. And you're playing both platforms as well, right?
Yeah, for practice, but just grind it out. The more practice you get, the better you learn the game.
This is going to be tough. But yeah, let's look at the standings currently where we have everybody that's situated. On the PlayStation side, of course, you've got Nicholas, you've got FIFA Houston, Stefano, NYC Chris up there. Scoring goals, Houston is a goal-scoring machine. And then on the other side, or on the other half of that bracket, we have some players that have been eliminated when you're looking at the Phils and the Daniels and the August Rosemeyers, which a lot of people were surprised to see him go out. Lost on penalties, now back-to-back tournaments. Does he need to revamp anything? We were talking about this earlier off stream, that maybe he needs to start practicing penalty kicks a little bit more in terms of paying closer attention to the goalkeepers, or actually the run-up, where you can see if the player is going to shoot left, shoot right, if he's going down the middle, and so forth and so on. And on the Xbox standings, we have Tex, of course, leading the way. Tim Latka, Rafsu, Gorilla, and MS Dossery, Jablet, Megabit, Fiddle. I'm happy to see that Jablet got into the Swiss standings. I want to see him play more because remember he started with so much momentum, so to speak, and then he lost to MS Dossery yesterday, and I feel like that really put him on a bit of a slippery slope, and he just slid into the group stages. Or sorry, the knockout stages, excuse me. And then on the other end, we have everyone who's been eliminated with Marcus Gomes and Henzo and IX Danny, actually, which is a big surprise for a lot of people because he just came off being in the console final, well, not the console final, but his final last weekend, which was a bigger event. It was a major event. People expected him to, for sure, advance from the Swiss stage into the knockout stage. And I think that just shows you how FIFA can always keep you very humble. No matter how well you're playing one weekend, it can all shift in a matter of days.
Of course, some players get used to the being good, and like all can change in a week. Yeah, your opponents can figure out how you play. They can counter how you play. You may face different players who kind of counter your play style. So it's also kind of look of the draw and how well you perform every day.
And is there a play style that you guys like to go against, and maybe a play style that you dislike coming up against? I think we all feel this way. So talk to me, Yvonne or Nivon, who's going first? What style do you like, and what style are you like, this is not going to work for me that well?
In general, I like to have a lot of possession. So facing players who likes to do the same, for me, sometimes might be a problem. Why I really enjoy playing versus players who just goes direct, straightforward. Because this, of course, gives me the chance to have more ball. So that is how I feel coming up against players like maybe Dito or similar who really, really likes to keep possession. That can sometimes be frustrating.
And what about you? Talk to me.
Personally, I like to adapt to my opponents, but one style I really dislike is the long range first time finesse that you have to pay attention for 180 minutes, move your goalkeeper left, right, to avoid conceding these long shots.
And I'm actually opposite of Ivan. I think I'd prefer to go against the structured, maybe even heavy possession guy. It's not always the most fun game, but I know what they're going to give me. I know what that's going to look like. As opposed to, I almost call it a YOLO aggressive, very direct style, like a FIFA Houston, where I'm like, I can't control this game. I better keep scoring because he's not going to stop.
Exactly.
And I always struggle against that because my mind sometimes not adjusting to this guy's just running bodies at me blindly. I feel like he doesn't have a structure. But let's look at today's schedule. What's happening? When is it happening? As you can see, we've got the quarterfinals, and then we're going to take the semifinal 1, semifinal 2, Xbox semis 2, and then we're going into the finals, the grand final. And a little wrap up here where we're talking about things at the analyst board. We're going to have things on the telestrator. Going to have those breakdowns. Actually, I should say breakdown board, excuse me, not telestrator. But I'm looking forward to it. I know that we're going to have a lot of premium quality FIFA on display because this is when people kind of show up and show out, or you're going to flop or choke, or maybe you're not able to put together the best package. So that's kind of what it is. When you're looking at competitive FIFA, it's your mental strength and then also presenting the best you for that day or for those hours that you have to play matches or getting the job done.
Yep, and it's going to be, I think, like you said before, the main question is, can someone stop F2 Tex because he's playing even better than he did previous weekend, which we thought that wasn't possible. So that is definitely the big question here. It's going to be very, very interesting to follow this.
And we've all played many tournaments now. What do you think is the biggest key to having success at a tournament? We'll just go one by one. Putting you on the spot.
Well, starting off, a lot of preparations, of course. You have to grind it, you have to practice, and I think that maybe was the problem for some of the players who played here last weekend because they were also staying in Bucharest and maybe didn't practice enough FIFA. They maybe did other things during the days. And that always becomes a problem in the end because it all comes down to how many hours you spent playing this game. So of course, playing a lot of FIFA, just grinding, and what is so important also is the sleep before a tournament. You need to get at least 6-7 quality hours to make your brain work properly. So yes, practice and sleep.
In my opinion, because margins at this level are so little, it all comes down if it's your day, if you get the luck in some of the games, and most of it is mental. You can see a player like Tex. I don't think he believes anyone can beat him.
Yeah.
And we've seen last week, for example, Prowns. He beat Tex, but I know that Tex is confident. If he had to match Prowns again, he would have no problem going into that game knowing he's going to win. So mentality for me is
and I think it's all some kind of balance and mixture between being very confident and being nervous because you need both these elements. If you're just confident and just relax and just thinking, okay, I will just smash my opponent. Sure, that is good, but you also need this nerve, which gets
this adrenaline.
Yes, gets it going, makes you more focused. And I also spoke to Tex last weekend, and he told me that before games, I always get nervous. And I told him, that is good, that is perfect, because that means that you care. And this guy, he really wants to win every single game.
You're speaking my language. I say the same thing. If you don't feel those nerves, you don't have those pre-game jitters, then something's off.
Yeah.
And you need to have it. Like you said, it pushes you through. It makes sure that you're focused because that's a big challenge at any tournament is staying focused for a long period of time. But can we get a drum roll? We have our featured matchup. And it's going to be MS Desari versus Gorilla. Not really a shocker there. I mean, two of the most famous players in the community.
Yes.
I'm super psyched. Or I'm excited for this. I don't know who to take here because we've seen Desari basically do everything well, everything correct, but he hasn't mastered that meta in terms of moving the goalkeeper. Sometimes he does it really well, sometimes not so much. And the same could be said with his time finishing. And then we have Gorilla, who struggled last weekend, and he's back into full Gorilla mode now, where he's playing a narrow formation. He's being more aggressive, more direct, and he's trying to be a little more creative with his attack as well.
Yeah, and a very big factor here is also this is the first game of the day. And usually when it comes to the opening game, a faster and more narrow playstyle is maybe not ideal because it takes time to get hot, it takes time to find the perfect timing, while MS Austria has a more structured gameplay, more slower build-up, and this is usually better for the first game, so I think that this makes Austria the favorite here.
On the other side, if Gorilla is properly warmed up and his mind is going full speed, like we know Gorilla can be, Dosri will have a very hard time defending him, especially if Dosri himself has not warmed up properly and he's not prepared every minute to move his goalkeeper. He will have a hard time.
I kind of feel like this is a double-edged sword. So if Gorilla comes out, lots of energy, he's aggressive, he gets an early goal, I think it shifts the way that Dosri has to play. At the same time, if this becomes a 0-0 for a little while, or Dosri scores first, then it allows him to dictate the tempo, the pace, and Gorilla has to adjust to Dosri, which I think is a big issue, especially in the first match.
Of course, we know how Dosri plays. He likes to go wide. He likes to go with the 4-2-3-1, the 4-4-2 defensive, whereas Gorilla usually plays the narrow, the 4-1-2-1-2. This year, he's kind of switched to the 4-2-3-1, but he still plays a direct FIFA. So Dosri will have a hard time defending him.
Agree. We saw Gorilla last week, and he was mainly playing the 4-2-3-1, and he lost in the Swiss format. And this weekend it feels like he's getting more back to the old Gorilla, trying to play even more direct and trying to make the diamond work in FIFA 19, which I know a lot of pros had problems with, because diamond was definitely one of the most dominant formations, not only last year but for the past 3 FIFAs. But in FIFA 19 people are having trouble making this work, but Gorilla is trying to find back to the style, which of course made him the world champion.
And both these players are looking to catch their stride, so to speak. We saw Dosri in Paris with the Continental Cup, not necessarily looking like Dosri. We saw Gorilla last week, a little more confused, didn't like his tactics, didn't like his formation, and he's making adjustments this week, and both players are having success. And speaking of both players, this match is about to get underway. Let's send it over to Richard. Let's send it over to Paul. I hope they got some good energy because it's early, and I'm ready to get this underway.
Plenty of energy, Mike LaBelle says. I think we've got plenty of energy in here, Mr. Buckley.
We do indeed, and I'll tell you one thing I know for sure.
What a game!
Both of their players know how to stand with a little bit of smoke around them, other than football.
You like that, don't you?
I do, yeah.
I did a bit of that.
Did you really?
They did. PGL was so fun. Like, they actually made us do that in Malaysia for a Dota event. So all the talent did it before I know what to do. I've got maximum respect for players now because I never knew how to do that before. Anyway, first match of the day, quarterfinal. Could it get any better? FIFA 17 World Champion versus the FIFA 18 World Champion, head-to-head for a place in the semi-final. I am so hyped. And I get to cast it with you.
So stacked. I think this tournament coming into it, that was one word that it was just floating about. This is one of the most stacked tournaments we've seen probably since the global series really took place and started underway. And both of these players have got such history about them. They've got such fan bases. And this is a top 8 game. This is a final that we're used to seeing.
Couldn't it? I mean, it could be. They both played really well in the early stages yesterday. I guess, I don't know, would you have Dasari slightly ahead from yesterday in terms of how he played?
I think just for the fact that Gorilla suffered a big loss to Tex, and that's probably eating away at him.
Yeah.
I think he's gone away. I think he's ready for this game right now. I think he's hyped up for it. I would say slightly favour Gorilla, just from the mindset point of view.
Interesting. I had a lot of tweets at me saying, Dasari's going to smash him. Mostly Saudi Arabian fans, I have to say, who are super passionate. Ronaldinho is going to start things off for Gorilla. What a great start after 4 minutes.
Yeah, prime Ronaldinho picking it up on the edge of the box. You cannot give him any sort of room. He can go left, he can go right. And he slotted that into the top corner. Perfect start for the main man, Gorilla. Look at that, just picks it about, bends it around defender, using him as a decoy.
Lovely play shot in the top left-hand corner. The boys in red and white have taken the lead early in this first leg. Of course, if you're just joining us and you're like, hey, what's all this FIFA all about? It's a two-legged affair in the quarterfinals, and we don't do any of that nonsense about golden goal or away goals rule. If it's level after 2 legs, we'll go to extra time, and then we'll go to penalties if we need them. And we have seen some penalties already this weekend. I'm hoping we don't see too many for the players' sake more than you and I.
Yeah, I feel so for
I don't like it for the players. Here comes Desari then on the edge of the area. Ronaldo fed through a sliding opportunity at very close range. Is snuffed out though by Gorilla, and he'll build from the back once more. As we've got, I like the fact that he's got Pele slightly deeper than a lot of the teams are playing in.
Looks like maybe as a left centre mid or a right centre mid, potentially in that 4-2-3-1 as well. We heard on the desk earlier. Gorilla used to playing narrow. That's a good chance.
Chance here for Eusebio on the edge of the box. Oh, just a slight block there from the ankles of Gorilla's defender, and that'll keep the score at 1-0. 11 minutes played.
We're actually timed red as well on that timed finish from Desari. You heard Mike talking about how maybe he's not mastered those new techniques yet. The goalkeeper movement, the time finishing. Not seen a lot of red shots. Yeah.
Those have been the big 2 questions, haven't they? The whole weekend. We talked about it. I know it was talked about last weekend as well. But he is such a world-class player. He's able to make up for those deficits now. Gorilla on the edge of the box, trying to work it through with Ronaldo and Hullet here. Onto the near side. Ronaldo, can he get this one back into the box? A little check back and taken down by Desari though, and he can now build from the back as well. Lovely little back. I love those back heels there. I know they're fairly easy, but they're flashy. I like them.
You're in for a little bit of flashy.
I like a bit of flash, a little bit of panache in midfield.
I think one of the big things, Desari coming into this tournament, we saw him in Paris at that Continental Cup, and it weren't great. I'm just going out and say it. He didn't grind the game coming into it. He was probably 2 steps behind everybody else into that tournament, and the reason he got knocked out very early. This tournament, it seems as though he's come into it, still not mastered the techniques, but he's starting to see the Desari of last year. I think it's safe to say.
Definitely building his...
He's a world champion. He's a reigning world champion.
Against the previous world champion in this game as well. It's quite a battle, isn't it? 17 versus 18 champion. Trying to do the same thing, of course, under FIFA 19 as well. Tight game so far. 20 minutes played. 1-0. Gorilla with the early goal. Desari now on the far side.
Grand finalists. There were 12 grand finalists at this tournament who participated in 2018 at the O2.
Absolutely incredible. Quality, depth of field. And a few young uns and new uns thrown in there as well for good measure, keeping the old boys honest. Speaking of which, I guess you could probably call Gorilla an old, but I feel weird saying that because it doesn't feel like he's been around all that long. But nevertheless, he's on the attack here. Pele once more. They'll try and feed that ball in. There's 5 defenders around him, though.
Important to add as well, all these games in the quarterfinals taking place at the same time. So we've got Jablet up against Rafsu taking place as well. And I'm sure when we go back to the desk, they'll be telling you all the updates as they currently stand.
Is just palmed away by Courtois for another corner kick. It'll be Pele over on that far side. Ronaldinho's going to go short here.
So the first thing I'm noticing, Courtois, he's not using the manual keeper to bring him out that far. He's just put him on his 6-yard line.
Yeah,
and you see Ronaldo just in front of him.
Yeah, and that's Hullet just in front of him, wasn't it? Just kind of checking him, but he was the other side of him. He was goal side of him, which is very unusual. You see the training people tell you not to do that. Ronaldo now, little trick inside, chance into the box, and he's cleared from Desari.
Yeah, really close there. Just nipped inside that near post, and maybe looked for a near post shot. We've seen a lot flying with that driven, low-timed finesse at the near post this weekend. On that occasion, Gorilla looking for the cutback, but to no avail.
Desari now coming forward into Gorilla territory now. Walker, far side. What can he do here? Vieira.
Interesting to see. We've seen in that opening third, we've seen Desari probably 3-4 different occasions give the ball away. Very un-Desari-esque. He's usually high pass accuracy, good possession.
Price now. Hullet. For Desari. Going backwards right now. Trying to find some space on this near side. Sandro. Inside to Ronaldo. And
again,
that's another
giving it away,
ball. Final ball has been very poor, isn't it?
And this is where the questions start to ask. That not even related to the game. Did he sleep well? How was he dealing with the time difference, traveling from Saudi Arabia here? All these questions start to arise. Is he gelled well with FIFA 19? I think because we've had so many tournaments, it feels as though game's been out quite a long time. It's only been out roughly, I'd probably say 8-10 weeks.
Yeah.
So
it does feel a lot longer, doesn't it? Another chance for Desari to build from the back. Again, midfield looks good, defence looks okay. Just not, that final ball has just not made its way through. Now what can he do here? On goal side is Ronaldo, though. Got some work to do. There's two players around him. They have managed to get it away and fall into the feet of Pele now. Gorilla can build himself now. Quick passes in midfield. Ronaldo foul, was he? No. Gotten away with it. Desari now.
Again, giving it away. Both these players just cancelling each other out. Yeah.
Final ball. Just not able to find the killer ball that he's looking for as well. We're not seeing anything down the wings from Desari either. He's very, very central right now.
Very narrow indeed, yeah. I think that's probably the third or fourth time we've seen Johan Cruyff even touch the ball.
Yeah.
Been so pivotal for a lot of people during this tournament over the last couple of weekends in Bucharest. That 94 prime.
You want to see a tactical change in Desari? Because he's not used those wings at all, has he?
Maybe change formation.
Yeah.
Last year, he ran with the 4-3-1-2, he ran with the 4-3-3 second variation, the 4-4-2 second variation with the two CDMs. Gorilla looks comfortable right now. He's only leading by a goal. That's a mistake, though.
That's a very big mistake. Given away, and again, that through ball that Desari is looking for is not coming off. Has been at least 5 attempts at trying to play that final ball through. Have we had a shot on goal from Desari?
One shot on target. I can't remember it, though.
I can't remember.
You see the formation.
Half time, 1-0, Gorilla leading.
Yeah, you see the formation with that 4-2-3-1 from Desari. Yeah. We're seeing Desari's point of view right now, so he's not changing anything. It's Gorilla who's actually changing things right now, which is interesting because he looks quite comfortable to me. I mean,
he hasn't been troubled, but at the same time, I don't feel like Desari's really made much of a threat either.
No.
So it's how do you kind of figure that one out? Is Gorilla defending well? Is Desari not attacking very well? I think probably a bit of both, actually, as we head into the second half here of leg number 1.
I think this is what happens when you get two players who are top of the game, just cancelling each other out at every opportunity. There's not a lot of space on the pitch to work in. There's not a lot of space in behind for them through balls, but that's another mistake from Desari.
Ronaldinho has picked that ball up, fed Ronaldo. He's got a man inside here as well. Still a lot of work to do. 2 in front. Does find Ronaldinho near side then. Little roll over, and that'll force a corner.
Yeah, we're looking for that La Croqueta inside. You see the way that he uses his corners. He's going to pull that man short, and I think he's going to look just to whip it into that back post area.
Ronaldinho, back in. Pele, edge of the box now. Vieira, back to Pele. 2 waiting for a cross here from Gorilla. He's managed to get that one out to Vieira, who's found some space with Hullet now. Little 1-2 looking with it. No, not quite. Ronaldo not able to complete that 1-2, and Desari will pick up possession.
Yeah, and if you are Gorilla, right, that's a lovely ball over the
Is that
top.
going to go through?
Just playing safe.
Yeah.
Kyle Walker. If you are Gorilla in that position, just stick it in the box. We've seen so many corners score.
Yeah.
You whip it in, you've got big players in the box. CR7, Ruud Hullet, Patrick Vieira, all good in the air.
But he's also, without being too disrespectful to Desari, he's shown that he has a penchant for those balls going in and the keeper not dealing with them.
Yep.
Right? We talked about goalkeeper positioning all day yesterday. I think we did it to death yesterday, actually, because there were several goals that he conceded which were positional goals. So it's a surprise to me that Gorilla hasn't tried to exploit that.
And not the game, it's not the AI, it's Desari doing that himself, manually controlling that keeper, putting him in wrong positions. Interesting to see Kieran Tierney.
Yeah, Desari here with a long-range shot just outside the box, actually, from Cruyff. First real attempt that we've seen from just outside the box, and it's narrowly over.
The Celtic fullback, playing left-back for
Tierney.
Gorilla. Yep.
Yeah, not a popular choice, it has to be said, in Ultimate Team, but it seems to be working for Gorilla.
He's got the 84 rated.
Ronaldo now near side, a little back heel. Pele inside. Ronaldinho. Ball pops up in the air, cleared by Vieira on the other side for Desari. And Ronaldo now. Another poor ball. I feel like I should probably record that and just keep pressing play every time that happens. It's happened so often in this game. Disappointing quality from both these players so far. We expect a lot more.
Looks like run from Pele in
Lovely
behind.
ball through now. Chance for Pele. Desari for 1-1.
It's fantastic manual goalkeeping from Gorilla. He baited the finesse. Desari went against it and then he managed to get him across very quickly just to cover that far post.
Now the counter from Gorilla. Oh, poor ball from him this time round. And again, very nervy kind of game. I don't know whether both of them are nervous. They've played at plenty of high-level matches, and obviously both being world champions. They know how to cope with the pressure. Now Desari, far side, Cruyff with a little turn. Not the Cruyff turn, but a turn. There's now carved out some space for Hullet to switch flanks, perhaps. Yes, down to the far near side. Walker. Vieira. Back to Walker. Back to Vieira.
I like that from Desari. He didn't rush. First half, we saw him playing a little bit too direct, giving the ball away needlessly. Right there, just recycling the ball, keeping it moving left to right, ticking over almost.
This is more like him, isn't it? Possession-based football. Walker and Eusebio now combining on this near side. Some real space here. Opportunity is taken, and it's 1-1.
Patience.
Some brilliant play from Desari. Patient and possession football.
Yeah, patience worked to perfection right there from Desari. Kept the ball in the corner, moved it left to right, just kept on ticking over across the pitch. And then as soon as that little bit of space opened up, that tiny little gap for him, he exploited it to the full extent. Look at this ball. That's unbelievable. Ferdinand's so close to him right there. And Ronaldo's got the
That's
stats.
quality, isn't it?
Just to side foot that into the top left corner. And we've got a tie game with 20 minutes to go.
Great early goal from Gorilla. Took advantage of that, but I have to say the quality has been lacking throughout this tournament, through this game, from both players who are highly thought of. That, however, was a piece of quality from the world champion. 1-1.
First piece of quality in the game we've seen from him, in all honesty as well. Now Gorilla, after taking the lead early, has got to bounce back after, you'd say maybe taking his foot off the gas a little bit. We're used to this direct, attacking, 6-7 goal sort of display from Gorilla.
We also talked about the lack of usage of the wings in the first half as well, didn't we, from Desari? And guess what? That goal came from
Look at him behind.
a bit more play chance here from Ronaldinho. He's going to shrug off the challenges. No, actually, Walker very strong in that central defensive position.
Pace and power right there from Kyle Walker.
Another opportunity for Desari, is there?
We're actually on the wrong side from Ronaldinho. Managed to get in.
Yep. Yeah, I thought he lost that one. He was already behind by a yard or two, wasn't he? Now, a chance for Gorilla to break. He's got 3 men forward. Ronaldo searching out the ball, but that's going to be a header back.
Yeah, that pass this year not really on. That little dink into the, just over the last man. I think maybe just work it left there and then try and play a driven pass into his feet potentially. Obviously, Gorilla doesn't need me to tell him that. He'll be disappointed.
Space here. 2 men in the middle waiting for the cross.
It's 2 against 1 in the middle.
He actually checked back there as well. I don't know if he would have been better off pushing forward and letting those 2 strikers carry on their push, because they actually were a man over.
Yeah, 2 against 1 in the middle right there. CR7 so good in the air. Turn defense into attack so quickly. Just ping it long, win the header. That's exactly what Gorilla has utilised once again right there.
Gorilla's going to miss out on this one. Walker again on the other side. For Desari, he's been a key player in this second half. Eusebio with the trickery. Hullet now. Again, 4 men all the way along the line. If you look at it right now, all 4 men pushing forward. Both sides and in the centre. Ronaldinho now, again some space. Hullet, little ball inside. Pele from the edge of the box. That one's blocked. Courtois can catch that one. Oh, is that? I thought that was an injury then, but no, he's okay.
I think a draw is probably a fair result after this first game.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, because it feels kind of right, doesn't it? But if one of these can sneak a goal at the end, they'll be very happy.
Look at CR7, he's asking for it in behind.
Yeah, I think that Ronaldo's going to be have to be taken off. Wait, with 3 minutes remaining of virtual time, plus some garbage time at the end. Ronaldinho building from the back with Gorilla here.
I think you can see just by this display right now from Gorilla, he's happy.
Keep the ball.
Yeah, to go in level at half-time.
Desari, though, does he want to chance his arm here? Looks like he might do. Vieira's poor ball forward, snuffed out by Maldini. Tierney, Ronaldinho. Again, Desari's going to get another chance here in the dying seconds of this game. Pele with a through ball chance here for 2-1.
Again, unbelievable keeper movement from Gorilla. To keep your composure in the 90th minute and to back yourself to go to that direction.
Still an opportunity, not gotten rid of just yet. Pele inside the box, twists and turns. Doesn't hold on to the ball though, the opposite Pele takes it away. Gorilla low long ball forward, and that will be that. It's 1-1, and I have to say that's pretty fair on reflection.
Yeah, I think since Desari scored that goal to get him level, he did get back into the game and he was the much more dominant player. It's safe to say Gorilla will be disappointed not in that first half to maybe utilise, because in all honesty, Desari was very poor in that first half to his standards.
Yeah.
To his world champion levels, he was poor. A lot
first game of the day though.
Relaxed passes, yeah.
First game of the day, a little bit tight, maybe a little bit, you know.
I'm not sure you can say that.
Sleepy.
I think you're in your top 8. You've come through to a quarterfinals, knockout tournament. This is the first opportunity, really, to get any sort of. Gorilla last week got knocked out in Swiss style, so he only took 150 points there. Desari got knocked out at the Continental Cup. in the group stages. This is a good opportunity for either of these two players to get points on the board. Gorilla as well. Is he looking forward to that semi-final potentially? If he beats Desari, he's got a rematch with Tex.
Maybe.
If Tex goes through.
Still got to win. Yeah, apparently it's 0-0 in the first game.
That's funny.
For Tex. Yeah.
Because I were in the restaurant last night in the hotel,
right.
and Fiddle said, I'm either going to lose 11-0,
or it's going to be drawn.
Or I'm going to win 1-0.
penalties. But maybe it comes through.
Fiddle wins 1-0.
0-0 right now. I understand that has ended in leg 1 as well between those two. It's 0-0 right now. Stefano Pina, on the other hand, winning 3-0 over Mo Alba. And I have to say, I thought that was about right.
Yeah.
I love Mo. I think he's a fantastic player. Attacking-wise, probably the best player here. But defensively, he's been very frail.
Yeah, I think Stefano Pina, a lot of people almost forgot what he did at the O2.
Yeah.
It was in the grand final against Desari. He's the best PS4 player from FIFA 18 coming into this tournament here. Good opportunity to get some points on the board for Pina, and 3-0 is probably him or Nicholas, the favourite, should say, on that PS4 side to make it through.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I'm going to see how Jablet's doing as well. I think that
Jablet versus Rafsu.
He's had a great tournament regardless of whatever he's doing right now. So apparently Jablet's down 4-3 in the first leg.
That's a good game, though.
Still close. They're all close right now. I think that's the difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yesterday, because you get the Swiss, don't you? And what happens is inevitably you do get a few players who aren't in form and a few players that are in form, and then you see these quite wide score lines, 9-2, 7-3s, and what have you. Whereas today, I think you're going to see a lot more closer matches, but not just in terms of the matches, but over the two legs as well. I think there was a couple of games yesterday where I saw some 3-0s in the first leg and some 4-1s in the second leg, and you're like, hang on a minute. How does it change that drastically over two legs in FIFA? If you're that good in the first leg, how have you not been that good in the second leg? So talk to us about that for the common man, for the casual that looks, is checking in for the first time. Why is it so different from leg to leg?
It's all about that mental mindset. You've got to go in. I know it's a cliche. If you've ever played Sunday League, your manager, it's 0-0. You win the first game 3-0. You've got to go into that second mindset. It's 0-0.
Yeah.
You have to play with the exact same mindset, with the exact same mind frame that you went in that first leg. Because if I go into that second leg a little bit complacent, just thinking, I'm already looking forward to my next stage, I'm already thinking about other things. This person that you play against is one of the best players in the world. Every single player at this event is top level, top draw. And it's almost as though when you concede one, you're going back to those past memories. Oh, I've thrown this away. I'm going to choke. I'm going to become a meme on Twitter. Everything's going to happen to me.
All right, we're underway in leg number 2, just to orientate you as well. And a dark blue rogue strip for MS Desari, and Gorilla in his more favoured all-yellow strip as we head into leg number 2. Reminder for you, if you're just joining us, 1-1 from the first leg. Gorilla here with an early attack. He got the early goal in the first leg. Can he do the same thing in his second leg?
Oh, wow.
My goodness, that's going to come back into play after clipping the post.
How was that flash wide from?
I don't
it was
understand.
quite a narrow angle from Gorilla. I think one thing to
It's
point
also
out
left-footed as well. Wasn't it going away from the goal? Maybe right-footed player would have been better there.
I mean, we saw Ronaldinho in the first leg smash it in from Gorilla on his weak foot. Interesting point as well, Gorilla currently unsigned.
Yeah, still available.
Formerly
top player, former world
Unilads,
champion.
former FaZe Clan as well.
Yeah, who knows where he'll end up, but I'm
Nice
sure
play.
it'll be a good team. Right, Gorilla then coming forward. Ronaldo far side, just giving that ball away. So Desari now through the midfield. He's been very strong in that midfield area. Just that final ball not been quite so good. Is this an opportunity? Not quite. The defender was always favourite for that one.
Yeah, it's interesting to point out, 8 minutes in as well. Both of these players seem to be playing at a much higher tempo than that first leg.
Desari's going to get the deflected corner here.
I wonder if they went into the first leg thinking, I'll take a draw. As long as I'm not losing.
It seemed a bit like that towards the last 10 minutes, didn't it? They were both kind of playing. I mean, Desari's actually more attacking orientated in that last 10 minutes, but Gorilla very passive.
Yeah. I think that's another thing as well. You never want to lose your first leg by a big margin because you become demoralised. You become like, you don't even want to play the second leg. That's
great
an
ball over the top.
unbelievable
That's
pass.
fantastic from Desari. What a strike from Eusebio, and the space was incredible.
This pass could be pass of the tournament right here. He's picked him out, and Eusebio making no mistake on the volley. Past Courtois. Look at that ball.
That is
perfect.
Beautiful. Well taken as well. Courtois, I don't know.
I think he actually moved him the right way as well.
Yeah, I think he did. And you know what? It almost looks like he hasn't kind of quite got there with his right arm, doesn't it?
But when you're hitting it with that much venom as well, it's tough.
The 93 CM Eusebio putting Dasari ahead. Unlike the first leg, it's the first time in the 2 legs that the current reigning world champion has been ahead. But Gorilla here on the attack. Ronaldo again near side. Is tackled fairly by Walker, who I have to say, for me, so far in the 2 legs, has been man of the match.
Yeah, Kyle Walker is arguably the right back of choice. Some people go João Cancelo through Juventus. A couple of people like that, Prime Zanetti as well. But I know personally for me, Kyle Walker is the one at right fullback.
Maldini is going to get a second chance to clear this one and allow Dasari to build once more over the halfway line with Cruyff.
In 3 passes right there, he's gone from defence to attack.
Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant.
Fluid.
Ooh, there was some space up on the left wing there, but it wasn't exploited by Dasari. Instead, he's checked back into the middle. We saw this in the first half of the first leg. Very central, very narrow, not using the wing. Second half, much wider. And,
it's a mistake again, though. What a pass.
See what it gets now. Gorilla chance here. Ronaldo is going to shrug off the challenge. Does he get the ball back? He does into the box, though. It's not quick enough or hard enough, frankly, and Courtois can easily take that.
He's done it again,
oh, my goodness. Terrible mistake from Dasari. Has led to a Gorilla goal. And how many times have we seen that this tournament?
Exactly the same happened to Dasari yesterday. Do you remember his Jablet? He rolled the ball out and Jablet just slotted it in from close range. That's a mistake. It's reoccurring. That's not something in the game. That's Dasari making the mistake himself. You can't do that.
Oh.
You have to know that that is an animation that your goalkeeper will roll it out. Just kick it long. That eliminates the problem entirely. That's twice in 2 days that I personally have seen on stream Dasari make the exact same mistake.
Well, we'll see how much it costs him as this game will go through. We're now at 2-2 on aggregate, 1-1 in the game, and Gorilla gets himself level. Terrible mistake from Dasari. I'm sure he's kicking himself right now, and he's got to put that out of his mind as well. Can't focus on that at all.
Yeah, that will definitely beat him down if he thinks it's twice now I've done that. I just need to just eliminate it. Just clean mindset.
Corner kick for Dasari. Cruyff with the short corner. Back to Hullet. 2 players over on that far side, and they've managed to keep control here. Dasari still has possession, amazingly. Didn't look favourite for that at all. Vieira back in that holding point. Ronaldo into the box. Gorilla stands tall.
Yeah, good defending from Gorilla, just keeping nice and narrow. There's a lot of space in there.
Yeah, another chance here. Cruyff with the layoff. Ronaldo flicks it past. Courtois has to play that one out. Really see that as a back pass, but nevertheless, he's dealt with it.
R9 had so much space just in that little gap there in between defence and midfield for Dasari. Look for him to keep on popping up in that little area, just on the edge of the box where a finesse shot is the best route for goal.
Chance here. Well, he just got away from Ronaldo, got stuck under his feet and then went away from his feet. Gorilla now with the opposite opportunity. Pele and Vieira combining. Near side now. Ronaldo. All ball through. Cut out by Ferdinand. Ronaldo centre.
He's in behind.
Ronaldo now has managed to put Cruyff through. He's through one-on-one with the goalkeeper now. Can he finish?
Gorilla has made 3 in the 2 legs. Unbelievable saves using the manual goalkeeper movement. He's almost in Dasari's head right now. He doesn't know if he wants to go left. He doesn't know if he wants to go right. Gorilla matching him every single step of the way with that goalkeeper. And Courtois kept Gorilla in this game.
Yeah, it's been the better plan this leg. I think Dasari's just shading it right now in terms of opportunities. Haven't seen much from Gorilla at all at the other end. And I think he'd quite like to get the ball back at the moment. Dasari's possession play is starting to pay dividends. Can he turn it into a goal? 7 minutes until the half.
Look for him to want to move from left to right now across the pitch.
Often Hullet can't figure that one out, so Ronaldo comes in instead. Now some space here. Vieira, through ball to Eusebio. Good feet.
Again,
Courtois.
that manual goalkeeper movement, I might sound like
You're a broken record.
Yeah,
you're a broken record right now. But
that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Gorilla moving the goalkeeper, Dasari's 5-6-2 up right now.
Chance for Gorilla. Near side, Pele. One man inside, some space opening up here. Pele goes along.
Timed it in green as well, looking for that far corner with Pele. 98 rated icon.
Oh my goodness. Heart in mouth again for Dasari fans as he decides to roll it to himself that time round. Or at least he wasn't giving it away, I suppose. There was a man hunting. Dasari now. Forward with Ronaldo. Injury time first half. Gorilla gets the ball back again. Again gives it away in midfield. Dasari's been much better in midfield for sure. Ronaldo now feeding the ball through. Oh my goodness! Courtois! Oh my goodness! Well, you know what? Why not?
Just a little
Bit of flash from the goalkeeper.
just skill pass with Courtois from the back in a 2-2 quarter-final game.
I love it.
That's Gorilla.
Yeah, well, quite. I mean, you know, you want to be a bit flashy? Bit of flash? Show a bit of flash? I like that.
I think the stats paint the picture for this game entirely. 65% possession I saw flash up there from MS Desari. He's in control of this game, and I think Gorilla, the opportunities there he has had have been counter-attacks. They've not really been anything clear-cut. He scored a goal from a Desari mistake. He's had that finesse with Pele, but it's never really going to trouble the goalkeeper unless you see a big mistake with the goalkeeper from Desari.
So what does Gorilla do here? Because he has been under pressure in this game, no doubt about it.
I think
more so than he was in the first leg.
Whenever it's a tied game and it's only one goal can win you the match, one goal can lose you the match, you just play the exact same way.
Okay.
You don't need to change anything. You don't have to go to attacking. Gorilla, he knows he's got the minerals to win this game, to buy a goal, just to snatch a goal from Desari.
See what he can do early in the second half of the second leg. Then some space here near side. Eusebio trips away, ball into the box and headed away by Walker. Dealt with by Desari.
He only needs 10% possession to get a goal. Desari can keep the ball in these midfield defensive areas.
Strong challenge from Hullet. He's going to get away with it, though.
Yeah, referee
Did call that one back, did he? I thought he was going to, but nevertheless, it stays in Gorilla possession here. He's going to have some nice possession at the start of this half for himself. In fact, Desari's hardly touched the ball in the first 5 minutes. Now where we're going on this edge of the box, cleared away by Hullet.
That tiny little bit of play there from Gorilla shows his mindset so well. A lot of other players there, where they got it with Hullet in midfield, would have pinged it wide to the fullback. Gorilla stops. Where's he going? One way, and that's towards Desari's goal. He's got no intentions of going sideways or backwards. He wants to constantly move on the aggressive, be the more aggressive player. That's a great tackle from Vieira as well.
Desari was looking to break there, and instead it's gone to Gorilla. First time shot is a palm stinger for Courtois to palm away for a corner kick.
Desari just brought R9 off.
He has made a substitution.
Back post.
Pele in at the back post with a header. It's a strong header as well from Ronaldo. And Gorilla has taken his opportunity. You said Rich only needs one chance to take the lead in this game.
Yeah, the corner came in from a stinging shot. And then that corner played so well. Pele just lofted it into the back post area. We saw Agui master corners this weekend and last weekend in Bucharest. And you see Gorilla, he pulls him short and then peels away to the back post with Ronaldo. He's so good in the air. He's Cristiano
climbed
Ronaldo.
Across two players there as well.
I think you probably look at 97 jumping, 92 heading accuracy on that Cristiano Ronaldo item in the game. 95 Champions League Ronaldo. He's so good. He's so influential in the game.
Desari then has to come from behind yet again in this two-legged affair. He was one down after just 4 minutes in the first leg. Managed to draw that 1-1-1. We've had 3 goals in the second leg. It's Gorilla that leads, I have to say, against the run of play to a large degree. Although the second half, he's definitely been the better player in the first 10 minutes. Here comes Desari though near side. Again, Gorilla's going to get the ball back, and he's had much more possession, Rich, in this second half, hasn't he?
A lot more possession. He's been a lot more direct as well. Almost Gorilla of, would you say, last year in some aspects. Desari, this is just to me, looks a little bit lost right now. I feel like he's got no real... Last year, he had a very regimented game plan that he went through during the game. Right now, it just looks like he's playing the game and looking for an opportunity. He doesn't really know... He's not got a game plan. He doesn't have something set in motion that he wants to do.
Chance for the Saudi Arabian to break. Eusebio and Pele combining in midfield. Ball is cleared away, though, by Ferdinand initially. Vieira not able to get that from out under his feet, so he'll go back to Desari. Ronaldo with 4 players around him in that defensive area.
Your question, is that through Desari not being ready, or is that through Gorilla's good defensive? Because in this game, he's been very, very good defensively. Good pressing of the ball. You saw there 4 players around Ronaldo, giving him no space to even breathe. We've seen a couple of changes here coming out from Desari. Stay forward on all 3 cams. He wants to bomb up forward right now. Ronaldinho coming on. Could he be the difference maker for MS Desari to get back into this game and maybe force an extra time situation in this champion versus champion clash?
So, change is made. There's a free kick here for the challenge on Courtois, which was a little heavy-handed, I have to say. Even in the virtual world, I felt the crunch. It was a bit of a look. Oh, it's going to hurt. Gorilla now. Opportunity to break here with Hullet. Space ahead of him. And he's found Eusebio once more. Cross coming in. Ball at the back post, but Courtois is going to easily pick that one up. Good positioning this time round from Desari.
Yeah, not a lot of sting on that cross whatsoever. It was quite lofted.
Very tame, wasn't it?
Yeah. Easy pickings for Courtois.
Time starting to become a bit of a factor here. 20 minutes remaining in the game. Ronaldinho now near side for MS Desari. Little check back to Hullet. Gets the ball back himself on the edge of the box. Is that foul? I think that is a foul right on the edge of the box. It is.
For him to run over it.
Big opportunity here. Ronaldinho, no. It's going to be left. Pele plays it short. Into the box. Oh, they look for the interchange there down near the byline, but it wasn't going to happen. Ronaldo still managed to keep the ball for MS Desari right on the edge of the box. Danger not clear yet. Chance here for Ronaldinho near post.
What a save, Thibaut Courtois. Save after save after save, keeping Gorilla ahead by the skin of his teeth.
Unbelievable play. Pele now, again for MS Desari. Back heel, Ronaldinho into the box. Maldini stands still. Ball somehow comes back, but unfortunately for him, Ronaldo was still recovering. If he'd been standing on his feet, that was almost a dead cert goal.
Yeah, you see in the bottom right as well in the quick tactics. MS Desari putting on team press, but Ronaldo winning that flick on from the big goal kick.
Trouble is now, of course, with that press on, it means that Gorilla's now going to find some counter-attacking.
So much space in behind,
and lots of space, so dangerous, but I don't necessarily think he's got anything else he can do. Sorry, he has to get a goal back, and is this the opportunity he's looking for? Eusebio into the box, chance for 2-2. Oh my goodness, it's fallen to Ronaldinho! Inside the 6-yard box, it's all square again.
You have to feel sorry for Gorilla. Courtois makes an unbelievable save at the front post. I won't say this is Patrick Vieira with an awful touch, putting it right back into the path of Ronaldinho, who slots home from close range. So unlucky for Gorilla.
Well, this tie across the two legs has been close all the way through. It seems almost right in some ways that we're all tied up with 11 minutes remaining. Changes afoot. And here we go then. For the last 10 virtual minutes of this quarterfinal, you see the replay. Oh, it's just so unlucky. Twice, in fact, in there. The first rebound and then the second one falling to Ronaldinho for MS Desari, who ties things up in the second leg at 2-2. 3-3 overall. I wouldn't like to be talking about which way this one's going to go.
And you have to think right now, after conceding a goal like that, how is Gorilla's mindset doing?
Well, quite good right now, it would seem. He's got the ball with Eusebio. Lost out to Maldini. Does he get a second chance? Nope. Gorilla trying to chase that ball down. Desari's playing a little bit risky here, it has to be said. He's finally going to get it to a blue-shirted player. And then perhaps make an attack of his own here, up the pitch at least, away from that goalkeeper. Walker will force a free kick.
You saw the substitute coming on for Gorilla as well, Neymar. I imagine it's the 93 rated inform Neymar coming out for Gorilla to try and...
A little bit of pace.
Be a game changer.
Fresh legs as well. Pele now just trying to weave his way in towards the box.
Good tracking by Eusebio, just getting back, doing the defensive work.
Good breakaway here as well for MS Desari. This is more like it. Counter-attacking football from him. Crowded out again though. 3 men around him. Good defending from Gorilla.
Bad pass though, he's got away with it, Gorilla.
Laid off to Ronaldo now, centre of the pitch. Has found some space here for Hullet, who's pushed himself in towards the box. Is that a free kick or a penalty?
I
think it's a free kick, but that's the animation for a penalty, isn't it?
It is.
And a yellow card.
Maldini goes into the book. Was it inside the box?
Yeah, that's what we're going to have to wait and see now. It was very close. It was
just on the
free
edge.
Kick, so just outside. I thought that was the animation for the penalty complaint then, but nevertheless, here we go then. Chance for Gorilla.
This is to win the game.
With a minute to go, and you'd have to say if he scores from here, it's game over. In the quarterfinal, a place up for grabs in the semi-final. The step over starts. Hullet lays it off to the side.
That's it!
Oh my goodness! Gorilla scores in the 89th minute of the quarterfinal to take the lead 3-2 and the leg 4-3. Is that game over?
you've got to say, what a free kick from Gorilla. I think the setup to the free kick was the most important thing. He got it with Hullet to actually win the free kick, and he took a big touch out with his feet with the right stick. Almost just enticed the tackle. You see it in real life a lot. You take a big touch and you wait for the contact. He did that with Hullet. Got in behind. We thought it could have been a penalty in the commentary booth. It was a free kick. Eusebio making no mistake. Absolutely thrashing it into the back of the net. And you see this from Desari right now.
Yeah, he's going all out pace. Fast build-up.
Into a 3-4-1-2.
Yeah. All out now. He's got to throw everything and the kitchen sink at this one.
He's going to get one more chance. He does have that kick-off. He can maybe work something with maybe 25 seconds left in real life.
A couple of minutes added time in the game. One, maybe two opportunities, depending on what he gets out of it. Maybe he can force some sort of corner kick in here as well. Gorilla
has to defend one chance.
Unbelievable. He's been under the cosh the entire game, and somehow he's ahead by 3-2. Look at the space. Look at the gap. Through the legs. What a fantastic play.
We talked about the mindset. Gorilla suffered a heavy defeat yesterday to Tex. Went out in Swiss style last weekend. This is the heart of a champion, of an experienced FIFA player.
Here we go then. MS Desari, the reigning world champion.
What a tackle that is. That's it.
Is he about to go out of the competition? It looks like he is. The Gorilla with the possession near side now with Eusebio. All he's got to do is keep the ball. Little ball over the top. Is this some cherry on the top here? Courtois comes for it. Gorilla still with possession. There's absolutely no way that Desari can win this game now. He's going to play the ball forward. We are in injury time of injury time. That is it. And Gorilla has taken down a monster. Desari is going out. And Gorilla advances to the semi-final by 4-3. What an incredible couple of legs. Tense, not the greatest quality, I have to say. Scrappy at places, but some really moments of quality. Great goals by both players.
Yeah, I think it was a chess match from minute 1 to minute 90 on both legs. Both players just catching each other out on each occasion. You attack, I attack. What a misplaced passes in the first leg, a lot of possession loss.
It's almost like they were kind of feeling each other out in that first leg as well, wasn't it? They were very defensive, very rigid, very narrow at times as well. And actually, I think that's kind of mutual respect, isn't it? When both players are kind of like, Gorilla's like, this guy's a dangerous player. I know he's had some issues with his goalkeeper movement, but he's still a dangerous player. God, can't underestimate. Same from the other side. Sorry, maximum respect for the former world champion. He knows he can play this game well, and he's got to be careful. So, you're right. It is more like chess.
Yeah, a chess match
this time round.
And
thoroughly enjoyable as well.
I think the big difference for me, Gorilla's goalkeeper movement.
Yeah.
Thibaut Courtois was unbelievable during the two legs. He made save after save after save. And that's not through the AI with Courtois moving him. That's Gorilla physically moving him to match the shot coming in from Desari. I think if you're looking at Desari, that's the mistake again with the rollout from the goalkeeper.
I mean, I said at the time, didn't I? Is he going to come to regret that mistake?
And he did.
And he did. And it's not the first time, but he got away with it the first one. This time round, you can't make that kind of mistake at this level, at this part of the competition. It's going to cost you in some way, especially when the match is already tight.
Yeah. And he'll be kicking himself as well, because if he doesn't roll the ball out, Gorilla doesn't get that goal back. He's going down, losing at half time. Yep. He's feeling less confident about himself.
And of course, I think the flip side of it is then, like Desari had to do in the second half, it's actually Gorilla then that has to go and attack. And then space opens up, right? So if the space opens up, Desari gets a second, and then he's 2 goals. It could change the entire game just from that one mistake.
Yeah, Gorilla moves on to the semi-finals. I think we have a few other results as well. Yeah. Potentially.
Apparently, Tex has won 3-1 over the 2 legs. So that's
Gorilla versus Tex.
So Gorilla versus Tex in the semi-final. The Battle of Britain 2.
Jablet is through to the semi-finals. So that's 3 out of the 4 Xbox players are from the United Kingdom. Jablet, 7-5.
No bias here whatsoever.
You can see it on your screen, knocking out Rafsu.
Nothing. No bias at all. And Stefano Pino, 1-5-3 overall against Mo. And obviously, I think that was the other competitive game for me. Yeah. I really wanted to watch that game. If we didn't get to do this one, I would love to have watched that one as well. Just because I felt like it was the ultimate clash of styles. You know, Mo is ultra attacking, don't care about defensive stuff, going head to head. So interesting. I think Stefano probably was the favourite in that game.
Yeah, I think 5-3. I think the thing with Mo Aubameyang is, if you can stop him from scoring, you're going to win the game. It's as simple as that, because his defensive isn't great. He just outscores his opponent. Man City during that sort of Mancini reign when he
dude, you don't have to. I'm a Newcastle fan. I'm a Newcastle fan. Aussie Ardiles.
Yeah.
Say no more, right? Just go look it up. 5 men up front. It was supposed to, work, but it didn't. Anyway, let's move on swiftly and head you back to our panel where they're going to break down a very frankly tactical game.
Welcome back. Ooh, we knew it was going to be late. Of course, I'm joined by Ivan and Ivan. What are we saying? We had the Gorilla versus the Dasari matchup. I felt like we talked about it. Dasari's still missing some of that meta with moving the goalkeeper, but he does everything else basically perfect. And we saw Gorilla move his goalkeeper, maybe the best we've seen of anyone over the last couple days.
Yeah, that just shows how important it is to actually use this new feature, which is new here in FIFA 19, and we're gonna see here also some highlights with the Gorilla getting a very, very good start, and that was exactly what he needed with this green timed finesse with the Ronaldinho. And after this, very well, very nice build up here from Dawser, finding here. This is a typical FIFA 17 goal, just
Also
this
a
driven pass
classic,
tap in.
a classic Dawsery goal. We've
Yes.
seen a lot of pass across from him over the last couple of years.
Yes, and that's also what we mentioned previously. Very, very structured player. He is very calculated. He doesn't do anything by chance. And after this, he will have this goal also, I believe, with once again a very, very long build-up, finding pass and just taking it on volley here instantly with Eusebio. But after this, Gorilla will come back and first
You got a
here.
gift. You got a gift.
Yes.
Christmas Dawsery.
And
That's the
this
second
is
time he
not
does
the
it.
first time. Exactly. He
Exactly.
did the same versus Jablet, and I'm not really sure what he was thinking about here. It is 2 mistakes during the same weekend, identical. That is shocking for a world champion, really. And the Gorilla is just so good on corners as well. He's scoring this very, very big goal, but still, Dawser manages to come back here and finding here maybe a bit lucky, but he still gets into this position. But 90th minute, and once again,
You could see Dawser read this, but his Ronaldo gets nutmegged, and the green time shot from Gorilla flies in.
yes, and this is why pros don't take direct free kicks, because the layoffs, they are just super effective, and you have a much bigger chance of scoring goals, which we saw here Gorilla doing and winning this round.
It was late. It was great. You can see the Italian in me here. And of course, you see the full stats. We've got 23 tackles, 17 tackles. Very back and forth, very even game. When we were watching, I was saying, whoever scores towards the end, whoever scores last is going to be the winner. Like when you're looking at world champions, they're able to score goals late. That's not going to be an issue. We've seen that happen time and time again. And so it's going to be a matter of who can get the last touch or the last kick of the ball, so to speak. And Gorilla, maybe with a little bit of good fortune with the final goal. It is a nutmeg. Yeah. I mean, it was right on the edge of the box with dangerous position. We see a lot of goals scored in that area. But I do want to revisit that Dawser, even the goal that he scored to get the equalizer. A red time finish.
Yeah, it was a dodgy goal. Yeah, it was questionable, but I think this game was less a matter of Dawsery not having mastered the goalkeeper movement, but more of Gorilla being very, very good with his own Courtois. Because Gorilla's Courtois in 1v1s, I think Dawsery missed at least 3 or 4 1v1s. Whereas every time Gorilla went for own goal, you couldn't see really Dawsery's goalkeeper move. But Gorilla's movement with the goalkeeper, I think, won him that matchup.
Why don't we talk to Gorilla? I want to discuss this goalkeeper movement as well. If you guys weren't watching the full match, if you just saw the highlights now, you missed some fantastic movement from Gorilla. That's where I want to open up. Gorilla, can you hear me? Am I coming in clear?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
There
indeed.
we go.
So what's going through your mind on some of these 1v1s? You made a couple mistakes. Dawsery gets in behind. You've only got the goalkeeper, and I see you shifting left, shifting right, going forward, sitting back, and it is a mind game at that point.
Yeah, he was through quite a few times. Obviously, my defence was pretty open with the way I played, but I'm confident in my keeper ability, and he was, I don't know, a lot of people normally go for the near post shot, so I was committing to that. At the end of the day, it's a 50-50. If I commit to the near post, the rest of the goal's open. So I just wanted to wait to the last moment where I see his power bar, so he's really committed to his direction. And, hopefully I save it, and it worked out.
If you were going to teach anyone how to move the goalkeeper, because so many people ask me all the time, hey, Mike, what should I start to master with moving the goalkeeper? What would you suggest? Because you're showing that you've got that meta figured out, no doubt.
I think a lot of people, especially in FUT Champions, go for the finesse shot. So if you want to start learning how to move the keeper, obviously the right thumbstick in and just move it in the direction you want. But don't just start messing around with it, you know, left and right. Just commit to a corner and just hope that you save. At the end of the day, it is a bit of luck because, you know, if you leave the rest of the goal open, then he has an open goal. But a lot of people go for the finesse shots, but you can use that to your advantage as well, especially at this level. You know, try and bluff your opponents and commit to the near post. But just mess around with it. You know, you got to learn. You got to start somewhere. That's where I did. And hopefully, it can win me the next game.
Yeah, it's definitely a gradual progression. And we talked about this yesterday. You know, I don't want to jinx anything, but is it still on? If you win the tournament, we're losing an eyebrow or maybe two.
I don't remember that. We'll have to wait and see. But we've got Tex next, so it should be a good game.
We do have it on video, but best of luck to you. We've got Tex versus Gorilla. That's going to be an interesting matchup, no doubt. I know these guys have a lot of history playing against each other.
No, it should be a fun game. Obviously, he beat me in the Swiss stage, so I want to get my revenge. But it's going to be a good game. So just beat Deseri. I shouldn't have really, if I'm being honest. My goals weren't exactly. Most of them were set pieces. Obviously, he threw the ball to me with his keeper, and obviously I saved most of his chances. But you know, at the end of the day, you got to be clinical and just about go over the line.
Any adjustments versus Tex?
I'm not going to do what I done against him in the Swiss, so I'm going to change my formation and just try something different. Whether it works or not, who knows, but I'm going to have to try something different because obviously it didn't work out in the Swiss format.
What are you guys saying over here? Anything that you suggest to switch up when you're
I
going
wouldn't
up against
suggest
Tex?
anything. I think he has already his game plan. He knows what he's going to do. A man with a plan. Just wait and see.
Boris, give me something.
All right, so you had a pretty tough last weekend in the Champions Cup. You went out in the Swiss, of course.
Yeah.
What was your mindset after this? Were you thinking about any tactical changes?
I think last weekend I committed to the 4-2-3-1 and it was working in the qualifiers for me. I qualified for 4 out of 5, so I just committed to the 4-2-3-1. But I feel like last week I didn't play my A game. I got through a lot of my games just narrowly, like 90th minute win. So I wanted to try 4-2-3-1 this event, and the first game was good, but it just didn't click. So just gone back to the basics, narrow, and it's working. Whether I'll use narrow or not, in some point of the Tex game, we'll have to wait and see. But you just got to adapt, and that's something I've realised quite quickly. You know, there's a lot of top players here, different formations, different play styles. So, you know, in the game against Deseri, I kind of figured out how he wants to play. So it's not necessarily changing formation, but you know, dragging midfielders back, you know, committing a fullback, stuff like that. So it's just adapting, and hopefully it wins me the event.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck, Gorilla. We'll all be watching for this game. Tex, Gorilla, UK matchup. Oh, what are we saying? I will say this. I think Gorilla's excited to get a second opportunity.
He is, but like you can already see. I mean, I wouldn't say Tex is in Gorilla's head because it's Gorilla. We know his mental strength, but you can hear him say, "I'm going to change things up. I'm not going to do what I did in the Swiss," which is something to note because Gorilla is a former world champion, and the 17-year-old is making the former world champion change things up. He says, "I'm going to try something different. I may or may not do this, may or may not do that." He's going to go out of his comfort zone to try and surprise Tex.
Yeah, and we can also see that he's talking about his tactical changes from last week, and he was playing a 4-2-3-1. It didn't click, but then at the same time, playing versus Tex yesterday, he was going with a narrow, which is his his natural game style, the 4-1-2-1-2, and it didn't work. And he's saying now that he is going to try something else. It's going to be very interesting to see if he's actually going to try the same with the diamond or go back to the 4-2-3-1, which he said didn't click for him. Or maybe try something completely new.
I think he will. I think he'll go either for the 4-4-2 or 4-2-2.
I was going to say, I have a theory on this. He might not even switch anything. I think he could just be kind of like double
It
baiting
could,
us
it
right now. He
could.
knows that Tex is watching this, okay? And I'm expecting to see... I think he'll still be in something narrow. I think he's still going to play a lot of the tiki-taka and the fast build-up. I don't think that he's going to go back to the 4-2-3-1 because anybody who's matched Tex, 4-2-3-1 versus 4-2-3-1, that has not worked. Like, Tex is looking great in those types of mirror matchups.
We saw him also in FIFA 17 playing a lot of the 4-3-2-1, the Christmas tree formation. Maybe he's going to try this as well. I was
It
actually,
is the holidays.
It is the
I
holidays.
see you.
Perfect timing for it. I was actually watching the game also with Latka and Megabit. I think we're gonna get into the results very, very soon. But Megabit, he made a huge comeback. He was down with 4 goals, and he came back using the 4-3-2-1 actually. Christmas times.
We've talked a lot about this Gorilla Tex matchup. Let's look at the full bracket. What else happened? What did you guys miss? A lot of games were close. I saw a late goal from Nicholas. And you see the progression here. Of course, you've got Gorilla, you got Tex, you've got Megabit going up against Jablet. You know, that was a heated matchup. I saw a lot of energy going on there. I know we were running back and forth. Then on the other side, of course, you have Nicholas and you have Stefano, who looked very dominant against Mo.
Yeah,
And we need to give him more credit, actually. We were talking about this. This guy he won the PlayStation. He is reigning PS4 champion, and we're not talking about it.
I was watching all of these games. I was following Nicholas Rust Arthur. Nicholas was under big pressure. It was 2-2, 86 minute second leg, and Rust Arthur got a free run, but Nicholas Neuer made a huge save. And then in the extra time, Nicholas managed to find that winning goal. Also, Kitter Dilo won versus Chris.
We don't talk enough about him.
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know the guy very well in terms of some of his gameplay and everything like that. If you guys have more insight on, is it Dillo? Is it?
It depends how you pronounce it in French or in English, but I think.
Well, you speak French. Give us the scoop.
I mean, you call me Ivan or Ivan, so it all depends how you say it on stream. Let's go with Dilo. But he qualified using Martial up top in qualifiers. So he comes from Martial to coming here and playing with Prime R9. And he's beaten Mo Alba in the Swiss rounds. He's made top 4. So he's definitely not one to be underestimated.
Yeah, and he was playing a very, very tough game versus Chris. Went to extra time. He scored, I think, in the 116th minute. Dilo. It was we saw a lot of tight matchups. I was also watching Stefano Pina, and that was maybe a matchup that wasn't that tough because Pina was playing amazing. At one point, he was leading with 5-6 goals, and like you said, we don't talk enough about Opina because he is, after all, the man to beat. I mean, he is the reigning PS4 world champion. That is something that we must not forget. And he's just he's just showing it here that he is one of the best still.
Absolutely, and we still have to give credit as well to FIFA Houston, who's I don't want to say he's under the radar, but this man is got an appetite for goals. He's always hungry. He's scoring like it's going out of style. Now you have that matchup against Stefano. That's going to be a game to watch. But speaking of games to watch, what are we seeing next on stream? I don't know. I like the drum roll. The fact that I have the option for the drum roll, I want to use it. We're going to have Nicholas coming up against Dilo. This is going to be that moment. I mean, a lot of people are waiting to see if Nicholas is going to win a tournament. Last year, even though he didn't win everything, he was always in the running to win the events, and a lot of people regard him as the most consistent, maybe even the best player from FIFA 18 season.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the opening game in the Swiss round between Nicholas and Dilo, so they're getting a rematch. I mean, in this round, you see a lot of rematch. You see Megabit against Jablet, you see Tex against Gorilla, you see Nicholas against Dilo. So and Nicholas won their last matchup in the Swiss round, so maybe it's a chance for the Frenchman to win it.
Nicholas, we're not seeing the same type of dominant display as he had last season, where he was just pretty much smashing people. This FIFA 19, he's been struggling much more. He's been trying also to change a lot of his tactics. We saw him a lot of times going narrow when he's usually always playing wide with the 4-2-3-1. He's trying new things because what was working for him so good last year is not as efficient now. And he was really, really struggling versus Rust Arthur. He was so close to lose that round. And he also went out last week in the first knockout round versus Tor. And I think he feels that he has to perform now, because his past months, well, to his standards, they've been poor.
Well, it's still early in the season. We're in that adjustment period right now where people are learning the game and they are still making changes. I mean, the game's only been out a couple months. Competitive season is still fresh. But before we get into the Nicholas matchup, where he's going up against Dilo, we're going to go to a short break. So we'll be back. Give us 2 minutes. Get ready. Get your popcorn. Put a Hot Pocket together. Not sponsored post. We'll be right back into action. Expect goals, close matches, a lot of sweat.
loudest screamer in the FIFA circuit is definitely F2 Tex.
I'll probably say Tex or Dragon.
The loudest screamer in the FIFA community is by far Danny Hageborg from Ajax. If he scores, then you will get to know.
The loudest screamer, that's me, of course, for sure.
Definitely the Ajax Danny.
Ajax Danny is the loudest by far. Like if he scores, you will know about it.
Ajax Danny?
Ajax Danny.
Ajax Danny. When he says "let's go," you'll hear it like "let's go," you know.
Rafsu from France, yeah. It's very emotional player. So yeah, Rafsu.
The loudest screamer at the FIFA tournaments is still Danny Hageborg.
Yeah, the loudest screamer is Danny Hageborg. When he plays in the near of you, you can't concentrate to your play. You can say it's like 7-6 for him without looking his game. So only you hear that.
The loudest screamer is probably
Chihan. Me, when I lose a game which is maybe undeserved, then I can be very loud.
Rafsu.
The loudest screamer. Yeah, Usun can be loud, so I go for Usun again.
The quietest player in the community could be me. Sometimes when it's like a really emotional game, then I will shout as well, but at the same time, if it's a normal game, I will just stay quiet no matter whether I concede or score a goal.
I already said Nicolas, but there's also another guy who was really calm. I think it's Joksen. I think the quietest one is Tess, because he doesn't scream that much. Even if he scored the 90th minute goal, I think he will not scream, so I think he's the calmest one.
There's a lot of people who are quiet because more players are more quiet than loud, so most of the players are quiet.
Nicolas? It's the quietest one. Yeah, Nicolas. Even when he scores, you don't hear nothing. When even he's beating the guy like 3-0 and he's an amazing player, he's not gonna say "let's go" or "vamos" or anything. He's just so quiet.
When playing, probably somebody either like Goal Machine or Gorilla.
The quietest, I'll probably say myself. I don't really celebrate, I just concentrate on the match and then afterwards move on. But in terms of celebrating a goal, very rarely do I celebrate, unless it's a 90th minute winner, something like that.
The quietest player on the FIFA tournament is still Nicolas from Basel.
Nicolas from Argentina, yeah.
Nicolas from FC Basel.
I go for myself or Nicolas.
I think the quietest favorite player is probably Nicolas.
Nicolas.
Sure.
A very warm welcome back to the Pgl FIFA19 Cup Bucharest. I'm back in where I should be right now. Orientation all good. Big thank you to Mike LaBelle for stepping in this morning as well and doing the hosting to allow me to go and do some commentary. And also a big thanks for breaking up the love couple of FIFA right now. Thanks to Brandon for loaning me your boy. Richard Buckley, thanks very much for the commentary. Absolute joy for me. Real treat to do that one. What a game as well, and what a couple of legs. I've got plenty more to come today, though. Semi-finals next up. PlayStation 4 we're going to focus on next up. And, of course, we've got both the Ivans back here in the studio. Gents, good start to the day. Very interested. Lots of really cool games going on at the same time. What did you both focus on?
Of course, at this level, like you don't have boring games. You don't have bad players. Of course, the highlight for me personally was having one world champion against another. Dosra against Gorilla ended up being decided in the late minutes of the game. It was definitely a thriller.
Yeah, and you were watching another match.
I was actually watching all games. Okay. I was in the gaming area and tried to watch all of the games, and they were very tense. I mean, a lot of games going to extra times. You also saw a lot of comebacks. We saw Megabit making a huge comeback, and also
5-1 down.
Yes, and also Jablet was losing with 3 goals, and they made a comeback versus Rafsu.
Yeah, I know those two comeback kids will play each other in the semi-finals, Megabit versus Jablet, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and now we have the first semi-final of the PS4 side. Nicolas against Dilo.
Yep.
We've seen Nicolas a lot on the stream, not so much from Dilo. I know your teammates are still trying to figure out exactly his game style. I'm going to see here if he has a chance versus Nicolas, and I think he definitely does, because Nicolas is not... I mean, he didn't impress last weekend, and he hasn't impressed here as well. Even though going 4-0, it is maybe not the same powerful Nicholas as we saw last year, because he's kind of trying to still play this FIFA 18 style with the long build-ups, trying to find a pass into the box and making some extra skill moves. That is not exactly the way that you play FIFA 19. You have to be a little more direct, and if he can find this extra tweak in his gameplay, that will make his FIFA 19 season much more successful.
Still a great player. Tough opponent for your teammate.
Yeah,
to go ahead to.
definitely. I mean, I think it's become a theme lately of Argentines setting the bar so high that if they don't perform, it's looked bad upon. But we know what Nicholas is capable of. We already know that this matchup already happened in the first round of the Swiss, so it's kind of a rematch for Dilo to maybe get a win this time, because you would rather lose in the Swiss and win in the knockouts than the other way around. So I think he's very much capable of beating Nicholas.
Yeah. What do you make of his style, Dilo? What is he? How is he going to win this game against Nicholas? As Boris has already pointed out, he's got a style. We know exactly what it is. It's very similar to what he played in FIFA 18. So Dilo knows that heading into the game. So how does he play him?
Exactly. That is the thing, that with players like Tex and Nicholas, they don't adapt to their opponent. They make their opponent adapt to them. And will Dilo succumb to that pressure? Will he try to adapt to Nicholas' playstyle, or will he try to force his own playstyle into the game? Because we know Nicholas plays mostly 4-2-3-1 possession. So will Dilo try to play his own playstyle, or try to press Nicholas, get the ball, and go forward and try to expose him?
What would you like to see him do?
I would like a more direct game, but like for him to have a better chance, he has to be fully concentrated at the back, and be patient going forwards, because we know Nicholas has a very solid defense.
He doesn't make many mistakes, Nicholas, does he? So opportunities-wise, you'd fancy that Dilo has to take every opportunity he gets in this game.
Yeah, and he has to try to just take as many shots as possible. Well, it's of course tough task here for Dilo, but it is all possible. We're seeing Nicholas, like I said, not as dominant as last year. He's still struggling with some parts of his gameplay, and both these players actually coming from a win in extra time. Both, I think Nicholas found the net in the 112th minute and Dilo in the 116th minute, so they're coming from very tough games here, and they probably already have their pulse going very high. I think we're going to see a very nice game here.
I mean, the good news is at least they're warmed up now, because there was an element of, I don't know if you saw it in the first game between Dasari and Gorilla. They didn't look like they'd warmed up. They looked a bit out there a little bit. Second game much better from both players, but seemed like it takes a little time to kind of remember that the competition now is very hard.
Definitely. Even at one point in the first game, you can see a few times Dasari had these finesse shots that are, you should be able to do them in your sleep. And you can see Dasari just either red timing them or not green timing them at least. Gorilla was moving his goalkeeper, but you can see Dasari not being able to go out and do the green time finesse shots that we all know are so good this year. It just shows that, like, the first game, as always, you need to adapt.
Yeah, a little bit sleepy. Right, so final thoughts from both of you. Which way is this going now? I think I know which way Mr. Nightwatch is going in this game, but Boris, who are you going for?
I still think that Nicholas will do it.
Okay, a little bit of quality there. Sticking with your teammate?
Sticking with my teammate.
Do you have to? Are you contractually obliged?
I know that with not contractually obliged. Morally.
Morally, okay, all right, good stuff. Split decision, of course, then, as we would expect here, with a teammate playing in the semi-finals. Let's find out how the two men get on over the two legs.
Yes, good afternoon from Bucharest. If you have just joined the stream, we are in We were in the knockout stages this morning. Now we are in the semi-final stages of the competition. Of course, I'm now back with Richard after being split up, and I was quite emotional back there when I was watching. No, you guys did a great job. And to cover those quarter-final games, and we're now down from 16 down to 8, Richard. And the first game, as the guys have been talking about, is Nicholas from FC Basel up against Kurt Deiler, this new Frenchman on the scene that, Sir Alex, the FIFA coach, he's been hyping up about this guy. Last weekend after that major cup, he was like, there's a player next week, Brandon, Kurt Deiler. I think he's pretty young. I'm not too sure. I don't think he's 16 years of age. Just said watch out for him next week, Richard. And it's safe to say he hasn't had an easy ride in this tournament, and he's through now up against Nicholas. This is a game to test yourself. This is a big one right now.
Yeah, massive game. At this stage, Nicholas went out in the quarterfinals, I believe, last weekend up against, I want to say he went out against Tor in the round of 16, I believe. So quite an early exit for Nicholas on that occasion. He was very emotional after that loss. I remember seeing him and didn't really know what to do. He doesn't get knocked out before finals, does Nicholas? So
doesn't lose games either, Richard. It's not really a part
going out early in a competition, I think, could be a positive for him to experience that bad result and maybe try and come back from it right now. However, on the other side, Kurt Deiler is looking to rep this Epsilon Esports banner all the way and proudly to the console final. He had a tough ride to get to this stage, but he's rode the waves, you could say, and every single round got better and better. And this could be a tough task for Nicholas if he wants to make it through to a console final and pick up a big 450 Global Series ranking points.
And we must repeat it again, the last 8 in the competition, the last 4 on PlayStation include Nicholas 99 FC and Kurt Deiler on your screen. And then the other semi-final is FIFA Houston from Mesut Ozil's M10 team against PSV, the best PlayStation player from FIFA 18, Stefano Pino's. The first event we've seen him perform in, Richard. He's been playing fantastically. And then on the Xbox side of things, 3 UK players came to this event and 3 UK players still remain in it. It's going to be a repeat from the Swiss style, Tex against Gorilla, and then Megabit, who turned that game around against Tim Latka, against Jablet. Jablet, first tournament, first outing for the young man. He's a free agent still at this moment in time. Wow.
He's guaranteed himself 315 Global Series ranking points, which could be huge alongside Weekend League if he does to make it to the playoffs.
Oh, lovely ball. This is Nicholas now. Can he just...
I understand he's qualified for another event as well, I believe.
Off the top of my head, I believe he's qualified for 1 or 2. As we know, of course, the next major taking place next week. He was the #1 player from that Gfinity Challenger Series. Of course, his team couldn't win in the Elite Series in Team Envy. Of course, that's just to be drafted in there. Yeah, Envy could even extend the contract to him. Envy did it for Jazz. Envy did it for Ice Vogel, for Aero. Like, these players could be getting an extra contract extension here, but this is the first of those 4 semi-finals, and I'm proud to say as well that all the semi-finals, all the games from now will be streamed, okay? Every single game you will see on stream. They've moved now from, you could say, the Swiss-style play area. They're now in
the knockout stage.
Yeah, that area you might have remembered from last weekend.
The theatre of hopes and dreams.
Yeah, the trophy's in there as well, Richard. And as we said, one person will pick up 850 Global Series ranking points and $12,000 by the end of play today. And a 2-legged game, as we know, aggregate scoreline. We'll play all the way across until we get to that cross-console final here in Bucharest.
Good pressing from Kurt Deiler. That's one thing that I've seen so far. He's very quick on the possession of Nicholas.
I'll play one more if you can. Cruyff inside to Ronaldo. He's moving it.
You see the way Nicholas plays, the guys on the analyst desk alluded to it. The way that he doesn't seem to have transitioned to FIFA 19, he's almost still playing the same way he played on FIFA 18. Quick passing in around the final third, direct passing with the driven passes, and doesn't really do a lot of time finesses from what I've seen. Doesn't do a lot of the first time finesse from outside the box. But you see another thing that's not changed, the way that he's sat there. Yeah. Headphones on, hood up.
You can't see it on
in
screen.
The zone.
You can't see it from watching home, but I beg you not, Nicholas is so close to that screen, right? Like, there's no movement. There's that finesse, and there's the goal. The finesses are back out. 23 minutes on the clock. And I've just mentioned there, Nicholas takes a sip of water. Ice cold composure from that man, the Argentine. Maybe we might be seeing a little bit of that FIFA 18 form back again. We didn't see too much from him last week. He went out and got knocked out in the knockouts. From what we know of Nicholas, that wasn't really Nicholas' performance last weekend.
I find it ludicrous that people are actually saying that Nicholas wasn't at the top level anymore, that he'd almost like dropped off and FIFA 18 was just like one game. I don't know if you remember, FIFA 17, it was in the grand finals in Westminster. He made it through to the quarterfinals, I want to say, and he lost in a super close game against Mo Aubameyang. So he's a top 8 player in FIFA 17. On FIFA 18, arguably the best player across the entire year. In FIFA 19, he just continues to roll this wave of new momentum now. And moved from transfer market to FC Basel.
The good thing is as well about Nicholas, he actually speaks fairly good English now. Last year, we couldn't hear a word out of him, or he obviously couldn't do any interviews. Obviously, coming from Argentina, wasn't an English-speaking person. Now, last weekend, I said hello to him. It was next week I was in a full-blown conversation with him. So I'm looking forward to seeing if these guys can interview him on the analyst desk, as we said, and then maybe getting a few words out of him, Richard, because we want to know these stories of Nicholas. Why are you so good, Nicholas? What are you doing differently to be so good? I think it was last year, 11 losses.
11 losses,
was the story last year of Nicholas, and now at the moment he's back in those tournaments. This is only the second LQE of the year, and he's living up to that straight away.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He's living up to the hype, to the move as well. Arguably the biggest move of the year to FC Basel for the number one PlayStation player.
What a team they have got as well, FC Basel.
Oh, remarkable team.
You have to give some credit for that, of how good that is. You've got the Stranger in there, you've got Lubo, obviously the Swiss champion, one of the best players in Switzerland. You've got obviously Nicholas, and you've got Cody the finisher, who was at the event last weekend as well, alongside the Stranger. It's a very good team, that.
Let's move over on to Epsilon Esports, though.
Yeah.
They've got a stacked roster themselves.
And the one thing I've said this year as well is I love the fact that, these modern, well, not these old school esports organisations, you look at the XLs, the Epsilons, like these have been around for a long time. Yeah, they've been around for such a long time, and Gorilla once played for Epsilon. You've got to remember, I believe he played for XL as well at some point. Like, these are the clubs that, or the organisations that give these players a chance. And it's great to see them going and getting success with Joxan this year.
Yeah, some of the players who have played for Epsilon over the years, Fully, Joey, Gorilla, these are top level players, and they've all moved on to different clubs or organisations throughout their time.
And we could be looking at one of the future players here now of Curta Diallo. Currently 1-0 down in this game, the Frenchman who, as we said, has been hyped up as a fantastic talent. And he's proving up to that. Maybe I don't think this is his first time we've actually seen him at an event as part of this year. Of course, there hasn't been too many of them. There's been obviously the Continental Cup. There's been the Foot Champions Cup 1 in Bucharest last weekend. Now we're in the LQE.
It's the first time we've seen him on stream.
Exactly. And as I said, every game will be on stream. Here we go. Curta Diallo, one more chance before the half. There we go. That's the chance he needed. To the edge of the box on that finesse. And Pele with the goal, a fantastic finish.
Yeah, the shot itself, that's what we've come to expect. But for me, it's more of how he set it up. Good quick passing around the box. You see that? One-touch pass off R9 into Hullet, and then another one-touch pass into Pele. Quick, fluid passing, and then that finish. It's what we've come to see time and time again. That timed in green into the top corner across the goalkeeper. Pele on the stroke of half-time, firing us into a level game. Look at the possession, 60%.
The first shot as well. We talk about how good these pros are of using their chances to the best. That's all it takes. One chance for the best players. Curta Diallo, edge of the box, added time. He just needed that one chance, Richard, to get in front. And of course, we can hear from you guys. Hashtag Pgl FIFA. Get involved. We can see a lot of support for all the players along the bottom of the stream.
Did see some support for Jablet as well.
Yeah,
there you go. Come on, Jablet. Win this, lad. I think looking at half-time there, something that caught my eye. Both players playing a 4-2-3-1, but different variations of the 4-2-3-1. Curta Diallo with the more defensive 4-2-3-1 second variation, where the left mid and right mid are slightly tucked further back and they're a bit more reserved, whereas the 4-2-3-1 that Nicholas is playing, he's playing it with the 3 cams, so they're going to get further forward and incorporate more into the attack. And you can see there, when he did try and come forward with the ball, the cams bombing on straight away, giving the out ball.
Vieira to Cruyff, back to goal. drag back or two there to open up a pocket of space if he can.
Looks like Messi coming on for Nicholas as well, super sub.
Again, a player that we don't always see in many starting teams. Goal Machine was the only players we've kind of seen use that Messi, because it's hard to fit him in the team depending on how you play, but clearly fitting into one of those cam positions for Nicholas there. And if he gets around the edge of the box on that left foot, well, we've seen him can score on the right foot as well. Is it still a 4-star week for E-Rocks now, Richard?
I believe so, yeah.
Carl Walker to Cruyff, a lovely threaded through ball. This is Curtadilo on the attack from Epsilon Esports. You heard Nightwatch talking about him there, saying he's not a good. He's a good player. He's
the real deal.
You need to watch out for.
If he wins this, he'll be in a console final against either FIFA Houston or Stefano Pina.
We've got to remember that this tournament was stacked to the brim of fantastic players. And you're looking at the last 8 there, you're looking at 2 new faces popping out of this. Curtadilo and Jablet right down the bottom. We've got to remember we had players like, for example, New York City Chris here, Phil B, Aggie, obviously a 2014 FIFA Interactive World Cup champion. Dr. Ohana, who's played FIFA for many years. Mo Aubameyang, and that's only on the PlayStation side. Here's a chance now, Curtadilo, can he get through? Just falls back to Neuer there on the Xbox side of things. You know, players that have been in the tournament. Ajax Danny, he went out. Rafsu, he's gone now. Tim Latka, he's out as well. What was once upon a time PSG Fiddle, now FC Cincinnati Fiddle. And then Fnatic, Alexander, just didn't have a good tournament either.
Yeah, and you're thinking the players who maybe have had a couple of tournaments back-to-back now, back-to-back weekends, who haven't performed to their standards. Alexander, Mo Aubameyang. When's their luck going to turn? Do they start to think of themselves, I'm only a qualifier, I can only get to events? But the thing is, if you're qualifying for every single event, like someone like Aggie is, you're going to accumulate enough points just from Swiss style alone, or to get into, for example, Aggie last weekend got through to that console semi-final. He won until 625 Global Series ranking points.
And we got
arguably, he's going to accumulate enough.
Even if you turn up to the event, Rich, even if you get to the event, that's why these events are important. Here we go. This is a chance. Surely Nicholas there. Oh, my, off the post. He moved the keeper. It was an open goal for him to take. De Gea will be just probably saying, yep, I know the frame of my goal. That was not going in. But you know, speaking about this whole new Global Series ranking point system, which has been fantastic this year, you know, it's taken a step away from the FUT Champions mode, which is still played, still for awards, still important, you know, for content as well for a number of these pros. But it was all about getting those 27 wins, which you still can get to be FUT verified if you did sign up before the 31st of October. And Aggie just getting to 5 events, Tech's just getting to all the events. You're guaranteeing at least 150 points, 110 for an LQE, you know, depending on each event, how many points you get just for turning up. So even if you go in Swiss style format, Richard, 5 events for Tex. I know he's already won about 1.5 thousand. He's doing exceptionally well. Like, you're looking at least 600, 700, 800 points there just for rocking up to these events, which could be, I would say, maybe enough to. You never know. It could get you. We don't know exactly how many points is going to be top 60 over the next few weeks. We should be able to understand a little bit more.
The thing is, though, arguably the hardest thing to do is to qualify.
Yeah.
It's such a strenuous process for these pros. You're playing
an event
hours
at home,
potentially over a weekend, Swiss style, and then the knockout stages Saturday and Sunday. It's very hard. You see on Twitter a lot of the pros saying this is a tough format to get through, and that just gives you extra plaudits to Tex, to Aggie, to Mo Aubameyang, who have qualified for near enough, or in some cases, for every single event.
We could open up on the finesse there. Was Pele on the edge. Matthias. Back to Ronaldo. Matthias again has a shot. It was time, but it was blocked. I think Cristiano Ronaldo back there, yep, doing his defensive duty. Lovely ball.
He's actually playing at cam, Cristiano Ronaldo, for Curtadilo. Curtadilo? Curtadilo? What are we going with?
Curtadilo. Ronaldo. There's that finesse. Messi, there we go. That's what he's looking for every single time, that left foot that Messi does have. But don't get me wrong, he can still finish on that right.
Yeah, good read of the goalkeeper from Dilo. Just to move him across 3 inches. Watch the finesse and keep it close to his chest there. Good possession from Nicholas, though. Look for him to...
The tight areas as well. He's doing really well just to keep hold of possession. Pele, back to Neymar. Back to go outside the boot. That would have been interesting if it did make the net ripple, but played short. And we'll win. Goes for a goal kick. He's going to win a corner there. Going to go for a goal. Not the best of corners there from a number of these pros. And it seems like every single pro has a complete different level of, skills, or as we talked about, weapons up there, just of new tactics. I mean, new tactics up their sleeve as such to bring out in these tournaments. You heard Nightwatch say yesterday that there's only so much a pro can do of trying to match up against a player like Tex. But Tex has got the corners, he's got the free kicks, he's got the skills. It's those added little factors that can really help.
It's also got their reputation as well now. People are going into that game scared almost, not wanting to play Tex. I think you've got to have a few different elements in your game. You've got to have a different toolbox almost for every single game that you are competing in.
As we know, we've still got another leg in this one.
A few different weapons in your arsenal almost. You've got to have a corner, a free kick. You saw that free kick gorilla there to win the game. Imagine he's done that time and time again on Weekend League and in Swiss style qualification. Another one was qualified for, I think, 4 out of 5.
It's good to see Gorilla as well get through that Swiss style. He didn't have an easy run last time and just playing the FIFA that he knows he can. But sometimes you need that experience, that loss last week to spear you on this time. And he hasn't had an easy ride in this tournament. We have to say the LQEs are so much harder to get into. There's only 32 spots, 16 each side of the console. Added time of 2 minutes to come here, and one more attack, Richard, which does come to nothing.
If Gorilla was to go on and win this tournament, look at the road to the final that he's had. MS Dasari, Tex, and then either Megabit or Jablet to get through to the cross-console final. That is unbelievably tough.
You got world champion against world champion there.
Yep. Look at Tex. He finished number 1 seed, 4-0, and he's still got to play Gorilla in the semi-finals. However, beat him, was it 8-2 yesterday in the Swiss style format? So nothing to be afraid of for Tex, and a little bit of revenge for Gorilla potentially in that semi-final.
Well, Gorilla did say that he's going to completely change the way he plays. He's not going to be making the same mistakes as yesterday or giving the time on the ball. And had an interesting conversation as well with Fiddle, obviously FC Cincinnati's Fiddle, that just played against Tex. And he went, I know that Tex likes playing down the lines in that 4-2-3-1. He was like, I'm going to play, I think he said he was going to match him. I think he matched him up, but just tried to stop it completely. And that first game was a 0-0 for him. The second game, was a 3-1. But that first game, he really frustrated Tex and was really getting into his head as such. And it's going to be one of those that, how big the mental side of FIFA can be. And
something interesting as well, Billy Wingrove, part of the F2 Freestyles, is actually here in Bucharest alongside Tex. And you've seen him I think Tex just having someone to chat to, just to relax with.
I saw him as well. They completely went over to the sofa area in the player area.
Just the sofa area, just relax, just chat. Maybe chat about different things, not about the game itself, because I think sometimes everything's obsessed with FIFA. You're thinking about FIFA when you're not playing it. When you're sleeping, you're dreaming about FIFA. When you're eating, you're thinking about your next game. Sometimes it's nice just to relax, just to
these are long days.
Think about something else.
These are long days of competing, Rich, and you have to take that step back to not really worry as much about it, and that's what Billy has been able to do.
Yeah, and I think it's a good addition for him. We've seen a very good Tex in this tournament thus far. It's expected. He's probably the best player in the world right now on FIFA 19, across both consoles. I think he probably hit home that point when he beat Joxan comfortably in that final. You can see a little bit of a chat here with Nicholas and his coach at FC Basel, and that's the trophy that somebody will be lifting. It's a nice bit of kit, Brandon.
Yeah. Of course, last time we saw the Champions Cup on that pedestal. Now we see the PGL FIFA 19 Cup, I should say. 850 Global Series ranking points, and $12,000 will go to someone in the cross-console final later. And of course, they'll be lifting that trophy. They'll be the winner. They'll be the champion. Of course, the champions on paper so far, we've had Joxan, the winner, 20,000 euros Champions League tickets in Paris, and that Continental Cup, the LQE there, got himself 850 Global Series ranking points. Then we had last weekend Tex, a lot of money he won at that event.
$50,000
plus the trophy, plus all that all that interaction on social media that comes with it, all that respect you get from other pros. And you're looking at him, he's already in those playoffs. You have to say he's got
Nicholas
enough
is in the zone right now. He's in the zone. You saw him eyes closed, maybe saying a prayer potentially to try and get him through this semi-final into the console final.
One leg left. They are all square at 1-1.
Interesting to point out as well, all the games will be played individually. So you're going to see every single game on stream from here on out. So you're going to get to see Jablet up against Megabit. You're going to see Tex Gorilla. And you're going to see Stefano Pina up against FIFA Houston.
And he'll be very happy, Houston. I was walking through the players like, can I be on? He's like, can you put my game on stream? Can you put my game on stream? I was like, I don't have the power. However, of course, the guys at PGL, they've planned this, completely to show every single game from the semi-finals onwards. So he's going to be happy to be on that stage with, I think we hit, loads of viewers yesterday. It's great to see you all back here again, I should say, for the finals. Here we go then. Second leg between FC Basel's Nicholas against Curtadilo from Epsilon Esports. The French player, someone that they said watch out for, and at the moment he's living up to that. Only had a few chances last game, or he saved his chance to the best possible time. Scored on the stroke of half-time. 3 French players came to this event, and at the moment he is the only player that remains.
Yeah, we got I think it's 6 different nations in the 5 different nations, I should say.
Here we go, Curtadilo.
In the semi-finals, we've got 3 UK players, a German, a French, a Belgian, a Danish, and an Argentine. So 6 different nations in the semi-finals.
The thing that impresses me here, Richard, 3 UK players are still in this competition.
And only 3 came to the competition.
14 of the players at this event as well were here last week, so nearly a half of these players made up that FUT Champions Cup 1, which just shows the consistency level of a lot of these guys in this tournament. We had the world champ here as well, Emis Dasari.
He's out.
Went out to Gorilla. Nicholas
Great
inside.
pass.
That's a lovely ball. Great save there. He had to be big. Came out there, just goes out for a corner now instead. He's got an option to play short if he needs to, but expect the ball just to be played straight across. No, he's going to play to the edge. Rio Ferdinand, he won't be having a shot, and he can't make those mistakes. He has made one. Now he's out of position slightly. Well done. Had to win that, Richard. Had to get himself back in position.
Yeah, just poked it away, made up for it, Rio Ferdinand, after that lax pass on the edge of the box for Hullet to play it into
Little touch there. That's very risky. Back to David De Gea. The chance just to breathe for Curtadilo. And these are new surroundings for Dilo for getting to these kind of stages. And I think that's one thing that Jablet, a few times I've been worried, looking at Jablet, this is his first major event. You don't have that experience of being 2 or 3 goals down in the first leg or trying to turn a game round. But he's pulled through. He was losing it at one point against Rafsu. Made the change, played free at the back, I believe. I saw from Rafsu's tweet. Came out and was unstoppable, apparently.
Fantastic from Jablet thus far in this tournament.
Nicholas went 4-0. Only 2 players went 4-0 in the competition yesterday. Nicholas on PlayStation, F2 Tex on Xbox.
It'll be a good confidence builder for all these players. Made it through to this point so far in the tournament. Moving forward in qualification process or at tournaments that they have qualified for, as well as this LQE, the PGL Cup in Bucharest.
We are only, just to say, a smidge into how big this competitive year is before the playoffs, before the E-Premier League, before the E-Champions League, before all of these huge competitions are taking place. It's important to get these points on the board. Nicholas back to goal, and you have to say how well Curtadilo has been defending. Every single time it's touch tight.
Yeah, making sure there's no space there whatsoever. Very similar to Joxan. Both players under that Epsilon Esports banner. Potentially that's something that has been implemented from the coach. You mentioned Sir Alex. Just how tight the squeeze there. You can see Vieira on him. Look for Hullet. Hill's going to move that gap.
Look at the time. Look at the space. Stay calm. Outside the boot on the rebound. Surely. No.
Side netting. Big save from David De Gea. Good keeper movement from Dilo to switch him across last minute.
That is what you need in tournaments like this. If you can see out those big storms, those waves of pressure, it will start to frustrate your opponent more and more, and you will get that chance down the other end. Vieira to Hullet. Oh, he's moving it well. It's Curtadilo. Oh, you saw the ball. You saw the opportunity there. Cruyff to R9. He wanted to play, but it was blocked.
Yeah, tsunami of pressure right now from Nicholas.
Look how well he's moving that ball. You talk about triangles in the modern game of football, but you can see it on the virtual pitch as well.
Real joy to watch is Nicholas, the way that he controls the ball. Just watch how he builds.
Just got to be careful. pressing in ones or twos or threes. There's that finesse from distance, well read there by David De Gea. Just was in the right position to jump up and collect that one. Lovely goal kick straight out and a chance to build for Curtadilo.
This is how he's going to win this game. Counter-attacking football. He's not going to have a lot of the ball. He has to accept the fact that Nicholas will control the ball.
Always, every single player is different in competitive FIFA. To the back post, there's Pele, I think, or Eusebio. No, it's Pele.
Yeah, Pele, header, not going to trouble Neuer in the goal, but you've got to come in with a game plan. You know how you're going to play against your opponent. You understand how they play. Nicholas is going to keep possession, and you almost have to adjust to how he's going to play. So you're going to play a counter-attacking style of football. You've got to take your chances when you get them, and that's what Curtadilo's done. Be good defensively. Be good with the goalkeeper. Keep the game tight and snatch something late on.
Pele to Walker, back to Vieira. And spread it across if he can. He's waiting for the players to move across from Nicholas, but if there's one man that can defend, it will be him. See the press every single time from Nicholas as well. Look how he's controlling those CDMs. And of course, thank you very much. Lovely tweet there from Martin coming in. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Of course, we've got a fantastic talent team here. Fantastic production from PGL. It's been great to hear as well, Richard, you know, from our side of things. From hearing from pros on the desk, you know, we're lucky to hear from Mike, who breaks down the game. We hear from, obviously, Nightwatch, Boras Legend, you know, great additions to competitive FIFA broadcast to really just help the viewer that wants to get better at FIFA, wants to get better at competing, or just wants to enjoy watching it.
Look for a chance here potentially for Nicholas, but he's had a lot of possession, but he's not really created a lot of good clear-cut chances, apart from the one that David De Gea did save early on. It's been quite a...
Hasn't been this game in general hasn't really had many chances, and I have to put that down to good defending from both players. He's won a corner though, Curtadilo. He loves scoring a goal on the stroke of half-time. He scored the last one with the added time of 2 minutes, Richard. I love the finesse from Pele on the edge of the box. Here he comes. Punched away, only as far as the edge of the box. He's going to finesse it from there. He will, but it's going to be collected.
Yeah, easy pickings for Neuer just to read the finesse, move back into his goal and keep this game level as we approach half-time. Kicked out the play from Nicholas, and that will wrap us up for the first half, I believe.
Unless the referee wants to play any longer. Apparently he wants to play one. No, apparently he wants to play one more attack. But there we go, Richard. Half time in the second leg. Still all square between these two, and we're edging closer to extra time.
I expected more possession from Nicholas. The way that this game has gone, it's only 50-50 at half time. During the first leg, I think it was 63% he had at half time on that occasion. This time round, even Stevens, possession the same, and the goal tally the same. 1-1. With 45 minutes left before extra time.
The key thing here is obviously there's some sort of game plan from Curtadilo coming to this game. He knew that, as you said, Richard, he's not going to get many chances. He's going to have to brave a few storms against Nicholas, which at the moment he has done. Nicholas has to try and stay calm, has to stay composed, because you can see the chances he's had there compared to Curtadilo. Curtadilo's had one or two chances. He had that finesse on the edge of half-time, and some players prefer building like that. Here's the chance for him now if he can get around. Superb defending by Kyle Walker.
Let's also not forget as well, Nicholas actually went 4-0 in Swiss style.
Hasn't lost the game today.
Yeah, he's not lost this weekend whatsoever. Maybe during that week off, he stayed in Bucharest, got his head down, grinded the game potentially.
Oh no, that's an awful touch! Oh my, wow. Nicholas there. David De Gea were a stitch-up touch there. We often talk about the sprint touches happening in the, from a midfielder or an attacker, but David De Gea got away with that one.
Yeah, and that would have fired Nicholas back into the lead in this game. Lovely ball over the top. Heavy touch from
heavy
Rio.
Touch. He's done well there. Had to be quick. Maldini to just play that back inside to De Gea. One mistake could cost Curtadilo. One mistake.
It's a risky game plan. But if he has implemented it, that they've come up with, that they've designed with Sir Alex.
It's just no space for Curtadilo to move around at all, really. You just have a feeling that he's going to wait for the edge of the box to get a finesse.
It's working thus far, though. You've kept Nicholas only to 1 goal. This is a real fascinating game to watch.
It's one of those that we often say a game of FIFA is like a game of chess. Someone makes the move, then someone might make a mistake, and then you capitalise on that error. Edge of the box, Neymar. Back into Vieira. He's not really going to be hitting it from there. He's still just about in possession. Ronaldo deflection. And we'll go out for a corner. See Messi there short as well. He's also been involved and brought on. Straight back to Hullet, to Messi. Great feet. Oh, and a lovely tight area cross. Oh, he got the ball across as well that he was looking for. Pressure is on for Kurtadila. This is Nicholas on the attack still. Waiting for that one chance. That one chance is going to try and tee up to perfection. Neymar back inside. There was the finesse.
Good pressure though once again, Vieira. Stopping any sort of threat to Kurtadilo's goal. Trying to dink it out in the back, but it does get caught. And now Nicholas back in possession. In the story of the two games, Nicholas attacking, Dilo defending.
Too much space on the edge.
But he's good with his goalkeeper. He's Kurtadilo again. I'm going to relate back to it. Who's good with the goalkeeper, Brandon? Joxan from Epsilon Esports.
As I said, we are slowly edging towards extra time between the two. If we do stay square, as we know, extra time, straight into it. No away goals, nothing like that over here. And then if we need to, have to go to the dreaded penalty shootout. Decide who will be taking that first the final, the console final spot on the PlayStation. Pull it back to Vieira. And you look at the game that, that Tor played, SPQR Tor last week. It was only a 2-1 win, Richard, against Nicholas. He kept Nicholas at bay to a 2-1, to go and beat him 2-1. So you have to look there.
Yeah, Nicholas.
It was a tough game as well. We played before against Rastarata.
Only 3-2, that scoreline. So it's not like he's scoring a lot of goals, but he's getting over the line.
Which is what it's all about, as long as you get that win, that W at the end.
If you actually look at all the scorelines from that quarter-final, there's only 2 matches that actually were won by more than 1 goal. All the rest either 4-3, 5-4, 3-2, those sort of scorelines. So it just shows the level of competition. It's so narrow right now, the margins for error in the quarterfinals here in Bucharest.
Ronaldo to Ronaldo. Ferdinand standing up strong, as we know. That prime icon. A number of people tend to sway towards using a pause as being cued by Kurtadila, but we know the pause analogy. If anything, Nicholas will be thinking, right, he's not happy with something. Happy to keep the ball is the Frenchman. Cruyff to Vieira. Going to get one chance. As of that, I think Kurtadila, just based this on the pressure that Nicholas has been putting on this player from Epsilon. If you get that one chance, you need to perfection. Oh no,
that was his chance.
He knows it as well. He scuffed his lines. Lovely ball, Fred. I don't think he expected it to get through, and it's one of those, you find yourself in space and you often panic.
Yeah, real well weighted pass there from Kurtadila to get in behind.
Cut inside, play in. Cristiano Ronaldo turns, finesse, great save there. Had to be big, had to be strong. There was a guessing game between the two. Now he's got that pause that he's been waiting for, is Kurtadila.
All 3 cams, I imagine, coming off. Ronaldo, Cruyff.
Henry on that left, Eusebio on the right.
Ronaldinho coming on. Is it going to be CR7 making way potentially? No, CR7 is going to stay on at a left mid. He's bringing Ronaldinho into cam, and Eusebio is that right mid for Kurtadila, the Frenchman, looking to book his place into the finals. 10 shots, I think that is from Nicholas.
Edge of the box. Here we go. There's that finesse again. Maybe just over worked that or rushed it, I should say. Maldini. Happy just to get the ball, calm it down, potentially bring another attack forward. Eusebio to Walker. Play down the line if you can now. Great ball down there. However, too easy for Nicholas.
One for Mateus coming on for Nicholas in midfield.
There's that ball, he's through. Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't know if he's got the legs on him. He's a little bit tired to get back in. Pull it. Oh, you saw the idea there. Could have even dropped the shoulder and went on his own. But got to remember, in the 88th minute now, Richard, players are going to be fatiguing. Players are going to be tired. That's why the subs are so influential.
Maldini, absolute rock there at the back. Stood up, saw the danger and defended very, very well, did Curtadilo, not to
Oh, God, added time of 2
hasty.
minutes. Added time of 2 minutes. If Curtadilo can snatch a result here, or if Nicholas can go down the other end and get it, it's going to be last attack. It's going to fall to Nicholas. Has to get forward, has to move the ball forward, has to rush the chance, and looks like they're going to go to extra time. Yes, we are, between these two. See a deep breath there from Dilo saying, wow, this is one hell of a game. And you have to say for the neutral as well, you know, you're looking at two players that just cannot be separated at all at the moment.
11 shots, 6 on target for Nicholas. 5 shots, 3 on target for Curtadilo, but you can have 30 shots. The all-important stat is the one at the top of your screen.
Yeah.
Goals win games. Not possession, not shots on target, not tackles, goals. And it's 1-1.
Heading into extra time. See a few words there from Nicholas.
Get Sir Alex in there.
He can talk to him. He might be in there. I'm sure he's watching outside the room trying to support him on there. He's been given some sort of, I reckon, a plan to go into this game. And at the moment, he's lived up to that plan. He's done exceptionally well. If whoever goes out of this competition, they've made this a fantastic game. Yes, it hasn't had all the goals in, but it's a game that's had to be dissected bit by bit. How are you defending? What formation are you using? You know, you're countering my formation. You look at Curtadilo, it's a little bit more defensive, as you mentioned, Richard. The way the left and the right midfielder, they just drop back a little bit more. However, fresh legs are on the field now for Curtadilo. He's got Eusebio on the right.
Ronaldinho in at Cam.
And Omri on the left. Here we go, Nicholas. Neymar. Maldini once again. We're going to be saying, or speaking of that man highly a lot. No, silly mistake. Come off the line, De Gea. Well done.
Yeah,
just
I think Dilo, I think is it Ronaldinho in at Cam, I think, for him. Eusebio on the right, he's fresh. Ronaldinho, he's fresh as well. Mateus coming on for Nicholas in the central defensive midfielder position, I believe. Still got Ronaldo up top, fresh-ish, half stamina.
Those subs can be key now.
Messi brought on that 60th minute, I think.
Messi's still pretty fresh as well, Richard. He's that left foot on him as well. Dreams that we've seen score a lot of goals last year.
Dream crusher. Dream crusher, I should say.
Moving it well. Here we go, Nicholas. 180 minutes can separate these two. Here we go. We're in extra time now. Pull it on the edge with a finesse, and
that would be. I don't actually think he timed that. If that's timed, that goes in because Curtadilo's moved his goalkeeper a couple of yards to the left. If he can time that and get a bit more whip on it, a bit of curve into that far corner, that's a goal.
Well, De Gea looked like he was at a bit of a reach there, a bit of a stretch to try and get that. Pull it, play inside. There's no option on the right. Eusebio, you've come on, make that run. I think he made the run inside initially thinking that was going to happen. Oh, there we go. There he's through, moving it. There's Hullet. Play him. He's through. One more. He's probably going to play it. No, he isn't. Goes for the shot.
Should have played it one more. To get into that position, he's world-class FIFA. The one-touch passing, the ball roll, then the through ball. But
had to be fast. Had to be quick from him.
Just panicked maybe a little bit at the end. Snatched the shot.
Ronaldo now. Play to the edge. No. Back to Neymar. And there's still nothing to separate these two as we got 15 in-game minutes left, Richard, before we're going to go to a penalty shootout. And it's a case of
CR7 coming off.
Someone needs to change. Here we go. Now we're seeing Henry. My apologies there. He's now on the pitch. It was also Ronaldinho and Eusebio has come on, as you mentioned, Richard. Balak's on the bench, but he can't be used. I believe all subs have been used there.
Oh, actually, he's just brought CR7 back on for R9. So the substitutes that were actually made was R9 off for Henry. So obviously I think CR7's got a little bit more about him as a central striker with only 15 minutes to go than R9. Interesting. If CR7 wins the game right now, Curtadilo is a genius.
It'll be a game plan indeed, Richard. If there's one goal Ronaldo will score, it'll be a corner.
It'll be a header.
It'll be leaping up. In about the 118th
That's what he's got
minute.
though, that R9 doesn't.
118th minute, it'll be leaping up, Richard, and potentially firing him into the console final. Whoever wins this game will book one of those, or one or two of those places in the PlayStation console final. Who will it be, though? The Frenchman or the Argentine? There's not long left. Henry.
Henry could win that. Good header from Messi. He's going to play out again.
Cross took a bit of deflection as well on the way through. Intercepted Alexandro there. Still in possession though for Nicholas. One attack could really just seal the deal. Could see how this game goes. Ronaldo back to Matthias. He's fresh.
Good keeper movement.
Deflection.
I think the keeper actually had it covered as well.
Ferdinand there just backing up, and we'll talk about it throughout the tournament, throughout the whole competitive year, how good that is, moving your keeper and defending at the same time. People don't realise how difficult
it's
that
a
is.
chance.
Ronaldinho. He's fresh, remember, as a sub. Just a little bit negative played back, but wants to build into this attack, wants to bring players forward. Vieira, back to Ronaldo, back to Eusebio. Eusebio again, that's a mistake! Oh, it's a goal as well!
Oh, Gus
Look at the relief! Curtadilo! He knows he's been gifted a huge opportunity there, a huge chance to make a statement.
He had to keep the game close. That's exactly what he did. He came in with a plan. He's executed the plan. He came, he saw, he conquered. Did Curtadilo. He's been gifted a goal, and he's taken it like a child on Christmas morning. He's just been given his best present that he's ever received in his life, and it came in the form of a finesse shot at the near post.
And Nicholas, we could be looking at a bit of an upset on paper right now. Nicholas, he lost 2-1 against Tor last weekend in that knockout game. Of course, not as far in the competition as he is right now, which is still huge. He's still got those 15 global series ranking points if he does go out. I'm not writing him off yet because no one writes off Nicholas until that final whistle goes. But you mentioned you'd get one chance, Eusebio. He was fresh, Richard. He had to step up. You cannot panic in a situation like that. And the time he had on the ball, I bet you, time just slowed down on him. That pass from Maldini has been so good this game.
And it was timed to perfection. Green timed finesse shot at the near post.
And Curtadilo, you just saw him lay back in his chair there. Just some relief for him to say, wow, maybe I could just be going through to the console final and having that jump up in prize, but having that jump up in global series ranking points there and the prestige that comes with that. Just hold on now. He's got a few minutes left, but Nicholas, the pressure will be on more than ever now from the Argentine. Will there be one more twist in this tale?
He's got a chance.
Pull it. Fake to go inside. Went back to Messi. Ball across. Is that chance? Oh! What a save to Gea. There was not enough power in it.
Just get your forehead on it. Just put your nuts on it and it goes in. He's tried glancing it. That was his chance. You always get one more chance.
And that was the chance. He looks like he may have lost it. Just carelessly kicked out there from Curtadilo. Luckily, the ball's come back to him. And we could have a bit of an upset on our hands right now. What a tournament he's had so far. Knocked out New York City Chris last round. Curtadilo got himself through the Swiss style. And now he is in that PlayStation final. Congratulations to the Frenchman that we were told to look out for coming into this competition. Nicholas 99 is out of the Pgl FIFA19 Cup. Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you go 4-0 in qualifying.
Look at that. That game has taken it out of Nicholas completely there. He is in disbelief as what happened there. What a game of FIFA that is there.
I'm getting deja vu. This is exactly the same situation he was in last week when he got knocked out against SPQR Tour. What was the score on that occasion? I believe it was 2-1. He got knocked out. Looking back at the game, he lost 2-1 then. He's lost 2-1 right now, and he is out. Doesn't matter if you go 4-0 in qualifying. If you can't win the competition, nobody is going to remember it.
Nicholas, though. He's given it all. It's all. That's his first loss he has tasted in this competition. Went 4-0 in Swiss style format, and he is in disbelief at the moment of what has just happened. But this guy, he knew he wasn't going to get many chances in that game. Richard, you said it. I said it. It had to be. It's one of them. You come into the competition, right? It's like a big FA Cup tie as such, or a big tournament tie. You know, on paper, he's probably the favourite. But if I play the way I know I can, if I use every single chance the way I know I can, I will get that one chance that could win me this game. That one chance, that one mistake.
He's
and we often
capitalised
say
on
it. That one mistake can cost you a game. And wow, that is one hell of a tie here in Bucharest. Nicholas out the competition.
He's been knocked out at the biggest stage thus far. 2 weeks in a row, he's gone out 2-1 in the knockout stages. That's got to play on his mental side. That's got to deject him going into further tournaments.
Yeah, it must do indeed.
How can he bounce back from that?
Well, he's back, I'm presuming, in the next major next week, of course, happening in London. However, that concludes semi-final 1 of 4 here from myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley. I'm going to throw it back over to Paul and the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Yes, disappointment for the Argentine. You can see what it meant to him as well. A disappointing exit from the tournament for the second consecutive week. during the knockout stages. More so, the fact that he was 5-0 at the point at which he has lost this particular series. Won 5 back-to-back, 4, of course, inside the group stages yesterday. So disappointment for him, but victory, of course, for Dilo. A fantastic victory for him. And I know one of his teammates is particularly happy on the panel right now as well. It was close all the way through. Both legs very tight. 1-1 in the first leg, 0-0 in the second leg. It was always going to be decided by the odd goal. And we talked about mistakes. You know, if you make a mistake and get punished for it at this level, you're kind of out of the tournament.
Definitely. If a game is tied, it gets decided mostly either by some lucky bounce, something going in your favor, or by a mistake. And in that case, we saw a mistake from Nicholas, which we're not used to. He tried to pass it from the back instead of being a bit more composed. And maybe he was too composed, too confident. And Dilo managed to intercept it and win the mind games with Nicholas' goalkeeper. We can see here the few replays from both games.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't many highlights from the two games because it was so tight.
Both playing 4-2-3-1,
Yeah.
Nicholas playing his possession style, Dilo playing his own possession style with a 4-2-3-1 wide. Very tight games. We knew it was going to be. I was personally expecting to see pens, but he managed to win it at the end. You can see almost no emotion from him. Nicholas, of course, disappointed, but Dilo came here qualified with a much lesser team, and he's been going under the radar, and he's proven that he's a very, very good player.
Yeah, I think that's the point here, Boris, isn't it? Is the fact that Dilo has not been one of those players that we've talked about throughout the weekend as one of the potential winners. And here he is in the PS4 Grand Final.
Yeah, he's been doing very good. And, well, it is Christmas time after all. We're seeing players being very generous. We saw MS
Very generous with some of their
in the
presents.
last round. And now also Nicholas, we'll see it soon, giving away this goal. And I mean, I looked a lot at Nicholas' style. His defense is just as good as last year. He's one of the best in the world. I mean, he is conceding so few goals. But the problem is that he scores too few. He scored 3 versus Rasta, and here only 1 against the Dilo. And you can see here also the goal. This was a Christmas gift. And of course, Dilo is going to take this chance. And something that I feel, okay, sure. Amazing defense from Dilo in these 2 legs, but Nicholas in the attack, sometimes it just goes too slowly. It is like it's too calculated. He tries to do everything by the maximum, let's say, logical rates. Sometimes that is not always rewarding in FIFA 19. You have to be a little bit more unpredictable. You have to take these first time shots. You have to maybe try some more of the new skill moves. And Nicholas, he just always waits until he gets in the exact perfect position for a shot. But the difference, FIFA 18 and FIFA 19, that now you can actually move the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
So the opponent can see this coming very early, he can react to it and just position his goalkeeper. And that is something that I think he's lacking this year. Which worked perfect for him last year because he had, well, like I said, you couldn't move the goalkeeper, so he had a perfect chance. Okay, he took it, but now the opponent can see it, he can react, and it doesn't work as good as last year, simply.
Yeah, plenty to think about for Nicholas as he heads into another major, of course. Let's go to Mike right now, who's going to break down some of the play in our first semi-final for the PS4.
Thanks, Paul. Welcome back to the breakdown board. And in these examples, I want to talk about Dilo versus Nicholas, and we're going to look at precise passing and breaking down where you're passing basically to create space. And it's very important in this year's installment in particular, especially if you don't use a lot of skill moves, that you're still able to have creativity, or at least it make the attack a little bit quicker when you're building up, so you can create those angles in order to score the goals. So what you're going to see here is thinking multiple passes ahead of time. We've got the split, Ronaldo to Vieira, Vieira to Hullet. So Hullet could score the goal, but he's not in a good attacking position. Vieira is in an amazing position, but he doesn't have the skill set in order to score, even from the top of the box. It's going to be low percentage. So the plan is always to make a couple quick passes in order to open up space for Pele. It's often Eusebio, Cruyff, someone who has that time finish, has the ability to score with either foot, and the keepers aren't always ready. They're not going to adjust quick enough, and that's what you're seeing on screen here. Not a lot of goals between these players. Very structured play, very defensive play. You guys get the idea. And we talked about it earlier. I heard the Christmas gift reference from Ivan in terms of the second goal in extra time. Nerves are getting to these players, but I'm tossing it back to you guys. Let's get ready for the next semifinal.
Yes, indeed, we will get ready for the next semi-final. Thank you very much, Mike, breaking down the goal that decided it all in the end. One goal between these two. There haven't been more than 2 goals separating any of the players in either of the quarterfinals or the semi-finals so far. It's been very tight. It's kind of what you would expect, though, isn't it, Ivan? Because you, at this level now, once we've got the group stages out of the way, and there were some 9-3s and 7-2s and what have you, now not more than a couple of goals are ever going to decide between these high-quality players.
Of course, we were talking about it. At this level, margins are so small. Mostly either luck or mistakes decide games. We can see Dosri gifting a goal to Gorilla, even though that wasn't the deciding one, but it sure helped Gorilla. We can see Nicholas gifting a goal to his opponent, or some players just getting some luck on their side, some rebounds, your opponent missing 1v1s, hitting the post. So it kind of makes sense. Everybody's playing not to lose, but not that much focusing to win.
Yeah, Mike said in his breakdown, Boris, that players are struggling a little bit with the nerves. Talk to me about that. Some players won't have any nerves, I would assume. It looks like Tex is just on a different level as far as nerves are concerned, but he still had a tough quarterfinal. It was 3-1.
Yeah.
So it obviously does affect players.
And nerves, they play a big part, and I believe 100% that you also need them, but you have to try to balance it. It cannot take over so that it starts to affect and limit your game style.
No.
It should just give you that extra focus that's gonna hopefully prevent you from doing mistakes. And like you said, we're seeing a lot of mistakes in these rounds. Dosseri, previous round, Nicholas now. Maybe not enough focus, maybe not enough nerves. I'm not sure, but something that is 100% sure that if you make that kinds of mistakes on this level, you will always get punished.
Okay, I'm going to get more from both of you after the break, which is where we're heading right now. Don't go too far away, though, because another semi-final is just around the corner. This time, another favourite. Can he break the favourites' curse? Stefano Pina, of course, from Belgium, going head-to-head with Østen from Denmark. That game is next.
What you want to me? What have I got to lose? We're a catastrophe. Both of us black and blue. I gave you everything. You took me to the moon. You were the strength I needed. Why'd it end so soon? Take it day to day. I'm trying to block the memories in my they said pain, it comes in waves, so dive in. They weren't lying. There's no denying. Oh no, the vertigo's coming. Can't keep me on my feet.
The best offense player at FIFA is still Maestro squad.
The best offensive pro player is maybe Ustun. He's also here, he plays for Team Özil. He's very good in attacking, so I would pick him.
The best offensive player is definitely Tex.
I think the best offensive FIFA player has to be Gorilla.
I go for Nicolas and Ustun.
Gorilla.
The best defensive player that I've played is definitely F2 Tex.
Joksan.
The best defensive pro player is, in my opinion, Niklas Rasek. I've played like 5 games last week against him, and although I'm recognized as one of the best offensive player in the world, I couldn't score more than 1 goal against him in 5 games.
I think the best offensive pro player, yeah, is Tex, I have to say it.
Tex for me, he is so good in the box. He can dribble, can do everything, and when you defend on him, you don't know what he's going to do.
I'll say the most offensive pro player has to be FIFA Houston. Last year he used to score a lot of goals when he used to play.
Ustun. Best offensive pro player, I'd have to put myself up there. You know, I don't really like to put myself forward for accolades, so to speak, but I'd like to say I'm a good attacker. Defensively, that's another question.
The best defensive player, I would probably say F2 Tex.
The best offensive player is FIFA Ustun. He scores like 10 goals a game, but concedes also 10 games. So it's great to play him, also for the reviewer. I like him.
Well, the best offensive pro player in the world is for sure Gorilla since a few years. This has 2 reasons. He is able to do every skill move in the final third of the opponent's pitch, and when the opponent has the ball, his pressing is from another planet.
One player who is really good at it is Fabio De Nuzzo from Italy.
Marcus Gomez, very good at defending. So he was the best one at defending.
In my opinion, the best defensive player is F2 Tex, the champion from the last event.
The best defensive pro player is, I'm starting to think it's myself. I'm getting better at defending, but last year it's probably MS Dasari.
Joksan.
Oh, yeah.
Has to be, from what I know and who I played against, probably FaZe Tas defensively. If I had his defense with my attack, I'd be sorted. But yeah, Tas is probably the best defense.
Nicolas from Argentina. He's the best defender for me.
Yeah, the best defensive player is Nicolas from PlayStation. He concedes like less than 1 goal a game, so it's very hard to play against him. I like it, but the other players can't score against him.
The best defense player on FIFA is still Megabit.
The best defense player is also from Basel, Nicolas. His defense is very good, and also MS Dosari.
There's only been 1 tournament, so I'd have to say probably Tex as well. You know, he won it, so probably.
Defense, so I'll go for myself and Dosari.
Nicolas.
Finally, the best defensive player is also F2 Tex. He seems to be able to control the whole pitch and just have you covered 24/7.
It's always interesting getting the players' thoughts on other players. Tex prominently appearing as the best defender, even from himself, frankly. Plenty of swag there, the young man has, that's for sure. And rightly so, because he's been very, very good over the last 2 weekends and continues to be the favourite here. We'll see him in action a little bit later on. Of course, he's in the semi-final for Xbox. But first, we're going to move on to our second semi-final on the PS4 right now. It's Belgium versus Denmark. Another fan favourite, another favourite here over the weekend. Will it be another fallen favourite, though, after we've already seen one crash out on the side of PS4 through Nicholas? Gents, that's the question I'm going to put to you to start with. Welcome back to the panel, by the way, Mike. You've been in multiple chairs. It feels like you're doing some sort of chair roulette today. Like, you're outside, you're on the panel, you're hosting. Do you want to cast today?
You can throw me into the casting mix. I'm enjoying it, man. I'm trying to get a workout in, okay? A lot of sitting. I got to be running around a little bit.
You're definitely getting a bit of a workout. Austin, and you know, I mentioned in the intro, it's the favourite, effectively, and we've already talked about how favourites can fall. Already lost Nicholas in the other semi-final. This is not a done thing for Stefano Pini. He needs to play very well to get through here.
Do you think Stefano is necessarily the favorite? I know last year, obviously, best PS player in terms of the final event and losing against Dasari, but At the same time, I don't know why we don't talk about FIFA Houston more. He's been around. He scores a ton of goals. He has a very unorthodox way of playing. And he's scary to go up against. He's one of the few players in this tournament that you can concede 3 or 4 goals within 20 minutes of game time.
He's also very strong defensively as well. I think we saw the video beforehand. He said probably me.
Yeah.
As far as so, he's obviously confident in his own defence as well, and I don't think many of the players here can say that. We've talked about Dasari being a little bit flaky at the back. We talked about Mo being very flaky at the back as well. We know all of these players can go forward, but it's the ones that seem to be able to defend well, or the ones that are starting to win in the later part of this tournament. So it's going to be a critical part of this game, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. We have one of the best defenders in Pina against one of the best attackers in I was going to say Dosari, and Ostun. And we know Ostun scores so many goals. He scores 3, 4, 5 goals a game. And will he be able to do that? Because let's think about it. Mo Alba, he scores a lot of goals.
Yeah.
And we said the same thing against Stefano Pina. Will Pina be able to stop Mo Alba from scoring? And he managed to do that and win the game. So it's kind of similar, in my opinion, in this game.
Yeah, Mike, we haven't seen a great deal of goals so far in the semi-final. It's been much tighter, and obviously we only saw a maximum of 2 goal difference in the quarterfinals, which suggests that actually because the competition is getting closer, obviously towards the end of the tournament, that we're not going to see many goals decided. Maybe just 1 goal decides the entire two-leg affair.
It's very possible. Players start to play almost a little more cagey. Every single attack, it's like they lose no focus. They don't take as many gambles. And that's kind of what we saw in the previous matchup with Nicolas and Dillo, is those 2 players structured side to side. They almost always made perfect passes until the big mistake at the end from Nicolas. I was sure that was going to penalty kicks, by the way. It was more of a possession battle in the midfield, which is kind of rare for FIFA 19. It's just not something that we see that often. And going into this game, I want to throw out predictions, but I'm concerned because I know Houston, if he's playing his game, it will be offensive. So it won't be a defensive game. But at the same time, if Stefano's playing his game, then it's going to be low scoring. So we have a clash of 2 different styles here, where you've got one guy who wants low scoring, structured, organized. I control this game. I dictate the pace. We're going to win. And then the other guy where he wants chaos. I want no thought process. I want it all instincts. I want to take a lot of shots. I want to score goals. So we have conflicting styles, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that kind of balances out.
Doesn't it remind you of the Gorilla against Dosari game? Dosari being the more possession type player and Gorilla being the direct one. We saw how that game went. Kind of possession for both. It wasn't so direct. We didn't have that many goals. Maybe Stefano will make the game go this way, this route, and not let Houston have that many chances and score that many goals. So if we have the same game, maybe it will be a less scoring game and like maybe decided towards the end, like you said.
I'm predicting 7 goals total between the 2 legs.
All right, I like that.
I'm throwing something out. I don't know who's winning, but I'm going a strong 7.
I was going to say I would prefer to find out who's going to win, but let's do goals. 7 goals decided by what? 1 or 2?
I think it's going to be decided by 2.
Okay. Nice.
Decided by 2, but I can't say if it's going to be a 3-1 or 11-9. Like the way both play, it can go either one end, like low scoring, or very high scoring. I think 7 is kind of in the middle.
Okay.
So we're yet
It's very cagey, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's
it is.
kind of calculated by Mike. He's kind of gone for the safe option of 7. I prefer Knight's version of 20 goals across the 2 legs and making it an 11-9 thriller 1 in overtime. However it pans out, these 2 are very, very good indeed. Let's head over to our commentary team for second semi-final on PS4.
Still saying soccer, not football.
It's time for our PlayStation 4 semi-final now. We've got our 2 players. We've got FIFA Houston, and of course, we've got last season's finalist from the FIFA eWorld Cup, Stefano Pina. Dan, the guys on the desk are saying it's going to be a real clash of styles here. I'm excited to see how that works out as these 2 legs progress.
Yeah, we've got Houston, who is the top goal scorer in the competition right now, against Pina, who has conceded the least amount of goals in the competition, aside from Tech. So we have 2 extremely conflicting play styles. Very good Swiss performances from both of the players. And of course, getting through to the semi-final and that chance of getting to the console final is absolutely massive for them.
Yeah, no, just to update you guys on, if you haven't seen these guys, you haven't been following them so far, you know, FIFA Houston, he took down the guy from Israel, which was Rob Feltman, 5-4, so just a 1 goal difference between those two players. And then Stefano Pina, he's got hit by beating Mo Aubameyang, and we all know some of the performances he's been putting in recently, but again, Mo Aubameyang just coming up a little bit short in those knockout rounds. Stefano Pina just showing the way, once again, how to get through these games.
Yeah, and then we look at some of the Swiss results as well, and other players that they took down. Of course, Dr. Arno was taken down by Pina as well, FIFA Austin taken out. So a lot of players that unfortunately weren't able to qualify, but now we get here again, and we get this chance to get into the console final. This is a rematch of a Swiss game already where Pina won 6-3, Mark.
Oof. We almost had the first goal of the game there, the shot from distance there from Houston. We talked about his goal-scoring prowess. Expect a lot of shots to be raining down on Manuel Neuer's goal here. But Pina's going to have to employ his best defensive tactics as we see another shot coming there early on. And as you would expect, Houston trying to force the pace early on, but you just feel that the first goal is going to be vital here, Dan. If Pina can get it, then he can play his game and he can kind of relax into this first leg. But if Houston gets it, then it's going to force Stefano Pina to come out of his shell a little bit.
Yeah, Pina's only conceded 13 goals so far this tournament, which is pretty amazing if you consider it. You take out Tex from the equation, who's only conceded 9, and then suddenly it's such a giant difference from other players in the tournament who have conceded around 20. Oh, and it looked like that was going to sail in. The keeper was nowhere.
Neuer's been beaten. Oh.
Somehow the ball doesn't go in the net. But Pina, yes, he's been defensively fantastic, but he's been finding those goals as well. A +10 goal difference, 23 goals for him. But as I mentioned earlier on, Ustan, 34 goals for him.
It looks like we might have a little bit of an issue in game here. We'll get the station referees to let us know exactly what's going on. You can see Houston there on the right-hand side of your screen. Something's not quite right on his side of things. Stefano Pina just taking a second, taking a moment to relax and think about that opportunity. And there we go, the game is just going to fall for a second. But let's talk about these two players. We talked about their roads to obviously where we are right now and, you know, who they've beaten, etc., etc. Let's talk about the rest of, you know, the players that we have left in the competition as well. You know, we talked about Tex, we talked about Gorilla. They've managed to get through, but Jablet as well. I mean, not a lot of people were talking about him coming into this event, but all of a sudden we got 3 Englishmen there.
I'm extremely excited to see what Jablet has to offer now. He's getting down to crunch time. Yeah, okay, people will say getting to the semi-final was amazing for Jablet, but getting even further, if he can beat a player like Megabit again, he did take him down in the Swiss.
First game in the Swiss,
Suddenly
yeah.
he's in a console final, and you've got to look at the amount of Global Series points you're able to achieve if you just get to a console final, let alone the grand final and the cross-platform final that is available. So this is a really exciting time for a player like Jablet to really kind of stamp his authority on the FIFA scene and say, look, I'm here to stay. You can talk about Gorilla, you can talk about Tex in the United Kingdom, but I'm here as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And he's been one of those players who he's never been out of ties. He's always been kind of within one goal. He's always found a goal, found a way to get those wins and move on in the knockout rounds. And that's what it's all about now, Dan. It's not about flashy performance. It's not about, you know, scoring 6 to 7 goals. I know Mike's saying on the desk he wants to see a, you know, 11-9 or something like that. But if you can grind out results here, that's all that matters, because those points are on the line and they are going to be vital the closer that every single week, every single month we get to that FIFA E-World Cup.
I mean, we'll look at some of the goal differences of these players that are left in the tournament. Tex, 27 and 9. Okay, I don't need to say any more about that.
It's pretty deep. It's pretty good. It's pretty
He's
decent,
ridiculous. Gorilla, 24 and 23. Megabit, 34 and 24, +10. Jablet, +3. Pina, +10. Ustan, +8. And Dilo, he's +9, I think. Nicholas was +10. So there's some pretty incredible defensive records coming out. So I think there is a pattern emerging here in this tournament. It's all about defending first. That's your key point. Goalkeeper movement. We've seen how Gorilla is able to use that to his advantages.
Oh, he's been absolutely fantastic with it. Something we noted during his last match is his ability to make his opponent second guess. It's not even the fact that he was, you know, covering the obvious option. For example, when the ball played into the edge of the box, you're looking for that finesse to the far corner. It was the 1v1 situations that he was using the goalkeeper so well. And you can say the same of all of the players that we've now got in our semi-finals and moving towards our grand final and obviously the cross-platform final as well. All of these players seem to have just nailed down that mechanic. They've kind of found the way to combat that long-distance time finesse, but also make themselves big in those 1v1 situations.
And it's so important to do so. Make those 1v1 positions kind of like a penalty shootout, essentially. Just say, look, if you're through in a 1v1, you've got to take that 50-50 of, are you going right? Are you going left? Are you going for a chip? You've got to make it so difficult for your opponent when they do get into those 1v1 situations. I know a lot of players feel like they should be rewarded more for working their way into those kind of scenarios because it is extremely difficult to get into 1v1 situations.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But sometimes you do find yourself in those scenarios and you haven't had to work hard, so why not be rewarded for performing well with your goalkeeper? Have that chance to kind of counteract a little bit of luck from your opponent.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And it, as I said yesterday a few times, it becomes that real game of cat and mouse and a real mental game that just adds another layer to FIFA. We're going to restart this game now, just to let you know, we're going to be 10 minutes or so into the game, much like we were. Possession's going to be with Stefano Pina, just like it was in the last game as well. So no goals to report so far, no real action. Manuel went a little bit on a bit of a wander in that first game, but it didn't count for anything. But that's where we're going to be. Starting off here, and we always want to hear your guys' tweets as well. Use that hashtag Pgl FIFA to get your tweets featured on the broadcast. Give us your opinions on who you think's going to win this, and give us your opinions on who you think is going to be winning overall, Dan. And I mean, I haven't even got your opinion on this one yet. We've been talking about the two players. How do you feel this one's going to go?
That's right. I accept at this point that you don't actually care what I think.
Oh,
but
that's harsh.
It's fine.
I care after I've talked about everything else. Come on.
For me, Pina, it's hard to look past him. The fact that he was in that E-World Cup final, he's been in these kind of scenarios, he has that experience. Yes, Houston has done extremely well in tournaments as well, but I feel like the more recent success of Pina is going to help him through in this tie.
Well, here we go then. We are back underway. It's going to be FIFA Houston on the attack again, but ball given away. Stefano Pina will be able to build from the back here. Of course, it's Denmark versus Belgium here. Two European players represented here, and some strong European representation so far in FIFA 19, as we mentioned, with the 3 British players who have made it through as well to our semi-finals. Now I'm going to spread this one out wide to Alexandro. Vieira now into Ronaldo. First time we've seen Stefano Pina really on the attack here, and this is very stereotypical play here, and he goes for that finesse. Worked the angle. Ronaldo did let that one fly, but defender gets in the way, and now we're going to have a corner.
And you can see why Pina doesn't really concede too many goals, because he does keep possession as he gets some height there.
Ooh,
thankfully,
Maldini with the header away.
Maldini was there. But Pina very slow in his build-up, very patient, keeps control of the game, and it's going to make that very difficult for his opposition to be able to have those attacks. And sometimes when you're playing against a player who does just play slow, they build up, it gets extremely frustrating, and you start to go for quick counter-attacks, maybe rather than trying to be yourself in slow build-up as well.
Yeah, and concentration has cost people games today. You look at Emes Desari, that mistake that he made, throwing the ball out with his goalkeeper. You look at Nicholas, that mistake he made as well. And those two players are pretty much synonymous with not making mistakes. Their concentration is almost robotic, and those kind of players who come up against them, who keep the ball, who make them work and concentrate so hard, it is a big part of FIFA 19. It is that mental disintegration almost of your opponent.
And of course, there has been a lot of FIFA as well for several of these players, well, more than several of these players who have already been out in Bucharest for quite some time, competing last weekend and this weekend. So I'm sure that mental strain does become apparent. But you saw there, Pina had a chance with R9 just on the turn, but no timed finesse for him. He just went for a normal shot. It didn't really work out. Maybe if he'd hit green, it could have worked.
Well, there's ball in behind here. Ruud Gullit does some stellar defensive work himself there to sneak the ball away from Cristiano Ronaldo as he was looking dangerous and looking to get inside that 18-yard box. And that's where a lot of these players kind of come to life, just in the edge of that 18-yard box. Get inside, it becomes so difficult to deal with. And here is an opportunity for the shot. Ronaldo goes across Neuer. And the big German gets across to that one. Holds it well.
And the keeper wasn't moved too early as well. He reacted perfectly there, Pina. He recognised that there was going to be the time finesse, but didn't move early to opt so that there could have been a switch of decision.
Pele now inside the box. A couple of drag backs. Goes for that scoop turn. Not sure if that bounced off of Maldini, and it is actually going to go back off of Pele's shins, and it will be a goal kick here.
The goal kick distribution is always an interesting one for me as well. You kind of learn every FIFA which are the best places to be putting it on the pitch, but then your opponent's going to learn where you're going to be trying to put it. So you have to be slightly unpredictable. And of course, there were the mistakes you mentioned previously. And Mr. Sari just throwing it out kind of willy-nilly. You do have to make sure that you are very sure of yourself and where you're going to be putting these balls.
There's an overlapping run here. Ronaldo uses that run to try and cut inside himself. Cruyff now coming forward for Stefano Pina. That's a fantastic through ball here. Pele with the ball, goes for the finesse and finds the top corner. Stefano Pina is going to strike first. Finding that top corner. Great through ball to create the opportunity. The ball roll inside Maldini. And the time finesse shot finds the top corner.
And I think it was inevitable. It was coming. Ustan kind of raises an eyebrow because earlier he gave Stefano Pina a little bit of space for those finesse shots. There was no time finish, but as soon as Pina gets that green above his head, that's when the ball starts sailing into that top corner. And now this is going to be the struggle for Ustan because Pina, with such a good defensive record, you have to imagine with a lead, he is really going to work with that.
Here comes Ustan and looking for an immediate response, but from the kickoff, he's actually going to concede possession there. Vieira comes in strongly and wins it back, though. We know that Ustan has the ability to score goals. He's done it for fun. Always one of the top goal scorers. I think he had some crazy record in the Global Series playoffs last year in Amsterdam of scoring an insane amount of goals in the Swiss format. I think he was top by like almost more than double digits of the next player who'd scored goals, but needs to bring that to the party now. And here he comes with Ronaldo, looking for a finesse himself on that weaker foot, but pretty comfortable block there.
And block being a key word for Pina. He seems to be moving his players manually into positions.
Ronaldo's in here. Ronaldo's in behind. Kyle Walker's got to get across. But speaking of across, there's Ronaldo. Oh. Kyle Walker managed to just get back in time. We talked about that pace and how important it is on your fullbacks, so Walker showing exactly why.
Cross is swung in, but comfortably defended, but it goes straight out to Pina once again. Always having this space on the edge, and you know that the inevitable finesse shot is going to come, but a good block from Ustan, which is what he needs to do. It's what I was talking about Pina is doing. He's moving these players into a position where they're blocking and they're making sure they keep every single pass out at bay.
Chance for Ronaldo, and Ronaldo doubles. Oh, was it wide? Was it in?
What just happened? It looked like it was in the back of the net.
That looked like it went in.
I think it came off just...
the post and the side netting, potentially.
Side net post.
Referee decided to blow the half-time whistle there to make things a little bit more obvious for us in the booth here, but 62% possession there, Dan. I just saw that statistics from Stefano Pina, and I mean, the man who's representing PSV Eindhoven, I mean, he's got to be very happy with how he's executed his game plan in that first half.
I mean, if he was more than happy to pass it around and play very slow, wait for that right moment when he was at 0-0, you've got to imagine at 1-0 now, he's going to take even more time with these attacks, waste a little bit of those precious seconds that actually Ustan is going to need to try and get back into it. Of course, it is 2 legs, and this is only the first leg of the 2. So still plenty of time.
There is that finesse shot again. Neuer makes the save.
Yellow, though.
You can see what Pina's game plan is here. Try and get Ronaldo cutting into that right foot. Try and get those finesse shots away. Pele whips it in now. Players go up for it, and it is Cristiano Ronaldo who towers above his opponent. Fantastic header there from the corner and from the set piece. Stefano Pina now does 100% double his lead.
Yeah, and it's such a threat from corners, Cristiano Ronaldo. Incredible jumping stat on that foot item. And I think Pina will be he'll be feeling slightly fortunate because he knows he had a chance of just slotting that away from the shot that actually created the corner. If he had hit a green time finesse, it was probably sailing into the goal. But regardless, he will be delighted. 2-0 up now in this PS4 semi-final. And you've got to say, with Joksan out of the picture at this tournament, it is a real chance to kind of say, look, it's not all about Joksan. He's not the only man who can perform well on PlayStation.
Oh, 100%. These guys are going to be looking to lay down a mark of themselves and say, watch me. Here comes Houston. And the worry for me, for FIFA Houston, is the fact that he hasn't really created a lot, and he does rely on scoring goals to win games. He's always going to concede a couple. I think he'd admit that himself. You look back on his performances historically, what he's achieved, and how he wins his games. So 2-0 for him isn't going to be too much of an intimidating scoreline, so to speak, but as I say, it's just his lack of creativity, which is really kind of a worry for him more than that scoreline at the moment.
He's just not able to get past Pina's men. Defensively, Pina using his second man to pressure his opponent and then manually defending the other one to intercept any kind of dangerous passes. Speaking of, if this is no, it's offside.
Just straight offside
Ustan
there.
shakes his head because he knows he played that one a little bit late. Did have a chance, but he just waited for that last second. Unfortunately, not going to work out for him in this scenario.
Stefano Pina once again with possession here. Houston having to be essentially being forced to play on the counter-attack in this game. Ronaldo's going to be in behind his man, Carl Walker here. There's that ball bounce. And just brush Rio Ferdinand off it. A couple of step-overs here. Just trying to get that little sprint boost that you do, that little acceleration boost to get past his man there. But another corner here, Dan.
Yeah,
you're aiming for Ronaldo again.
Always going to be scared when you've conceded one corner already against an opponent. Hullet's going to take one. Doesn't manage to find a corner there, though. But what he does find is an actual corner.
Here is that corner then, whipped in again by Pele. Man at the front post is Ronaldo. Comes out to R9 then, actually Vieira, excuse me, who picks that one up on the edge of the box. Cruyff into Hullet, drops the shoulder beautifully there to get past his man. Pina now into the box, Ronaldo! It's a brace for Ronaldo, and it's 3 for Stefano Pina now. His game plan has been executed perfectly in this first leg so far.
He's just had so much pressure. He's had all of the ball, he's had all of the chances. Ustan's been on the back foot for pretty much the entirety of the game. And when corners are constantly coming in and you're just getting overwhelmed by shots and headers and everything, eventually one of them is going to have that chance to just sail into the net. And Pina has been playing extremely well here, and considering the fact that Houston was the leading top goal scorer in this competition, at the moment, Pina's keeping him at bay.
We'll see a shake of the head there from Houston as well. You know, not surprising to see that. A little bit disappointed maybe with the way this first leg has gone. But Stefano Pina, I mean, he has been immaculate so far in this game. You can't think of a mistake. You can't think of any opportunity he hasn't made the most of. His defending has been excellent as well. And going into that second leg, if he can continue that form, he will be in with a chance of finding himself in our PlayStation finals. Houston with an opportunity there, but now he's pushing men up the pitch, trying to get back into this one. You can see the gaps that are being left here in behind.
And every time Houston's attacking, he seems to have a shot, and it's
Ronaldo
just cracking in to one of Pina's players. He just manages to find a position defensively on every single attack from his opponent to stop the ball coming through. Really utilising that second man pressure.
And if it is executed well, that second man press is so difficult to deal with. It rushes that extra pass that you're looking for. You don't have that extra touch on the ball where you start to feel a little bit comfortable. Cruyff goes for the shot there, makes Neuer work. Houston at least with a strike on goal there.
And that's what he needs. He just needs one of those to sail into the top left-hand corner, top right-hand corner, so he can get back into this tie. Just one goal will give him that confidence going into the second leg to say, all right, I can actually score against Pina. His defense isn't unbeatable.
Vieira then for Houston. Can he find a goal here before the end of this first leg? Gets the ball into the box. Ronaldo with a chance.
There it is.
One chance, one goal. R9 Ronaldo gives Houston a lifeline.
And it's what he needed. And that's why he is the top goal scorer in this competition, because he can just pull them out of the bag when he needs them. His back was truly against the wall in this game. He looked like he wasn't even going to get a shot on goal at times. And now suddenly, he's only 2 behind going into this second leg, if it's going to stay this way.
The interesting thing here is you see Stefano Pina changing his in-game tactics as well to introduce Michael Ballack into the midfield. You've got now that trio of Hullet, Vieira, Ballack, solid defensive stats across the board, lots of strength, lots of height. It's like he's just trying to smartly see this one out. He knows he's going to know better than anyone, Dan, what Houston is capable of with his goal-scoring prowess. So he's going to just try and close this one out right now. Just not give him a chance, not give him a sniff of getting back into this.
And that's only his 14th goal conceded in the tournament, and they do happen. Eventually, you've got to feel like even if you have the best defense in the world, which arguably is probably Tex right now, even he has conceded 9 goals. It's so difficult to defend every single possibility, whether it's the long-range finesse shots or trying to protect one of the players running for a through ball. 10 minutes left in this first leg then. Is there life in Houston? Can he grab another one, or is Pina just going to smartly close this one out?
Yeah, really interesting last 10 minutes of the game here as far as the mental aspect of both of these players heading into that second leg. You feel like if it stays as it is, obviously Stefano Pina's going to be feeling pretty good with that 2-goal lead, but I think Houston's going to be able to maybe ride the momentum of that goal off. But if Houston gets another goal here before this game is over, and Stefano Pina's going to be going into that second leg with a goal lead, but certainly mentally on the back foot.
Well, certainly we've seen players in this tournament who do have incredible goal-scoring records go down in the first leg, even lose the first leg, and then come out all guns blazing.
Here's a chance. Neymar's in, and there is that goal for Houston. He's turning this tie on his head. We know he can score goals, and he's found 2 at the end of this game.
You stick them between a rock and a hard place, and they will find their way out. They manage to just pick those goals when they need them, and there's a shake of the head from Pina, and that's
what we mean.
Shake of the head. That's when he's going to start to doubt himself.
That's the mental game.
And then there's still time in this game for Houston to equalise. Pina just needs to close this one out now, get that final whistle, go into the second leg with a clear head, with a goal lead. That's all he needs.
Go in with a goal lead. I mean, you saw he changed his formation. He was looking to close this one out, but Houston, you have to give him credit as well. He changed his formation. He went aggressive. He didn't want to leave everything on that second leg. He wanted to go into that second leg knowing that he had a chance of just playing his game. Vieira now, round the edge of the box. There is a man in behind here, R9 Ronaldo. Pull it. Vieira. Pina scores a goal here towards the end of this game. Could take the wind out of Houston's sails. Pull it now. Finds the ball in. Ronaldo with that time finesse. It was green, but well defended now. Houston maybe with a chance for one more attack, but a very, very interesting first leg there. And Stefano Pina is going to take it 3-2. But from 3-0 up, maybe he's going to be thinking about he should have closed that one out a little bit, you know, with a little bit more of a lead going into this second leg.
Yeah, I'm sure Stefano Pina would have been expecting to concede goals in this tie. But at 3-0, he probably could have maybe played a little bit more possession-based football, even more so than he was. Maybe try and just whittle down that clock a little bit. But we have seen it several times. For example, Tex, in one of his Swiss rounds against Emas Dasari, he only scored 1 goal in his first leg. And we were thinking, hold on, this is Tex. He's such an aggressive player. What's going on? Second leg, bang, 6 past Emas Dasari. That is what these players are capable of.
And that's what's going to happen in this second leg. You know, it's kind of the first leg. You have a lot of players feeling each other out. You know, towards the end of the game, it's... So they're thinking about that second leg and giving themselves more time. It's almost like it's a 180-minute game of football instead of 2 90-minute games. Whereas when you get to the end of that second leg, kind of the chains come off. You know, one player has to chase the game, one player's trying to see it out. So you're going to see a lot more goals stereotypically in that second leg because of the nature of the situation. But Stefano Pina defended so well towards the end, but it was like Houston just found something, a little bit of magic towards the end of that game. And he's made this second leg. He set it up very nicely for us all.
You've got to think, I mean, these are some of the best players in the world. They know how to adapt to these situations. They read the game extremely well. I think that's something that, when you just watch a game of FIFA, you don't realize how much there is behind it in terms of your dynamic tactics, in terms of how you're going to actually try and score a goal, what kind of skill moves you're going to use. And these players are fantastic at kind of switching things up when they need to. Clearly, something wasn't going right in the early stages for Houston. He was 3-0 down. He was saying, look, I'm not even getting past the central defensive midfielders at this point. How can I switch things up? He starts to play a few different balls, starts to go for a few different skill moves to try and make himself a little bit more unpredictable. And it worked out. He got 2 massive goals in that first leg.
So we go into this second leg now with a 1-goal difference between the 2 players on aggregate. And there is that beautiful trophy which everybody here in Bucharest is going to be playing for. I said at the start of the day, you know, who's going to be the man? I think I said actually at the start of the tournament, who is going to be the man who could potentially stop F2 Tex? Is it going to be one of these players who sat on the main stage here in Bucharest? The beautiful PGL main stage. Or will it be one of the players on the Xbox side of things who makes that challenge?
And you've got to think the difference between winning and losing this game, it's not just the prize money of getting to that 3rd/4th place in the console final of 3,000, but it's the difference of about 135 global series points as well. Top 8 only awards you 315, whereas you get 450 for getting to a console final.
Points mean prizes, Dan. But we'll learn over time. Look like a game show.
Just one that accumulates in an incredible eWorld Cup final with a chance to make your mark in history, in esports history. I mean, at this point, footballing history. We see the inclusion of some of the biggest footballers in the world, some of the biggest teams in the world getting into FIFA now. It's the perfect time. If you watching at home are thinking, should I get into FIFA? I've got a pretty good FUT Champs record. Get into it. Get involved.
Absolutely.
This is the time. FIFA is rising.
100% you should be getting involved, and there's so many ways to qualify for these events now, and there's so many events as well, Dan. You know, look back on the growth of FIFA esports over the last few years, and you know, we have to give a shout out to EA Sports and all the work that they've put into it, all the partners who have worked with them as well, to create this ecosystem where, you know, if you are talented enough at this game, then you have a platform to progress and put yourself on the main stage and really impress and win a hell of a lot of prize money, to be honest with you, Dan. There's incredible prize money for all of these events. And, you know, it's not just... It's one of those esports as well, which is, in my opinion, you know, one of the first esports to have a truly global representation on these big events, these major events. You have, you know, Japan, you have Argentina, Brazil, you have all of Europe, North America, Canada. It's you know, Australia, New Zealand. It's fantastic to see a real global appeal. We talked about it being the beautiful game, the global game, and FIFA 19 is not too far behind that.
And if you're thinking, I don't know if my team's good enough in FUT Champs, like, how can I compete with some of these icons? A player who's actually in this tournament, Dilo.
Yeah.
He qualified. I think he just had like regular Martial in his team. Just normal, bog standard gold cards that you can get for less than 10k points. Incredible.
No excuses anymore. That's what we're saying.
Incredible. You have that ability. Yes, it's going to be tough.
I don't have that
you
ability.
can do it. Well, not you.
No.
But actual good
I need
players.
as many icons as I can possibly get. But I want to talk about, you know, we talked about Dilo and we touched on him there. Just as we are about to get into our second leg there, we need to give a shout out to Epsilon Esports and some of the players they've picked up recently in the FIFA esports scene. It seems as soon as they put on an Epsilon shirt, they perform. Look at Joxan. You know, look at Dilo. It's been amazing. They've obviously got some decent scouts in and around the scene.
On the other side, you've got players like Stefano Pina playing for an actual football club. And how much pressure do you think that adds to be representing a team? It surely is an incredible experience, I'm sure. But here we are then, second leg. And it's a 1-goal advantage for Pina.
Vieira snaps in to the tackle there. And Houston now, as you say, 1 goal the difference between these two teams. You can see the result of that first leg in the top left-hand side of your screen. That's the one that matters. Stefano Pina now with the first attack of the game. And much like we saw in the first leg, nice patient build-up from him. In and around that midfield, just trying to manoeuvre Houston's defence. But a bit of a rogue touch there from the icon Johan Cruyff. Just going to give possession back.
And giving away that possession can just frustrate you as a player as well. You saw Houston kind of shaking his head earlier just with one misplaced pass. Because you've got to think every attack matters. This could be that one chance that you're going to get on the outside of the area with a finesse shot, or maybe you're going to get a through ball. So as soon as you make one pass that's bad, you think, well, maybe that was a chance at goal.
And you also know that you're going to have to switch on again for, you know, 2-3 minutes to try and win that ball back, to try and stifle your opponent creating a good chance. And that's the mental game that we talk about again, that level of concentration. That's where the mistakes happen. That's where those little mistakes happen. You win the ball back and you think, oh, finally, you know, I've managed to get the ball off my opponent. And then, because you're not concentrating 100%, you give the ball away almost immediately. You have to start all over again.
See the pressure coming out from Houston, though. All three of these forward players just instantly driving themselves towards the ball. And Pina's noticed that. A couple of one-touch football around them will offer some space in the midfield.
I think that Houston's employing the 4-4-2 here as well. And here is the chance of the finesse. With the goalkeeper there across Manuel Neuer.
And it is a massive thing to talk about, is the goalkeeper movement and how players are starting to be able to read the game. And in those kind of scenarios where you defensively are forcing your opponent into a finesse shot, it's actually extremely easy to move the keeper in the right direction, because it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult in situations like that, for example, to put it the other side of the goal, because your player's going to be off balance. So you can manipulate the game into a way where you are saying, all right, you have to finesse this, and it's going to be an easy save.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the meta of FIFA 19 developing, and when we say meta, we mean meta game, what things are effective, what things aren't effective. That's effective from Ronaldo, though. And FIFA Houston is on the board again, and now it is tied up at 3-3.
And that's the difference. He wasn't forced into that first-time finesse. Instead, he just took it. He caught the keeper off guard. I'm not even sure it was a green. It was just a bog-standard shot. And because the keeper wasn't moved, wasn't able to get there in time, and that is the power of a foot item like R9.
And it's the power of surprise, as you say, Dan. You know, maybe not expecting that finesse shot immediately taken there. Didn't have the time to react and, you know, get his thumb on that right stick and move the goalkeeper, because that millisecond of time is the difference between making a save that looks comfortable and, you know, not moving across at all.
And here is where we are going to learn a lot about the man on the right-hand side of your screen, Stefano Pina. He was 3 up. Now it's all square. It's 3-3 back to the drawing board for him.
And look at FIFA Houston. He's nodding. He's just like, he's feeling himself right now. You know, he scored 3 goals unanswered. There is a finesse shot there, and oh my word! How the game can change. Cristiano Ronaldo sees what R9 does at the other end and said, anything you can do, I can do it better.
And it's smiles from Houston. You can't really complain. He had done exactly the same thing at the other side of the pitch. Again, not even a green timed. Just hitting it in the right place at the right time. Keeper can't quite get it right off the post as well. So literal perfection in the placement.
Oh.
And suddenly, Stefano Pina takes the lead once again, and Houston has to come from behind.
We've seen him do it already. If you're just joining us, Houston was 3 goals down in that first leg. Managed to drag himself back into contention with a couple of late ones. Took the lead in this game. And now Stefano Pina has answered back again. He's found his shooting boots. Ronaldo just bullies a player off the ball here. Ball rolls, falls to Hullet. Ronaldo goes for that finesse again. And you have to wonder if it's going to be a game here of who can create those opportunities on the finesse and who's going to be able to react with their goalkeeper quickest.
Because you do have to move your kind of CDMs or even your centre-backs to close down those players to make sure that the finesse shots aren't too comfortable. But upon doing that, you can open yourself up slightly vulnerable to a couple of skill moves here or there. Certainly against Tex, it's so difficult to be able to control the game because he offers so much. His versatility is incredible, and you've got to say the same for these players as well. They have several different ways of scoring.
Here's a chance for Pele, goes near post there. Well read by Houston though. You saw maybe just a step to his left, then saw the shape of the strike and saw that it's going to be a powerful strike instead of one of those finesse shots. Moved across to his near post. Interesting to see again, you know, variety in shooting techniques now. With that goalkeeper being moved, and now Pele's coming forward for Houston here. Spins back inside, but going to give possession back over to Stefano Pina. And here's the breakaway now.
And another goal for Pina would be absolutely vital for him. Just to put Houston really on the back foot, make him feel uncomfortable. Because Houston at this point still won't be feeling too bad about himself. Only a goal behind. He knows he has goals in him. But it's just how he finds them. Again, he has to kind of read the game. How is Pina defending against me? Do I think I can get away with another first-time finesse shot, or do I need to try and work this one into the box?
Pele's going to be brought down here by Kyle Walker. It's going to be a free kick. Now, what can you create from this situation, Houston? Takes this one short. Pele. Across to Ferdinand. Pele gets it back. Oh, he moves across comfortably to deal with that.
And I'm counting
shot
maybe
curving towards that back post.
4, 5, 6 finesse shots this game that weren't even hitting green.
Yeah.
And you've got to think,
it's a difference maker.
If you were going to get to a console final, if you're going to get to a grand final and have the chance to take on a player like Tex, or like Joxan, for example, if it was a different tournament, you need to be hitting those finesse shots. You need to be hitting that green. Because they do make the difference.
Well read there by FIFA Houston with Ruud Hullet intercepting that ball beautifully, but now he gives it away, not releasing the ball quite in time, allowing Maldini to get into position for a tackle. Ronaldo now comes forward, and Stefano Pina starting to look a little bit more dangerous as we're getting towards that half-time whistle. Here's Ronaldo, crosses it across, but neither player found themselves in enough space to convert that opportunity. And 1-1 at half-time here, 3-2 on aggregate. 4-2 on aggregate, 4-3 on aggregate, excuse me.
Look at that possession.
It's set up beautifully, but yeah, again, the possession stat.
65% in favour of Stefano Pina. It's why he's kind of shaking the head. Because when you do have that much of a domination of a game, you're thinking, why aren't I leading by more at this point? There's been a lot more space for Pina, that's for sure. He hasn't just had to rely on shooting from outside the box. He has had opportunities to work his way in, and as you saw right at the end of that first half.
Great ball down the line here early on, though. Johan Cruyff stops up.
Turns into him.
As you say, turns into Kyle Walker, and he's going to win that challenge 99% of the time. Cruyff almost manages to nip the ball back off of Walker, and now it's Cruyff here for Stefano Pina, who's galloping down that right-hand side. Ronaldo into Hullet. Building this attack once more. Cruyff squeezes it through, and Hullet's in space here. Here's Ronaldo. Oh, it's wide of the upright.
It's yellow again. Just a little shake of the head from Stefano Pina. He knows it's a chance. Every time you're missing it, you know that could have been potentially the goal that sends you to the PS4 final. But there is so much more space for Stefano Pina on the pitch at the moment. Closing down from Pina on his side has been incredible, and that's why he has the defensive record that he's been able to achieve this tournament.
Slightly unfortunate in the midfield there. Won a tackle, but the ball just broke away to one of Stefano Pina's players. Hullet now, Pele, drag back, leaves his man. Ferdinand manages to recover though. Gets the block in, but now here's the set piece. Pele whips this one in. Maldini gets this one away fairly comfortably here for Houston, but nervy moments now. We're approaching that last half hour, Dan. This is where Houston's got to think about changing things. Think about leaving it all out there. Don't want to go home with some regrets now. Got to get back into this game.
I noticed Pino just trying to be patient after that corner was able to come back out to his midfield. You do have to wait for those strikers to get out of the box so you can start playing it to them again, start trying to work your magic on the outside of the area. I see a lot of players just kind of loft the ball back in, hoping for the best. But if you take your time, if you're patient, I think that's the key in FIFA 19 is patience. You can find yourself in these kind of scenarios, in these positions.
Here comes Houston then. Ronaldo, heel to heel, finds some space. He lets one go. Manages to get it in the green, but just a little bit too much on that one down. It flies over the bar.
Yeah, he lets it rip, and from that kind of distance, maybe slightly desperate from Houston, maybe a little bit of frustration starting to kick in now for him, as he's not finding as many chances but as perhaps he would like because of the dominance of Pina and his possession. I mean, it was 65% after the first half. Maybe there's a chance here.
Runner is Ruud Hullet here. Into Ronaldo, goes for the scoop turn, drops the shoulder. Neuer gets across and beats it behind for a corner.
And we've seen the danger from Pina from corners. Can Houston do something similar? No, nodded away. And I'm sure every time it's going to be a heart and mouth kind of situation for Pina. Now he only has a goal lead.
I think for both of these players at this point, every time that ball falls with the potential for one of those finesse shots, it's going to be heart in the mouth for both of these players. Hullet now, beautiful drag back. Vieira comes back in. Ronaldo, the ball is broken for him. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, it's
the
red.
Elastico creates the space, but the finish was not there, Dan.
Red time finesse, you hate to see it. I mean, I've seen them bobble in sometimes, but you've got to imagine if that's green, that's going to rocket into the corner. I hate to keep harping on about hitting the greens.
It's the difference maker.
But at this level, when you look at other players that are right at the top, like Tex, he's hitting them 9 times out of 10. But you've got to also sympathise. You're 1 goal behind in a console semi-final. The pressure must be absolutely massive.
Eusebio with the scoop turn. There's Hullet outside here. Cruyff drops the shoulder. Cruyff smashes it in the back of the net.
There's the green.
FIFA Houston is back in this tie.
And he's shaking the head because he knows he's had chances all game, but he hasn't been hitting those green. Finally gets a green time shot. And it's drilled in. We're at 4-4 now on aggregate.
What a beautiful fake shot to go around the defender, though, and then changing things up, not going for that far post finesse. Going in at the near post, and Kyle Walker is made to look silly there. Drilled in at the near post. That low-driven finish just leaves Manuel Neuer with no chance whatsoever. And, oh, wow, we are set up beautifully for this last part of this second leg.
What an absolute treat both of these semi-finals have been so far. Going into the last 15 minutes now. And of course, it will go to extra time and then penalties if we haven't found a winner. But at the moment, despite the fact Pina has dominated possession, Houston just seems to be more clinical in front of goal.
We knew there'd be goals, Dan, and it hasn't disappointed. Our PlayStation semi-final here, and you can see running in behind again, it's Johan Cruyff trying to get the better of Kyle Walker. A real battle there between those two, and Walker just about managed to win that battle. Pull it now into Vieira, and Houston's really growing into this game now, Dan. Eusebio, fresh on the pitch as well. Pull it. He's been pulling the strings here for Houston. Ball out to Cruyff. Cruyff with the scoop turn. Cruyff with a shot towards that far corner, but Neuer got across. Pluck someone out of the air.
And it seemed to be a similar time in the first leg as well, that Houston just kind of stepped up. I don't know whether he feels more comfortable playing against a team that's slightly fatigued, that have been running around for 60, 70 minutes, and then suddenly he has more opportunities to try and beat them with through balls, beat them with a couple of skill moves. Or maybe I'm just trying to find coincidences out of nowhere. Maybe it's just Houston turning up at the right moments.
Well, Eusebio's trying to get in behind here, and he is going to be found with a rake in over the top through ball there. Ferdinand comes across to cover. Sandro does well. Maldini turns back inside. Braver man than I am in that situation. Ronaldo wins that header. And that long ball up to those front two is a real viable option when you've got a player like Cristiano Ronaldo with that jumping stat, with that heading accuracy stat. He's going to win the majority of those balls played, even against those icon centre-backs.
Pina not taking any risks, though. Players still sitting back in the defence just in case he loses the ball.
Vieira now. There's the shot. There's the goal. We're approaching the 90th minute, and again, it's one of those time finesses. At one end, it was Johan Cruyff, and it's Johan Cruyff again now for Stefano Pina. He's got 1 foot in those PlayStation finals now. Can he hold on?
Such patient build-up, patient play, just looking, just searching for that right moment. Noticed that the keeper was being controlled. Which way was he going to move? And he is able to just put it past him. Houston has come back from the dead several times, but now he needs to do it with just a couple of minutes left. From kickoff, it's a very scary situation for Peanut. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if you just kind of dive in, bring a player down at this point.
Take a book in at this point, yeah. Just slow the game down, break the game up. Make sure that Houston does not get a chance to get a strike on goal from this kickoff. Just do what you got to do. Get yourself in that final.
And we spoke about experience right before the game and said maybe Pina, his recent experience in FIFA 18, the E-World Cup finals, might bring him through. Well, here is where experience can shine, right at the end of a game. We saw it with Jablet and Emas Tassari yesterday. Do I hold on to the ball? Do I keep possession? Do I time waste? Or do I go for that goal? The lesson learnt was try and waste a little bit of time. Go for that goal if there is a clear opportunity, perhaps, but we need the experience to pay off here.
Well, you can see some of the fans there tweeting in for FIFA Houston. They believe he can do it. You can do it, bruh. Pretty much what the people at home are saying. Let's see if he can do it from the kickoff then. Ronaldo. Approaching that 90th minute. Look at all the people behind the ball here for Stefano Pina. No surprise to see that whatsoever. Alexandro brings the ball forward. Hullet. He's looked dangerous going forward here. Sneaks the ball out to Neymar. He was the one who made the difference. Oh, Neymar's done it again! The super sub for FIFA Houston has produced the goods when it matters.
We spoke about experience. We spoke about Pina. Can he close this one out? He's changed his formation. He's gone defensive. But you can't stop Neymar just smashing him in from that distance. What an incredible semi-final. And you've got to feel for Pina there. He was so close to getting to this PS4 final, but Houston is potentially taking this to extra time.
Well, it looks like we're going that way unless Stefano Pina can repeat the dosage to FIFA Houston here. Going to be a kickoff to the PSV man. Neymar again, though. Go back to that first leg. He got that second goal. Fresh on the pitch. Broke through. Got the finish past Neuer. He's been the man to step up for FIFA Houston. That super sub has produced a super strike. And wow, I mean, it's looking at this moment like Neymar's right foot might be sending this one to extra time.
It was just that simple ball roll before taking that shot as well, which allowed him just to get that space and take that shot ahead of the two defenders who were marking him. And you've got to say, I've been harping on about hitting that green time finesse in the 90th minute, being able to pull that off. Incredible stuff.
Ronaldo then, slightly heavy touch, gets it out wide. Stefano Pina looking to answer back here. We're into stoppage time. Ronaldinho, the ball breaks to Ronaldo. Oh, you cannot believe what you're seeing. Stefano Pina in the 93rd minute has produced a goal with R9 Ronaldo that surely at this point has to put him into the PlayStation Finals.
Absolute heartbreak for Ustan. The ball just dropped to R9 as well. It was a gift, and Pina took it. The tactics are going to be changed once again, but oh my...
I mean, sometimes, Dan, a picture can say more than we ever could. Look at FIFA Houston right now. A broken man. Just moments ago, he thought he was going to extra time. He cannot believe what he's just seen.
Well, the desk, they wanted goals. Goals we've had.
So unlucky. Well, that's FIFA, unfortunately. That circumstance, the shot comes in, it deflects off a bullet, it falls to R9.
Is there even time?
And credit to Pina, he put it away. Now, can Houston rally one more time? No, he's given the ball away, and that is going to be it. Wow, Stefano Pina will be in your PlayStation 4 finals. 2 goals in the last couple of minutes in that game separated the two players, and a deep breath, not surprisingly, a big exhale. Stefano Pina does it. You got to feel bad for FIFA Houston, though. He put everything into that game and just came up short.
But I mean, both players played incredible if you think about it. To be able to hit those finesse shots, to be able to get the timed green in the dying moments on both sides is incredible. Slightly fortunate, yes, for Stefano Pina for that ball just to drop to him right at the end. But you know what? Then those chances come, you are going to take them. But heartbreak. Incredible stuff.
Unbelievable.
What a semi-final.
Unbelievable stuff. And that's obviously, we've got plenty more to come. Don't worry about that. That was just one of the first games we've had today. We've got for the finals to come. We've got another semi-final to come. And of course, we've got our cross-console final. So that's going to do it all for the PlayStation semi-final. Congratulations to Stefano Pina. He'll be in our final. We'll send it back to the desk now to break that one down.
What a game. Where did he start after that? 3-0 up, cruising, the favourite in control, loses 2 late goals in the first leg, all falls apart in the second half, loses a late goal, we're already headed towards extra time, or overtime as Mike would say, and then out of the blue he wins the game. And I don't know where to... Boys, break it down. You're the experts, tell me how that went.
Never...
I mean, at this point, do you want to just, let's just throw all of our paperwork away? What's the point?
I mean, we were ready for extra time twice.
We were!
83rd minute, it was tied. Then Pina managed to score. Ustun, we know he gets a chance right after kickoff. He manages to equalize. We're ready for extra time again. And there goes Pina. Like, we see the highlights of this game. First game, Pina is cruising. Finesse shot, 30 yards, 25 yards.
I mean, Mike, come on. It looked flawless from Stefano in the first half, didn't it? The first 75 minutes of that first leg, 3-0. He's looking comfortable.
Yeah, I was actually surprised. I felt like FIFA Houston didn't move his keeper very well in a couple circumstances that were kind of obvious in terms of what Stefano was looking to do. He showed it, and he just didn't defend it well. But at the same time, FIFA Houston's one of those players, one of the few players actually, he's never really out of a game. You can't feel comfortable unless you have maybe a 5-goal lead, something crazy, because he's able to score goals in bunches and just change the entire feel and the momentum in each match. I thought this was going to extra time, like everybody else. We were already ready to say there's going to be more goals. I was thinking maybe
look, 11 minutes of game time remaining. 3-0. First leg.
Times change. I mean, this is FIFA.
There's one back, and it gets another one.
Anything can happen in FIFA.
Do you not feel, though, Mike, that Stefano should have locked this one down in that first leg, and he shouldn't have had to go through the ringer to get that last-minute winner?
Maybe if he was up against a regular opponent. But I've seen FIFA Houston play now the last couple of years, and I don't know if I've ever seen anybody at the pro level score goals in the fashion that he scores goals. We talk about Gorilla all the time being direct, aggressive, and he has all the success. He's not even as direct or as forward-thinking, maybe offensively, as FIFA Houston in terms of like scoring goals and scoring them in bunches. Gorilla might have a little more skill move session build-up type of play around the final third, but FIFA Houston shoots from places I never shoot. He presses in ways that I'd never think to press. And it's just a very difficult game style to go up against and also to break down. He can win by 10 or lose by 10 at any given time.
Yeah, I mean, I teased you, Knight, halfway through this second half going, where's the 20 goals? And actually, we were far off at the end.
Yeah, we weren't. I mean, it was kind of exaggerated just for argument's sake. But yeah, second game, Ustun, he came out, started scoring, made it 1-0. And Stefano Pina, like, he was always in the lead, as you can see, and Uston was always chasing the game, which doesn't give him the opportunity to exploit a bad defense.
I mean, he knew, Stefano. You saw him after the end of the first leg. He knew. He was very disappointed. He shook his head. He was very frustrated. He'd thrown away a 3-goal lead with 11 minutes remaining and ended up 3-2. Couple of post-in-off goals from both players, actually, in this one. Uston scoring that third goal, and can't quite believe it himself. He also laughed at Stefano's first goal in this, because that one also went on off the post as well. He couldn't quite believe that he conceded it. And I think at this point, and we were talking in his studio thinking, who's broken at this point?
Exactly.
Which one of them is broken mentally? It actually turned out neither of them were.
Yeah, I mean, they both, at this level, you have to be mentally prepared for everything.
I mean, 4-4.
Exactly.
It's 5-4 now. 3 minutes regular time.
This
is done.
Yeah, you think the game's
done,
over,
right?
You would never expect two more goals, especially Uston coming back from kickoff and then his opponent doing the same.
Yeah.
And when you review the gameplay, they both executed the way that they want to execute. Stefano controlled the game, how he was looking to control the game, and he took his chances when he had his opportunities. FIFA Uston made that comeback. He looked aggressive. He started to shake things up towards the end. So we saw glimpses of both of what their game plan was in terms of how they want to play offense, how they want to play defense. We saw a lot of really good defending as well from Stefano, and maybe a little bit of unlucky play there.
I mean, the bounce at the end.
You can't plan for that. You've got a finesse shot, gets blocked by a defender, falls to the other offensive player's path, and there you go. Wraps it up. He knows it. We know it.
I mean, the smile is an ironic smile, because he's sitting there thinking, this should have been extra time.
We might be counting his blessings too. He just scored off kickoff, so he's saying, well, maybe this could go both ways. You know, that's part of the game. You live and die sometimes by those kickoffs. And,
I like that reaction
games.
as well from Stefano at the end, because he's literally thinking, I got away with this. Like, I literally got away with a crime of getting through to the grand final of this particular console. I mean, it's 6-5 overall. Look at the stats. 13 shots on goal apiece, 12 tackles apiece, 6 corner kicks, obviously, in favour of Stefano.
Great example. Look at the possession.
61.5% for PSV Stefano.
That's why I say they both played the way that they wanted to play. Houston doesn't need the possession. Stefano was really comfortable controlling a game, and Stefano didn't create a ton of opportunities, but he was very efficient. FIFA Uston was very attacking, very forward-thinking at times, and then at other portions of the match, we felt like he disappeared. Like you talked about in the first game, he's down 3-0, and we saw nothing. Probably 65 minutes in, nothing. Not even a shot, maybe a couple of little goalkeeper catches. Nothing that showed that he was going to be progressive or make this comeback, and he gets 2 goals late and shakes everything up once again. Puts a little bit more pressure on Stefano. But I'm entertained. I'm happy days. I like 11 goals, right? It was 6-5 final. 11 goals is much better than 3 goals in the previous matchup with Nicholas, where it was a battle of just controlling the midfield.
All right, let's bring in Stefano Pina and say good afternoon, sir. Well played. First of all, congratulations on making it through. But my goodness, we enjoyed it. I'm not so sure you enjoyed it, because it was closer than it should have been, wasn't it?
Yeah, the first game I enjoyed really well.
Yeah,
but the
first
game,
80 minutes.
Yeah, first 80 minutes. But the second game was a whole different game. So yeah,
tough game to come through. When you're 3-0 up like that, and you're 10, 11 minutes away from the end of the first, are you're in control, and then do you get to the end of the match and think, I've thrown this away?
Yes, of course. But I played Uston in the Swiss round, and if he get a chance, it's a goal. So. I know he can make a comeback, but I give it away, yes.
And then at the end of the game, he scores a late goal to equalise. Looks like we're all going to extra time. Are you thinking the same thing? Are you thinking this is extra time?
Yeah, of course. I got one chance, and I played really well. So I got lucky. So
a little bit of luck at the end.
Yeah, for sure. But let's go.
Got to take the luck when it comes. We've got Mike and Nightwatch alongside. Gents, questions?
Yeah, how many? I would like to ask, because I'm curious, because in a game against Uston, you never know. You're never sure you're winning. How many times did you think you won that game? At 3-0, then 1 goal up, and then another time 1 goal up. Did you think you were through to the next round?
No, actually not. Maybe when I was 3-0 up, but against Uston, he can make so easily a comeback. So it's always hard to play him.
And next up, you're playing against Dillo. Are you going to change anything from how you've been playing in this tournament going into that matchup?
Actually, no. I play just my play style. I'm happy how I play, so I'm not gonna change anything.
Okay. Are you slightly happier that it's Ketadilo? No disrespect to him, but Ketadilo rather than Nicholas?
Yeah, I play Nicholas a lot, especially last year. But Catrodalo, I don't know him. I don't know how he plays, so I don't know what I can expect.
Okay, well, good luck in the final on the PS4 side, and very best of luck indeed. Well done. Congratulations on winning a tough game.
Thank you.
Stefano Pina from PSV winning his semi-final of the PS4. He goes through to the grand final for PS4, of course, one away from playing in the grand final across both consoles as well. We said he was the slight favourite. I mean, Mike, you even made the point that you could argue that actually he probably wasn't in some ways, but he has gone through. Does he start as the favourite in the grand final for PS4?
I would have him as the favorite just off experience over Dillo, but this is FIFA. It's a new year. Like, there's going to be new superstars. I mean, we've seen Tex last year. He won, of course, the one event, and then from there, maybe he didn't live up to like his own expectations. And then a lot of people were doubting maybe Tex this year, and he came in, he qualified for every event, and now he's just smashing it at the live events, which is fantastic. But people are kind of fickle at times. You know, the people that are supporting you or not supporting, they're like, I don't know. And FIFA changes every single year. So we see a lot of one-year wonders. And I don't want to ever bring that negativity towards people, but it happens.
How dare you, Mike? How dare him? One-year wonders. See, back in my day, it used to be one-hit wonders. Now it lasts a whole year. Let's check in with the bracket and show you where we're at right now on our final day here at the Pgl Cup. This is the bracket. One side, of course, on PS4 side, on left side, and Xbox on the right-hand side. We've still got the two semi-finals to come for Xbox, but as you can see, two players have made their way through to the PS4 final. Perhaps not the two players that we thought would go through when the bracket started, but nevertheless, the two best players from the PlayStation 4 side will face off against each other for a place in the grand final. We'll turn our attention next, of course, to the Xbox side of things, where all the games from now on are great. All of them are great. But I'm kind of looking forward to the Battle of Britain Take 2.
I'm telling you, I think Gorilla feels good about this matchup. I don't know. I felt his energy shift a little bit. We talked to him. We interviewed him. He seemed confident. He was well-spoken. He's like, he didn't say I've got something for Tex, but he basically said, I have a new plan. I want to issue a different plan in the second matchup. I've already played him once.
Do you know what, Mike? Hold those thoughts.
Okay.
Hold those thoughts, because I do want to hear Mike say, and I do want to hear what Nightwatch has to say as well, but we're going to do it after a break. When we come back, we'll switch focus from PS4 to Xbox as we continue our semi-finals here at the Pgl Cup Bucharest. We'll see you soon.
The toughest opponent will be not a single person, but everyone, because everyone has their own style and plays their different, unique ways. I started playing FIFA at the age of 5-ish, maybe 6. Last year when I lost in the game before the World Cup, that was pretty heartbreaking. The best memory is last year when I won the Barcelona tournament. My favourite player in foot is Ronaldinho because he's got 5-star skills and he's just a bit of a beast. And I like it when his ponytail starts wiggling about. I never let my friends win at FIFA because they'll talk about it for the next 5 years, so that can't happen. My football skills are a solid 4.4. My celebration after a victory is, I just really say let's go, and that's about it. I've never actually broke a controller, which is quite surprising to be honest. My best friend in the FIFA community is Poacher. I was friends with him before last year when he helped me win a tournament, and then I won the tournament with him, and that's just even better.
Welcome back to the Pgl FIFA19 Cup Bucharest finals day, of course, as we move into our semi-finals now on the Xbox side of things. Now, I know I said I wanted to get Mike and Nightwatch's opinion before the break, but actually, frankly, I heard them during the break and they were rubbish. So we've replaced them. I am the Alex Ferguson of the desk right now. I've given them the hairdryer treatment. I've got a couple of new players in, and we say hello once more to Onset and to Boris Legend. How you doing?
Good, man.
Yeah,
After
you're
that
right
last
after that first
semi-final, a
one?
little bit of shock,
Yeah,
a little bit shaken.
Yeah, it was good.
Someone
good
needs
end.
to go and give FIFA Houston a bit of a hug, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was rough
I think
for
he
him.
deserves one.
Rough end for him. Stefano, though, I mean, starts off as the favourite, goes 3-0 up. You think, this is easy. Like, I literally was walking back from the other room, by the way, which takes about like a minute. Saw he was 3-0 up. Thought, oh, that's done. Then walked back to it was 3-2.
Well, that's the thing, is it? Houston's one of those players who can, you know, whatever the score is, he's always got a chance to get back into it because he has that goal-scoring ability. So it was no real surprise. You got those 2 goals at the end of the first leg, and we were like, okay, here we go. This is going to happen. And it was more of a case of, can Stefano Pina see the game out more than is Houston going to be able to chase this one? So, but the way it ended, you just feel both players kind of, they're not going to be too happy with how it ended. I mean, Stefano Pina's going to be happy with how it finished. Obviously, he got the win, but like, I just feel for Houston.
That's
I
tough.
really do.
If that one was tough, this might be a bit tougher for us Brits. I have a feeling, Boris, you can be really independent here, completely dispassionate about it. It's the Battle of Britain Take 2. It's Gorilla versus Tex. Last time round, Tex won. Looked pretty dominant, frankly, in the group stages. I got a feeling this could be different, though. This could be a lot tighter.
Yes, and we also heard the Gorilla saying that he was going to try something else this game. He was trying to play narrow in that last matchup, but didn't work against Tex 4-2-3-1. He didn't get any passage through Tex middle because Tex is so good at cutting the passing lanes and reading the gameplay. At the same time, he said that 4-2-3-1 is not clicking for him. So I'm wondering if we're maybe going to see something completely new here from Gorilla. Maybe 3 at the back, 3-5-2 perhaps. We've seen him play a lot last year, and that is actually a formation that counters 4-2-3-1 pretty good.
Yeah, could be seeing something different. On the other side of things, the question still stands, Mark. Like, we've been asking this question since yesterday morning.
He's still really good.
Who can beat Tex?
I don't know. At this point, I don't know. I think if I was to pick any player out of everyone that's here at the moment that could potentially beat Tex, I just have a feeling that Gorilla has that level that he could just rise to in one particular game. And I think the important thing to understand here is that the longer the tournament goes on and the longer that Gorilla is involved, I think he will get better from game to game to game.
Right.
He'll get more and more comfortable. You know, Boris brought up a great point about him, you know, maybe not being too comfortable with certain formation, and he's kind of second guessing himself a little bit on what he's going to play. But the more games he plays, the more comfortable he's going to get with that. And I would kind of like to see him play the narrow, because I think that's the formation that historically he is most comfortable with. That's where he's hit his peak. That's where he's hit his best level. And I just feel like Gorilla's got to play his best, right, to beat Tex. And I feel like that formation is what you have, what brings out peak Gorilla.
Agree. And yes, it's going to be very interesting to see how he plays. But once again, trying to get back to that 3-5-2, because with that, you will get the triangle up front with 1 cam and 2 strikers. But at the same time, also, you will get the width, which can be the problem sometimes playing the diamond, that you sometimes get stuck. You can't find through the middle. And I think the best option here for Gorilla would actually be to go for
three at the back.
Well, his good friend Tas plays it, doesn't he? He plays that 3 or 5 at the back. So maybe that's something that they've spoken about and could be an option for him. So that's an interesting. I think that's an interesting option. It would be a surprise to see him bring it out now against Tex, especially in the first leg. But if he's got it up his sleeve, who knows?
Yeah, and we also saw, I believe it was Dossary versus Jablet, when Dossary was leading with 2-3 goals. Jablet went to 3-5-2 and came back. It's actually a very underestimated formation, which we don't see a lot on this level, because you're simply afraid that your 3-man at the back will get exposed. But if you use it perfectly, if you are very, very focused, it can be amazing as well. We'll see here what's going to be Gorilla's game plan.
Prediction time, gents. I think we'll put you on the spot first, Mark, because it is the Battle of Britain.
You just have feelings about things sometimes.
You've got one of those in your waters.
I just feel like Tex,
in your boards.
I just feel like Tex is going to win.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like Tex is going to win.
What a surprise!
Yeah, sorry, I built that up a little bit wrong.
Boris?
Well, last time I was wrong. I said that Gorilla was going to beat Tex, and this time I have to go with Tex because he's looking so solid.
I'm trying to figure if that's a commentator's analyst's curse of some kind. Or anyway, let's hope we haven't cursed either player. We're looking forward to this one. It's the Battle of Britain, take 2. Let's see how they get on.
Well, here we go then. This is, as the guys on the analyst desk have been saying, the Battle of Britain. It's a tie that's already been played in this competition already, back in Swiss-style format. And it was Tex that actually won that game, not by 1 or 2 goals, by 6 goals. 8-2 he won an aggregate in that game, Richard, in round 3, I believe, of that Swiss style. Now they match up again. And it's important to remember there's only 3 UK players in this tournament. All 3 are through to this semi-final stage at the moment. Jablet, of course, to play a little bit later. But Richard, what's your initial thoughts coming into this one?
I think I had a little chat with Gorilla a little bit earlier on during the sort of break when the PS4 games were taking place, and he broke down the game for me. He said it was 1-1 until the 75th minute, and then he scored quite an audacious finesse shot. It wasn't even a timed finesse, it was just a turning finesse shot that he did actually score, did Tex. He then scored a late cross as well, Tex. So after that first leg, he won 3-1. Going into the second leg, he beat him 5-1. I think the first leg in this game is pivotal. If Gorilla can take a lead going into that second leg, it's going to be very, very interesting, because sometimes Tex, given he's only 17 years old, sometimes that mental side isn't as good as someone who's been around the block like Gorilla.
But then sometimes it works into your favour as well, because you are kind of fearless, and that's one thing that I took from Tex's performance last week was that he said, maybe go back a few months ago, I would be scared of Gorilla, I would be scared of MS Desai, I would be scared of all these big names. The way that the qualification process is happening now with, you play your Swiss-style formats, you play the knockouts at home, I'm not scared of anyone. He's qualified for all 5 events that he could qualify for, Richard. He is simply fearless. Went and won that tournament last weekend, went and won the $50,000. He's back again this weekend, whether it's $5,000, $20,000, even more. It doesn't matter to him, it's just FIFA. He wants to get a trophy, he wants to win his Gorilla early on, and he's actually scored.
Early start from the veteran Gorilla. Nice little finish into that front post, and he's cued the pause straight away. Tex. He's not happy with something that he's seen in the opening 7 minutes of this game. Be very interested to see, is Gorilla playing narrow in that 4-1-2-1-2? He's playing a 4-2-3-1 Gorilla, the same formation that we've seen from him throughout the tournament. Just moved on to see press after possession loss as well.
This tournament's been so much better from Gorilla, though. Last weekend went out in Swiss-style format. And
what's Tex playing? Tex is also playing 4-2-3-1. It'd be interesting to see what he has just changed there, Tex.
Both matches each other up, as we know. The 4-2-3-1 is the kind of go-to formation at the moment, it seems, in the competitive structure of all the players. Lovely drag back there and just completely fooled the keeper. Instead of going to that far post, went to that near post. Didn't need a finesse, just simple power shot, and it went into the back of the net. 1-0 up in this two-legged game in this UK battle, and we'll say it again and again. F2 Techs won the last game they played yesterday in Swiss style format, 8-2. Both pulled themselves through, though, through that Swiss style format. And Tex is still unbeaten at the moment. It went 4-0 in Swiss style. But you can't be writing off Gorilla. I'm telling you now, I know the guys on the desk said, F2 Tex would probably be favoured at this moment in time because of his recent performances and how confident he's been, the way he scores goals. I think he's only conceded 9 goals coming into this one, scored over 20 of them. So scored quite a few as he has a shot there, that's saved. But Gorilla is a world champion.
World champion, multiple events that he's won over the past. One of the most successful FIFA players ever in terms of event winnings and trophies at home. And there's a reason that a lot of people, even when he's not playing well, are scared against coming up against him.
Lovely feet there by Cristiano Ronaldo. Just, so I'd say, falls out of possession, but picks it back up. But, you think back to those times where he came in, like 2015, I believe it was, around the play like a legend-esque time.
Era,
when it was only... back then it was still a lot of money, $3,000 for a first prize finish there. And he just cleared up the circuit every single tournament. You heard Red Eye talking about earlier about when he first came into the scene, he was a nobody at first. Everyone starts out as a nobody as such. And within such a short period of time, he became this huge figure. 100,000 plus followers on
YouTube, Instagram.
Yeah, subscribers as well. There's a shot, there's a chance. Out goes for a corner. Actually won the UK esports player as well, not last year. Not this year, the year before that.
2017, yep.
He's won a lot. I have to say, again, he is a world champion. If anyone's got LAN experience, the ups and downs of a competition, he knows it all. He's experienced it all.
Now he's moved across into that other room as well, both of these.
Finesse if he can. Edge of the box, all the way to the back post. Just jabbed it in the end.
All these semi-finals taking place in the more TV-esque part studio of the PGL Arena. So, once again, stepping up in camera value, lights, production.
Difference is, though, this is Gorilla's first time in this area.
Yeah.
Tex has experienced it. He's played more games in here. Played the whole of day 3 of that EA broadcast last weekend. Here's that finesse. Ooh, whiskers wide.
Yeah, Courtois knew where his goal was, always going wide. That one, he's going to play it long to Ronaldo every single time, and that's the first time I've ever seen Ronaldo beat in the air, but Gorilla does reclaim possession. He's going to play wide to Ronaldinho, one of his favourite players. When I was chatting to him, he said he's just meta. He's just so good, that prime Ronaldinho.
One thing I noticed as well, I don't know if you saw it, Richard, in the Swiss style yesterday, Gorilla's got some sort of hand warmer. Is it a cooler or is it a hand warmer?
It's a fan.
Is it just a fan?
It's a fan, yeah.
Sometimes I know some players get a cold, and obviously there's not a warmer there, but some players get cold hands. I could see that. But he had a fan just plugged in.
Blowing cold air.
Yeah, just getting him. Everyone has their own preference. A lot of players have a towel normally on their legs just to ensure they can get the best grip possible on the controller. I know Janos uses grip gel for his controller as well.
Yeah, I was saying his hands sweat a lot while he's playing, so he's got that fan there just to keep blowing cold air onto his hands.
Like a footballer, looks after their feet, you've got to look after the hands as any professional.
Yeah, you wear shin
gamer.
pads in the game. You wear your ankle protectors. You've got to come prepared to the real life game as well.
And we see players that, of course, outside of the esports that go and break their finger or go and do something they also didn't mean to do, and the next thing you know, there's an excuse why they're not qualifying for tournaments as such. But in this one at the moment, 1-0 to Gorilla. In the first leg, it is Tex in that red strip. If you didn't know already, a big Liverpool fan, I'm sure. Oh, no, he already is. He's going for that EPL for Liverpool. Of course, playing for the F2 after they picked him up after the incredible run at that major in FIFA 18, the Barcelona champion there. And
just hit 100,000 followers as well on Instagram today, I saw.
Yeah, these guys are the big ones for our FIFA scene. You look at personalities, you look at, the cult heroes as such that are followed by thousands or hundreds of thousands, and people play competitive FIFA because of these guys. We need people like these guys in the scene that can continue to be at all the events and to continue to build their fan bases, because they're bringing more viewers into this scene. They're bringing potentially more players as well in there. And I don't think there's a better story than Tex of someone that went, 16 years of age. That is the age to be able to compete in these tournaments. There's that finesse, great punch by Thibaut Courtois, 6'6" giant.
So good, Gorilla with his goalkeeper. Every single time it seems though he's got the positioning perfect when he is playing it with that manual right stick and just moving him just a couple of inches here and there on a couple of occasions just to get it perfect So he's watching those finesse shots. He's watching the near post.
Ronaldo, look at that back post if you can find it. I went for a back heel, but...
And we heard him say earlier on the desk to Mike LaBelle after that Desario win that it's a guessing game. You guess where your opponent's going to go, and sometimes you've got to take the risk. Sometimes you can either stick or twist. If you don't move the goalkeeper at all, you're almost letting your opponent have that finesse shot.
That's what I'm saying. That is the guessing game as such. With the moving your goalkeeper, you've got to make them guess as well when you're around the edge of the box in possession. Where's that time finesse going to go? Where, like, for example, right here, there we go. So he wanted to try and go to the other corner, but disguised it near enough, and Couture, he guessed right.
Yeah, lovely little flick up thing. That was the El Tornado coming out there. Really nice just to move the direction of the ball. Early on in FIFA, we saw the El Tornadoes in full effect, especially at that Continental Cup. I remember every other goal, El Tornado, bicycle kick, El Tornado, volley. But as the game progresses, different things become, you'd say, the meta. Right now, it is that finesse shot. And at this stage, Gorilla leading 1-0 at half-time. Don't know if many had predicted this.
We'd have to say this is a quarter of the game played already. Of course, two-legged match. You can see Gorilla's tactics, Gorilla's team on screen now. She had 4-2-3-1, Richard, the formation. Will we see any change of custom tactics? Or
just put his two cams there onto... they were on stable attacking, then on balanced attack. His left cam and his right cam. Interesting, just brought on informed Neymar as well at right attacking mid.
One thing I noticed as well today was obviously Billy Wingrove, as we said, is here from the F2. Has been that guy that Tex kind of needs just to put an arm around and just say, right, Tex, come on, come out of the playing area for a little bit, take a rest. He's just been chilling on the sofas for a few hours. I've seen him obviously get some food, ensure that he's preparing as best as possible. And I think that's what the difference is. You know, F2 Tech sometimes the guys can get down here last weekend, of course, still won and still work for him. He normally says to his mum, don't come to the event. Just let me get on. Just let me get on with it. But like that help of Billy, I think, has been key for him just to take a step away. And I remember against Fiddle, the game against FC Cincinnati's Fiddle a game ago, he was getting so frustrated after that first leg because he drew 0-0. Then he was like, just calm down. You've got another leg, just calm down.
Would you say that father figure almost?
Inside here, the touch there. That was going to be the goal. But
at the event, just to calm him down, relax again. You're good enough. You've got enough natural ability, natural skill. You don't have to stress yourself out.
On the other side of that, Gorilla's never really been someone that
enjoys that coach behind
The
him.
only one I can think of is Sean Allen, when he obviously a great friend of Dragon.
Tass at the G-Fit Elite Series Season 3, potentially.
Yeah.
You were there.
More close friends, I'd say, than a coach as such for Gorilla. And the great thing about Gorilla is, speaking in our kind of like talent area where, all the broadcast team have just been watching all the games over the last few days, Onset said, and I completely agree with him, it's so hard in a game that, yes, it's FIFA, yes, it's football every year, but some things change. We saw the time finesses this year, the time finishing, the moving the goalkeeper. To stay at that top level every single year, there's not many players that can do that. And we look back to Bruce Granick, Alfonso Ramos,
Al-Shiri.
Yeah, Abdul Al-Shiri. You're looking at Gorilla now, who's in that bracket. He's making all the tournaments. He's normally placing very well, and all of them off the bar. Another chance on the volley. Couture just decides, right, I'm just going to flap that over. But Tech's really putting on some pressure now.
Yeah, as you were saying, to be consistently at the top year in, year out, it takes a huge amount of skill.
And dedication.
Yeah.
To be playing this game hours a day.
I think both of these players have got the same almost ethos that it's not really about the prize money. It's not really... obviously, the Global Series ranking points are helpful, but it's more about that recognition, that reputation, them trophies in the cabinet when you come to retire, when you've come to put down the controller, maybe move into a different role in esports or move on a different role completely. To be able to look back, you're not going to look back in FIFA 26 at how many Global Series ranking points you got in FIFA 19.
Looking at the trophy cabinet.
But you are looking at the trophy cabinet, at the checks on the wall that you've got hung up. They're the memories that you create.
Those player collection checks, obviously, going from $3,000 to 200,000, Richard, in London. And what a special event that was in 2017. Grill obviously being the winner there. Punched out by De Gea, that just kind of camouflaged him with the team of Gorilla. Pull it. Back to Vieira again. He looked to open up that pocket space on the edge of the box, as we're so used to seeing or saying. Ronaldinho, where's he going to be going? You've got to say the way that the skills have been implemented into Gorilla's game style have been superb. A lovely scoop turn there. On the rebound, no.
Scoop turn into a heel-to-heel flick just to create a little bit of separation to get that shot off there. Gorilla.
I think the key thing from this game is that I overheard a conversation from Gorilla just saying, I'm going into this game differently. I'm not going to play the same way because I made a number of mistakes in that game to go and lose 8-2 overall. And that's key. If you can notice that something's not working or you need to adapt to a different player, you can either be negative and you can be stubborn in the way you play and say, right, I play 4-2-3-1. That's what I play. There's my tactics. There's my, that's the way I play. You've got two options. You match up against your player, or somehow you make them adjust to you, as I believe someone else was saying earlier.
Yeah, I think it was Ivan on the analyst desk. The best players, they make the opponent match them. They make their opponent change their formation, their tactics to play against them. Look at someone like Dito. If you're playing against him,
you have to adapt.
You're going to adapt. You're going to play possession. You're going to play into his hands.
Will there be one more goal in this, or maybe an equaliser, I should say, for Tex? He's going to play that threaded through down the line. Yes, he is, and it will be Cristiano Ronaldo to pick that up. Crosses straight into the box. Oh, 1-9 if you were lurking on the box there and got in front of Hullet. He could have had an equaliser there. Would have been an open goal. Straight down the other end, though. End-to-end FIFA in this UK FIFA clash.
You're looking for that ball in behind with Ronaldinho, but
I think the difference in this game so far has just been that Gorilla hasn't let Tex play.
Yeah,
he just hasn't let him play.
Really suffocated him when he's trying to get in behind, get in down the lines with those threaded through balls. You can see Sergio Busquets there, the scream. Sergio Busquets on the bench still has that 90 pace, so very, very usable as a CDM. And the two changes coming on. Messi, Johan Cruyff making an impact.
And Messi in that cam role as we... Well, no, he's...
Right cam, yeah.
Yeah, right cam. For obvious reasons, can cut in on that left foot, and Neymar's still pretty energetic on that field. I think he's only lost like 10% of his energy or 20%.
You got two players though there. Your central cam and your left cam, Neymar and Cruyff. Both 5-star skill, both 5-star weak foot. So they can go either side on the finesse shot, cutting inside with the left.
There's the space. Can he open up on that finesse? Cruyff, ball roll or two. Has a shot, posting in! The substitution of dreams from Huge Gorilla.
Big, big goal for Gorilla. We talked about Cruyff.
Look at that, just look.
He's got that 5-star weak foot. He can go on either side, and that's exactly what he's done. 9 times out of 10, the player will open up his body and try and finesse that into the opposite corner. Gorilla, he's that 1 out of 10. Ball roll into a low driven, into the near post, in off the post. 2-0 Gorilla leads. And then we asked, has he got something else in his locker? Of course he has. This is Gorilla we're talking about, arguably the best UK player ever on FIFA.
Outside the boo! There we go. Tex has arrived in this tie finally. 79 minutes on the clock. And that's the goal that maybe just might have brought him back alive to say, right, Tex, you're in this game, and you've still got another leg ahead of you.
And Tex is trying to take that title away from him.
Now, you've seen a number of tweets circling around about Tex, and I don't think I've seen someone dominate a game to this level that we're seeing at the moment. On this FIFA, yes, but every FIFA is different. You know, people are forgetting back to Gorilla when he was dominating the scene year after year, tournament after tournament.
People are saying they've not seen somebody dominate the scene like Tex is right now since Gorilla did it in the G3 Play Like a Legend days.
Think, you know, if down the line in months' time, Tex picks up that FIFA E-World Cup trophy, they're going to be in the same kind of pedigree if the season, of course, goes that way. But at the moment, 2-1 to Gorilla. What a first game for him. A big first game for him, really. Just to make that mark and say, I am here still. You know, I may have went out in the Swiss style last week, but I've had a fantastic performance today. He beat the world champion against world champion in MS Desari. Beat him at 4-3 over the 2 legs.
Yeah, and he didn't play that great either, did Gorilla. Me and Paul were commentating that game, and he wasn't great, Gorilla. He just got over the line in the end. A couple of mistakes from Desari, let him back into the game, and Gorilla even said that he didn't play well, but he got over the line. You can only get better from there on out.
One more attack now. Added time to come. I'm going to guess maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes at most. So time of just game management now. Get yourself into that second game. Have a breather. I'm sure he's probably got a text or two coming in from Tass as well, or something like that, just saying, mate, keep it up. You're playing great. Playing some fantastic stuff at the moment. Added time of 2 minutes. Last attack of the game. Just don't give away possession, Gorilla will be saying. But Tex, you're still in this. Only need 1 goal to to pull it back as we head into that second leg. If you don't know who's in the PlayStation final, it's Curtadilo up against Stefano Pina later on. But that is game one concluded, and Gorilla just a deep breath there. He's going to go out, have a minute to himself. 2-1. And what a game that was. A tight affair between the two.
Yeah, real good game of FIFA right there between Tex and Gorilla. Got over the line in the end, did Gorilla, and got to think, Tex, you're not going to keep him scoring one every game, are you? So you've got to think next game, he's going to come out, he's going to score 3, he's going to score 4. So has Gorilla got what it takes to get over the line?
We know that this tournament, the one thing that Tex really wanted to improve upon was scoring that first goal.
Yep.
As we know, if you can stop him from doing that, and we saw, Fiddle, as I mentioned again, who got that 0-0. He really did frustrate Tex because he matched him up. He played a 4-2-3-1, but he played with the left and right midfield just slightly back to stop Tex playing down those wings, as we know that can really help. It's about matching up your opponent, and Gorilla, obviously, he's gone away after losing that game, 8-2. He's come back into it now. He's winning 2-1. Of course, this second leg is still so open between the two. But here's some highlights from that first leg, and as we know, it was Gorilla that did win it. 2-1. This was one of the first chances of the game. There we go. Kind of easily could have finessed it to the right-hand side, Richard, but just pull back in and a routine finish. No finesse, nothing like that. Just your laces through it, as you said.
Yeah, the finesse was the predictable shot there. He went against the predictable. That was one crashing off the bar.
Another day that one can go in, and that was a poor follow-up from Pele there. Just an acrobatic effort. Tex knows that as well.
Yeah, you see the second goal here from Gorilla as well. Down the line with Neymar. Played into Cruyff. Lovely ball roll. And then that low-driven shot past the goalkeeper. In off the post. Gave him a 2-goal lead, but it was quickly fired back by Tex.
Of course, not happy there, Tex. Straight down the other end, though. The air in possession here. Ball through to Eusebio. Cuts back inside. Cristiano Ronaldo outside the boot into the top-hand corner to set that up as 2-1 heading into that second leg. And that was all the goals that went in that first game. As we know, this is the semi-finals at the moment. This is to decide who will go into the Xbox console final. Of course, after another leg, with just one more attack here to show between the two. Was that just to conclude the game?
Whistle.
Yeah, that was the full-time whistle there. But Richard, 2-1 between the two. Two of the UK's best players, you have to say, at this moment in time on paper. If anything, it's a pleasure to watch. Pleasure to watch a game like this that's still so tight.
Yeah, I think 2-1. Given the score, given the outline and the story of the first game, there wasn't a lot of chances that either player did actually create, really. Tex unlucky, hit the bar, had a couple of good finesse shots, but Gorilla read them nicely, moved the goalkeeper where he needed to go. It's very, very hard to call this second leg because if Tex starts well, like we know he can, like he has done in
goals will start flying in
every other game that he's played throughout this weekend, it could be a 5-1. It could be a 4-5. A 5-2, a 6-2 sort of scoreline after the two legs. However, if Tex can get back into this, if Gorilla, I should say, can get the first goal, start to just slowly ease his way past 40, 45, 55, 65 minutes. There's not a lot of time left then for Tex, and Gorilla is one of the best time managers of the game. He's got the experience. He knows how to keep the ball in good areas. You saw there at the end of the game, didn't try getting a third. He just thought, you know what, I'm just going to see out this game. Couple of dragbacks in the corner, keep holding the ball.
Look how far away them two are at the moment in the studio next door to us. You've got Grillo on the far-hand side on the last monitor. And then, of course, you've got Tex all the way across as well. I believe last week at the EA Major, they were playing next to each other, like so close to each other. Now they are, say, miles apart between the two. So if you hear any reaction, I'm sure if you're loud enough, if it's IX Danny-esque, it would
we know Tex is a big celebrator when he does score a goal. He was silent when he scored the goal to make it 2-1, however, because he knows that there's still a long way left in this game. We're only at chapter 4 out of a potential 8. We're halfway through.
We've still got so much action, of course, to come. We've still got that other Xbox semi-final Megabit against Jablet. We're talking about that third UK player. That is him right there. His first major event. And he's been playing some great stuff. He beat Rafsu. Of course, pulled himself through Swiss-style format, which was no easy ride for him as well. I believe 3-2 he went there. He was 2-0 up on Swiss-style format, Jablet. Went 2-2. Didn't leave himself in a good position at all there, Richard. And here we go then. Leg number 2, game number 2 out of these two. The two huge UK players, both with huge followings from all around the world. However, at the moment, it's Gorilla that has the advantage at 2-1.
Can Gorilla dictate, I should say, the pace of this game? If he can stop Tex from creating the chances that he did in the first leg. And exactly the same performance from Gorilla again. He's going through.
We always say about how big this first goal is in the game. There's that finesse, and there's that goal. We said how important that first goal could be to try and dictate the game, as you mentioned. It's only taken 3 minutes, and it's Gorilla who scores that one. Straight back to business for him. A little sip of the water. 3-1 up on aggregate, and that goal is huge for him. Just to get in Tex's mind and say, right, if you want to get back in this, you need to go to war with me.
You have to outscore me. Good performance and good start to this game from Gorilla thus far. Beautiful finesse shot past the goalkeeper with that man, Ronaldinho.
It's the time to turn it on now, Tex. We need to see that attacking prowess, that attacking style that we're so used to seeing from you. I know he's being questioned going forward, and Gorilla has matched everything. Those 2 CDMs in that 4-2-3-1 that, you know, you're so keen at talking about as well, Richard, about how they're so influential.
We asked the question, is it going to be revenge or is it going to be repeat of that second round fixture in the Swiss style? Right now, it looks like Gorilla is getting his revenge, but there's a long way left.
Do you think, okay, and this is just thrown out there, Tex winning that game 8-2, do you feel like Tex would come into this game a little bit more confident? Because he's won that game already, he's beaten him 8 goals to 2. Do you think that can go negatively, though, against you sometimes?
Maybe, yeah, and this could be 4 right now.
Oh, play it one more if he can, off the ball! You're thinking somehow, 9, off the line, yes! Oof, Alexandro there just clears that out for a throw, and that could have been worse.
As that ball got closer and closer to the line, your voice went higher and higher.
I was just thinking, how much higher could I go there? Out for a corner now, but come on, Tex, he's being tested here now. Gorilla playing some fantastic FIFA.
Whipped into that back post. This is a corner that he's used.
Oh, he's done all the way across, nearly. All defended there by Vieira. You can tell that Tex just feels a little bit insecure right now. He's not used to a performance like this. Someone's really going up against him.
As you were talking.
One more tap. Ronaldo. Back to Vieira. Ronaldinho. He's looking for that finesse. Going to play the finesse the other way on the rebound. Surely he's in. Yes, it is. He's onside as well. 4-1 the score. And what an incredible opening 15 minutes this has been.
Yeah, perfect start for Gorilla in this game. Couple of big goals. One from Ronaldinho. And then this one, quite fortunate. He did get the rebound. You've got to follow it in, and that's what CR7 does do. Attack positioning off the charts from the main man, Cristiano. Getting in the right position at the right time. Wow.
Looking there at that finesse, though, Richard, it was on point anyway. You know, it was one of them. A little bit less power, or another day that one just nestles the back of the net. However, hit the post, and luckily enough for him, Cristiano Ronaldo is in that position just to tap it in for him. You can see the tweets coming down the bottom there. Gorilla is really on fire already. Maybe that tournament last week is what he needed as a wake-up call. He went out in Swiss-style format, and that is not Gorilla-esque at all by any means.
Yeah, it doesn't go out in groups. I think the first time he's been grouped since Paris 2017, I want to say.
In that group of death
group
that
of death
Bullock
with
was
Aggie,
in.
Bullock and Rocky.
Bullock obviously playing that 5 at the back, and the great there. Sabio very deep there. Just look at the pressure, hunting impact from Gorilla. 3 goals are needed by Tex. There's still a lot of time in this game. Do not get me wrong, there's plenty of time.
Oh, see,
but it's the little things now. It's the little things. You've got to keep your head, Tex.
Nothing seems to be going right for Tex at the minute. I think 1 goal, potentially stats get back in his groove. We see that he's so good in the attacking third, he's Tex.
So unpredictable. He's one of those players that with every attack can easily score.
Here's
shoot. That chance now, and that's the goal that we say. Every time he has an attack, he can score a goal.
He's dangerous from so many different areas of the pitch. He could shoot there with Vieira if he wanted to. He played it into Ronaldo in a sliding finish.
Just off the post and in there. Ronaldo, great finish.
You're asking questions of Courtois between the sticks for Gorilla, but he's still got that 2-goal advantage.
An important goal. If you're thinking if Gorilla goes 3-0 up there, Tex could easily lose his head.
4-2 the scoreline. Frantic opening 23 minutes in this semi-final Xbox tie.
Tex, one of the most dominant UK players at the moment. Qualified for 5 out of 5 events that he could qualify for, including the 3-foot Champions Cups and the 2 LQEs. And the next one is in January. One of them is here right now. And he's still on for 100% record if he can somehow pull through and go the full way here. He's got no easy task in front of him. Gorilla, the player he is, the hero in the FIFA scene he is as well.
He's in behind with
Lovely
Pele.
ball. This is Pele now.
Good tracking from Maldini. 86 pace. Fran Maldini's got.
It's crazy to think as well that Gorilla's still a free agent this year. Goes and does some damage in this tournament. I'm sure we'll have a number of organisations just queuing up for him with the offers. Here he comes now, Pele. Back inside, he's going to look for the edge of the box if he can. Instead, we'll take the finesse off the post on the rebound. Every single time we said how important Tex is going forward. This opening 30 minutes has delivered 4 goals, and the attack from Gorilla has been insane.
Yeah, really nice little finesse there from Pele.
I was expecting to play back to the edge.
Again, very fortunate that the rebound off the post has come straight back to him. R9 on this occasion. The other Ronaldo following in from close range. And 2 rebounds, 2 goals for Gorilla. Right place at the right time. And Tex just paused it right there. He's going to be making a change. You can see Gorilla happy with the 4-2-3-1. I think he's going to go on to player ratings and see what Tex is switching to.
Say why wouldn't he be happy? He's over the moon with how it's going so far for him.
Still in a 4-2-3-1. Could you change the player instructions, could Tex? Maybe stay forward on his cams, maybe overlap on his fullbacks potentially, get more players in that attacking third. We know Tex really good at crossing as well. He scored a couple of really good crosses, one against Gorilla in the second round of Swiss when he beat him 3-1 in that first leg. His third goal was a cross. Scored a good cross, the third goal against Joksan in the cross-console final last week, so he does know where to put it in the mixer, so to say. We're going to get back underway.
And that was an insane final last weekend. It was like 7-2, I think it finished. Tex there, of course, up against Joksan, who's an insane player, #1 in those Global Series rankings on PlayStation. Tex, #1 on the Xbox.
#1 in the world.
#1 in the world, yeah. Proved that as well last week. Came into that tournament with a lot of pressure on him and proved how good he is. Here's a free kick now in a dangerous position, 26 yards out. I've never seen a direct shot, I don't think, throughout this tournament. Edge of the box. Goes for a shot there outside the boot from Eusebio. That one's blocked. Attack not over yet, though. Vortex, Pele, back to Hullet. Tried to just force that one through, and Gorilla just soaks up the pressure once again. Look at that run. Cristiano Ronaldo, oh, he just stopped slightly, and Pele's left to chase.
Yeah, Pele chasing shadows right there. Unfortunately, that ball down the line. I think he just got a little bit caught up, actually, on another player's legs. So we're never going to get there. Look for R9. He's looking for the finesse there. I can see him.
Sabio.
Just in that little bit of space.
I mentioned how good Tex is at crosses. He's so good at it as well. From these positions of trying to get that ball into the box, he can very unpredictable and needs to keep his composure now. He needs 3 goals. We'll repeat it again. Gets the goal before half-time. Could shape himself up nicely, but see those 2 CDMs there, Richard. I think one of them are a man mark. Don't know which player they'll be marking, but they're clearly doing something well. Look at the back post. Look at the back post. Oh, my De Gea comes out.
Yeah,
don't know where the left back's gone.
Really good spot there from Gorilla to try and fizz that ball into the back post. You see Kieran Tierney there closing down.
Space to drive in now. Eusebio. Tex, where's he going to play? Goes back to the edge of the box to Ronaldo. All the way across to Pele. It's a kind of a situation now. I can't get any space. Heel to heel. And a drag back to a finesse. That is what Tex can do. A fantastic finish.
Really, really good goal from Tex.
What a goal, look. He had 2 men on
heel
him to open up that space. Heel to heel, I think, on 2 occasions. Then just a simple drag back, Richard, into a finesse for Pele.
Yeah, it's not the drag back we've seen, though. He's not gone backwards. He's gone backwards and then moved his analog stick to the right. So he's come back and then exit the drag back into a good position, then just a normal finesse past the goalkeeper to put this back to a 2-goal deficit for Tex right now. 5-3, the scoreline.
Superb stuff there from Tex. So the goal before half-time could be clinical and huge for him. He's only 2 goals behind now in aggregate. Added time to come now. 1 more minute on top of what we've had already. 47 on the clock. Through ball. Can he find it on that finesse? And sometimes that is how it goes.
Ronaldinho once again scoring a big, big goal for Gorilla. Played it into his feet. First time finesse past the goalkeeper. And Gorilla reinstates that 3-goal cushion.
Just a minute left as well, Richard. It was the last attack of the game.
Every time Tex has got a goal back,
It's the best thing you can do, Richard.
Gorilla
It's the best thing you can do.
has scored pretty much instantaneously to get back into the game. And
Back to the drawing board
look at
for
the
Tex.
stats, though. He's only had 3 shots on target, Tex. This has been a fantastic Gorilla performance.
Is that a 4-2-2 I've just seen?
It is, yeah, from
Tex, I
From
believe.
Tex, yeah.
Went to a 4-2-2 then. He knows he needs to get a few more players forward, and
play with that second striker.
sometimes you just need that one striker to play off, one striker to make that run in behind. And they've got the kind of width as well with those cams, depending on how wide you want to play them. But 45 minutes into that last quarter of this tie. We've already had 19 game minutes, plus the 45 we just had then. Still, the 3-goal margin, it appears again, Richard. You mentioned it perfectly. Tex scores. Gorilla just repeats himself. Steven Gerrard from distance. If that's one man to dig him out this hole, I'm sure it'll be that Liverpool hero, that legend.
Yeah,
of course, an icon in the game. There's the header. There we go.
That Ronaldo. Who else at the front post? Getting a big goal for Tex.
Even caught me off guard there. Something that we were seeing from Aga.
Yeah, just whipped into that front post. Flick on. Header almost at the front post, getting above the goalkeeper. You see there, he comes out for it, and Ronaldo out-jumps him. The goalkeeper can use his hands. Ronaldo just jumps higher. Kyle Walker, own goal, actually.
Oh, came off him as in the end as a deflection.
It was a Ronaldo goal, though.
It's a Ronaldo goal. Steven Gerrard that came from. Your thunderbolt finish that went out for a corner. Here we go then, back to 2 goals. And if the script follows what it's meant to be, Gorilla will go and score down the other end and just open up his lead back to a 3-0 advance as he's on the attack from the era to Ronaldinho. Spread it all the way across now. Waiting for that perfect chance. There's the ball back to Pele. Turns back. Look at the overlap and run there. He's just pulled out the centre-back onto a finesse. Well read there.
Yeah, good read from De Gea to move across. Clean up the danger. Now Tex is going to come forward once again.
So he can turn this game around, Richard.
That'll show that he has got a lot about him.
Only 17
years.
He
has got the minerals.
He's 17 years of age as well. In, I believe, his 5th tournament on paper. Pele outside the ball. Oh my, I thought that actually went in for a second there.
Yeah.
Tex thought it did as well.
Flash past the post.
You know, looking back on paper, he won that tournament in Barcelona, went to Manchester, then was involved at the playoffs, but couldn't get his grand final spot. Won the tournament last weekend. 2nd major win. The 1st major of the year he seems to just love playing in.
He's played in 4 tournaments and he's won 2.
2 majors as well. Let's just remember that. 2 major events he has won. And a lot of prize money as well. Can he get around the right side of him? Yes, he has. Cristiano Ronaldo back to R9. Ronaldo again to R9 again. Maybe we could be on for a game here.
6-5 the scoreline. The rebound falling for R9 in the box.
That's where this bit of doubt comes back into Gorilla's mind now. He was 3-0. We had that 3-goal lead. Now it's only back to 1.
I'm interested to see, is he going to change formation? So he's putting balanced defensive on his right cam and left cam. That shows that I think he had to stay back while attacking on his left cam and right cam, or come back on defense. So that shows that he's not confident with only a 1-goal lead right now. He wants to get that lead back. He wants to reinstate the lead. He's put his depth further back, so his back line's going to drop a little bit deeper, and there's going to be potentially, with Tex moving on now, last third of the game, he's going to put more players forward for them balls in behind. He's brought on,
If any,
I think it was Neymar and Cruyff, pace in those attacking
if
areas.
anything, Richard, this is what Tex needs to bring those skill moves out now, to start being even more clinical than he is. And that flair of Tex's game, I'm sure, is going to come alive now. He's only 1 goal behind.
Because you also get more nervous. You start defending more nervously. You're not putting in tackles.
It just changes. That's how the mental side of FIFA can just completely change. Gorilla from 3-0 up, feeling really confident, feeling really good, is now only 1 goal in front. It's been a great game between the two. 6-5 on aggregate. Get rid of that. Great pressure from Gorilla. Really good pressure. Just needs to be careful that he's not pulling out too many people out of position, though. As Rio Ferdinand's just going to go for a sprint there, all the way across from left to right side of that box.
Yeah, really good pass as well from Rio Ferdinand to pick out
There's
R9.
Eusebio. He's fresh as well, as you said, Rich. Ronaldinho. This is Cruyff now. He's fresh as well off the bench. Can Hullet get around the right side? Ronaldinho. This next goal is huge. Going to be end-to-end FIFA as well in the last 25 in-game minutes here. Another pause by Gorilla. Don't know if that's stating that something's not working for him or he's not happy with something, but Tex will be thinking, right, let's get a goal now. Back to R9. This could be the chance. This could be the equaliser. Referee!
I thought that was a penalty.
Look, a ball roll.
Like he did the ball roll and just got clattered in the box. But it's not going to be for Tex. Gorilla up the other end, looking to reinstate that 2-goal lead.
Hullet, look how he's moving that ball around. He nearly found that one more onto Ronaldinho and straight. But look at the run. Look at the run from Pele.
That's how Gorilla defends. There's a lot of room in
inside
behind.
If he can. This is Tex. Pele, where's he going to go? A stop and turn to the edge of the box. Eusebio, what a save, Courtois. Needed to be big, needed to be brave. And we'll send that out for a corner.
Yeah, Gorilla moved him across a little bit across his goal and then moved him quickly back to his left to cover that near post finesse. Good composure shown from Gorilla.
Unless he's changing that variation of that 4-2-3-1, Richard.
Yeah, stay back or attacking pretty much, and everyone come back on defence.
Maybe stopping the wing play as well that Tex will like to use.
And interesting enough there, he's got press on heavy touch.
That's dangerous though as well.
So as soon as Tex gets it, he wants to be on him, squeezing quickly. Just the way he defends, he has a lot of people in. There's a lot of space in behind him, Gorilla. That's how he defends. He squeezes high up the pitch. Interesting to see. He's brought Ronaldinho off. He's put Eusebio on at central cam, and actually on that central cam, he's got to stay on the edge of the box for crosses. So that means when that ball's out wide, that central cam's just going to sit on the edge of the D. And you know what happens when people get on that edge of the semicircle? Finesse shot heaven.
Here we go.
20 minutes remaining for Tex to get a goal.
Last 20 minutes in this one. Eusebio is on fresh, just in that pocket of space, as you mentioned, Richard. That danger area that we're so used to seeing around the edge of the box, around that semicircle. Here we go. Tex with the corner. You can see the substitutions made on the left-hand side of your screen. Both players on face cams as well. When it comes, there nearly a shot. Maldini to Gerrard. Can you imagine a Steven Gerrard thunderbolt from distance to equalise this game? Ronaldo! It's in! 6-6! 3 goals down! The new kid on the block. But certainly do not write him off.
Really good finish there. Got the corner, he recycled the ball to the edge, and then R9 picking his spot past Courtois.
And you have to give it to Tex now. That mental side of the game that's so underrated. 3 goals down on 2 or 3 occasions there, Richard.
Showed great resiliency to get back into the game. Good heart, desire.
And if he can turn this around, what a story this is going to be. And you can see the confidence there. Hullet pressing it. Eusebio coming forward now. Gorilla, you've just got to stand up and stand strong now. Bring that experience through. Eusebio to the back post. What a turnaround this could be. Pele! The stuff of dreams from Tex. 7-6 in front now.
And we're just going to watch this replay right now because the composure that this 17-year-old young lad has is unbelievable. To be able to just stand still with Pele, wait for the goalkeeper movement from Gorilla. He was expecting a first-time shot. He's moved him all the way across, and then as soon as it's got an open goal, just tap it into the goal.
He could have rushed that. He could have easily taken the finesse. He could have easily played it straight away. He stopped. And the confidence to do that in such a big game, in a knockout game of FIFA we are talking about here, to try and go into your console final as such, to get that jump up in Global Series ranking points. And you can see Gorilla, he's devastated there. He was 3-0 up.
Into a 3-5-2, Gorilla. Cruyff in behind. I think it's Neymar and Ronaldo up top.
Look at that. You can see it again there. Courtois made the movement. Courtois made the movement that Tex wanted to make. And just simple. Just going to stop. Just tap the B and straight into the back of the net.
Just like Happy Gilmore once said, just tap, tap, tap it in. That's exactly what he's done. He's waited for the mistake from Gorilla.
3 at the back as well for Gorilla. Gorilla's going to have to come out and play now. But Tex, he said yesterday or even last weekend, I'm not scared. I'm not faced of anyone now.
Headset off for Gorilla.
Gorilla needs a big last 10 minutes here. Gets a goal. Just under 15, I should say. And you're looking at 2 of the best FIFA players in the world. And you are in for a masterclass, right? Gorilla goes and gets a goal. We're going to extra time. And this game is just going to deliver still. It'll be 14 goals we've seen if he can score this. Cruyff, he had the time there on his right foot. He's got the 5-star weak foot as well, so he can go whichever way he wants to.
Yeah, he did the Cruyff turn. And R9's in behind.
He's through as well, R9. Has he got the legs on Maldini? They're both tired, they're both knackered. After playing 79 minutes in this game, Pele deflection out for a corner.
Yeah, good tracking from Maldini just to get the other side of R9.
Played in, that's Pele at the front post. To the edge of the box, Rio Ferdinand. Maldini, finesse. Oh my, if that just somehow dropped in, that would have been very unfortunate. Back into the subs again. We're seeing this Gorilla is clearly not happy with what's happening, but there's one man that knows how to make a change, Richard. It's going to be Gorilla. You can see there, everyone forward. Now, people get forward.
Fast build-up, players in box, quite high as well. We're seeing the change coming out. Kieran TNA, imagine he's staying on the right. He's got a lot of pace. I think he's got 93 pace. The Celtic fullback. Stay forward pretty much on everybody. Get into the box for crosses. Stay forward, stay forward.
Maybe a conversation that Gorilla and Dragon have been having. Just get a Celtic player involved. I think it was James Forrest last week for Dragon that was involved.
Well, that Kieran TNA is very, very good at left back. I'm surprised I'm not seeing him more. 93 pace, good defensive, good physical. Left back quite a position that there's not really one person who stood out yet. We've seen Jordi Alba, we've seen Marcelo, Roberto Carlos, and now TNA all in the mix. Tex won that from the goal kick.
What a game this has been between two of the UK's best FIFA players. I'll say it again. This is only tournament 3 of this year, and we're seeing games like this, huge performances like this. Here's Gorilla now. Neymar, ball roll. Just about wins that back with Rio Ferdinand. Does F2 Tex straight back down the other end on the attack now.
Quite unlucky there was Gorilla. He committed to the tackle, did Tex.
I love that Steven Gerrard's involved in this game as well.
He's won the throw-in though. He's going to get one more chance, he's Gorilla. We've seen late goals today already in the semi-finals. 2-1, 6-5 the scorelines from the PS4 side.
I think back to that game in Amsterdam between Nicholas Rajek and Gorilla, that end-to-end game between the two, and Gorilla was tested all the way to the end in that one, in that two-legged game, and he bounced back every single time with an answer. Tex, one more goal here, you've done it, surely. Pele stops and turns, sorry, Eusebio. Pull it to Eusebio again, added time to come, and Tex could be just pulling off a fantastic comeback. Surely to win it now, all the way across. Rio Ferdinand, Courtois will clear. Added time now, last few seconds, last 2 in-game minutes now.
Just keeping hold of the ball is Tex.
This is Tex to lose, and what a turnaround. He was 3 goals down on 2 or 3 occasions in this two-legged game. And this is the hype. This is all the hype about this kid. How good is he? How much can he be tested? And when his back's against the wall, he will come back with a big knockout blow. F2 Tex, look at the passion there. He is in the console final, either against Megabit or Jabla. Unfortunately, Gorilla, you have just crashed out the competition, and what is an incredible game between the UK's best FIFA players at the moment. And I'm going to expect a big handshake between the two, a huge level of respect. Look, he can laugh now, but inside I'm sure he's disappointed there. Huge respect between these two, and what a game that is in front of us, Richard. If you want to see what competitive FIFA is like, how entertaining it's become, how big this esport is getting, look no further.
Gorilla won the first game 2-1. He was 5-2 up in the second leg on aggregate. And Tex just turned it on, goal after goal after goal, got himself back into the game. And then that composure that he showed at the end with Pele, just to stop, wait for the goalkeeper movement, and capitalise like a cobra waiting to strike. Tex fires himself into the final.
To be honest, when he's 3-0 down, I'm thinking, is this when Tex is going to be tested too much or pushed too far? He just does it again, Richard. He just bounces back again, and he won 8-2 against him in the Swiss-style format, as we know, in that round 3. But
game of the tournament.
Who is testing Tex really to the full level? Yeah, Gorilla's done it to the best we've seen so far.
We're going to find out if he is beatable in the console final, where he'll be facing either Megabit or Jablet.
Of course, we still have that game coming up very shortly. Of course, Onset and Gaskin will be taking you through that one. However, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down what was an incredible game of competitive FIFA here in Bucharest.
Indeed, the Battle of Britain, the Battle of Bucharest has come to an end. It lived up to all the hype we gave it before the game as well. 7-6 overall to the man who is currently unbeaten at the competition. But my goodness, he was pushed all the way by the former world champion, Gorilla, who goes out of the tournament at the semi-final stage in the Xbox competition. Boris Legend and Onset back on the stage right now as far as the panel is concerned to break down their thoughts on a truly competitive game. Mark, you were like microseconds away from calling that a gorilla, and at one point in that, you actually were sitting there thinking, I should have gone with the first thought.
I never second-guessed myself. I knew I was getting it right. I knew it was going to happen. I mean...
5-2 up, though, and we're sitting there thinking, this is done now. And Gaskin's sitting there going...
Well, the funny thing was, I was sitting next to Boras, and I was like, I love the mental side of FIFA. I think it's the most fascinating thing. Like, what you see on your screen is all of the technical skill, the mechanical skill, but Gorilla naturally is a very attacking player. You know, he likes to score goals. He likes to go forward. Tex is the same, but when Gorilla wins that first leg by such a margin, his mindset completely changes in that second leg. You're not thinking, I'm going to play the same. It's always in the back of your head, like, you don't want to concede. You've just got to see this game out. All I have to do is X, instead of doing what got you to that stage in the first place.
Yeah, we're going to see... I think he hit the post 3 times. 2 of them converted into goals. That was one of them. And at that point, 4-1. And you're thinking, wow, okay.
I thought it was over.
This is on, right? This is on. And look at the reactions of the 2 players. You can tell from the 2 players, he's not happy right now in this second leg. And yet somehow, not only is he 4-1 down, he's 5-2 down. Still comes back.
I mean, we kind of talked about, you know, Tex and, again, about his technical ability, how phenomenal he is to watch. I mean, we saw 1 goal from Pele in that game, which was just pure Tex all over.
I can't wait to see that again. It was
with the heel-to-heel, the drag back and the finesse. But what we didn't know about Tex is, you know, what's his mental resolve like? You know, how can he come back from behind? How's his game when he's down? Can he keep it together?
I think it's this reaction. I wanted to see this reaction from Tex. Hold on a second.
I think we know the answer now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, watch the reaction.
I think it's probably the next goal, but he was very frustrated, and Gorilla was really playing perfectly. And
this is the Pele goal, isn't it?
Yes, this is absolutely fantastic with the drag back. And I mean, even here, Gorilla had this game under control. It was all working out according to his game plan. He said that he analyzed Tex and he was going to try something different. And I mean, he had this game in a nice little box. And here he will also build it up with some passes. He has Pele here on the wing, nice technical here, and finding, of course, the first time finesse. And here Tex was getting very frustrated. I'm not sure if we're going to see the reactions here from
you might be right. I think it might be this one.
3 times.
3 360 no scopes.
Yeah, he's basically complaining the same goal has gone in 3 times.
But he managed to come back, and what we saw from Tex after this was something that we haven't seen in 2 weeks. He actually made a tactical change. He changed his 4-2-3-1 into a 4-2-2-2, having 2 strikers. This instantly gave him more weight in the attack, and he started to create much more chances because he had big problems to break down Gorilla's defense, and he was slowly getting back. Here he's gonna find the pass to R9, of course, the 5-star weak foot is gonna score here, and now he has contact. It's 30 minutes left, 1 goal deficit, and he knows here that it is all possible, and Gorilla is starting to get frustrated, starting to think that this maybe might slip away, and here a great save from Courtois. But
the next goal as well, Boris, I want to talk about this goal from Tex because he showed incredible composure for the goal that ended up winning the game. I think it might not be this one, it might be the next one, the last one he scored anyway.
And
just incredible composure, great goal that one, but the last one is the gem of the lot.
It was amazing. And I also want to talk about Tex bringing on Steven Gerrard. He's a massive Liverpool fan. Maybe he had that, you know, the spirit of Istanbul in his head a little bit there. Bring on Gerrard, get the boys going, and it worked. But this is the goal.
This is the goal. Look at the time.
This is fantastic.
Look at the weight.
Unbelievable.
Waits for the goalkeeper to move not once, but twice before he places that.
Yeah, that is
fabulous.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, just waiting for the goalkeeper movement from Gorilla. He sees he's taking 1-2 steps to the left, and he just pulls the trigger like a gunslinger. Really, I mean, absolutely fantastic. And here he's just gonna keep the ball. I mean, there is no reason going forward, and he accomplished this amazing comeback. I mean, just seeing what he is capable of, it's amazing.
Well, we've been given a real treat, haven't we?
We have.
I mean, we've been spoiled by that.
I think one big thing to take away from that is Tex's reaction to that win. You know, he realizes how good Gorilla is. And I feel like in Tex's head, he probably feels like Gorilla is the player that can beat him.
He's the marker, isn't he?
Exactly. And, you know, winning that game against Gorilla, especially the way that he won it as well, I feel like Tex is probably thinking, I've got past my biggest challenge now. Just let me into my next game and let me into that cross-console final because I'm ready for anyone now. I've been pushed to my limit. I've shown what I can do.
Yeah, because it's also done him a favour with knocking out Dasari as well on this side of the bracket in some ways.
Yeah, because this was really the first time that Tex was being put under big pressure. I mean, he was trailing with 3 goals in that second leg, and we were asking questions. Can he manage to come back after this? It is a huge deficit against a great player, but then he shows this flexibility. He makes this tactical switch and comes back. I mean, amazing, really.
Yeah, let's hear from the man himself. He's joining us from the player area right now. A delighted man, I'm sure. First of all, congratulations, Tex. Fabulous win. From our point of view, watching as FIFA fans, that was a real treat for us. But I'd imagine for you it was a bit more tense.
Yeah, can we talk about Steven Gerrard? That's
what I wanted to ask. That's my question.
I needed the spirit, and he
He
delivered.
did. Yeah, we talked about it earlier actually before you joined us. But yeah, Mark pointed out the fact that the spirit of Istanbul was right there from Stevie G coming onto the pitch. Just talk us through that the last sort of 30 minutes of that game. You're 3 goals down, not once but twice. And you're shaking your head. We can see you moaning about, like, he's scored 3 goals the same. Like, what's all this rubbish going on?
He scored 3 kickoff goals. I had to tell everyone. But away from that, now, Gorilla played incredible. I was 3 goals down, and I haven't been in that situation so far. So I wanted to prove to people that I could come back, and I managed to do so.
You certainly did. Is playing Spencer, is it one of those special kind of games for you? Because I know that, you know, you're relatively new to the scene. He's been there, he's done it all. He's world champion, he's done everything there is to do in the game. Is he kind of like a marker for you?
Everybody's the same. It's a game of FIFA, anyone can win, so everyone's the same. But Gorilla, he was at the top.
Yeah, I'm hoping I guess you're hoping to emulate what he did in 2017 this year as well.
That's the plan, World Championship.
All right, well, it's been a good road. Gents, what have you got?
I want to talk about Steven Gerrard as well, because I saw you bring him on the pitch, and it was, there was a big deficit between you and Gorilla at that point. Now, was it kind of one of those things where you were kind of like, I know he's probably not, because I know you used him earlier on in the year in your team, and you kind of got rid of him. I know that was obviously very difficult for you to do, but did you bring him in literally for that reason, just to get yourself going a little bit?
Yeah.
Steve Gerrard on the ball, because you've got other options maybe to bring on in the attacking sense.
It gives me motivational support, and I wanted to change formation, and Gerrard's better on the ball than Vieira. So Steven Gerrard came on, he delivered. It's what he does, to be honest. What a player.
Amazing. Also seeing you've been very loyal to the 4-2-3-1, but it didn't work out in this matchup. Why?
Gorilla countered it quite well, and I was struggling to keep the ball. He was pressing me well, so I had to change to 4-2-2-2. So, yeah.
Good change.
Yeah. One more question is, how difficult is it, that last goal we saw you score with Pele, waiting for the goalkeeper to move. In those pressure situations, how difficult is it to just take a second and wait for that goalkeeper to move to hit that finish?
So Gorilla is one of the best at moving his goalkeeper, and I know that. And he does like a double move, so he moves and then moves the other way. And he caught me out with it early in the game, so I was like, nah, not again. And I sold him a dream.
You certainly did that. Well done, young man.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in the final of the console final. Got any preferences over either of the last 2 players? Do you want it to be an all-British final?
I don't mind, but Jablet, I want him to get to the final. He's a good mate of mine, so maybe Jablet. Let's have it.
Maybe a mates UK grand final on the Xbox side of things. Well done, and good luck in your final.
Thank you very much.
There we go. And then the man who's been absolutely incredible all weekend long continues his reign. But my goodness, he was made to work for it, gents, wasn't he?
That's phenomenal. I mean, it almost feels like, I'm sure everyone was watching at home at the moment is kind of like, you're just talking about Tex all the time. But you have to.
Yeah.
You have to talk about Tex because he's done everything now in this tournament, apart from basically take home first place. He's come back from behind. He's knocked out incredibly tough opponents. He's performed in the Swiss. He scored phenomenal goals. He scored every type of goal. Yeah. What else can we say about him?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're still searching for the answer. Maybe Mike's got some answers. How do you beat Tex?
Man, that was madness. I'm blown away. We're going to talk about a couple different breakdowns. I want to look at creativity and also composure and just how Tex has been able to adjust. I know this has been the Tex show, but he deserves all the praise that we're giving him. So in this first breakdown, and this is against Gorilla. We have to mention it's against Gorilla. He's down 3 goals. We've never seen Tex in this position. I think a lot of people were watching here saying, all right, let's see what you're made of, because he's basically been winning at all times. And in this first freeze frame, it's really so special. So you have to be able to register this on the fly versus the best players in the world. Most people in this circumstance are looking to hit this area at some point. You could do a lob cross, you could put it across the face of the goal, something along those lines which you want to generate. However, Tex sees what most of us would not see. Gorilla is defending manually. And if you're a skill move guy, then you already know if somebody's defending manually, there's an opportunity to execute some sort of skill move combination or skill session. And he already had 3 or 4 skills before this. So check out what Tex does. As we push play, he uses a drag back here. And y'all talked about it, but I think that's the goal of the entire matchup with him and Gorilla in terms of having that composure. And another example that I want to bring up, and this is really special. So Tex just scored. And you guys know, as you start to go down a slippery slope, perhaps for Gorilla or momentum has shifted, maybe the Steven Gerrard effect that Tex was talking about. One goal is great, but getting another one back-to-back, it's huge for your confidence, and it completes the comeback for Tex. And I want to showcase how well-weighted this is. Not just the build-up, but just this is the first time I think we've seen this appreciation, and Tex was just talking about how, hey, Gorilla moves the goalkeeper well. We all know that he likes to use some bait and switches. He got Tex earlier in the match with one of those bait and switches, which you're going to see here. And I'm going to zoom in so you get a little bit of a bigger landscape of what's happening. Tex knows that he has time. And he knows he has time because the nearest defender is here. So if this defender's coming over, fine. It's going to be a little while. He's already got the finesse shot angle with the goalkeeper, so he can wait to see if the goalkeeper moves or if he doesn't move. But to have that level of composure, confidence in such a big situation with your adrenaline flowing, it's special. It's really special. And if we go back here, you're going to see just waits. Just waits with Pele. Keeper moves over. He's out of position. He completes the goal. He scores the goal. He takes the lead, and he moves past Gorilla, and he's pushing on to the finals. What's going to happen in the other semi? Talk to me, guys. I can't believe this. I need to, like, chill down. I need to sit down for a second. I'm like, sweating watching these games.
That's all right, Mike. Go and have a lay down, mate, because you look like you need to lay down. Well done. Congrats, and thank you very much, Mike, for showing us those 2 pieces as well. We've talked about them a little bit, gents, didn't we, before? But when it's broken down like that, it really does give you an appreciation of the skill some of these players have. And in particular, you know, as you keep saying, I'm sick of talking about it, really, but it warrants being talked about. Actually, I'm not either. Because some of the stuff that he's done over this weekend has been absolutely fantastic.
I think Boris would attest to this as well. It's the speed of which you have to make these decisions as well. These decisions are made in a split second, and it's not just 1 or 2 decisions. It's 3 or 4 decisions that are just, you know, slowed down and broken on the down on the touchscreen. Look simple, but to do them at that pace and with such regularity against one of the best players in the world, like Mike was saying, we have to put that caveat on it as well. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, he's got some sort of, I don't know, it's like 0 and 1 super glue or something that makes the ball stick to his feet, because I've tried that drag back, doesn't work. Game's broken, as far as I'm concerned anyway, but he just makes it look easy. What a fabulous game we've had in our first semi-final on the Xbox, but good news. We've got another semi-final just around the corner. Another Brit is also trying to get through to the Xbox final. Can he do so against a very determined and difficult opponent in the form of Megabit? We'll find out after the break.
The best offense player at FIFA is still Maestro squad.
The best offensive pro player is maybe Ustun. He's also here, he plays for Team Özil. He's very good in attacking, so I would pick him.
The best offensive player is definitely Tex.
I think the best offensive FIFA player has to be Gorilla.
I go for Nicolas and Ustun.
Gorilla.
The best defensive player that I've played is definitely F2 Tex.
Joksan.
The best defensive pro player is, in my opinion, Niklas Rasek. I've played like 5 games last week against him, and although I'm recognized as one of the best offensive player in the world, I couldn't score more than 1 goal against him in 5 games.
I think the best defensive pro player, yeah, is Tex. I have to say it.
Tex for me. He is so good in the box. He can dribble, can do everything, and when you defend on him, you don't know what he's going to do.
I'll say the most offensive pro player has to be FIFA Houston. Last year he used to score a lot of goals when he used to play.
Ustun. Best offensive pro player, I'd have to put myself up there. You know, I don't really like to put myself forward for accolades, so to speak, but I'd like to say I'm a good attacker. Defensively, that's another question.
The best defensive player, I would probably say F2 Tex.
The best offensive player is FIFA Ustun. He scores like 10 goals a game, but concedes also 10 games. So it's great to play him, also for the reviewer. I like him.
Well, the best offensive pro player in the world is for sure Gorilla since a few years. This has 2 reasons. He is able to do every skill move in the final third of the opponent's pitch, and when the opponent has the ball, his pressing is from another planet.
One player who is really good at it is Fabio Denuccio from Italy.
Marcus Gomez, very good at defending. So he was the best one at defending.
In my opinion, the best defensive player is F2 Tex, the champion from the last event.
The best defensive pro player is, I'm starting to think it's myself. I'm getting better at defending, but last year it's probably Emas Dasari.
Joksan.
Oh, yeah.
Has to be, from what I know and who I've played against, probably FaZe Tas defensively. If I had his defense with my attack, I'd be sorted. But yeah, Tas is probably the best defense.
Nicolas from Argentina is the best defender for me.
Yeah, the best defensive player is Nicolas from PlayStation. He concedes like less than 1 goal a game, so it's very hard to play against him. I like it, but the other players can't score against him.
The best defense player on FIFA is still Megabit.
The best defense player is also from Basel, Nicolas. His defense is very good, and also Emas Dasari.
It's only been 1 tournament, so I'd have to say probably Tex as well. You know, he won it, so probably.
Defense, so I'll go for myself and Dosawi.
Nicolas.
Finally, the best defensive player is also F2 Tex. He seems to be able to control the whole pitch and just have you covered 24/7.
A very warm welcome back to the Pgl FIFA19 Cup Bucharest, which is coming to a close. Surely, but slowly, it is coming to a close. And we're getting down to the very business end of the competition right now. Our last semi-final in the Xbox side of things will narrow the field to just 4 players. But which one is going through? It's Jablet versus Megabit, 2 players that have already met before the win going to Jablet during the Swiss group stages. We've also made a little bit of a substitution here on the panel. We welcome back Richard alongside Boris Legend. Gents, this is very interesting matchup for many ways, not least of which because they've already played once before in the Swiss stage, but also because these were 2 players we talked about a lot as one would be kind of on the fringes of that top 4 or 5. One of them's got a chance of going to the console final.
Yeah, I think Megabit almost expected. He expected it himself. A lot of people expected him to go far in this competition. Jablet, first real LAN event for him other than the Elite Series. So you're looking at him thinking, what can he do? What can he... Is he going to be able to deal with the nerves, the cameras, the lights, all of the just sort of presence of coming to a different country, traveling on your own, everything sort of all adds up. And right now he's delivered all the way to the semi-finals. Can he go one step further, Boris?
Well, it's going to be very tough coming up against Megabit. I mean, Megabit had an amazing previous season. He won the playoffs in Amsterdam. He made top 4 in the FIFA 18 World Cup. He didn't have his best weekend last weekend in for Champions Cup 1, and I think he's looking for some redemption here because he still wants to prove to everyone that he is one of the best. And I mean, whatever happens here for both these guys is an amazing achievement, making it to the top 4. But now you already earned pretty many Global Series points, and now we're starting to look at that first prize because that is a lot of prestige and also some extra prize money. It's going to be a very tough game to predict, especially since it's been a very long break, also since they played last time. Yep. And it always, for a FIFA player, it takes time to get the engine room going. So I still see Megabit as a slight favorite here, but Jablet has been playing amazing this tournament.
Never bet against the Germans in a semi-final of a cup competition when they're playing England.
Yeah, and
that's something I learned many years ago. Is that hold true in FIFA as well?
I think so. I think it's more on the players themselves as well. I think if you look at Megabit last year, the phrase like "embrace the grind," he did that more than any other player. He used to play 80 games a weekend. It were a 40-game weekend league, and he used to play 80 games. He'd play 40 on PS, 40 on Xbox. 160-0 in qualifying during that November qualifying month, I remember. Now it's a different game, but he's still playing both consoles. He's qualifying on both consoles. He knows the game probably more than a lot of other players. He plays the game more than a lot of other players. He's been to this stage in tournaments. I think it's very hard to look past him into a semi-final, into a final. He seems to go out earlier in the competitions. When he gets late in competitions, he tends to go on and win.
Yeah, and something we have to also mention is that they played in the Swiss format, and Jablet beat him in that first round. So maybe some revenge here for Megabit, or Jablet is going to make this final an all-English affair.
Maybe, maybe indeed. Thank you very much, gents. Right then, time to get into our second and final semi-final of the Xbox side of things. We know the 2 finalists in PS4 land, and we're about to find out our second finalist over on Xbox land. Let's join our commentary team for game number 2.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next Xbox semi-final. We have Jablet going up against the German Megabit, and this is another interesting story here, Dan. We've got Megabit, the champion of the Global Series playoffs on the Xbox side of things from last year in FIFA 18, going up against a new young gun, a little bit of a diamond in the rough that's really making a name for himself here.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. There's been a lot of talk of Jablet at this tournament. He's kind of this new, fresh face. He's from the UK as well. We've obviously got 2 incredible UK players we just saw in the previous semi-final. How are we going to top that in this one, by the way? But he already took down Megabit, as Boras said, in the Swiss. In the first game that he played of this tournament, he won 3-2, Mark. So maybe a chance for him to get to a console final would be incredible for him.
Yeah, and I mean, he's taken down, the likes of Rafsu along the way as well. He's had a real run here. I mean, what are some of the notable names that he's taken down on his run here? And he's in with a shot of getting into the console final. This would be a huge performance from him.
Yeah, he beat Marcus Gomez, Rafsu, as you said, Razaya. He did lose to MS Dasari, but that was an extremely close one for him. But it's definitely incredible the run he has had this tournament. On the other side for Megabit, he took down... He lost to Gorilla. He also beat Razaya as well. He beat Latka. So not necessarily as difficult as a run for him, but maybe this is going to be a real test coming into this Xbox semi-final. Megabit, of course, representing Werder Bremen, and on the other side, Jablet representing, well, he plays for Envy.
So here we go then. Time for the first leg of our second semi-final on the Xbox side of things. It's going to be Jablet versus Megabit, and I'm excited to see how Megabit is adapting to FIFA 19 here. As we say, such a talented player, known as one of those weekend league warriors last year, will play on both consoles and get a lot of game time in. Sure, he's doing the same thing this year. He's going to be looking for a big performance here in Bucharest to kind of put his name back into the hat. As far as tournament contenders are concerned, kind of everything's fallen onto, you know, the likes of Tex at the start of this one, but Hill's going to want to remind us all of exactly what he can do. But early on, it's Jabler here. He's going to be dropped in the box. The referee gives absolutely nothing. That looked like a decision that could have been made to me.
Yeah, Megabit didn't look phased, though. He certainly felt like it was a fair tackle. But what a potential final we have on this console. It could either be Jablet versus Tex, an all-UK affair, New Boy versus New Boy, essentially. Or maybe it could be Megabit showing his dominance, getting into that final in a Megabit versus Tex. Oh, that would be incredible.
That's a mouthwater, isn't it? That's absolutely a mouthwatering proposition for everyone at home, everyone here in the building, everyone who's tuned in to PGL FIFA 19 Cup today. Pull it now, chance on the finesse, goes across goal. Oh, it's an unfortunate deflection for Jabler. Megabit's dancing and grooving on the right-hand side of your screen. He'll take every single goal as they come. And he takes the lead here with a shot from Hullet.
Yeah, you'll take him. You're just glad it bounced off one of your opposition players and not yours for the offside. Does look like it was heading towards that bottom corner anyway, but these things happen. And Jablet just has to brush it off. Say, well, whatever, it happens, I can come from behind. And Jablet has done that several times in this tournament. He has come from behind when it looked like he was down and he was out. I think it was against Razaya, actually. He went 4-3 down, then 5-4 down, and he still came back to win 6-5.
Well, speaking of coming back, Pele has the chance for the strike. Neuer gets across to that one, maybe looking for the finesse to the far side there. Went with the outside of the boot there. With the animation, which might have made that a little bit more simple to save there for Manuel Neuer. But already, we have seen Jablers look pretty dangerous when he has got the ball in that final third. Megabit, again, going for that patient build-up play. Ball into the middle now to R9. R9 takes the shot on early. Another deflection could work out for him. Ball back across. Ball across again.
Oh.
And Ronaldo fluffs his lines there. Goes for the bicycle kick. Unfortunately for Megabit, a little bit of a wry smile on his face. No one sails into the crowd.
And both of these players do have goals in them. I know I was talking about Ustan in the PS4 semi-final. Well, Megabit was toe-to-toe in terms of how many goals he'd scored. He had 34 going into this game. As there is a shot from Jabler is saved. But Jabler had 30 goals going into this one as well. So both very high on that scoring list.
Pele whips this one in. This should be fairly comfortable for Neuer. Decides to punch there. Just like a free kick has been given. Maybe a little bit too much pressure for the referee's liking on Neuer there.
Got to remember, Megabit was here last weekend as well. So he's had that time in Bucharest. Probably been practicing quite a lot. He only got to the round of 16. So he's already bettered that. But I'm sure he wouldn't be happy unless he gets more.
Big chance here. Ronaldo cuts in. Jabler's left standing and Megabit doubles his lead. Great composure in front of goal there from the German. And R9 smashes that one into the left-hand side of the goal. 2-0 to Megabit.
I think there's a common theme occurring. It's kind of just waiting, seeing where that keeper moves and then just smashing it the other way. It was demonstrated perfectly from Tex in the previous semi-final, and now Megabit showing how much he's got in his locker as well, as Jablet now finds himself 2 behind. A little shake of the head. He's not happy with how he's been playing thus far. But when we heard an interview from Emas Dasari about Jablet when they played, he says he's kind of hard to predict, and he does catch you off guard sometimes with 30 to 40 yard efforts with those time finesse shots. So Megabit does need to stay on top of that. Keep aware of what could potentially be coming out from Jablet.
Megabit on the attack again then, down this left-hand side. Ronaldo now, into Vieira. Back to R9, round the corner. Oh, look for that extra pass. The runner was Patrick Vieira. Maybe not the player you want in that advanced position there. But Megabit really started off with a smoothness to his gameplay, so Dan, he looks confident in what he's doing.
Confident, you're always worried about goals, but Jablet has a chance here. Great save from Manuel Neuer. He's just going to push it away. Jablet needs to put one of these away, I feel, to get into this game, get some confidence back behind him. He looks shaky going forward. On the other side for Megabit, you feel like there's a danger with every attack.
There is a man over on the right-hand side here. Ronaldo turns back inside. Beautiful little croqueta. Almost created the space, but Zanetti actually being played in at right back here for Megabit. 92 rated prime icon. Doesn't have the greatest of jumping stats, but who cares when up the other end you've got Pele, who's 98 rated, and he makes it 3-0 to Megabit. And Megabit at the moment is just slicing through Jablet like a knife through hot butter.
Jablet just bringing a couple players out of position there. A bit too hasty with his defending. He did get slightly unfortunate. One of his players kind of took a rebound off an opposition player and found himself naturally out of position, but he was switching quite fast, trying to react to Megabit's quick back and forth passing. And by doing so, it just opened up a gap. And now Megabit with a 3-0 lead. That increases his goal difference to an incredible plus 28 over the last two tournaments.
It's impressive.
I mean, just this tournament, that's plus 13. So, I mean, it's incredible how many goals he actually can score. And defensively, he's been relatively strong as well.
See, if you would have given me this scoreline before we saw the last couple of matches, I would have thought, you know, this is one that Megabit's going to see out now, and you know, Jablet's going to have to wait till that second leg. But we've seen some crazy things here in Bucharest. Crazy comebacks, the spirit of Istanbul, channeled through Steven Gerrard, who channeled it through F2 Tex in the previous game against Gorilla. Jablet's going to have to summon someone else and see if he can create a similar atmosphere here in this first leg and get back into this.
Yeah, I'm not sure who his talisman would be. I don't know who Jablet supports, but I'm sure everyone has one. You're not always as fortunate that you can include them in your team, though. But here comes Jablet going forward with Ronaldo on the left. Oh.
CR7, excuse me, with the strike across goal.
He's fluffed it, really, hasn't he?
Didn't catch that one cleanly. You did see the change of formation coming in from Jablet, though. He'd gone for the 4-2-2. Those two cams in. So obviously recognising that things clearly weren't working for him and trying to create something different going forward and maybe defensively as well. Having those two CDMs sitting deep. Here comes Jablet then, taking his time, just being a little bit more composed moving forward here, down this right-hand side. Pele.
He's set those fullbacks to join the attack now as well, it looks like, just to offer a little bit more width. No header is going to be found, though. It's going to be a white shirt heading it away. And by playing a little bit more aggressive, by using those fullbacks, it means that Megabit's wingers are going to have more freedom to roam now. Right here, Pele on the left.
Look how smooth this is from Megabit here. Whips it across goal. I think that might have taken a flick off the head of, I was going to say Cristiano Ronaldo in the middle there, and it did, and it'll be a goal kick here to Jablet. Every time that Megabit goes forward, there's a real flow to his gameplay here. Confidence, precision in the passing. Another ball in behind here, and Maldini's going to be caught short. Eusebio gets there. Man free on the edge of the box is going to be Vieira. Lays it off to Pele. Pele goes near post. Back to Hullet now. Hullet with a chance. Strikes the upright. Hullet again, and Hullet makes amends. That's 2 in this game for him. Megabit up by 4, and the German is looking good.
This could be an absolute thrashing, Mark. The way that Megabit's attacking, the dominance that he is showing going forward, and to be fair, Jablet now has to go at him. He has to play more attacking, and that naturally is going to allow Megabit even more opportunities. And if he's getting goals when Jablet's just defending normally, think what's going to happen if he's bringing his line back a little bit higher.
You can see the body language of Megabit as well. He's almost dancing around in his chair every time that he scores a goal. He's really confident at the moment, really feeling himself, and obviously has a real belief in the way that he's playing at the moment. And here comes Jablet. Megabit saw that one coming a mile off, though. Moved that keeper across, and maybe the players have been watching a little bit of Jablet as he's moved through the competition, started to see kind of how his attacking patterns are developing, and you can see there from the early movement there from Megabit that maybe he needs to come up with something fresh.
And it's whether, Jablet can kind of witness that and say, all right, well, he's obviously reacting to how I play. I've got a lot of long-range finesse shots throughout the day. Maybe I need to switch things up. Try and put it near post, far post, depending where the keeper is. But it's easier said than done, because you can put yourself in a position to get those first-time finesses a little bit easier than trying to work into the box. Tex, however, we saw in the previous game when he wasn't able to get those long-range shots, he was counteracted by the goalkeeper movement of Gorilla. He just had so much more in the locker. Jablet really needs to dig deep here and find something else, because at the moment it's all going wrong.
Jablet's got to have a second half of this first leg here where he gives himself a chance in the second leg. If this ends up at 4-0, then he's got a mountain to climb. If he can get a couple of goals, though, maybe just reduce that deficit to 2, then things could change here. Ronaldinho, and there's one! Beautiful play from Jablet. That's what he can create. when he goes forward. And just to finish my point quickly, if he can narrow that deficit to 2, the second leg becomes so much more vital.
And he's gone for something a little bit different. He's not gone for the long-range shots. He's not tried to play it on the outside of the area. Instead, a few 1-2s in the box. Hope that those players aren't tackled by the defenders. You get through, you take advantage of it. It was a shake of the head from Megabit. He feels a little bit hard done by, but again, these things happen, and he's had fortune on his side early on. But now, that's just the goal that Jablet needed to get back into this. Maybe the confidence booster to kind of bring him to life here in this semi-final.
It just resets the mindset a little bit, doesn't it? Just reminds you of, you know, what you can do in an offensive capacity. And Jablet now going to steal the ball off of Megabit. A little bit of space in behind Alexandro, but unfortunately the pass from Ronaldinho is straight at the fullback. And now up the other end, you have Megabit going forward. Megabit, Ronaldo shrugs off the attention, and just as Jablet gets back into it, the power and strength of Cristiano Ronaldo puts Megabit 5-1 up.
He made the tackle as well. He thought he was done. Even turned with Maldini after making that initial one. But Ronaldo, he's never going to give up. He's always going to chase it like a little terrier at your feet. And now with a 5-1 lead, it's just heartbreak for Jablet. And Jablet scored a lot of goals in this competition. But he's going to need to find even more now to stay in this.
And the long-range finesse attempted there. Neuer again comfortable. Megabit again comfortable dealing with those shots. Now Megabit comes forward once again. A 5-1 down. We're not even an hour in-game time into our first leg here, and we've already had 6 goals. Every 10 minutes we've had a goal.
Yeah, it puts him firmly at the top of the goal-scoring leaderboard as well. Ustan was there. Tex isn't far off either, but now with 39 goals this tournament, you've got to be scared if you're Jablet.
Here's Alexandro then, whips the ball into the middle. Header away here from Megabit. Ronaldo will win that header and just drop it down to Patrick Vieira, and now Megabit can build from the back again. You can see the pressure now coming in from Jablet, trying to win the ball high up the pitch and kind of forced into this situation, to be honest. You see him, pause has been cued by Megabit as well. Maybe he's recognized the situation and wants to change things up here, but Johan Cruyff again goes for that long-range finesse, and again Megabit. Far too street smart for that one.
And this is such a fantastic opportunity for Megabit from this point as well. Last weekend, it was a little bit of a disappointment. He lost to Danny in the round of 16. We obviously know what Danny went on to achieve in that tournament. With Danny eliminated now at this point, and with only Jablet standing in Megabit's way of a console final and for a chance at potentially 850 global series points if he was to get all the way to the grand final as well. That's certainly what's going to be in the back of his mind.
Jablet then needs a goal here. There is space out wide. The pass is timed beautifully. Alexandro, can you deliver a ball into the box that's going to make life difficult? And he did do so. But again, Megabit gambled to his right with Neuer. And it's almost like he knows exactly what's going through the mind of Jablet.
Yeah, I don't even want to call it a gamble, to be honest, Mark. It's reading the game. It's manipulating the game into a way where you can make those decisions. As there's another chance here.
Has to be. Oh, Neuer with the save.
5-1, could have been potentially 6. A little bit sloppy there from Megabit. Could have been hammering home this game. But he is in full control here, and he is definitely in his element.
Jablet then on the attack again. Cruyff now, away from his man. Ronaldo out wide. Cancelo drops it into the box. Cruyff was arriving. Ferdinand won that header though, and Ronaldo out-jumps Ronaldinho. Jablet has grown into this game a little bit, but the gaps at the back are now there to be exploited by Megabit. Eusebio. Inside now to Ronaldo. Vieira. Good game management coming in here from Megabit, Dan.
Yeah, just using every little bit of possession now at this point. Running that clock down a little bit. This one will develop into an attack. Whether that attack will come from anything, no, it doesn't in the end. Jablet defends, but you want to reduce the amount of attacks that Jablet has left in this game. Try and keep him at bay. Make sure that he's not able to get back into it, because we saw what happened in the previous semi-final. Despite being 4-3 goals down, a player can come back. Yes, that player was Tex, the best player in the world, arguably. But Jablet definitely has things to offer as well.
Look of relief on Megabit's face there. Moves his goalkeeper to the left. And I think that, you know, Jablet saw the overlapping run from Alexandra there and maybe gambled on Megabit, maybe moving his goalkeeper the other way. So more evolution of the moving the goalkeeper versus finesse tails. I'm sure we'll have a few more chapters of that before we have the FIFA World Cup finals rolling around. Cancelo again down this right-hand side, whips the ball in. Well, it wins the header.
You know what, I'll give credit to Jablet. He is trying to change things up. He's going for a few crosses here or there, some through balls, but unfortunately these crosses just aren't coming to anything. When you've got defensive players like Vieira, like Hullet, that are going to be coming back into the box to defend those away, it's going to be so hard to win one of those headers. But maybe he just needs one of those 50-50s to get back in the game.
Ronaldo turns away from his man, strikes towards goal. Neuer with the save. Into the 90th minute now, just a bit of stoppage time after this. Megabit, one of the most impressive performances we've seen so far in any of the semi-finals. And you get the feeling here that he might want another one before this game is up. Eusebio down this right-hand side. Sandro gets across to sniff that one out, and that is the full-time whistle now, and Megabit, what a performance in that first leg. Thumbs up, all smiles to the camera. He's feeling good after that one. 5-1, Dan.
Well, if you consider the fact that in the quarterfinals, we didn't really see huge goal differences after the two legs. I think the most was a 2-goal difference. And now we're coming to a point where we have a 4-goal lead. And I don't think there's going to be a case of Megabit stopping here. I feel like he could run rampant if Jablet doesn't turn up in this second leg.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me there was the fact that in that second half, you felt like Megabit almost took his foot off the gas a little bit. You know, he got those goals in the first half. It was super, super impressive. He was flying forward. Jablet obviously had to try and change things up, which he did. But, you know, he wasn't pushed, was he, in that second half? He kind of took his time, kept possession, played the game as he had to, didn't try and score any... You know, didn't flow forward, did he? Exactly, trying to look for more goals. Just was happy with the situation, as you would be at 5-1.
Yeah, and he had a couple of chances for 6-1. As you said, maybe taking the foot off the gas made him concentrate less going forward and more about just keeping possession and his defensive style, because there were chances at 6-1 which, naturally, I think if he was maybe at 1-1 or 2-1, he would have taken those. He would have gone for like the timed finesse in the scenario where he was through on goal. Instead, he just kind of hammered the shoot button and hoped for the best. But now in this second leg, you can naturally look at that scoreline and it's going to read 0-0 for him. So he can say, all right, well, it's 0-0 again. Let's just pretend that first leg's gone and let's just focus on scoring some more goals.
Yeah, and we're going to have the highlights coming in from that first leg you saw here. You know, he'll take that is the exact reaction of I'll take that.
Yeah.
When the ball deflects off of one of your opponent's players into the back of the net, and that's the reaction of never mind, we'll get them next time. But there's obviously a lot more goals to come here. Big chance there for Ronaldo. And these are mostly going to be Megabit highlights because he was the one creating all the chances.
And that was an interesting one as well, that overhead kick, because he actually timed it perfectly. But it still went soaring over the bar just because of the positioning of R9. It meant he was slightly off balance. But then that was the second goal, and that's when Megabit really started to stamp his authority on the game, I feel.
Yeah, real good composure shown in that finish as well, waiting for the goalkeeper to move. And driven shot in at that near post. We've seen that a lot this weekend as well. Pele with the third there for Megabit. He's really confident. Every time you're looking at him at the moment, every time he scores a goal, little smile on his face, little look to the camera. And when you're looking at Jablet's reaction to this as well, he looks like he's not quite sure what he wants to do, how he wants to change things up. And again, got a little bit lucky with Hullet there. I'm sure that, you know, Hullet definitely had some lucky charms for breakfast or something for Megabit in that first game, obviously with the deflection and the ball dropping straight back to him there for that goal. But Jablet has got that goal scoring ability. This, you know, isn't over because we've already said that games were over earlier on, and believe me, they were not over.
The scary factor is just how much goals Megabit has the ability to score. I mean, he has 39 goals currently in this tournament, and that's from 13 games of FIFA. So that's, what, 3 goals a game on average? Which is pretty impressive.
That's impressive, yeah.
And he gives a shrug of the shoulders. And the thing is for Megabit, when you're that far ahead and when goals like that do happen, you can just shrug it off. He didn't let it bother him. It didn't affect his gameplay. He didn't suddenly crumble under the pressure. He's going to come out here in this second leg firing. I really feel like he has a lot to offer.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to be taking his foot off the gas as far as the next leg is concerned. You can see that it's almost ready to kick off as well. Megabit 5-1 up after that first leg. And Dan, I mean, What do you want to see coming in here from Jablet? What do you want to see changed up? Maybe a different formation, maybe a different approach to this game?
Formation definitely needs to change. I don't know whether that's going to be a 4-1-2-1-2 or it's going to be a 4-2-2-2, for example. Just try and offer a little bit more going forward, because I feel like Jablet's been a little bit predictable and he's constantly been trying to look for that first-time finesse from outside the box, and it's been easily defended. He then tried to change things up. He tried to go down the wing. The crosses aren't working, so maybe try and work it into the box with some of those 1-2s as we do get underway here with the second leg.
Jablet has to score 4 goals then to send this one into extra time and not concede. Ronaldinho coming forward. Again, it's Jablet in the red. Pele now on the edge of the box. Has the drag back, has the chance for the finesse. You saw Megabit's goalkeeper already moving there. And I've got to give big credit to Megabit here. He's obviously been watching Jablet play. He's obviously been watching how he's been scoring his goals, how he's got so far in the tournament so far, and he's adjusted his gameplay to match the strengths of Jablet.
You can also read a player within that game as well. I think a lot of FIFA 19, especially if you're playing online and you're playing against someone new, you kind of look at their game, you're saying, all right, are they trying to just hit finesse shots from outside the box? Are they moving their keeper? You make these assumptions early on, and then you adapt and you change as things go forward. I think your first instinct is to be moving that keeper for those finesse shots, and then you change if they're changing things. And look, that's something a little bit different from Jablet. Trying to play that through ball into the middle rather than going for the long-range shot. I like it.
Corner whipped in by, of all people, Maldini. Eusebio gets up to head it away. Now a chance maybe for a counter-attack here from Megabit, but going to play this one slowly back to his fullback. Maldini. Put Alexander under pressure there. First real attack of the game here for Megabit. Little bit of space over the top there. You can see Eusebio was trying to run into that grass that was left. Wherever the ball was under hit there by Megabit. And now you have Jablet coming forward again down this left-hand side.
And of course, we are talking about, while Megabit's been watching Jablet, got to remind you, they did play each other. It was quite some time ago, the first game of the tournament, but he will remember what Jablet has to offer. It was only a 3-2 victory for Jablet. One of the lowest scoring games from Jablet's Swiss round, actually. If you look at his other games, he won 6-5, lost 5-6, lost 5-6, won 7-5, won 4-3. He's got goals in him.
All dinked in towards the edge of the area here. Vieira back to Ferdinand. Slowly building an attack here, Jablet. A look with the Cruyff turn. Ronaldinho now approaching the edge of the box. Good discipline so far, but that is going to be a free kick, just as I praise the discipline of Megabit. It's a little bit too heavy-handed. Runners off the ball here. Ronaldinho across to Ronaldo, looks for the finesse, strikes a player, and oh! Jablet's probably going to be having flashbacks of that first shot in the first game where it dropped in the back of the net for Megabit. Not quite so lucky for the Englishman.
And it has all been Jablet in these early stages, but I'm not entirely surprised. Judging by what I can see on the radar, Megabit is just bringing everyone back except one lone striker, playing a very defensive formation just to try and make things difficult for Jablet, because realistically, if you're playing heavily defensive, if you've got all those bodies in the way, it's going to be difficult to get 4 goals through. And you can always switch things up to get a little bit more aggressive and look for that goal later. If a goal does happen, thought that was going to be sailing into the net there, Mark, but alas, Megabit still has this lead.
The man from representing Werder Bremen. He's going to be doing everyone back at home in Germany proud at the moment. All the supporters of Werder Bremen, obviously, going to be very, very happy with what they're seeing from their man here in Bucharest. Sandro, going to be challenged by Cancelo, but gets the better of him. Ronaldo across the box to Vieira. Great quick pass in. Patrick Vieira. Eusebio. Well defended by Jablet.
But it only goes as far as another player for Megabit, which means he can go again. And every time there's an attack for Megabit, Jablet's going to get a little bit antsy at the back and is certainly going to try and pressure him to regain that ball because he needs to get some goals. And look, he makes a sloppy mistake because he tries to rush his attack. He realizes, look, I'm already 25 minutes through and I've not found a goal yet by playing patient. I need to try something, and he's going to start getting more and more desperate the longer this game goes on.
Great little ball roll there from Ronaldo. Bullet's still wondering where he went. Vieira now trying to orchestrate an attack here. There is space on that side for Cancelo. As you can see, the ball does find him. Hullet gets the interception. There is a man over. Pele now digs the ball through. Zanetti, though. We highlighted him before the game started in that right back position, and he's done a great job there for Megabit.
Jablet there just not trusting his usual game plan. I think in the Swiss we would have seen that just hurtling towards the top corner, but he knows Megabit has got his number on those ones, so he tried something new. Tried a little dink through to Ronaldo, but, you know, lofted through balls there, all right, in some situations, but scenarios like that can just go wrong.
Oh, intercepted here. R9, Ronaldinho on that right foot. Doesn't get the power behind it, though, and Neuer moves across. Megabit makes the save. All going to be one again here. Hullet, though, collects that loose header there from R9. Megabit has really controlled the pace of this first half in our second leg here. The only thing he hasn't done, though, Dan, as you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, is put one of these chances away.
Yeah, Jablet's had more than his fair share of possession, which has meant that Megabit naturally in his attacks, he's tried to slow things down, so he hasn't had as many chances as perhaps he would if he weren't already ahead. But they'll definitely come. He's just going to bide his time, run down this clock, and focus on the fact that he's still retaining this 4-goal lead. Whereas for Jablet, every second that ticks away, he's going to be thinking, right, when do I switch things up? When do I go for that all-out, maybe a 4-2-4 perhaps, 3-5-2? Chuck everything at my opponent.
Well, this is the worry. At 5-1 down, you cannot concede. Pele coming forward for Megabit. Loads of space on the left-hand side here for the Brazilian Alexandro. Beautiful little back heel. Cancelo makes a very important tackle there, and a very well-timed tackle as well, as Pele went for that heel-to-heel flick. Now Jablet comes forward again. Needs a goal before half-time here, I feel. Blanc, oh, that's such a solid tackle from him.
And it's night and day from one semi-final to another. We had a huge, incredible lead for Gorilla that was, I don't want to say thrown away, it was just impossible to defend when Tex had so much to offer going forward, whereas now Megabit with a similar impressive lead can just control this game because Jablet doesn't seem to have the same kind of tricks that Tex was able to pull out when he needed it. As we end the first half, and at the moment it's certainly job done for Megabit. Yep, he's only had one shot. He's behind on possession, but it's all about that scoreline.
Yeah, who cares? As far as Megabit is concerned, he only cares about one statistic, and that is keeping that 4-goal differential intact. You can see Jablet is going to be thinking about moving formations now, getting as many players up the pitch, and he has to at this point, Dan. He's got 45 in-game minutes to turn this one around. There's a 4-goal difference, as we mentioned, and you got to go for it now. If you concede at this point, it's kind of done anyway. So just throw everyone forward, see if you can get a couple of quick goals, see if you can put the pressure back onto Megabit. Ask him some questions and see what his response is.
And it's so difficult as well in this situation with only 45 minutes in game to work with. You can go all out and you can try and get those goals, and yeah, okay, you might bag 1 or 2, but at what cost? Is it going to be another one for your opponent because you're going to be weak at the back? We'll see. Second half underway then. Jablet with it all to do. At the moment, it's Megabit heading towards that console final to face off against someone who looks unbeatable in Tex.
Pele on the inside of the box there, scoop turn. There's a bit of space here for R9. Oh, went for the extra pass. Eusebio was in acres of space, but I don't think that's going to hurt Megabit too much. Still has that 4-goal lead. Jablet forward again. Ronaldo. Trying to drag Hullet out of position here. You can see some space. Zanetti again bites in on the tackle, and you can see exactly why Megabit has decided to use Javier Zanetti. Won so many important challenges just as Jablet's got into those dangerous positions.
I know Mr. Richard Buckley, not a fan of Zanetti at right back.
I mean, he can't jump, to be fair.
Only 50 jumping. But he gets the job done defensively. Very quick as well. Of course, trying to match that pace of the likes of Carl Walker. But we've said it before, and I'll say it again. It comes down to preference. Who you kind of trust on your team. Speaking of trust.
Not a lot of trust shown, and Eusebio is going to probably make them pay. Alexandro gets back in, though. Megabit with a chance here to finish it. Just wide of the upright. Cristiano Ronaldo, head in hands. A big chance there for the German.
Yeah, and the chances will come as well. The more that Jablet pushes up this pitch, but maybe this is the goal that Jablet needs. Can he find it?
Oh, it's a great finish. It's a beautiful finish.
All right, this is the start. Maybe for Jablet to get back into it. He has a lot to do, but he just needed to open those floodgates.
Gives himself a lifeline now. 3 goals the difference between these two players in our Xbox semi-final.
Great composure from Jablet in all things considered. How desperate he was for a goal, just to be able to, a simple ball roll, just to get it round the keeper. If you are watching at home and you are struggling in those 1v1 scenarios, there you go. There's a perfect way to beat the man. I know certainly I'm watching and learning myself, as these pros really are phenomenal.
Here comes Jablet again then. Vieira driven past into CR7, couldn't quite collect that one. A little bit too much juice on that ball. And now this is the worry for Jablet. Cristiano Ronaldo. 1v1 with Neuer. Alexandro cannot keep it out. He tried his best. He put everything behind it, but the power of the shot from Ronaldo just carried Sandro over the line. The ball went with him. And the 4-goal difference is reinstated.
It was like, there was just momentum, the way Sandro was backing off.
Hadouken.
And he just took the ball and carried it in with him. It's a shame, but it's in real life as well. When you have that physical attribute of you're going backwards and you're trying to push the ball forwards, it's going to be very difficult. And even if he had, there was 3-4 players from Megabit's side just waiting to put it in. It's those last-ditch attempts that you hope you're going to be able to keep out. But surely that's going to be it now for Megabit.
Just as Jablet gave himself a lifeline, Alexandro went over the goal line. Neymar now down this left-hand side for Jablet. Trying La Croquita to get past his man, but well defended again in that right-back position. Vieira coming over to help Zanetti in that situation. Corner in, Eusebio away.
And more chances are going to come. And the scoreline at this point, it's just a chance for Megabit to improve his statistical record in this tournament. Just keep it solid at the back, and you are going to be able to have maybe 1, maybe 2, potentially even 3 more chances at goal.
Well, he comes out and claims that one for Megabit. Actually, the last 20 minutes of the game here, every single second that Megabit can just run down that clock, he's going to take advantage of that. Hullet comes in though, decides that he wants that ball back. Jablet coming forward now. Ronaldo with a finesse. Neuer moved across, gets enough on it to send it away. Sandro bullied off the ball on refresh on the pitch here. Ball roll inside, looks for the drag back, but Ruud Hullet so good in that midfield position. And once again, showing his worth there for Megabit.
I like that tweet that I saw at the bottom of the screen as well. It said Megabit, more like Gigabit. Remember, you can get involved, hashtag Pgl FIFA. You want to see your tweet on the screen, or just let us know who you think is going to take not just the Xbox final, but the whole thing. Who's going to take the whole tournament? Is it going to be Tex? Can anyone beat him? Let us know. As at the moment, it does look like Megabit is heading that way. And what a console final that would be, Mark.
Well, that really would be a doozy. And Sandro's going to be caught out again. He's having a shocker on this side of things for poor old Jablet. And talking of shockers, I think CR7's going to want to see that one again. Megabit spurns the chance to make it 2-1.
Megabit could have easily had 10.
Yeah.
Even 11 goals in this aggregate scoreline. But I think it all comes down to you saying, like, just taking the foot off the pedal a little bit, focusing more on your defence. And when you're in those attacking situations, you're not like, oh, I need to score. You're just like, oh, well, I could score this. So it doesn't work out as well.
Cruyff is swift and turning here for Jablet. Maybe a little bit of magic for him to finish things off. Unfortunately, went for the Elastico, and another tackle came in there from Megabit. Great concentration. And now, Alexandro versus Neymar. Neymar with the back heel here to Vieira. Look at all the players flooding forward on this left-hand side as well. Another man over here. But Megabit, again, just taking his time. He knows that every second that passes is more important than a goal in this situation. Neymar around the corner. CR7's going to play this one out to Eusebio. Vieira back again. Neymar, 5-star weak foot. Neuer with a 5-star save, though.
And this is all just a learning experience for Jablet, really. I mean, he came at it. He's obviously tried his best. He's got this far. I mean, he is rewarded with quite a bit of global series points as well. 315 for him. So he definitely can't complain, and he can now look at other tournaments in the future and how he's going to develop as a player. All a massive learning curve.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think you raise a great point there. This is, you know, maybe better than Jablet expected to do at this tournament. You know, he's fresh to the FIFA scene and getting to these tournaments and putting in performances like this. You know, he's go home and say, you know, I've played 2 games against Megabit. I won 1, I lost 1. I'd be pretty happy with that, to be honest. It's just in the crunch situations. You have to put yourself in those situations and get used to how you have to close out games and how you have to adapt your performance. And you can see it here from Megabit, how he's seen out this second leg compared to the first one. That experience is vital, and you only get that by performing and playing in these tournaments.
And you can see the advantages of Megabit playing Jablet early on as well, and just kind of learning his play style, being able to read him and know what he's going to do. If this was the first meeting of these two players, would this still be the same scoreline? Of course, we can't say. But what we can say is Megabit has had an absolute solid couple of games of FIFA here.
Yeah, very, very solid, confident, full of purpose. Sandro's going to nod that one back to Manuel Neuer. You can see Jablet's just put the controller down there. He knows exactly what's happening here. There's only one result at this point. And there it is. The full-time whistle goes in our second leg. And Megabit, the German, will move on with a convincing victory over Jablet. Fully deserved. The performance had everything, Dan. Goals, experience, confidence. And he's rewarded with that victory.
Yeah, and I think his experience really shone in that game of those games of FIFA. But now, how far can that experience take him? How far can the skill go for Megabit? Because his next opponent is going to be F2 Tex in the Xbox Grand Final.
Wow.
And that is a scary thought. I'm sure he knew the game was over halfway through the second leg there, and he's probably thinking, oh God, I've got to beat Tex. And maybe that's why he missed a couple of those chances.
I think he's thinking bring on Tex.
You reckon? You reckon he's confident
the
man?
way that he played that leg was, those 2 legs, was so controlled, so full of purpose, so full of confidence that I think he just wants to get into the next game. And I think we should do that. We should do the same thing. So it's going to be it from us for that semi-final. We'll send it back to the guys on the desk. Paul, take it away.
Much, Mark, yes. A victory then for Megabit. And I have to tell you, the most convincing victory of all the semi-finals that we've had across both consoles. We've got Mr. Richard Buckley and Boris Legend on the panel right now. Gents, that was a really professional performance, but also a very one-sided performance as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is not only the most convincing victory of the semi-finals, but of the whole day.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 goals margin, and just the way that he played FIFA, he looked so confident. I mean, Jablet, it felt like he never really found his gameplay. He never had a time. And Megabit was just creating attack after attack, and he was simply never worried here.
Yeah, I mean, second leg highlights on the screen, but it was all done, wasn't it, in the first leg? 5-1, it's a big way. It's difficult to come back from that. And he had both of these players actually have made some remarkable comebacks in this tournament, not least of which in the quarterfinals, but that's one too far, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Megabit probably rolling on from the momentum that he did have in that quarterfinal. He knows that he can be in any losing position and still turn a game around. I think just one step too far for Jablet.
Yeah.
First real LAN event for him. He's got through to the semi-finals, top 4 players.
It's a great result.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a fantastic. Not many people thought he'd get out of Swiss style. So go to the semi-finals. Not only is he getting some Global Series ranking points, he's getting prize money as well. But there's so many eyes on this competition. A lot of people looking. He's a free agent. He's got a lot of potential coming forward for Jablet, and I think it could be a big breakout tournament for him. You don't have to win to get your name up there.
Don't disagree, Boris. I remember many years ago, you were virtually unknown outside of the FIFA world. You were unsigned.
Yes.
You went to a tournament in your T-shirt. You had no team shirt. You had no team.
Different times.
Yeah,
Well,
but it's a similar story though, isn't it? I mean, you turn up and you do really well, you can get signed.
Yep, and for Jablet, I mean, this was, let's say, great marketing. He did a fantastic tournament, and top 4 in this is a global tournament. We have players from all around the world trying to qualify, and he made it here, which is a big achievement. But also, he made it to the semi-finals, top 4 in the world here. So, also see here the stats that it was, well,
pretty even.
He had chances.
Pretty even in the stats department. It doesn't really tally up with the scoreboard, but that's what happens sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, goals win games.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it don't matter how many shots you have, how many shots on target you have, what's your possession looking like. The only thing that we need to know is Megabit's facing Tex in the console final, and that is saucy.
Massive.
Yeah. Boys, we had 32, we're down to 4. Kenadilo versus Stefano Pino in the PS4 final, and Tex versus Megabit in the Xbox final. It's a great lineup of finals.
Yeah, very, very stacked lineup. I think if you're looking at the PlayStation side, 2 players, unless you call Boras legend, wouldn't have predicted Pina or Kylo to be in that position.
To be fair, he was. You're the only, other than Tex, which was the obvious pick for everyone, Stefano Pina was your pick.
Yes, and he's been playing amazing.
Yep.
First, of course, he has to beat Dilo here, and that is going to be a very tough game, but if he gets past that obstacle, question is, how much did he practice on the cross console, on the other console here, on the Xbox, because he lost in August playing the FIFA 18 World Cup against MS Darcerin. He actually lost both legs. Maybe it's also for him kind of a mental obstacle, but we're not there yet,
No,
of
absolutely.
course.
Still got a couple of finals to play.
But we have...
before we get to the finals, why don't we talk to our winner of the second semi-final in the Xbox competition. Megabit joins us now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a fairly straightforward game, actually. 5-1 in the first leg. Did you expect it to be that straightforward?
No, actually not, but I know the reason. It was because Jablet chose the wrong tactic against me. He played free at the back because it worked out against Rafsu in the last round, but it didn't work out at all against me. There were too many situations. I was 4 against 3 or 2, so it was in the end gambling for him. He had to move his goalkeeper, and I stayed calm and scored the goals.
Yeah. Why do you think that he changed up? Because he beat you by the odd goal in the Swiss round, so he had the advantage mentally, didn't he?
Yeah, actually, I kind of got dropped in that game. I felt unlucky to lose. It was an unlucky start, so I was actually even more motivated to make a bit of payback. But in the end, I think I deserved to win. And I've made the same mistake last week against Dani in the knockout rounds. I've played practice matches against Tex on Saturday. I've won against him with 4-2-2 formation and actually played against Dani in the group stages with 4-2-3-1, which worked out. But I felt comfortably with 4-2-2, and in the end, it didn't work out against Dani. And I've learned from that, and I think Jablet will learn from that as well and will come back stronger next week.
Absolutely. You've got a couple of men alongside. Gents, you got any questions for Megabit?
Yeah, Megabit. Are we seeing the Megabit from the playoffs, that unbelievable run that you went on to win the playoffs? Are we seeing that Megabit back here? You've had some good comebacks during this tournament, a convincing performance in this semi-final, and now to slay Tex in the final. Can you do it? Can you go all the way?
I know I can beat Tex, but to answer your question, I can just answer it after beating Tex. So right now it's just focusing on playing the best in the world right now. And yeah, maybe after that I'm the best in the world.
And of course we have to talk about this upcoming matchup. Do you have any special tactics versus Tex? We know you played him in last cup and you lost.
He made me change my formations to 4-2-3-1. Actually, it is since last year. I don't like 4-2-3-1, but you can see with Tex it's successful. So I changed it to playing that, and yeah, it's kind of I'm not that good in offense with it, but I still score my goals, so I'm confident. And if I can handle his offense, which is probably the most difficult thing to handle, then I think I can beat him.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Well done, Megabit. Congrats on that one, and we'll see you in the Xbox final against Tex a little bit later on. There we go then, the winner of our second and final semi-final in the Xbox, because we've had 4 semi-finals. I know that might sound strange to you if you're a traditional esports fan, because you're thinking, how can you have 4 semi-finals? We do 2 on PS4 and 2 on Xbox, and we have reached the end of those semi-finals. Just 4 players left now, gents. 4 out of the 32. Seems to have flown by over the last 2 days.
And I was going to actually mention also, I was talking about Opina's cross-console experience, talking about Megabit. You also mentioned it before. This guy, he plays on both consoles. He plays Weekend League on both consoles. So if he gets to that cross-console final, he's going to be very dangerous to stop.
You can see the bracket there on your screen. Time after time, almost event after event, we've seen an Xbox winner in the cross-console final. Can we see a PS4 winner, Boras, do you think?
Well, I was actually looking through the stats. I believe we had about 10 cross-console finals the past 3 years.
Only one
PS4.
winner?
3 winners,
Okay,
actually.
all
Yes,
right.
it was.
I thought it was only one as well, Richard. So I'm with
Bacha
Richard.
beating Sean Allen, FIFA 16.
Okay.
We had also, of course, Principe beating Gorilla, FIFA 17. And also that same year, we had a Club World Cup with Marcuso beating Rafsu.
Okay.
So it's actually 7 against 3.
7-3.
If I did my math right. So, but yeah, Xbox obviously have an advantage. We have a debate also talking about which is the best console. But I mean, it's easy to just stare blindly at these stats. There are also, of course, more elements with adapting to the gamepad, adapting to a slightly different gameplay, and also now a big mental obstacle looking at these stats and knowing, okay, in these finals, Xbox players usually win.
Right. So maybe it's a mental thing. Let's check in with another mental thing. No, I'm just joking. Mike, of course. Mike LaBelle. Let's see what he's got for us in his breakdown.
What's happening, guys? So I've got a lot of breakdowns to talk about when we're looking at what's going on with Megabit. And a lot of people would consider Megabit to be an offensive tactician or someone who might be an offensive genius, or that's where he's really got an advantage over his opponents. And I want to talk about the 5 keys for Megabit as we get into this example. So he's direct, he's clinical, he's a simple tactician. I would say that he has a good mastery of the meta, what works, what doesn't work in FIFA, and then he's consistent. You're going to get the same Megabit no matter what type of opponent he goes up against. And in this freeze frame, what I'm going to be showing you is something that Megabit does really well. And we don't always talk about it enough, but he gets bodies forward, and it almost has like a rhythm when he's going forward. You feel like he's going to score. You feel like he's going to create an attack. It's like his team's on the same page with his mentality. You guys talked about mental. There you go. His mentality. You got 4 guys here, and it makes it where your opponent's going to get overwhelmed. And I want to do another freeze frame, same situation. You've just got a lot of bodies, and Jablet wasn't able to adjust, and I agree that when Megabit said, hey, he made a mistake tactically, going with 3 at the back, I think that's absolutely an error in judgment. It shows a difference maybe with experience here, and I cannot wait to see Tex versus Megabit. There's going to be a lot of goals. It's basically offense versus offense. I would say that Tex is known a little bit more for his defense than Megabit, but we'll see if we can get off to an early start, if we're going to see comebacks. But I guarantee we will see goals over 2 legs. I'm expecting like a 10-goal thriller. You guys got some predictions?
My lips are sealed when it comes to predictions because I've known to be a bit of a cursor, frankly, to the curse players, and I don't like doing that. So I'll leave the predictions to the professionals as far as this show is concerned. Talking of which, hi professionals. I'm really looking forward to these 2 grand finals, I have to say. Just a quick word for the 4 players that we've seen go through that are still left in the tournament. Kenadilo, Stefano Pina, Tex, and Megabit. If you'd said at the start of the tournament those are the 4 finals, would you necessarily have picked those 4?
I think I'd have probably picked potentially 2.
Yeah.
Maybe Megabit and Tex.
Okay.
On the PS side, I thought Aggie would have had a good tournament after last week, getting through to a semi-final. I thought Mo Aubameyang would have had a good tournament after last week as well. Nicholas looked on fire yesterday in particular. Different day.
Just shows you, didn't it? You can go fight. He went 5-0 in this tournament up to the point that he lost. Won all 4 in the Swiss as well.
Yep.
Doesn't mean anything, does it, when you get to this stage?
Definitely not. It's a different day. Speaking about these 4 players, I think Pinna, Megabit, Tex were players that you would expect getting this far. I think Dilo is the big surprise of this tournament. He reminds a lot about Tor in that for Champions Cup, playing also the 4-2-3-1 wide.
Yeah, I think one of the big things as well, both representing Epsilon Esports, if you look, he plays a very similar way to Joxan. He's good at defending, he gets men behind the ball, he's quick in the press, and then if he's defending well, I said last week, you build from the back. If you can stay strong at the back, that's almost a winning mentality of champions. You look at Chelsea under Jose Mourinho, you look at good sides in the Champions League. If they keep strong at the back, you're always going to get a goal, you're always going to get a chance, and that's how Dialo's in this position.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually. I thought he was going to go with Jose Mourinho at Manchester United, but then he couldn't have called him good at defensive. Anyway, on that note, let's head to the break before I get into any more trouble. When we come back, we'll have the PS4 Grand Final. Don't go too far away.
On the block, man, they tell me to go. go harder, they ball. I ball harder, they move. I move smart. I want it all to the day that I die. I don't bother, they blast. I blast harder, they grind. Ain't no chumps in my chain, ain't no crease in my jeans, ain't no love lost. I put pause and do throw them things. Ain't no strap in my jeans, that's just me how I hang. Ask your wifey about me and she say the same. Walk the talk, spit the game, pay the tab, keep the change. Rep the hood code of silence, they ask, speak no name. Take the Lord's name in vain, ain't no tears in my pain. From the block to the boardroom, my dudes, man, we reign. We reign forever, the code is stick together. We mash, even though the forecast is stormy weather. It's nothing, I mean a few rainy days. I mean it's how we was raised. Most succumb to the pressure, but yo, it's how we was made. We're different, we're gifted, like the wheat when it's sifted. Through the muck and the mire, the heads dead and we're lifted. Now my people is winning, I swear we got it honest. Grind hard through the night, same thing and on the block, man, they tell me to go. I go harder, they ball. I ball harder, they move. I move smart. I want it all to the day that I die. I don't bother, they blast. I blast harder, they grind harder. The pride of the city, the toast of the town. It's love when I come back, man, the streets is proud. The return of the real, R.I.P. to the clowns. The counterfeits must cease when the real comes around. And I'm the realest to do it. Who's your favorite? I'm illa. I taught these young boys the difference in platinum and silver. A couple dollar billers on my ladies chinchilla. Open your coat and move your body like a caterpillar. Let's get it poppin' and party like it's our last. Tomorrow ain't really promising, yesterday's in the past. The moment is here, let's cease it. The weeds are steady creeping. They tryna choke out the crop. We sowed it, we gotta reap it. I'm still in all this thing. I mean, how far we done came. Many soldiers have fallen like a moth to the flame. They came heated in battle, left defeated in shame. Most these suckers is lame, but I ain't saying no name. Target on my back, red dot on my cap, ladies on my sack. All because they like the way I ride this track. Yeah, city gave me love, so I throw it back. Did it for respect, so they cut the check. Diamonds on my neck. Yeah, me, I'm from the dirt. Me, I put in work. Watch them vultures lurk, praying on me to the day I'm in the dirt. Yeah, real ones never die, real ones multiply. Quit now, why would I look down on you? Nah, we ain't eye to eye. On the block, man, they tell me to go.
What makes me rage the most? I mean, it's missing easy chances that in my head should go in, or reading the opposition and the ball just, the little inch goes through and they go and score, so the fine margins.
What makes me rage the most is when I concede a goal knowing I haven't done any mistake. And if it happens, you can't change the past, you just can change the future, so you have to stay calm and look forward, but sometimes it's just not possible.
When the game does different things than I do, so that's probably.
I don't know, but most of the time it's, let's say, lucky goals.
When I tackle the ball off someone and it goes straight back to them, not to open space or my player always straight back to them, I think that's a very frustrating thing, but you just gotta get on with it.
When I do the right thing, when I score like just the best goal of the tournament, by example, and then I concede directly an ugly goal after the kickoff. So I make so nice goal and the opponent just comes back with an easy goal, then I feel bad because I think I need to get rewarded for making a nice goal.
When you're playing someone, you know you're better. You have everything on the game, like you have the shots, you have the possession, you have everything, but you can't score. And at the end, or I don't know, every time in the match, he just scored in one shot. And at the end of the game, you see the details and you have 10 shots, 10 on target, you have only one on target, something like that. Just makes me angry because this is not fair.
I usually don't rage, but like when there's like a pattern of stuff not going my way, I start just like taking deep breaths and like, you know, saying like, shit, like, come on, man, like, what is this? Start yelling at the game, and then it just goes downhill from there. If I lose a game, I'll just rage in general. So yeah, losing.
I rage at most at the time when I do things, but the game or just the players does not do this what I want.
FIFA is also sometimes a bit lucky, so if I lose a game when my opponent was very lucky, that's very frustrating.
What makes me rage the most? When the players have a simple pass and they mess up.
It's kickoff goals, when my players doesn't want to score. So like when you are in a perfect position and you knew 10 out of 10 that is a goal, but in this game when you need the goal, it always isn't a goal, and that makes me rage really, really fast.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Bucharest for live coverage of the Pgl Fifa19 Cup Bucharest. And if you are just joining us, shame on you. Where have you been all weekend? You've missed some phenomenal FIFA, but it's okay. We let you off because you've joined at the right time. It is time for the grand final in the PS4 competition. We've also got the grand final of the Xbox competition and the cross-console grand final still to come. The last 4 players out of 32 are left in the competition. They're going to get the monster amount of points and the monster amount of prize money. The final decision is in which order do they finish? Well, we're going to start sorting now, right now, because we have our PS4 grand final. We've got on set alongside Knights as well. Gents, PS4 final time. Kedadilo probably the surprise of the 2 finals, actually, if you want to be honest. But has also been playing some really good FIFA. And Stefano Pina, I think, was a lot of people's favourite on the PS4 side.
Yeah, I mean, Stefano Pina did win the PS4 side on the Interactive World Cup last year, so it is a surprise for people who don't really follow because he's not that talked about. And well, Dilo, he's the surprise of the tournament. He beat Nicholas, who was a big favorite, so he's definitely doing well.
Yeah, I think, is it fair to say that Stefano Pina is underestimated
in
the scene generally?
I don't know if he's underestimated by his peers. I think it's just one of those players that just isn't talked about. He doesn't put himself out there as maybe as much as the other pros, and just kind of gets on with the job, does the business, and like again, we have to remind people he won the PlayStation side of things in the FIFA E World Cup last year, and it's like he's pretty good. Do you know what I mean? And we have to keep bringing it up because obviously he's not, for whatever reason, talked about as one of those big names in competitive FIFA, but he wins this tournament here. He'll be talked about for ages. You know, it will be a real statement for him and a real way to make his name. And as if it's not made already, you know, he's got a big chance here to let people know who he is.
Yeah. As I said earlier, the flip side of this is that the underdog is Kedadilo. But is he the underdog in this grand final, or do you feel like they start off fairly even?
Even if he is, for me, one of the best things that happen for you at an event is being an underdog. There's no pressure on you. Nobody expects anything of you. Your opponents, they think it's an easier game. Sure. You can catch them off guard. So being an underdog is one of the best things that can happen to Dilo. He can go in the game, play his game, because we heard Stefano Pina say, I haven't played against him. I don't know how he plays. I'm just going to play my game. So maybe Dilo can surprise him with something. And maybe
there's also a bonus for Stefano Pina, and I asked him about this as well earlier. Are you kind of happy that it's not Nicholas? And he was like, yeah, because I play him all the time and I know how good he is. So in some ways that's a good thing, but also it could be a bad thing too, couldn't it?
Of course, there's both sides. You don't want to play somebody you play often and of Nicholas' caliber, but at the same time, you don't want to play someone that you know nothing of.
Right.
So it's a 50-50. It's a final. It's a final.
What's he been doing for the last hour then, Mark? Swatting up on previous VODs of Kedadilo playing this weekend?
I think he'll be struggling to find too much, to be honest, to watch. He's kind of, exactly. He's kind of come out of nowhere. But again, Epsilon Esports have found another gem and another player, and you know they've I deliberately didn't bring you up, but that's fine. But yeah, they've found another gem and who's come in and performed. And I always feel there's one performance in a tournament that gives a player confidence and belief that they can win a tournament. And when you beat someone like Nicholas, who no one would be surprised if he walked into a tournament and won it, all of a sudden you think, I can win this thing. And he's in a position to do that now.
All right, predictions. Which way?
Not contractually obliged, morally.
See, I didn't say anything this time.
Yeah. I mean, you know my side.
I do know your side, Mark.
I'm gonna have to go the other side. I'm going with Stefano Pina.
Have some.
Yeah, we've got it. I think
just
the fact that he came through that big game in the semi-final and managed to get the win, I think that'll carry him through.
All right, time for our PS4 Grand Final. And if the previous matches in this particular competition are anything to go by, this one should be absolute fire. Let's get it on.
Well, here we go then. 32 players came to Bucharest. You'd have to say maybe just a few days ago. They battled out in Swiss-style format. The 5 rounds of it yesterday to get themselves through to the last 16 today, 8 on each side of the console. And now there's only 2 players left on each side of the console. And 4 players left in total in this competition in Bucharest. This is it now, Richard. 2-legged game of FIFA to send yourself to that final, to guarantee yourself 850 Global Series ranking points. And we're going to be taking you through this PlayStation 4 clash between Stefano Pinner and the man that just keeps on delivering. The underdog, you'd have to say, as Nightwatcher said, it's a bit of an advantage because people don't expect as much out of you at the Frenchman and the 19-year-old Kurt Diallo, who, you know, was told, well, I was told about last weekend, saying, watch out for this player from Epsilon. And Epsilon, as Onset said, they just keep on bringing out these players out the bag, Richard.
We've had surprise packages, we've had upsets, we've had drama, we've had giant killings. It's like an episode of Waterloo Road over in Bucharest. This is high-intensity FIFA at the highest level, and somebody's walking away with 850 Global Series ranking points, which could set them up potentially for the rest of the year. That could be enough to propel them into the playoffs later on in the year. That's how crucial and how valuable these points are. If anything, the points are more valuable than the prize money.
They are indeed, and you know, I think I saw a few of the guys' coaches and managers. Just even saw George Hughes mention about it. Obviously, August Rosenmeyer's manager at North Esports, obviously the Danish organisation, are saying, you know what, I'm here for the points as much as the prize money, because it's a $30,000 prize pot, which, of course, is still a lot of money. $12,000 for first place is still a fantastic, you know, prize pot to have in competitive FIFA for an LQE. Remember, this isn't a major, this is an LQE, a licensed qualifying event. And on paper, looking at these two, you'd have to say Stefano Pinner is a player to watch out for. He was the best player on PlayStation last year. Was playing at ECV Esports, then got his, you could say, dream move as such, picked up by PSV to play alongside Alariza Agun, the other player over there. And you know, what a move for him. And he is, I think the guys hit the nail on the head there. He hasn't been hyped about that much, but on paper, he is 100% a favourite.
Yeah, he deserves the hype to be about him, because he is constantly performing in tournaments. Whenever he's in a tournament, he always has a late run, a surge into the latter stages. He always makes Day 3 Championship Sunday. And he is a player definitely to be worried about on that PS4 side if you do match up against him. On the other side of it, Kurt Diallo, I think he was only in one competition before this. That was the E-Copper qualifiers, I believe, representing Epsilon Esports. And it seems as though they've got the magic touch at the minute with Joxan.
And it's so early in the year, which this is our 3rd event of FIFA 19, and we're seeing Epsilon
dominate.
Esports, yeah, just do really good things and see their players hit those final stages. You saw Joxan make the final last weekend. You saw him win the Continental Cup, and now you're looking at a potential another Epsilon player to make the final as well.
Yeah, and I think that's credit to the staff over at Epsilon and Sir Alex as well. He's there coaching the players.
And he said his words, watch out. 19 years of age. 19 years of age. He called it after that tournament when Joxan lost in the final. He went, next weekend, Kurt Diallo, you might not have heard of him before, a French player. He said, except from Joxan, in that, obviously Epsilon guys, they're all fantastic, but he's an upcoming player that you need to watch out for. And I think the special thing about him is that apparently he doesn't have a great team at home. He doesn't have, you know, loads of icons or anything like that. He has an average team. And for him to get through those qualifiers, Richard, with that team, remember they're not playing with unlocked accounts at home, to get through that Swiss style, to get through the knockouts and get here,
huge props.
It's huge. It takes me back to DH Tex for Barcelona when he didn't have a good team.
Yeah, I think if you're looking as well, I imagine the prize money that he's won thus far will probably be going on to FIFA points
yeah.
to try and improve that squad, because it is so important to have a squad that is almost at that level of an event team. because the qualifiers are so important, you have to almost invest a little bit of money, or in some cases a lot of money, to almost wrap up that qualification. Look at Aggie. He invested, and now you'd say, with the qualifying that he's already done thus far, he's got to a semi-final last weekend, he's probably wrapped up his playoff spot already. It's a job. You invest into your craft.
20 minutes into this one, we are all square between the two. I believe the story of the Turkish kits and the Galatasaray badges that Kurtadayla was half Turkish, I believe, of that account. Of course, he is now from France. I believe he actually might have been born in Turkey and then moved over to France. I believe that is the story. And of course, lived in France for so long now, maybe throughout his whole life. He now represents that nation. Pele, back to Vieira. Stefano Pina from PSV Eindhoven. The right bottom corner of your screen, in this white strip on the attack. There's the finesse, and there's the first kind of routine save of the game for David De Gea.
Something that's fascinated me so far throughout the 2 weeks that we've seen, even the 3 tournaments that we've had thus far, with the Continental Cup, with this LQE, and then last week with the Major. On the PS4 side especially, you've had almost 3 surprise packages. Continental Cup, Wojoksan, nobody really predicted him to go far in that tournament. Last weekend, in the console final, you had SBQR Tour. Nobody coming into the tournament predicted him to do anything. This tournament...
We've had Jabla, who unfortunately crashed out the tournament. And
looking at the PS4, making it to console finals, that's 3 in a row right now, because you've got that other surprise package in Kurtadayla. So that's 3 tournaments and 3 surprise packages in the final.
there's his finesse, and that's saved by Neuer. But the key thing was the Kurtadayla, he didn't just walk through this competition, got himself out of Swiss style, had a tough game. Oh, that's off the line there by Stefano Pina. Beat New York City, Chris, 5-4. Of course, there's another finesse deflection out for a corner. And then he beat Nicholas, Richard. He beat Nicholas to Kurtadayla. He went in there with a game plan as such and limited the chances that Nicholas could have. And then when he got his chance, Richard, he was so clinical in front of goal.
Yeah, it was a mistake from Nicholas, but Kurtadayla capitalised on that mistake and fired his way into the console final. Expect the Frenchman. Similar game plan here. Keep it safe, keep it almost quite a slow game, play to his tempo. And then when he gets a chance, expect the net to ripple.
You can just see he's just trying to work the perfect chances, Kurtadayla. This could be that chance now with a finesse. That one is in trouble in Stefano Pina, but he knows.
It's all about angles with the finesse. You've got a good bit of math behind you. I'm sure you can work out the angles that you need to score the goals on.
And that muscle memory as well of doing it time and time again in Weekend League and the qualifiers online at home. Of course, you need to play to get you to this tournament. Stefano Pina, one of the best players in Belgium at FIFA. You have to probably say ranked #1 at the moment. Obviously, one of the 4 players to represent the nation in the esports friendlies that we're seeing nowadays.
Is that the Belgium Red Devils?
Yes. The Belgium E-Devils, I believe, or
E-Devils.
something on those lines there. He's involved in, seeing more countries get involved. Norway, France, Netherlands, Sweden, Portugal. All having top 5 players represent their nation in friendlies. And it just, we're seeing the E-Champions League this year, E-Premier League. How much further can this e-sport go? It's just every single year since EA really got behind it and started pushing it, it's going to new levels. Just a few more minutes now, maybe one more chance before half-time. Nothing to really cheer about between these two, and it's been a very tight game so far. Still a long way left in it. One more chance. He's going to try and tee up perfectly. There's that finesse, and there's that goal. Time to perfection by Stefano Pina.
Worked really nicely there. I thought the finesse were going to come in earlier when I played it, the pass to the left. I thought we were going to go with the right-footed finesse, but that's that unpredictability. I thought we were going to do it there with Pele, but a nice little pass into R9. It's not even really in the corner. Just high over the goalkeeper, no chance to move him. And when you're not moving your goalkeeper, that's what happens. The finesses, they will go in. Probably 95 out of 100 times, that finesse will go in if you don't move the goalkeeper. That's why having that goalkeeper movement is so important. That wraps up half-time. Perfect time to score.
And that was all interesting to see these stats coming into half-time whistle. You can see not too much to celebrate between the two. Both of the same shots on target, but look at that. You can see 100% shot accuracy, everything on par. And look at the passing accuracy between the two. 96%. This is what you're going to see from professional FIFA players. If your passing accuracy is not above the 90s,
Pina with 90.
It's kind of unfamiliar.
96% and Curtadilo with 94%. Both players playing that 4-2-3-1. Pina with the first variation, and Dilo, if you've been watching throughout the weekend, likes the 4-2-3-1 second variation.
Vieira. Tullet just in this second half right now. Curtadilo in that red strip. 1-0 down at this moment in time. Remember, aggregate scoreline ever. And after this, you'll find out who your best PlayStation player is from this Continental. Say Continental Cup, sorry. This PGL Cup, I should say. Of course, LQE number 2 of the year. Out of the 7 of them. As part of the Global Series. All 850 Global Series points on each tournament as well. Of course, different prize pots up for grabs. Was yet to be announced. But to get points this early on in the year, Richard, you know, whether you finish and go out the competition now and you take 450 of them, it still all adds up. And if you can get your points earlier, you know, we've been joking about this whole, you know, Joxan, if he goes on to his next cup and wins there or goes and gets knockout, he can go on holiday for a bit because he's probably played playoffs.
I think he can go on holiday now. He's got just over 2,300 points.
Of course, there's so much prize money up for grabs and opportunities to see the world, travel around the world, playing professional. Just video games, FIFA in our category. I don't think you're going to be seeing anyone really just say, right, I've had enough now. They're going to be playing for as many points they can to win as many trophies and prize money.
I think there's going to be some people who maybe have got enough points who maybe take weeks off. I
reckon that will be like May time, April.
I think there's some qualifiers coming up over Christmas, and I've heard a lot of people in the room where they're playing the weekend league games right now. The players who got knocked out on Friday and Saturday, just saying, on Saturday I should say, yesterday, just saying, yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I've already got a few points from this tournament. I've got a few points from last week as well. I'm going to take a break over that Christmas period.
Bit of a risk as well, though, right?
I mean, you've got to find a good balance. If you start overworking yourself, you might see your performance dip.
Cruyff on that finesse. There we go. Easy.
It's almost like if you're doing something too much, you're not improving anymore.
Like burning yourself out as such a little bit too early.
Even Aggie talked about that. He's been in Bucharest 2 weeks.
He's a bit homesick now, isn't he? He wants to go back to Copenhagen.
Phil B, exactly the same. He's been in Bucharest 14 days. He said, I'm ready to go home now. I am ready to go home. It's a 10-hour flight. I'm just ready to get back, to play at my own pace again, to try and qualify for more tournaments. I've got a good amount of points out of this 2 weekends that I've been here, and I am ready to go home now. It's a stress for you.
These guys are professional, you know, athletes at the end of the day. They have to have that downtime to be at their best level. Any professional athlete will tell you that. And they've got that period now to take a few days off. For those that have qualified for the next major, they'll be back to London, including Aga. Might have 48 hours in Copenhagen before he has to leave to come back to London again. But in this game, it's still only 1-0 to Stefano Pina. Curtadilo trying to work the perfect chance.
Yeah, offside trap played there as well from Pina, throwing his men slightly further forward.
And off the bar! Woof.
Yeah, quite an audacious attempt there at the finesse, but just glances off the top of the crossbar.
If you don't try him, you'll never know.
Don't buy a ticket.
You're not going to win that raffle. Ronaldo through to R9. Just feeling there, just drive with your right foot and maybe get a shot off.
Always preferred the tombola rather than the raffle. I like the prize every time. Never seem to win the raffle.
Here we go. Pina. Oh, you saw he wanted to do a simple drag back and just finesse it. That's a mistake. No, he's just about to being able to hold on to that. Clear it long to R9. Can he win the flick or no? Maybe the defender's going to play it back to him, in fact, to Cristiano Ronaldo.
He's on the floor. He's completely out of position.
Cruyff. Finesse.
I don't know if you see that.
And again, coming together between the two.
Maldini running back into position. They were on the floor for probably 3 or 4 seconds. He actually had a man over on that far side. Did Curtadilo, but a good bit of keeper movement. Watches that near post.
Only 1 goal so far in between these two in the first leg. This is the PS4 console final. This is Stefano Pina. Could have easily finessed into that right-hand side, but instead just bent it in to the left. The keeper kind of went for it, but just a second too late. And 2-0 up, Richard, with just over 10 minutes left, I should say. He set himself up perfectly for this second leg.
Yeah, really good finish from Stefano Pina. Didn't go for the finesse. That was the easy read. He powered it across the goalkeeper into the far post. And you've seen a few changes come out right now as well from Pina. Switching into a 4-5-1, in fact. Looks as though he's going to put his centre mids on stay back while attacking. He's right mid on stay forward, I think that is.
Good to see Ballack involved as well.
Ballack, Ronaldinho coming on in a 4-5-1. And you see there, Curtadilo still in that 4-2-3-1. Second variation, no change from the Frenchman, from the man from Epsilon.
It has to be said as well, you know, Stefano Pina, he's a fantastic player, and it's great to see him at his first LAN event this year here in Bucharest. He did so well, you know, last year to get to the final, to be the best PlayStation player. The year before that was Dito, who went to the final last year and didn't really play well, went out in the group stages. Pina just kept his head down, and he's one of those players that doesn't always need all the hype around him, or doesn't always need all that social media, you know, that a lot of people love and can get them hyped for a big event.
He lets the performance on the pitch do the talking. He doesn't need to put up tweets or anything like that, really. He just lets the performance on the pitch do the talking. He lets his FIFA do the talking.
Right now he's looking like the best PlayStation player from this event in
I think he beat Mark
Romania.
Kuzo in the final.
What a final that was as well. I think it went to extra time, didn't it, between the two? And it was an end-to-end game of FIFA that was. And you have to give credit to, I think it's Romal Abdi, his coach there, was a former player at PSV, took the step in kind of like the esports manager coach role, and now looks after Alariz Reagan and Stefano Pina there. And he's been able to help Pina massively. I've seen a few times in the other room when he was playing his Swiss-style games, and he was just getting a little bit frustrated, Pina, and Romal was just like, just calm down, just relax. As we say, sometimes that extra figure around you just helps to release that pressure, and really well done there, Pina, just to force that tackle out from Curtadilo. We're going to see a free kick now, just as we approach the last few minutes. I can imagine the goalkeeper's going to be moved out to try and collect this one. Yes, he is. He's moved out. There's a little risk with that if you're not going to win it, but David De Gea will collect that one with both hands.
Yeah, De Gea does well on that occasion to come out and collect it. Long kick played wide to Eusebio, although he looks a little bit isolated to me.
It's one for the overlap as well. Yes, he's got it back. Over there, maybe one more. This could be a great chance now to get himself a goal back going into the second leg. Eusebio with a shot deflection.
Have to look for a cutback there, in my opinion. Yeah, the chance of scoring from that sort of angle, very
Keeper's
slim.
up. Simple punch for Neuer. Added time to come now. Just wasn't really needed. I think that was some sort of volley that
Vieira trying to score a worldie.
we don't normally see that. You always play to your most favourable players around those areas. But no, Curtadilo loves a goal on added time. There's the overlap. Oh, no, it was nearly through for him. There we go. I think this could conclude leg one between the two, Richard. It's going to be 2-0 to Stefano Pina from PSV Eindhoven. And what a fantastic start from the young man.
Yeah, came in, he's done a job, an efficient performance in the first leg to give him that 2-goal lead. Switched formation when he went 2-0 up into a 4-5-1. Never really looked in danger of conceding a goal, did Stefano Pina. And now leads 2-0, I should say, going into the second leg. You see the stats there. Double the amount of shots, double the amount of shots on target compared to Curtadilo.
There you go. You saw a hand come over there. I'm sure that's Romal. His coach, they're saying fantastic stuff in that first game. He has had an easy ride to get here. We've got to remember as well, got himself through Swiss style, then straight into the quarterfinals, Richard, against Mo Aubameyang. 5-3 win there, and then that end-to-end game between FIFA Houston and Stefano Pina that finished 6-5. And now he's in prime position, but we've seen scorelines. We've seen a 3-0 scoreline completely change when we saw Gorilla up against F2 Tech's, probably our game of the tournament so far. However, Curtadilo, I think people writ him off against Nicholas. I think people writ him off against New York City Chris, but he's there. He's performing time and time again, and he only needs 2 goals. 2-0 in competitive FIFA isn't really a big scoreline as such.
Only needs 2 goals. He just needs to get a little bit of confidence, I think. He looked a little bit like he maybe already played his final. I say that quite often. Maybe he's already peaked throughout this tournament. Just looking at the sheet that we've got in front of us right now, it actually says the results that happened previously. Yep. He had to beat Nicholas, and he had to beat New York City Chris. New York City Chris, who was flying in this tournament, playing some of the best FIFA I've seen him play probably in a year. The last 12, 14, 15 months, He then went on to beat Nicholas, who was unbeaten in the tournament up to that point.
And that was a stressful game. That was a very stressful game for both players. You saw how distraught Nicholas was after that.
Didn't have a lot of the ball, did Curtadilo. He had to be 100% switched on, laser focused throughout the game.
He knew that he wasn't going to get much of that ball in that game. And it was, we say it again, like you saw Ike Stanley, for example, have like a game plan in his games. It was like there was a game plan in that game against Nicholas of just simple, I know I'm not going to get many chances, but when that chance comes, I have to take it. And it was one of those mistakes. And Eusebio just jumped on the ball and literally had that touch, just finessed it. And that sent him through to where he is right now. But what's he thinking going to the second leg? He's 2-0 down. 2-0
down. Has to just... The first goal is pivotal. If he gets the first goal, maybe try and work his way back into the game. He's played a 4-2-3-1 second variation through the entirety of the tournament. I'll be interested to see, does he switch into a 4-2-3-1 the first variation? I think one of the admins there just having a little word with Curtadilo. I think we're just waiting to get into this game, but you can see the studio that the guys are playing in there.
So far apart. Again, I'll mention
trophy.
it. Of course, someone will be walking away with that trophy, either a PlayStation player or an Xbox player here at the PGL Studios in Bucharest. Of course, hosting back-to-back tournaments. Obviously, they were hosting last weekend's major, and of course, hosting this weekend's LQE, which has been another fantastic event as well. And you've seen how happy the players have been with their surroundings, the venue that's been given to these guys. Much more of a homelier feel, I'd say.
Yeah, quite relaxed at some points as well in the other room where the Swiss-style games were actually taking place.
The key thing is they've been able to play their weekend league games as well. And a lot of players have been doing that, which is insane to think. They've travelled miles from all around the world. They've had that stress of the tournament. And the best thing you could do is, as you say, Richard, you never lose, you learn. And they would learn from that experience. And they're straight onto weekend league. Everyone that's gone out this tournament so far, I'm probably confident the Jablet is probably in weekend league right now. He's only just gone out last round, but he's probably grinding that weekend league away, looking for that next opportunity. Because if you get through weekend league, you get those 27 wins or more, you're guaranteed 10 points, which could go and help you in these global series ranking system that we have got in front of us right now. You know, when you get into events and you're getting those extra 10 points.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Tom Stokes last weekend actually got 30-0 from here in Bucharest, over in the Swiss-style sort of qualification room that the guys were playing in. I think that is... I'm not almost surprised by that, because if you think about it, you're playing against the best players on LAN. Going into a weekend league where you might be playing against Gold 3, Gold 2, Elite 3, Elite, it's easy for you because you're used to playing against Megabit.
Yeah.
You're used to playing against Tex.
And maybe not player 174 or something on those lines.
Yeah, playing against an average player then. It must be an easier step down for you. And you're playing at that constant level of pro, that level against the pro, level against pro, level against pro. And then you step down and you play against someone more regular at the game.
And that was something that last year didn't really offer. You know, of course, for Champions was great, and occasionally you would match up against a fellow top 100 player. But the addition of the new online qualifiers has been fantastic to see. You play Swiss-style format on your Saturdays, and on the Sundays it is straight knockout. And there's no hiding, Richard, now. You know, when you got to events, you face the best, but now you're facing the best players at home as well, with Div Rivals or with these online qualifiers.
Yeah, Division Rivals is a great addition, so the best players are always playing against the best players. If you're in Division 1 and you're about that 2,700 skill rating mark.
It was around the September time, wasn't it, where in the beginning of October, where it was all about the Div Rivals then, wasn't it? Who was in Div 1, Rank 1, and who was just grinding away. Another great way, as we mentioned, those Pro friendlies as such. You don't need to do those best of threes anymore. Just jump on Div Rivals and grind away midweek, Monday to Friday. Here we go then, Richard. Second leg. 2 goals needed for Curtadilo, the Frenchman from Epsilon. Can he do it? We shall see. But the first goal, as I'll say every single game, is massive here.
That's what I expected from Pina, opening 6-7 minutes. Just to keep hold of the ball, doesn't have to rush anything at all.
Johan Cruyff.
And work that perfect opportunity.
In a pocket of space, he's done well there. Just needs to be exactly the same from Pina. It's been fine. It's been perfect. I'm sure Roma will be, his coach will be saying to him, fantastic stuff from that first game. You didn't get annoyed. You simply just got the ball down.
But what would Sir Alex be saying on the flip side of that?
You've got to create chances. fantastic having good, passing possession. That both players had 96% passing accuracy from Pina last game. 94 at half-time from Kurt Tadila. It's safe to say these guys know how to keep the ball, but if up against the best of the best, one thing you have to look at Kurt is just to try and make a few more chances if you can. Pele now, play one more, went for a finesse, he's actually scored. Maybe he's heard me. 12 minutes into this one.
That's not a good finesse. That's awful goalkeeper movement. I'm just going to be straight up and honest with you. He's expected the finesse shot across the goalkeeper with Pele. Is he going to shoot with Pele on his weak foot? Potentially not, but he's moved.
Didn't expect it at all, did he?
Quite a large way to his right-hand side, and I don't need to say that for Pina to know that that's a mistake. And he's gave Kurt Tadila a good opportunity to get back into this game at 2-1. He gave him a goal almost.
Of course, the original shot was blocked from R9, and it was one of those where the keeper had already moved over slightly and just feinted which way he was going to go. Opened up that pocket of space with that right foot, and it wasn't timed. It was just a simple mistake, as you mentioned. And now he's got himself back in this game. It's before 15 in-game minutes as well. This is a minute and a little bit into this game. What I wanted to do at all. The best thing he can do is go straight down the other end and score himself a goal. Vieira won't be hitting it. Hullet, haven't seen too many long-range efforts from him this year. Last year it was a common occurrence. We'd see Hullet scoring goals from distance throughout the whole competitive year, even in the playoffs, even in the grand finals in London. Vieira to Hullet. This is Kurt Tadila on the attack outside the boot. Great save, Neuer.
Yeah, real good effort there. First time volley from Ronaldo. Look for that whipped ball into the box or play short.
It's funny how a goal can change someone's confidence straight away. Ferdinand, there's that finesse, took a deflection. That fell into the back of the net.
Look at the quickness that he's playing with right now. He's a lot more fluid. He's a lot more almost aggressive in his passing. He's driving the ball into his players. He knows what he wants to do. Every pass has got a purpose. Before that goal went in, it wasn't like that.
It's a difference. You can see it. Hullet to Cruyff. Scoop turn. Drag back. Everything is out from him.
Yeah, good bit of ball roll, scoop turn action there just to keep hold of the ball.
Being so patient as well that we're used to seeing from Dilo.
Try and pull those players out of position.
Seen it once or twice. We'll see he's going to have those two CDMs in position as Pina, but if they're out of position, there's only one there. You've got to get that space. You've just got to use it right. Well won. Threaded through ball down the line if he can find it. Pele in possession, holding up really well. Well done. Now he can find that ball. That's Carl Walker. He's bombing on. He's a little bit out of position all the way across. No one's around the edge of the box for him. Hullet's going to always win that battle.
Yeah, he actually wanted that ball to fall to CR7 in the box, but R9 got locked onto it instead. Unfortunate for Kurt Tadila there, but since that goal has gone in, this game feels a lot more open right now.
And those are the little mistakes that sometimes can come back and pretty luckily you got a little deflection that to go back out for his ball, but Pina, keep it going, keep ticking over. Just needs that one goal, Richard, that one chance. But the press has been really good from Dilo, really good.
Yeah, like I said before the game kicked off, Joxan-esque, the way that he defends.
Too much space.
Just not. Joxan there, a little bit tighter to him with the pressure in the defensive third. Kurt Tadila giving a little bit too much space.
He's done well
Pele's
there.
in behind.
He's one-on-one if he can get through. Alexandro will make up that room. Can he play the ball across? Fantastic use of the ball roll there.
That's Alexandro for you. He's physical and he's got remarkable pace to get back in. He was the wrong side to get on the right side. To get goal side.
Against Pele as well. Not anyone, Pele. That prime icon. Speaking of Pele, he's on the attack now for Pina.
Still surprising me to see Pele used because last year wasn't.
He was pushed out a little bit, wasn't he? But again, we have to remember that this is the earliest we've seen FIFA tournaments, really. Competitive FIFA tournaments in a competitive game cycle. We're used to seeing them next year. You would say the game would come out in September and you'd look at your first tournaments. This year, on FIFA 18, the first event was January.
Yep, January, but after that Team of the Year release. So you saw Team of the Year Kante, Team of the Year Modric, Team of the Year Sergio Ramos, Team of the Year Ronaldo, Messi all used.
Now we're seeing more
Prime
icons.
icon
Yeah,
heavy.
6, 7, maybe 8 if we're lucky to see all the icons being used, the new icons as well. 60 of them in the game. Each icon has 3 variations, of course, as we know.
Yeah, I saw a team this weekend. It had 7 prime icons, 2 centre-backs. I think it was 2 CDMs, 2 centre-backs, 3 cams in total, all icons.
Safe to say, icon heavy, she said Richard. Ball across the box. Can he leave the bub? No, he can't.
The only players who weren't were the goalkeeper, the 2 fullbacks, and Cristiano Ronaldo up top.
We haven't really seen Yashin, have we, as such?
So a little bit of Van der Sar.
Yeah, true. We have seen Van der Sar a few times. Added time of 2 minutes to come. Only 45 minutes in-game time left until we can say who will be that PlayStation champion as such, and to be waiting in that cross-console final. They would have guaranteed themselves at least 850 global series ranking points, though. And there we go, Richard. Half-time between the two. Look at the stats. Pina, nothing from him in this game. 1 shot. Wasn't even on target.
Yeah, Pina, minus 5% pass accuracy in the exact same position that we were in last game. At half-time, Curtadalo's actually changed formation. He's playing a 4-4-2 right now, I think. So he has changed formation. He's more aggressive. A lot of chance of being from out wide positions. See, I think that's Cruyff on the left mid. And as this ball comes to the right-hand side, it looks like Pele on the right mid. So an interesting change from Curtadalo.
If Sir Alex said to him, Richard, make more chances, he's certainly done that. 5 chances. Every single chance has been on target from him. There's the finesse if he can find it. Drops the shoulder. Comes back inside. Drag back on 2 on the finesse. 2. The angle was too acute. It was just...
Yeah, it went for that near post, low driven, but it just didn't get enough on it. Ronaldo on his weak foot as well.
It's good, though. The confidence. Curtadalo. 6th chance of the game. However, the first shot off target from him. Wins the ball straight back, though. Well done, Carl Walker, keeping that in. Only 1 shot, 1 chance created by Pina. Needs to get a little bit more than that. Just 1 goal needed as well to send this to extra time. It's got plenty of time for it as well. We saw the comeback of all comebacks, you'd have to say. Gorilla versus F2 Tex. We thought F2 Tex maybe have just been pushed a step too far or tested.
Yeah, looking at that game between Tex and Gorilla.
A spectacle.
Go
7-6.
In the history books as one of the best games between 2 British players, you've got to say. This is the first time Pina's been in Dialo's half.
Does win a free kick, though. Maldini a little bit too...
In this second half. Can he make something from this free kick?
A bit too heavy there from Maldini.
Pele on it. I think he's going to look for a short one into Cruyff.
Cruyff to whip it across. This is Pina. This is the chance he needs, and that is sometimes how FIFA can go. You can have all the chances in the world, but if you're not taking them, you can go straight back down the other end.
When you've got a man in the team who can produce something out of nothing, like Cristiano Ronaldo, you're always in the match. Whipped in, played it short into Cruyff, and then just almost just put in the mixer. Just somebody attack it. Somebody attack this football. And that's exactly what Ronaldo did, rising above the rest. They say the cream does rise to the top. And Cristiano Ronaldo rises above everybody to fire Pina into a 3-1 lead.
Nothing fancy about that, nothing special about it. It's all simple. Play short, whip it into the box. And we know already, Ronaldo leaps above the rest as always. He can finesse, he can header, he can volley, he can do anything, this man. FIFA 18 he could, FIFA 17 he could, you know, pretty much a lot of FIFA titles. You don't need me to list them all for you.
Good interception from Hullet, just unfortunate there. Ball rolls out of play, and again, is it 1 game too far for Curtadalo? Tough game against Nicholas.
Oh, here we go. This is Pina now. Turning on, you can see the gaps are appearing as well, where Curtadalo has to attack, has to come out of his comfort zone to try and bring this in, but he has created chances, you have to say. He has created his fair share of chances. I think 6 or 7 chances he has created.
9.
Only needs 2 goals. Really well done. They just pushed off Rio Ferdinand there, I believe, completely off the ball. Maldini will go and do his job, though, who, for me, he's been a star in this tournament.
Yeah, the pace mixed with the defending makes Maldini arguably the best centre-back on the game. It's a reason he's in every single person's team. It's usually that second centre-back who does vary. Whether that be Laurent Blanc, Marcel Desailly, Rio Ferdinand, Sergio Ramos, or Rafa Varane. I guarantee Maldini will be next to him.
Just over 20 in-game minutes to hold this one off, Pino, and you will be another huge, could say, name on that PlayStation side of things to watch out for this year in the competitive structure. The best player on FIFA 18. Let's remember this, on PlayStation, the best PlayStation 4 player in the world, out of millions that played online.
I know that's the accolade that he got from getting into that console final, but I don't agree with that. I think Nicholas was the best PS4 player in FIFA 18.
On paper, though, he's made a final.
He might have made a final, but over the course of the year, over the course of 2018, yes, he performed at one event.
I can see that. He's still got to be in that top 5, though, minimum. We'll agree to disagree off the broadcast, Richard. We'll talk about that over dinner tonight.
Let us know on Twitter.
Hashtag PGL FIFA. Who is your top 5 PlayStation players right now? Joxan's got to be in there.
Yeah, right now. You said 2018.
Okay, well, we'll talk about 2018 then. Last year in the competitive structure. I do see that, though. Nicholas did play well. But on paper, you know, a console final, the finalists at the FIFA World Cup. Here's a chance to conclude the game from Pina. Cruyff.
Ooh,
just for finesse out for a corner. It looks like he's going to make another final again. Is Stefano Pina make that PSV
badge proud on his chest. Making a couple of changes. This is the formation change that we have seen from him into a 4-5-1. Ballack and Ronaldinho coming on to see out the game. Stay back or attacking on them fullbacks. He wants his players just to sit off. When you've got R9, CR7 on the pitch, you can play along. You can play aerially as well.
Ronaldinho's been a great sub as well so far in this year. We've seen he does start for a few players, but he's often 60th, 70th minute. We'll see him introduced in the game. He seems to be the key player just to see out a result as such. But just over 10 in-game minutes, and we're going to be booking someone's place in that cross-console final where they're going to be playing for either $12,000. And they will secure themselves 850 Global Series ranking points. Pina now with one of the last attacks in the game, just for another goal to conclude this game to ensure he does get that win.
That La Croqueta, such an effective skill move. If you've not got that in your locker, you have to be adding it sooner rather than later. It's so effective going forward, is the La Croqueta. In the box, creating space onto your strong foot, drawing fouls. Something that you have to be utilising if you have got that 4-star skills.
Ronaldo play the overlap. Yes, he can. Curtadalo back inside. There's Ronaldo, but wasn't really going anywhere there. I think the angle was too hard.
Yeah. What do you think's gone wrong for Curtadalo over the course of 2 legs? Or do you think it's just Pina has taken his chances when they've come?
We often talk about how big that first leg is. You know, 2-0 was the scoreline in that first leg for him. And it's normally Curtadalo that will have... I know maybe not in the last game against Nicholas because that was a pretty tight one, but before that he had a great first leg against New York City Chris, and that was what carried him through. Carried him through that game. Scored 4 goals in that first leg. And he has had chances. He can't say he hasn't had chances here. It's just a case of not taking them.
Do you think the bit of the break, maybe?
Yeah, they have to have that small break.
I think he's had a longer break than Stefano Pina has.
You have to sit there and you have to think about the game. And
you're watching your opponent play.
He's got one more attack here, Richard. Omri. Play all the way across. Someone's going to leap up there. Ronaldinho doesn't fall to his path. And unfortunately, it looks like Curtadalo will be crashing out the tournament from Epsilon. But he's made that Epsilon organisation very proud, I'm sure. And be on a few more people's radar, especially coming out of that French scene, which has got big names in it.
In the 3 events that we've had this year so far,
different names are popping up.
In all 3 PS4 console finals, we've had an Epsilon representative in the console final.
You're the best 2. You're the best 2 on your console out of this tournament. And there we go. Stefano Pina, congratulations. You are in that cross-console final. You are the best player on PlayStation here at that PGL Cup, I should say, in Bucharest. 850 Global Series ranking points. You have guaranteed yourself. And even if you lose that final, I'm sure it won't be on your mind. $6,000, Richard. He will be walking away. But commiserations, Curtadalo. Still a fantastic performance over the 2 days.
Yeah, more importantly as well, he has the opportunity to get one on the board for the PlayStation 4 side as well, up against that Xbox. We always talk about the cross-console final. I think Boras broke it down earlier. There's been 10, and it's 7-3 currently to Xbox. That's not the main talking point, but it always gets brought up on Twitter, brought up on social media, which console's better, and Stefano Pina will be in that console final, the cross-console final, because he's just beat the big man, Curtadilo, 3-1.
He has indeed. And of course, if you don't know the competitive structure of FIFA 19, the global series that was announced last year as such, now more bigger this year, you have to say. You know, more leagues involved. You've obviously got the top leagues with 850 global series ranking points up for grabs on them, then 200 points for like the E-Super Leaguers. We're looking forward to seeing what else comes with that as well. But we've only had 3 events this year, and it's great the point you just mentioned there, Richard. Obviously, the first LQ was PlayStation only, so of course the PlayStation winner. The first major of the year, of course, there's 6-foot Champions Cups. Did take place last weekend. That was an Xbox winner there, an F2 Tex. Is this the LQE that where both consoles are involved, where PlayStation get an upper
hand, potentially? So Stefano Pina is going to be a tough task for either Tex or Megabit. That Xbox console final will be coming up very, very shortly, and I'm going to throw in spot predictions
for the next game.
Xbox console final.
I think there's going to be goals, because you're looking at a player like Megabit, who we know is a goal machine on PlayStation, on Xbox, or as we know, prioritizes Xbox, and then you've got F2 Tex, who
arguably the best player in the world right now.
You know, how many situations can you put this man in? He was 3-0 down on many occasions against Gorilla, bounced back 7-6, won that tournament last weekend. He's just so confident. He's not scared of anyone as well. We have to remember, and Tex did beat Megabit last weekend, as we talk about in the competition. But you can't. It's just a new game of FIFA. You have to look at it as a new game of FIFA. It's a new weekend. We know what 7 days can do in competitive FIFA. It can bring new stories completely.
It seems as though we know what 7 days can do. However, we also know that Tex seems to be just dominating every single time he turns on that Xbox. Last weekend, won the event. This weekend, not dropped a game. Who's going to stop him? Is it Megabit?
Well, Megabit, you mentioned about the form that he did have in those Amsterdam playoffs, and maybe we might see it again soon, of course. As you know, though, Stefano Pina is in the cross-console final. He's the winner on the PlayStation side. Curtadilo, commiserations there. And after this very short break, it will be Tex against Megabit.
Yeah. I try to tell you, you ain't ready. Have you ever seen a man not afraid to die? Gave his life for a dream. Born hustler, so the game conceived. A cage beast, but now I'm free. How can you blame me? I was born for this, the game chose me. Now I've been training for this my whole life. Carpe diem, seize the moment, right. We gon' turn up and rock plenty ice. This is our time, yeah, I'm about that life. I'm a street dude, teach dudes to think quicker. Would take over the world, but yo, I dream bigger. Never satisfied, I'm trying to be richer. And pour out a little bit for those who ain't with us. Ready, I don't get ready, I stay ready. Cause the consequences is heavy. My man D said he would never quit, even though the thing's heavy. We push like a 7-7 Chevy, boys ready. My whole clique since 06 was on the bottom, now we running this. Grind hard when the load gets heavy. The money was slow, but now it's steady. You boys is not ready. Boys don't want it with us, so stop lying. Show me a dude can, I show you a boy dying. I ain't lying. We are self-built, self-made, self-sustained, self-seekers, selfish. Yo, I'm trying to get paid. My goons do it in the rain. To be clear, we are not the same. You were born, I was made. You'll spend forever in the grave. We've already spent many moons sipping cool drinks in the shade. Picture me on a stage with 50,000 fans in a riot and a frenzy. Don't cross me, boy. We got a sick and twisted way of coming at you every day until you see it our way. I'm glad we can see eye to eye before somebody had to die. Please don't cry. It's occasionally necessary to push a dude over the ledge so he can come to his head and know that he's not ready. I don't get ready, I stay ready. Cause the consequences is heavy. My man D said he would never quit, even though the thing's heavy. We push like a 7-7 Chevy, boys ready. My whole clique since 06 was on the bottom, now we running this. Grind hard when the load gets heavy. The money was slow, but now it's steady. You boys is not ready.
Welcome back to the Pgl FIFA19 Cup Bucharest. Now, Grand Final for PS4 has concluded. It wasn't the most spectacular of Grand Finals, but probably has ended up with the right winner. The man that won, of course, Stefano Pina. Gents, the right winner for PS4 has played probably the best, most consistent football over the last 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he deserves that win. I think that he showed a real all-round game in that particular game. You know, Houston gave as good as he got, but when the chances fell to Pina, he was able to put them away, and he saw the game out as well. His game management in the second leg was really impressive.
It was
So,
good, wasn't it?
Definitely,
Yeah, I mean,
definitely the better player.
2-0 up, job done in the first leg, but we know at this level, Boris, it can still go the other way. We've seen players come back from 5-1 down on a leg and come back and win. So he had to be careful in this second leg, didn't he?
Yep, definitely yes, and he's just continuing like he finished that FIFA 18 season, becoming the reigning PS4 world champion, and he built that success on having very, very solid defense, and we also saw it in this matchup. I mean, conceding 1 goal over 2 legs against a skilled attacking player here, Dilo, and just proving once again the importance of having a solid defense.
Do you feel like Dilo didn't do himself justice in this final mark, or do you feel like he's just come up against a very good player who just had a slight edge on him?
I think he's a very good player, and also we have to remember, I think it's kind of one of those like awful things to say if you take that game out of the equation, because obviously it still happened. You know, Stefano Pino, before the game, the crazy game that he had in the semi-final, he was, you know, he had the best defense, I believe, the best defensive record, least goals conceded.
On the PS4.
Yeah, on the PS4. Obviously, Tex was leading the way on the Xbox, but that shows the level of ability he's got in defense, and it's kind of difficult to show your ability going forward when you're going up against a player who is just so solid in defense. So, you know, it's difficult to shine when you're not given that space to shine, essentially.
Yeah, he had to come up with something different, and unfortunately couldn't do that. Did get a goal in the second leg that kind of gave him hope, but a quickly reply from Stefano Pino sorted that one. 3-1 overall. Again, looking at Dilo's performance though, gents, it's a decent run. I mean, he's outperformed many of the players that we had high expectations for. You look at some of the players that didn't even make it out of the Swiss, including Aggie Rosemeyer as well. So decent thing, you know, in terms of result, and also something to build on for the rest of the season.
Yes, definitely making it the top 2 here. This is once again a global tournament with having players all around the world trying to qualifying. Just making it here is very difficult, and he made it into the top 2, and this is definitely a guy that we should watch this season. We will for sure see more from him.
Yeah, I mean, it's an experience thing, isn't it? I'm sure you know yourself, every single tournament you go to, you get better, you get used to that tournament environment, you get put in positions that you weren't used to being in before. And I remember when I was competing, you know, years ago now, but someone told me once that you learn more at one event than you do in 3 or 4 months of online practice. So event practice is invaluable, and he's going to have another event under his belt that's going to help him move forward.
Yeah, he looked pretty miserable throughout the whole leg, actually. In fact, the whole tournament he's looked pretty miserable, no matter whether he's winning or losing. I don't know if that's his demeanour, but in the grand final, Dilo did look very disappointed all the way through it, and especially at the end. But I don't necessarily think he should be disappointed with his performance.
No, definitely not. Top 2 in the world this tournament. That is a absolutely amazing achievement. And like you said, I mean, LAN experience is so important. You always learn two, 3 new things to work on when you get back home. And yeah, like I said, we're going to see more from Dilo this season, definitely.
Yep. Let's bring in Stefano Pina, the winner of the PS4 Championship here in Bucharest. Congratulations, Stefano. Fantastic performance in the final. It didn't look straightforward completely your own way, but it looked kind of straightforward to us from the outside. What was it like from your point of view?
Yeah, it was a difficult game, a very tactical game. So it was difficult to attack for both of us.
Yeah.
So I need to keep calm and make my chances.
Yeah, he's a dangerous player, isn't he, on the break?
Yes, of course. He was very good, a calm player, so a very good player, of course.
Okay. I mean, first of all, congratulations on winning the PlayStation 4, but that's not really job done, is it? There's still one more match.
Yes, I got last year also the champion of the PS4 side, but now I want to win it all, so I'm looking forward to the grand final again.
Good stuff. We've got a couple of guys alongside Boris Legend and Onset both here. Gents, questions for our champion on PS4?
Yes, in your last tournament you played in FIFA 18, you were also in that cross-console final. What did you learn from that experience?
Yeah, we played the first game on the PlayStation last year, so I want to score many goals because Adversary was impossible to beat on the Xbox side. but I need to keep calm. Also on the PlayStation side this year. So yeah, that's what I learned this year.
My question to you is, it's kind of two-part question. Is firstly, who do you think you will be playing in the cross-console final, and secondly, who do you want to play in the cross-console final?
Yeah, of course, Tex is amazing this year. He's the best. Everyone can say that. But actually, I don't care who I play. I'll look at the game between Megabit and Tex, and we see we won the game. So I don't care actually.
All right, well, almost all of the job done. Well done on winning the PS4 Cup, but one more game to go in the grand final. We wish you the best of luck in that, and congrats on winning the PS4.
Thank you.
Stefano Pina then. Well, the winner on the PS4 side, but as we've said, the job not completely done just yet. The cross-console final still to come. But who will he play? We've still got one more match left on the Xbox side of things as well. But probably worth wrapping up on PS4, especially while we've got Boras here as well. Highlights and disappointments from the PS4 side for you?
Overall, I would say disappointment, of course, Age. We have to say it, he was one of the favorites going into this tournament and unfortunately didn't manage to surpass the Swiss format.
Yep.
Positive surprise, I'm going to say Dilo,
yep,
making it to the final here. And of course, also it's nice to see Pina being back on the top. He had, of course, this fantastic tournament in London at the World Cup, and people were saying that maybe he is just one tournament wonder. He didn't do anything before this. He had a great weekend, but now he's showing that is, well, he's here to stay. And it's nice to see because he's a great lad and a very, very, very talented player.
Absolutely. And Mark, we're going to let you go because we've got to go to a break in a minute just so you can get into the commentary booth. Because you're going to be over there for Tex versus Megabit.
It's not a bad game, is it, to get, to be honest?
Well, give us your thoughts, because we're not going to be here after the break. So give us your thoughts now about what you're looking forward to in that game.
I'm looking forward to both legs. I'm looking forward to every single minute. I think everyone at home will be as well. We've already seen Tex involved with some crazy, crazy games in this tournament. So the way that Megabit was playing as well in his last game, that was scary looking Megabit. There's kind of two Megabits. There's the cruise control Megabit and there's the scary Megabit. And I think we're about to see the scary side of him.
Yeah, that'll be fun. All right, well, thank you very much, gents. As we said, we'll see Mark in a few minutes' time because we're headed to a quick break. When we come back, though, we will have our Xbox final between those two giants of the scene. Who's going through to play in the cross-console final? That's what we're about to find out. Stay tuned.
Most memorable goal.
Was when I beat Wayne 10 and the PS4 Vancouver regional to finish first on the PS4 because I had to come back and win 2 games.
In the final of the FIFA 18 Global Series playoffs, because it was 6-5 on aggregate, I won the ball in the 90th minute and could walk against one-on-one with Ronaldo against De Gea, and I scored, and then like all the emotions got out of me because I knew I've won the tournament at that moment.
I think my goal to 3-2 in the unofficial World Cup back then in FIFA 16 against Gorilla in the final, I think was.
I think it was at the Dutch Eredivisie. It was the last match. I had to win the match because my rival was drawing, so I had to win the match, and I scored in the 18th minute. I scored my winning goal, so I became the Dutch champion because of that goal. So that was really important for me.
I will remember my goal versus Gorilla last year in Amsterdam when I was winning 4-2. I just possessed the ball for like 3 or 4 minutes in the game.
Probably the Ruud Gullit goal, FIWC 2017 when I won, because that goal gave me, I think it was a 2 or 3 goal lead against Dito, and in my head I was like, all right, it's game over. As long as I play calm, that was the the margins that I needed. So I'll probably say the Ruud Gullit goal. I think it was at half time in the second leg.
Probably my second one against Nicholas in the grand final last year.
The most memorable goal I scored has to be against Wayne 10 again. I only won 1-0 in extra time. It was a very close game, and yeah, I was over the moon when I scored.
In a tournament in Portugal in 2017, I scored one amazing goal that gives me 10,000 heroes.
I think most memorable goal was in the quarterfinals of FIFA 2017 World Cup in extra time, 2-1. I was going crazy, and I still remember it to this day.
Last week I scored my best goal in my career. It was also the goal of the tournament, and yeah, it was a great thing. That's the last I can remember, and I'm really happy to score it.
The most memorable goal that I've scored was the goal last week against Prones to take it to extra time in the 90th minute. It's my first shot on target all game, and I scored. So that was definitely the most memorable goal.
Oh, the most memorable goal I scored is still the goal against Kevin Assia at the online qualifier.
Most memorable goal was a scorpion kick goal. I was 5-4 behind, and in the last minute I scored the goal with a scorpion kick. That was amazing.
Probably to take the lead against Schwenker to qualify for the World Finals.
I'll go for last year again, grand final against Marcuso, my winning goal.
Against Rasik and Manchester, it was the console final, and I scored in the extra time.
I love finding out about the players' favourite things, especially their goals. My favourite goal, for instance, was when I was playing at left back, cut inside, went down the left-hand side, went cutting just by the edge of the box, went across the box, drew 3 defenders, spacked it into the top corner with the right foot. I'm totally left-footed. And then I woke up. Gents, it's time for the Xbox final.
Yes.
Some proper FIFA players, none of this Dream World stuff that's going on with me. Tex versus Megabit. This should be a very special final between these two players.
Yeah, definitely yes. And I think 2 very worthy finalists in this tournament. They've been both playing amazing FIFA. Also Megabit showing up here in the knockout rounds. He was so close to going out against Tim Latka. He was trailing with 4 goals, I believe, and made a crazy comeback. And sometimes this gives you somehow a second win because you feel, okay, I'm out, this is over, but somehow you manage to come back and you feel like after this that you are immortal.
Yeah, indeed.
And it feels like he got this feeling after this because he's been playing amazing FIFA. I mean, just see what it did to Jablet. That was a crazy display.
Yeah, it was very good indeed. I'm going to get some thoughts from Unite in just a moment. But Mike is ready over at the Telestrator. I understand that Mike's going to give us some idea about formations as we head into the Xbox final.
Breakdown board. Let's work that out. But yeah, on screen we have Megabit squad, and upcoming we have obviously got the matchup Megabit versus Tex, and it should be a very offensive, progressive match. I almost expect when we see the best players face off to learn something new in those games, because you have that adrenaline and because the players are anticipating so much that's going on with their goalkeepers and both defensively and offensively. It's going to push you to get better or you're going to lose. Plain and simple. That's what we saw from Tex when he made the comeback against Gorilla. And on screen, 4-2-3-1, something that's out of the ordinary. One of the very few players that uses Zanetti as a right back. Zanetti's biggest weakness is that he has a 50 for jumping, which is terrible for such a high-rated player. And Ivan mentioned the Tim Latka result, or the comeback that Megabit was able to make in that matchup. And the big key was that he actually took out Zanetti because he was losing so many crosses in the air, and he brought in Kyle Walker. He also has tried using Maldini as a fullback if needed as a sub. And you see Blanc here, because last weekend Megabit was using Maldini, and he said that the height was becoming an issue versus Cristiano Ronaldo on some of the set pieces. And I'm going to pull up Tech Squad as well. Tech Squad we've seen on multiple occasions here, but as long as he keeps advancing, we need to keep talking about it. Nothing that's really out of the ordinary in terms of the starting 11, outside of maybe choosing Pele over having Cruyff or Ronaldinho, because I feel like players here have almost a three-way split. Do you want the 98 Pele? Would you like the prime version of Dino? Would you like the prime version of Cruyff? And it just depends on preference. But I'm expecting to see goals on goals on goals. This will not be a defensive matchup, especially not with Megabit playing. He's more of someone who pushes the tempo and plays very aggressively. Tex, on the other hand, has that balance of being solid on the defensive end. Outside of the game with Gorilla, I think he only conceded 3 goals prior to that. But I think this is going to be a lot of back and forth, and we are going to be talking about goals, comebacks, and we should see some fantastic FIFA on display.
Indeed we should. Thank you very much, Mike, for his thoughts before we head into the Xbox final night. We hadn't had a chance to speak to you just yet before this one. Mike was also saying defensively, Tex has been very good. Just 8 in the Swiss stage and 3 in the quarterfinals. 11 conceded. Ignore the Gorilla game for now, because that was just a crazy game between the 11 in total. Gorilla put 6 past him in one game.
I mean, we all know Gorilla is one of the best attacking players in the world, but defensively, like, Tex is one of the best players defensively of this tournament, offensively as well. That's what makes him so hard to play against. Even if you manage to contain his offense, you still have a hard time breaking through. Or the opposite. If you manage to keep a low-scoring game against him, you won't be able to score. That's what Fiddle did. 3-1 across 2 legs. You almost didn't let him score, because 3 goals in 2 games for Tex is nothing.
Yep.
But you don't score yourself.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, he starts as the hot favourite, gents, in this grand final, no doubt about it. But Megabit, we can't really ignore him. He's had a very rocky road to this final. Unlike Tex, who's had a kind of copybook run through, completely unbeaten through the Swiss stage all the way into this grand final. Megabit's been on the block. He lost his very first game in the Swiss game on day 1. He went 3-2 during the group stage, nearly didn't get out of it. Then in the quarterfinals, he's 5-1 down, could have lost the game, came back and won it. And then suddenly in the semi-finals, decides to put the afterburners on, and suddenly we've got the real Megabit. Are we going to get him back again for the final?
I believe so, yes. He looked very good that last game. And something that we have to mention also is that these guys, they matched up 3 times in international tournaments, and actually F2 Tex won all 3 games. And I spoke to him now during the food break, and he said, surely I can't beat him 4 times in a row. So we'll see how this mental battle will end up.
I like that. I like the fact that he's already thinking, no, that's hard to do against someone, but it's part of the mind games here as well, isn't it? Megabit's going to know this is a very difficult match to win.
I mean, the fact that Megabit has had such a bumpy ride towards the final, and he still made it through, shows that he's mentally very capable of dealing with Tex's confidence and his style of play. So I think Megabit goes into that game really confident. He knows what he's been through, and he still made it. So whatever Tex has to offer, I think Megabit is ready for it.
Okay, prediction time. Boras, which way are you going?
Oh, this is a very, very tough one. It feels like this might be the end of Tech's amazing streak, because sometimes it has to end, and I think he has maybe his main focus on next weekend's for Champions Cup
for London.
Perhaps, while for Megabit this is more important, showing that okay, I'm still at the top level, I can beat Tex, and seeing just how he played that previous round, I think maybe this actually be a win for Megabit.
Okay. Right.
I don't really want to doubt either of the players, but I think it's going to be a very, very tight game. Maybe 1 goal, 2 goals edged for Tex. I mean, I just don't see how you can stop him. Tex and Megabit played last week. Tex won, like even recently, not even like 3 times in the past. I think Tex narrowly.
All right. It's intriguing, isn't it? Split decision on our panel, but it's not them that make the decision. It's the players themselves in the game. 2 legs, 1 Xbox Grand Final. Let's find out who goes through to the cross console final as well between Tex and Megabit.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our console finals on the Xbox side of things, and I'm really, really hyped for this one. We've got Megabit taking on the defending champion from last weekend's tournament, F2 Tex. Both of these players have been phenomenal up until this point, Dan. However, there's only room for one in that cross-console final coming afterwards, but who is going to be the champion of the Xbox?
And I'm with the analyst. It's so hard to try and differ these two players, very different play styles. You've got Megabit, who has scored the most goals in this competition. He's got a solid 40 goals behind him so far, against Tex, who's conceded the least so far in this competition, with just 14 goals going behind him. Plus 15 for Tex, plus 14 for Megabit in terms of goal difference. But here we go then. It is the console final on the Xbox side of things. Tex has given us an absolute feast of a show so far. What can he offer now?
No messing about here then. Straight into the action here in Bucharest. Obviously, F2 Tex once again playing in that Liverpool kit. Megabit playing in that Werder Bremen kit, obviously representing them. And it's going to be such an intriguing battle in this game. I'm really looking forward to seeing if it's going to be a cagey affair, as we do have our first opportunity of the game. Ronaldo, that's beautiful from Tex. Not missed a beat since he was last on this main stage, and that is the first goal of the game. And it's CR7 who buries that one in the bottom corner.
5 minutes into the game as well. And when those opportunities present themselves to Tex, you know he's going to bury it. He could have gone either way, as Megabit just gives a thumbs up to say, well, you know, what could I do? I'm going up against one of the best players in the world here. But Megabit surely has it in him to come back and get goals of his own. It could really be a goal fest here, Mark.
Yeah, it really could be. And that's the one worry there for Megabit. Probably wanted to sort of feel his way into the game a little bit and see how Tex was going to approach this one. But going behind straight on that 5-minute mark is going to make life so much more difficult for him. You start thinking, you know, I've got to make some different decisions. Maybe I've got to change things up. But Zanetti now brings this one forward. But Tex snapping into the tackle there to win the ball back. And he's on the attack already. And just get the feeling that F2 Tex has got his eyes on another championship.
Yeah, and Tex is always eyeing up these wings as well. Really taking advantage of those fullbacks when they push up the pitch. But no one seems to be able to manage to do the same to Tex, despite the fact that with his fullbacks, he's always so heavily high up the pitch, just defending. Sandro is usually there, doing his best to stop any of the right or left midfielders doing their job.
Opportunity here. It's Ronaldo! 1-1. First chance for Megabit, and he absolutely buries it.
And I was saying, can anyone take advantage of the wing play? Well, it doesn't matter for Megabit. He's just 1-2'd his way through the middle of the park. Found himself in the box. I don't know if that's gone through a player's legs, but it's not going to matter. Found the corner of the goal. And the thing is, we get to this point where in the semi-final we were saying with Tex, oh, well, his back's against the wall now. How's he going to respond when he's 4 goals down? It feels like it doesn't matter what scenario Tex is in. You've always got to expect him to pull out the stops.
That's a huge response, though, from Megabit. The German bouncing straight back into this game after conceding early on. 15 minutes gone, already 2 goals in this first leg here between these two aggressive players. Ronaldo now for Tex. Pull it, a little bit of a run around the corner here. It's going to be found. Ronaldo takes the strike. Zanetti, though, gets in the way, gets the block, and now you're going to see Megabit swarming for it as well.
Yeah, Ronaldo just a little bit off balance there. Didn't quite connect with the ball as much as he would have liked. And look again with Megabit, not focusing on those wings.
Oh, Hullet has got there. Big mistake. Chance for Hullet. Oh, Megabit. Maybe overplayed that one.
He's turned, tried to do a little bit too much, reluctant to fire as he saw the keeper moving across goal. And he knows that it would have been an easy save if he had just gone for finesse. But now on the other side, Tex just trying to get that through ball to Ronaldo.
Chances on both sides of the game at the moment to start this one off. This has started off exactly the way I wanted it to. Both players look like they don't want to leave anything out there. Ronaldo now for Tex. Hullet. Pass going to be cut out well there by Megabit. And now Megabit streams forward as well, and both players, you can just feel how dangerous they look going forward. You can see they're just waiting for those spaces to open, waiting. Try and bait a mistake out from their opponent. Pele now. Maybe thought about that first time finesse there, but decided to go for the pass around the corner.
It was Kyle Walker. Again, that right back just drawing him into the middle.
Look at this, Megabit's giving him no time to rest whatsoever. Can Ronaldo get there? De Gea flops that one away, and oh, Pele puts it wide.
That's a chance, but it was F2 Tex's mistake. Well, I say it was his mistake. It was De Gea's mistake with the punch away. Maybe you'd hope that De Gea would catch it in that situation. But Tex will just let out a little bit of a breath of air there and just say, all right, calm it down. Megabit certainly on the offensive at the moment. Can Tex stop this pressure?
Pull it on the edge of the box here. Finds the ball back into Vieira. CR7 across goal. De Gea gets down. Spills it in front of the goal. Now Tex will bring this one away, but Megabit really taking the game to Tex here.
Yeah,
I'm liking the pressure in midfield he's doing as well. Not giving Tex any time to settle.
Very high line. A lot of pressure on those, on that defense. Because if you can keep Tex in his own half, you're going to be happy. This is where it starts to get scary. When he gets the ball on the wings with the likes of Eusebio, with the likes of Pele. We've seen the skill moves that are available.
Oh,
but he
my
doesn't
word.
need them when you can just smash it in from 30 yards with Ronaldo.
Here we go then, 2-1. That prime icon, 96 rated. R9 with the finesse shot. We've seen a lot of them this weekend. I doubt that we'll be seeing a lot more, even in the games we've got coming up. And Neuer was just a bystander there as that one just floated over his head into that far corner. 5-star weak foot, puts it to use.
But Megabit has looked good this game, I've got to say. It doesn't look like it's going to be a thrashing on either side. It could be very back and forth. Megabit has spotted that Tex defends a lot with his left and right back. So he's going down the middle of the park, luring those players out of position and then either trying to make a pass onto those wings or just getting a 1-2 around them, confusing his left back and his centre back.
There's a run from Vieira. Vieira dips it over the top for Eusebio. Can you find a pass? Goes for goal. And Eusebio misses the target.
Did hit it green. Gave it every chance he could have. Very difficult angle to put those in from, but we have seen them go in at this tournament. Just that near post, the low-driven shots. Very powerful indeed.
Great ball from Walker here down the right-hand side. Ronaldo's picking that one up. Run from Eusebio has been found as well. Tex looking for a third. Before half-time, Ronaldo now. It's going to be dropped there. Ferdinand gets away with that one, but no, the referee brings it back. No advantage to be gained. Megabit raise the eyebrows, looking a little bit nervous. What can Tex do from here?
Now watch this. He's probably going to lay it off, I would have thought. Just to this player here. It's going to be Eusebio. Oh, didn't quite connect with it. He hit the sweet spot a couple of times during the Swiss stages from those free kicks, but he gets a corner. We've seen what happens when CR7 gets his head on one of these.
Eusebio whips this one. And here's CR7! Off the bar! Neuer, collect it! Get rid! Oh, Megabit survives a scary moment. Now he's looking to go straight up the other end just before half-time. Maybe Megabit had a little bit of luck on his side there. Neuer with the big save. Ronaldo gets dropped on the edge of the box here. Vieira finds the ball back to CR7. Dangerous here. Goes for the finesse and straight up the other end. Megabit equalises. 2-2.
And Tex isn't happy about it either, especially after hitting the bar. But a really well-worked goal from Megabit.
It's through Maldini's legs.
And that's two, actually. I think both of Megabit's goals have just gone through the player's legs. But it's about taking that shot, taking that risk and making your own luck. He also got himself in that position inside the area. Again, just exposing those fullbacks and then playing it down the middle when the centre-backs go to cover.
4 goals inside the first half of action here in Bucharest. On our Xbox console final between these two players. Maybe one more chance before half-time here. The 3 minutes is up. Eusebio tries to find the ball into the box. Blanc is going to get that one clear, and we're all tied up here at the end of that first half. And look at those statistics. Pretty much nothing between the two players.
Yeah, a little bit more possession for Tex in his build-up. Surprises me, because in the early stages, Megabit certainly had the dominating side. But then Tex just started coming back into it, trying to work his way down those wings. To be fair, I'm not surprised that we've got so many goals. There were 69 goals between these two players coming into this. Of course, now with 4 more, it takes it up to 73, which is pretty incredible if you think about it.
Yeah, it's a lot of goals scored by two very talented players. Tex, of course, if you weren't aware, obviously picked up that big win last weekend, looking for back-to-back tournament wins here. Megabit, your Xbox champion from the Global Series playoffs in FIFA 18 last year in Amsterdam. Looking to add another title to his collection. There's a lot of prestige between these two players. They both know how to win tournaments. But do they have the answer to how to win this one here in Bucharest?
Of course, waiting in that console versus console final, Stefano Pina. After a thrilling performance for him in the PS4 side of things. And he'll be happy. It's job done for him. He's got those 850 Global Series points. It would just be icing on top of the cake if he was able to win the console versus console final as well. Who is he going to be facing? At the moment, it's Tex with all the possession, but Megabit has looked deadly when he's got through on goal.
Here comes Megabit then, and Tex is lunging out of defence here a little bit. A little bit of space here for Hullet. Ball over, there's another one there. There's a man free on the far side. Does he use him? No, he doesn't. He uses Ronaldo's left foot to smash it in once more, and Megabit is going to be taking the lead here in our first leg against F2 Tex.
Tex again. Just kind of looking at the camera saying, look, I think that went through another player's legs. Luck he doesn't feel is on his side, but we saw him do this in the semi-final. We saw him get a little bit frustrated, looking at the camera, questioning how his opponent was getting his goals, and then he just came back strong. The mentality of this man, considering he's 17 years old...
It's crazy. It's insane.
It's phenomenal. I lose my head when someone celebrates against me, but Tex does not lose his head. It doesn't matter if he's a goal behind, 2 goals behind. He always finds a way.
3-3 then. Cristiano Ronaldo, 4-star weak foot. No problem there. Here's the finesse shot. We know how deadly they are, and it finds that top left-hand corner. 3-3 then. 6 goals already in our first leg. Still half an hour to go.
How do you beat Tex? Gorilla, we thought maybe that was finally going to be it. Gorilla was up by 3-4 goals. And Tex still comes back into it. Megabit manages to take the lead. And Tex just responds. He just always seems to find a way.
This is beautiful, Megabit, though. This is absolutely superb. Almost found the ball through to Hullet as well.
And watch for Tex just trying to expose these fullbacks again. As soon as they come out of position, he plays sometimes just a through ball, sometimes a lofted through ball, and then works his way in from the side.
Here comes Tex then once again. Inside the last half hour now. Ronaldo gets that one out of his feet. Maybe thinking, teasing the finesse. There is Ronaldo.
Good movement.
You say, Dan. Good goalkeeper movement there from Megabit. Recognised the danger in that situation. Made sure that Neuer was moved across to cover that. But that's risky. That's really risky from Megabit. Ronaldo now in the box. Cuts that one back. Hullet gets an interception. Falls back to Ronaldo. Here's Vieira now. Again, Megabit saw that one coming. Neuer now picks that one up comfortably, and I would imagine that Megabit will take just a few more extra seconds than he did last time to get this ball clear.
Yeah, just calm it down. You don't want any silly mistakes to give a goal away. We've seen it a few times in the tournament, just being a little bit hasty with your play and allowing your opponent back into games. It was a difficult position to be in, though, when you do get that ball and you've got a couple of defenders on you. The cutback was a good attempt. But Tex really wants to be in a position where Megabit is controlling those defenders manually.
Great drag back there from Eusebio. Great play here from F2. Tex gets dropped in the box.
Penalty.
That's going to be a penalty.
Megabit not happy about it.
He doesn't look too happy with it.
What did I do, ref? That's what he's saying. Maybe we'll get a replay.
The build-up play, though, from Tex in that situation was beautiful. Ronaldo now steps up to give Tex the lead. Saved by Megabit. The big right boot of Manuel Neuer was enough to keep this tied up at 3-3.
Soft penalty, really. Almost down the middle. Of course, penalties, they seem very difficult to score in FIFA 19. A lot of ways to tell which way it's going to go. It does mean Megabit's still in this one. But Tex looks threatening every time he's going forward. Again, exposing those fullbacks.
Both players are just going for this at the moment. See, every time the ball's played over the midfield, that kind of a 3v3 situation almost with the cams and the strikers. Players back in position now. Tex into the box. The run from Hullet is there. Ferdinand closes the space and wins the ball back for Megabit.
Yeah, I think that's what you've got to do as well. As soon as you see that turn, you know that finesse is possible. And when you've got also a player making a through ball run, you have to cut it out, otherwise it could just be curtains. We're getting into the last 10 now here, and that's been a pretty back and forth game. Hard to call it still, Mark. Both players have shown promise, and they've defended well in areas as well.
Sandro then down the line. Pele now, that prime icon. Can he come up with a prime icon-esque moment to win this first leg here for Tex? Vieira. Ronaldo goes for the El Tornado. Well defended, though, by Megabit. Patrick Vieira, the player in command of that situation.
Look how Tex is just hoping and he's waiting for Megabit to switch to a player so then he can really just expose him. Use those skill moves, those 5-star skill moves that are available for so many of his players to try and get an advantage to get towards the goal.
Here is one of those players, Ruud Hullet. Vieira commanding that midfield there. Great reach there, CR7 into Ronaldo. Kyle Walker solid in the tackle once again. Now you're going to see Tex going straight up the other end. Approaching that 90th minute, and how many 90th minute goals have we seen in this tournament, Dan? You wouldn't be surprised to see this one decided by another.
Yeah, but which way is it going to go? Because Megabit keeps nipping the ball off Tex at some unexpected moments, but then giving it away himself. It'll be all right. A last-minute goal would be huge for either of these players. We speak about mentality. Richard Buckley speaks a lot about momentum in FIFA and how it helps going into the next game. Well, a goal could change everything in this console final.
Tex then coming forward one last time. Pele gets the interception. Well, it's going to win the ball back here. We're into stoppage time at the end of our first leg. On the Xbox console finals, Ronaldo round the corner, drops the shoulder, cuts it back. Zanetti with the challenge, shot on goal.
And maybe a corner?
I think that might be a corner.
The pause comes out. The ref hasn't blown his whistle just yet, and we're going to see a few tactic changes here.
I think that Megabit's seeing the corner coming in. He's trying to bring on maybe the tallest players he has on the bench to try and defend this one. That's a smart
Getting
little
Zanetti
play.
off.
Yeah, this is good mentality and good tactical thinking coming in here from Megabit.
But we heard from Boras Legend saying that Zanetti is a little bit of a hindrance at the back with his jumping ability.
Tex whips it in. Hullet's at the back post. Laurent Blanc wins the header. And I think that might well be it here, unless Henry can get away from Kyle Walker. He can't, and we're all tied up after our first leg here. 3-3.
And how funny would that have been? Right at the end as well, Henry had the chance to sprint away. He was the man that was brought on in hope that maybe he could nod the corner away. But either way, 3-3 after the first leg then, and both players looking very good in front of goal. Very good midfield play as well. Both trying to expose those fullbacks. And it is... There's a couple of quid in the back of that case, wasn't there?
There was. There's a £20 note I saw.
It did look like a £20 note.
I wasn't paying Megabit too much money. He's using £20 notes as phone cases.
Why is he bringing British currency over here?
I respect. I like Megabit now. I like Megabit.
He's one of us.
Yeah, he's one of us.
Maybe that's the way to be a UK player, is by becoming a UK player.
Exactly. Well, I wanted to get your opinion on the way that Megabit has approached this game, because for me, he hasn't kind of let Tex dominate the game at all. He's really put the pressure onto Tex. He's played a high-pressure game. He's been winning the ball in midfield. He's been, looking to counter-attack quickly and sharply, almost guerrilla-esque in his counter-attacking play, getting that ball up to the front too. And it's it's been difficult for Tex to deal with as we're going to go into our highlights package here. Obviously, the first goal did come in from Tex, but the way that Megabit responded, he's showing no fear whatsoever.
Well, Megabit is playing a high line. He is getting aggressive because he notices that Tex, the way that Tex plays, the way he wins, is he goes for this build-up play, tries to get it to his really strong 5-star skill list, then that's when he starts to dance around you. But if you can use your second player to pressure that person, it becomes extremely difficult to try and get around multiple people. And also, if you can keep Tex at bay in his own half, he's not going to have those chances to score. So I like it from Megabit. I like that he's recognized how Tex is actually playing. Trying to keep him as narrow as possible, I think, is key. There were several players that have tried to do so. I mean, Fiddle, in particular, during the Swiss, he notices that Tex likes to go down the wing.
Yeah, he played the 4-2-3-1 the wide variant. Yeah, he played the wide variant and said, I'm not going to give you any room down the wing.
And he only lost 3-1 in the end.
0-0 in the first leg, I believe it was as well. Showed that you can keep him at bay. That was a crazy strike from R9 Ronaldo there on his left foot. Tex like that one. Megabit not so. Although he did actually seem to enjoy it, to be fair.
Well, there's been a few sarcastic thumbs up, I think, from Megabit. But that's the thing with all of these players, right? When it goes in for your opposition, you hate to see it, but if it's you love to see it.
You love to see it, and that was a great goal there. Great build-up play from Megabit as well, and his quick passing in and around the box has been really impressive for me as well. You know, he's got the ball into those centre forwards. He's got the ball into R9 Ronaldo, and you saw he had the man over there, use that as a decoy run, maybe pulled De Gea across, who was maybe Tex was looking to cover that run early on, bring the keeper out, but moving it onto that left foot, smashing it past him. Composure in front of goal, and that's been the difference between some of the top players. We talked about goalkeeper movement, but it's those players who've been able to counteract that goalkeeper movement by just taking that extra half a second longer to bait their opponent's goalkeeper out.
Or in Tex's case, in the semi-final where he took, well, it was a full second, if not 2 seconds, he just stood there and said, look, I'm going to let you move, and then I will just put the ball wherever you're not. And it really was great to see. I think the difficulty for both of these players in this particular game is they know how easily their opponent can score. So once you go a goal up, you can't just go defensive, Mark. You can't just try and absorb pressure, because then you offer more opportunities to your opponent. And something that we haven't spoken about is this penalty. There was a chance for Tex to take the lead, but it was a soft one, just slightly to the keeper's right. Maybe you need to smash that one into a top corner, but it is hard.
Hindsight's 2020, is it? Hindsight's 2020. You always want to, after you've had the penalty, put it where the keeper wasn't.
Yeah.
It's usually a good rule to try and follow, but towards the end here, we thought that maybe Henry was going to burst away, fresh on the pitch, but you talk about like these minute things that these pros do to win, give themselves advantages to win games. You know, Megabit pausing it just before that corner in the last few minutes to bring on Michael Ballack, to bring on Thierry Henry, two of the taller players he's got on the bench, just to make sure that he was going to be competing for those headers, to give himself a chance for being able to compete for this beautiful trophy you see straight in front of you at home right now. I mean, it's little things like that that keep you in games, that win you games and prevent you from losing games, most importantly.
Yeah, just small things from these pros. I've been very impressed, actually, with the whole field, both this weekend and last weekend for the Foot Champs Cup 1. Is Tex just going to have a little snooze? Or is he on his phone, maybe?
I think he just text me.
I think I heard a ding. He's trying to get secret info off you, Mark. What's going on? But yes, these two players, they are phenomenal. And I've got to say, it feels like a grand final.
It does.
No disrespect to the PS4 side of things. Of course, Stefano Pina is waiting in the cross-console final, and he has played phenomenal. But Xbox has dominated the FIFA side of things for some time now. And it just feels like a final.
You getting all controversial.
I am an Xbox player, I guess.
That's
so
what it is, isn't it? Yeah, Dan owns an Xbox. So that's what it is. Someone get this man a PlayStation 4.
I own a PS4 as well,
That's a good
so it's
point.
fine.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But I'm sure Richard and Brandon will come back and restore faith for PS4 players. But this is when you look at the field and what was available for Xbox players, these are two that you expected in the final.
Yeah, I mean, any competition, you know, you look at the field before it gets underway, and Megabit and Tex are going to be two of those names you're going to be saying, yeah, they could potentially win a tournament here. And here they are in our Xbox console final. A little bit of a break for these two players at the moment, just making sure that everything is above board, everything is set up properly, that they're hydrated. Very important, Dan, to stay hydrated. Drink some water.
And well rested.
Well rested.
Tex making full use of a full reclining chair, which I can appreciate. If we just take a look at some of the results that both of these players have achieved throughout today. Tex started off with a 6-2 win over Danny. Of course, that was a repeat of the Xbox final
the finals
from last weekend. And the fact that he's been able to start the competition by just asserting his dominance once again was incredible. He went on to beat Gorilla 8-2 in the Swiss. Latka he took down. MS Dosari he took down the previous E-World Cup champion. Fiddle went down, and then he played Gorilla again in that thrilling semi-final where he won 7-6 when he was down. It looked like he was down and out. You were even saying, surely it must be over.
Had to bring on the powers of Steven Gerrard in the middle, something that I'm sure a lot of people won't be forgetting. Do you reckon Gerrard's price has gone up on the market after that?
I hope so.
I reckon it has.
If it can get you to a console final, then why not? On the other side for Megabit, he started his competition off slightly worse. Lost 2-3 to Jablet. He then took down Lucasta, Hensu. He lost to Gorilla, beat Razaya, beat Tim Latka after being 5-1 down. So that gave him the kind of confidence boost and the momentum going into his semi-final against Jablet, where it was the rematch, and he won that one 6-2, which left him with this 40 goals for and 26 against, a plus 14 goal difference. Like, I still can't call it, Mark. You asked me who was going to win it before we saw the first leg, and even after 3-3, I'm not sure. My heart says Tex.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to bet against someone who has been performing extremely well and arguably is the best player in the world.
The difficult thing for me is my head says Tex, my heart says Megabit. Because, you know, who else concedes goals and smiles? Megabit's just such a nice guy. You know, you can't dislike the guy. He's just too nice of a guy. But here we go. Into our second leg finally. After that little pause, apologies to everyone at home. We're keeping you on the edges of your seats. But this second leg will certainly be one worth the wait. F2 Tex taking on Werder Bremen's Megabit from Germany. Tied up at 3-3. Top left-hand side of your screen. Pretty much everything right now is at 0-0.
And can Megabit keep Tex in the middle of the field, stop him from being able to play those balls down wings? And more importantly, can he find goals of his own? Nice little back flip.
Oh, it's going to fall here to Pele. Oh, that's beautiful. The extra pass across goal. And Arnold is going to give the German the lead. Megabit. We talked about composure in front of goal there, Dan, and showed exactly it there. Great finish.
You talk about smiling when you could see the goal. Tex even gave a fist bump. An ironic one, we know.
Appreciation.
But, you know, I feel like it fuels Tex when he goes behind. He just seems to find something a little bit extra. But what a way to start the second leg for Megabit to take the lead again. And what a statement it would be from Megabit if he were to beat Tex here. Considering everyone is saying, Tex is unbeatable, best player in the world, no one can touch him. Megabit going toe-to-toe.
Almost a repeat of what we saw in our first leg here. Last time it was F2 Tex, of course, taking the lead within the first 5 minutes or so. This time Megabit takes the lead. Megabit again, winning the ball in midfield down with Vieira.
But now this is the situation I was on about. You can't just sit back and defend now at this point against Tex. You have to keep going at him. You have to find more goals.
We saw those mistakes from Gorilla, didn't we? Kind of changed his mentality a little bit. We didn't see him flowing forward quite as much as he had earlier on. And Tex took advantage of that. And even if you talk about momentum, again, you can see 1 goal, you can see 2 goals. The whole feel of the game changes.
But what you can do is you can certainly take a little bit more time in your attack. Play it around, play it across your defense. Spread the ball, use your width to your advantage.
Oh, big mistake.
Don't do that.
Big mistake. Cristiano Ronaldo's away. Oh, Rio Ferdinand and Maldini, a combination of the two. Managed to save Megabit there after that wayward pass. Now up the other end, Pele squeezed that ball through to Hullet, who was looking dangerous on the edge of the box, but
and that mistake,
risky moments.
Is that a sign of things to come? That is what is possible when in your mind is, I need to keep the ball. I need to stop Tex from having attacks. Sometimes, when you're trying too hard to keep possession, you do make those silly mistakes. Because you overthink things. You're not thinking about getting goals, you're thinking about
concentrate too hard sometimes, yeah.
Thinking about keeping the ball away from your opponent, and inevitably it ends up with a mistake like that. Thankfully for Megabit, he gets away with it this time.
Here managers in real life talking about, you know, allowing players to play their natural game, and it is almost that, you know, when there's pressure on the line, things change. You stop playing your natural game, you say, oh my word! Tex has answered back again. And Eusebio has been a standout player for him on that right foot. Goes near post down.
Yeah, and Megabit, I mean, there's been a few ironic nods, but that one was just genuine appreciation. It's a finesse, it's side foot, but he's gone the other way.
It's cut across it towards that top corner as well, Eusebio.
Spinning away from the goalkeeper. Beautiful goal, then we're all squared up again.
This Xbox console final has not disappointed so far. 8 goals already. And we're only 20 minutes into our second leg here. Ronaldo now for Megabit, looking to answer back straight away from the kickoff. Turns onto that left foot. Looks for the runner, CR7, finds it. Rio Ferdinand, though. It's been a staple of a lot of teams we've seen this weekend, and you can see exactly why important tackles like that and why people rely on him.
You saw Megabit just trying to work his way on the edge of the box as well, twisting and turning. Had a couple of opportunities to go for that first time finesse, or even second time finesse shot into the top hand corner, but he saw the keeper move, so he had to turn again, find the pass. Doesn't matter if you're through on goal or outside on the area, there's always those mind games with the goalkeeper. As once again, Tex is cut out trying to play it down the wing.
It's Ronaldo then. Vieira just says, I'll have that. Thank you. Takes the ball straight off of him. Little bit of space down the wing again here for Pele. Zanetti trying to keep close to him, I believe. Bundles him out. A little bit too aggressively for the referees liking. That's going to be a free kick here for Tex in a dangerous position. He looks like he's going to whip this one in towards the back post. Got it. Going to nod it down. CR7. Oh, my. Tex with the acrobatics. Ronaldo comes up with the goods.
And there was a little bit of worry in my heart. Is it offside? But you can see one defender playing
Ronaldo offside.
Playing him onside. And a beautiful overhead kick to give Tex the lead once again. And I tell you what, how quickly did he take that free kick? He knew exactly what he wanted to do with it. Get it to Hullet towards the middle of the box and make sure he heads it down to one of his teammates.
So then after taking the lead, Megabit now finds himself behind in this second leg. We knew there'd be goals in this one, Dan. There's been such efficiency in front of goal as well. Every single time a chance has been created, it's pretty much turned into a goal for either of these players. Now you have to wonder what the response is going to be from Megabit.
Sabio then, just playing this one central in the middle of the park, just hoping to find that one player who can turn nothing into something, essentially. And you can see the differences between the two players. Tex trying to work it from the outside. Megabit trying to work it through the middle. And again, that's because the way Tex plays with his fullbacks, he's forcing Megabit into the middle of the pitch.
Eusebio now for Tex. Coming forward once again. A little bit of space here. Managed to face up on goal. Maybe looking for that drag back. Hullet wins it back for Megabit, and that's a nice little reverse ball inside. Vieira now, Ronaldo. Timing these passes beautifully at the moment. Just as I say that, the ball falls away, but no, Eusebio's got it back. Ronaldo baits the goalkeeper. Megabit back on level terms once more. This game is swinging like a seesaw.
I mean, it's such a shame for Tex as well. No, it's offside.
No, it's offside. Apologies.
Ooh,
Didn't see the flag go up there.
Couldn't see the line out.
Wow, okay, that's... Yep, chalk that one off.
I did have my concerns, and I'm sure Tex did as well, but
yep.
He would have heard the whistle blow. So he still has this lead. And an important lead it is for Tex as well. He could answer a lot of critics here at this tournament today. Of course, last year he did win the first event of the year and then went on to, well, some would say not perform as well as he could have. But now he really has a chance to demonstrate his power in FIFA 19. 2 events in a row would be quite something. And then, of course, there's another event next weekend again in London for him to shine. Let's focus on this one first.
Megabit comes forward again then. Waiting for those runs from those players in front of him. Looking for the space, looking for the angle to create some angles for a penetrative pass. There is that ball. Out to Pele on the left-hand side. Sandro, great first time stuff from Megabit. That is a beautiful goal, and that one will count.
Yeah, that one's not going to be offside. Again, Megabit working it through the middle with his 1-2s. He realizes how Tex is defending, where he's pressurizing. And he is just making sure he quickly plays the ball away from those players as soon as Tex closes him down. And manages to find space. And on the 45th minute as well. So many goals.
What a half.
And I still can't call it.
I've got no idea which way this game is going to go at this point. Both players putting on a show for everyone here in Bucharest. For everyone watching at home. Make sure you show these guys some appreciation, you know, in the chat. Send them a message on Twitter. Also get in contact with us on Twitter. Let us know who you think is going to be winning this. Use that hashtag Pgl FIFA to get in touch. And obviously you can see you can get your tweets on the stream on the broadcast here. But 45 minutes left, Dan, to decide the difference between these two players. It's Great Britain versus Germany. I genuinely don't know who is going to win this one. Is it going to take someone taking a risk to try and win this game? Or is it just going to be decided by a piece of brilliance or maybe a mistake?
Or maybe a prayer, as Megabit does just kind of put his hands together and say, look, just please give me a little bit of luck in this second half,
Smart
FIFA.
man.
Tex, for me, I feel like he has more in his locker. He has more ways of scoring. However, the way Megabit has moved the ball around in the final third and in the midfield in general has impressed me as well.
Well, Tex straight on the attack here in the second half. It's Eusebio. Round the corner to Vieira. Vieira's found a bit of space to CR7. Great tackle, though, from Megabit. He got one wrong in that first leg, but since then, his timing on those tackles has been superb, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's really important. Those last-ditch attempts, that you're not mistiming them and giving away a penalty and taking that risk to actually go for them.
And Megabit's playing such impressive 1-2 touch stuff at the moment. You see, he's trying to move the ball as quickly as possible. One touch there, another one round the corner. Eusebio now, front post, Maldini has to clear. Ball falls to Hullet here. Thought he might think about the strike, but Tex survives.
And it's the quick passing movement that is having Tex struggle to keep up with it. But then look at the space he's offering Tex at the moment. Plays it into the box. R9's going to dance around.
Oh my word, Tex. Oh, for a second I thought Neuer had gone the wrong way.
Megabit stays alive. And we're seeing two totally different ways of attacking here. You've got the quick passing play from Megabit against the slow, just kind of jogging up to your opponent play from Tex, waiting to bait him with those skill moves, and then suddenly he explodes with both skills and passes. I feel like Tex is more unpredictable, but Megabit is just playing solid FIFA.
It's efficient FIFA from Megabit. Every time he goes forward, he's finding passes, he's finding players in good positions. Zanetti now. Here comes Megabit once more. Approaching the last half hour. Who is going to be our Xbox console champion? Guarantee one thing, it's going to be one of these two players. Vieira now, Hullet in a little bit of space. Hullet with the drive. I think he got that one clean. Might have been a little bit of a deflection on that player. And De Gea and Tex gleefully hold on to that one.
So the way Megabit's playing is slightly risky. With the quick one-touch passing, it does mean that there is possibility of error from the players if maybe their short passing stat isn't that good. However, it means that Tex can be vulnerable if he's trying to chase that ball manually defending, brings those players out of position.
Yeah, switching, using that L1 button. He's got to get it right. If you pull your player out of position for just a second, as you say, well, wait a second because Eusebio,
he's brought down,
has been assaulted inside the box there. The heel-to-heel from Tex. Again, we talk about those skill moves.
And we've seen one penalty already saved by Neuer and
look
Megabit.
at Megabit. Stupid, 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 he says to himself. Can he redeem himself? No, he can't. This time, Tex puts it away. Cristiano Ronaldo, again for Tex. Now Tex is in the lead, 3-2.
And we said how important it is to time those tackles right in the box, that it is a risk to dive in. In Megabit, the slap of the head, he recognises that he's given up a goal-scoring opportunity.
But he didn't need to. Yeah,
when
exactly.
maybe the keeper could have just comfortably got to that ball or even just saved it.
Well, 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 Megabit, you come from behind before. Can you do it one more time? What have you got left in the tank? Seeing some adjustment of in-game tactics here.
A bit more pressure, higher line. Is there only going to be a super sub, potentially?
Cruyff on the pitch, I think, as well here. Tex just decided to chew on the inside of the hoodie instead. What a sign of a little bit of nervous energy. I think that's a pretty good one.
It's also a good way of dealing with anxiety as well.
Yep.
Just kind of distract your mind a little bit.
Great finish.
You saw the adrenaline pumping out of Tex when he scored that goal. He just shouted probably a let's go. That seems to be the go-to for most esports, to be honest.
It's the Tex celebration, man. He's made it his own in FIFA. So then, 65 minutes is when that ball struck the back of the net. Megabit still with time on his side here to get back into this one. It's been back and forth between these two players for the entirety of this final. Is there another twist in the tail here between these two fantastically talented individuals?
Surely it's going to take a 2-goal lead from someone to really put this game to bed.
Neymar, Ronaldinho, finish it! The block comes in out of nowhere.
It's been 1 goal and then the opponent answering back with one of their own, equalising, taking the lead. You have to imagine, though, if Tex can go 7-5 up here with one of these chances, surely that's too much to do for Megabit.
Round the corner here for Pele, towards the back post, there's a player free. Oh my word, Manuel Neuer.
What a save.
What a save. That is the save of the tournament for me.
Short corner then. Tex, he always does this, always plays outside the box. Wants someone other than Ferdinand there, though.
Here comes Megabit then, that's loose, but we'll get another chance, but no, Pele closes it down for a second time, inside the box, got to be careful here. I believe that is going to be a corner here to Tex. Looking to finish off Megabit. Ronaldinho gets up though. The German survives.
And he gets a chance at an attack here. He does have numbers going forward. Again, Tex using Kyle Walker as that right back to press and get aggressive, but it does leave him slightly vulnerable. But instead, Megabit is just going to switch the play and go through the middle again.
CR7 turns back onto that right foot. I think that's Ferdinand, unfortunately, in that position.
What's Rio doing up there?
Continued his run from centre-back. And you can see Megabit now sending everyone forward, doing everything he can to get back into this game. Blanc has to do some work. R9's near him. R9 pinches the ball. Fake Rabona, trying to fool that opponent. You get the feeling there's going to be maybe 1, maybe 2 more big chances in this game. Megabit's going to be hoping they go towards him. Tex is going to be looking to shut the door. Here comes Megabit. Vieira, though. Patrick Vieira. When it matters, he always wins the ball back.
I'll tell you what, this game matters as well. An extra 400 Global Series points on the line if you win this one. And a minimum of 6 grand as well for getting to that final.
CR7's completely unmarked in the middle here. Has to find this ball across. Neuer tips it over. There was a man free at the back post there. I believe it was Pele. Tex was trying to find him. Last throw of the dice here for Megabit.
5 minutes left. He's already brought on Cruyff, already brought on Ronaldinho. Neymar's on as well. But now you've got to change the formation. Throw everything at Tex. Yeah, it's going to leave you vulnerable at the back, but you've got nothing to lose now. Need to go for it. I'm always intrigued to see what is the go-to formation for pro players when they are in this scenario. We've seen a lot of 3-5-2, 4-2-4 I've seen some players try as well.
I mean, it's pretty impressive front four he's got on the pitch at the moment. Ronaldinho, Ronaldo, Cruyff, Neymar.
It's not bad, is it?
You'd certainly take it if you had the option.
How's your German? I know that Langer ball means long ball.
I'll leave the German to you in that case. And all these players obviously to get in behind, get forward, get him goal-scoring positions at this point. And I mean, kind of just watching this with bated breath, much like probably everyone at home is right now, because you can see Tex is maybe making a little prayer himself, just hoping that the FIFA gods look down on him right now. Megabit knows that this is his final throw of the dice. 6 minutes left in this game. We're about to get back underway.
No, we're not.
Or are we?
And you know what? Megabit does have a goal in him. He does have that. If he gets that one chance in that box, you can see it going in. You can see this going to extra time. But, and it's a big but, Tex can also score.
He could end this. He could end this right here.
This corner could go in, Mark.
Here we go then. Back underway. Possibly.
Uh-oh. Both players looking a little bit bewildered. It looks like maybe there's been a little bit of an error. So we'll get back to that one as soon as we can. Oh, that's tense. And that's going to be even harder now for these players as they have to wait even longer. Just as the admin sort that one out, get that one restarted.
Yeah, of course, as soon as we hear exactly what the ruling will be, we'll let everyone at home know. The technical gremlins just appeared for a second there, as you saw at home. Tex was up by 1 goal. Just 6 minutes left in game. Megabit, maybe. And a lifeline here. Or was it Tex's prayers to the FIFA gods that have just come true?
Well, I imagine that if it follows the rules that we've been for the previous tournament and for this tournament as well, We'll be restarting it at the same time. And I imagine probably from a corner as well if we can get that sorted. But a chance to kind of take a quick break for Tex.
Yeah.
And just say, look, calm myself down.
Just a few more minutes.
5 minutes away from the console versus console final. And I tell you what a final this has been, Mark.
Oh yeah,
It's been an absolute pleasure. When we saw that semi-final between Gorilla and Tex,
yeah,
I was like, there's not going to be a game that tops that at all. This is up there.
It's up there. It's definitely in with a shout. Obviously, we want to hear from you guys at home. We always want to know what you think has been the best game of the tournament, the best goal of the tournament, the best save of the tournament. Manuel Neuer, by the way, in that last game. That was ridiculous. Use the hashtag Pgl FIFA to get in touch and let us know exactly what your thoughts are. But I wanted to get your thoughts on what has been your game of the tournament so far. And we can include this one. Actually, no, we can't include this one because it hasn't come to its conclusion yet. Okay. So we're still waiting on exactly how things are going to pan out.
That makes my decision easier then. I'm going to say it was that semi-final. The semi-final was just absolutely insane. Gorilla going down, 7-6, I think it was in the end to Tex. I just can't ignore how amazing a game that was. The fact that Tex was down, it was the first time we've seen him down by that many goals, and he still came back into it.
Well, we are going to be restarting this game, I believe. To let everyone know, at home, we're going to be restarting from the 85th minute. Score is going to be exactly the same, and it's going to be a corner to F2 Tex. So as soon as Tex reappears on our main stage, we'll get straight back into the action. But, I mean, it's been a wild weekend, hasn't it, so far? And we've still got another game after this. This is the Xbox Console Grand Finals, of course. We have a cross-console final coming up after this, and Stefano Pina from Belgium, last year's world champion, the FIFA E-World Cup on the PlayStation side of things, obviously didn't quite manage to go the full way and take down MS Dasari in the finals, but he's waiting there. He's waiting in the wings, and I'm sure he's watching this one with quite an interest, Dan.
Well, he probably just wants to get it done. He wants to get to that final, try and double his money. He's got guaranteed 6K at the moment. He can turn that into 12K. Both players who get to the console versus console final get 850 global series points, so they're not playing for any extra on that side of things. It's all about pride as well to say, I won the FIFA 19 Bucharest Cup. I am the winner. I am the best at the moment.
And if you are enjoying the action that you've seen this weekend, if you enjoyed the action you saw last weekend in Bucharest, of course, next week we've got, the major coming up in London as well. The FIFA action just keeps on coming down. We're not slowing down this beast at the moment. FIFA esports really is on the forefront of a lot of people's agendas at the moment. And you can see why with some of the games that we've had, some of the action we've had, and shout out to the way that a lot of the players have represented themselves as well these weekends. Some of the, we've had a lot of interviews with the players, very well spoken, and it's been a real. I love hearing from the players, speaking to the players, having that opportunity to get inside their minds, because these are the guys that know the game better than anyone.
And fatigue does come into the equation as well. When we get to London next week, some of the players have been on the road for 3, maybe even 4 weeks.
It's crazy.
At that point, away from home, practicing and playing, and you've got to stay well nourished. You've got to stay well hydrated. And when you're changing countries and you're changing what you eat, because of course there's going to be different foods in different cultures, your body might not be used to it. There's all these things to factor in. It might sound silly.
No, it doesn't.
It's hard enough for me to keep up, and I'm just talking about.
And you barely have to eat or drink.
Exactly. Look at me. I only need a sandwich and I'm full for the day.
For a week?
Whoa, okay, now that's just insulting.
All right, fair enough.
Maybe 2 days.
Yeah, 2 days. Maybe the working week. 5 days, it'll keep you going.
Just about. Maybe if it's a cheese sandwich.
Well, enough talk about cheese sandwiches. Let's talk about that trophy that is glistening away there, and all of the players at the moment desperate to get their hands on it. We saw the celebration from Tex last weekend when he picked it up, how much it meant to him. But I wonder how much it's going to mean to that man on your screen if he manages to get to that cross-console final. Megabit, he's down by 1 goal at the moment. But if he can get there, pick up that trophy. You should have seen the smile on his face back in Amsterdam last year, because I think it might be even bigger this time.
Yeah, what's gonna shine more, his teeth or the trophy? But something that Mr. Buckers said, Mr. Buckley, I'm going to call him Buckers, just as short.
Just renamed him.
He probably doesn't like it, but it's all right.
It's sticking now.
Said,
everyone in the chat, make sure you tweet him.
5 or 6 years down the line, it's not going to matter if you got 850 global series points. It's about having those trophies, having those checks. And that's what they're going to look back on.
Paying the mortgage.
And that is the chance now. Well, Tex ain't going to be thinking about a mortgage just yet.
I don't know.
When he's 17 years old, is he allowed to even sign for a mortgage at that age? at least wait a year till you're 18.
I'm not up on my legal, to be honest with you. No. I'll probably have to ask someone about that, someone more responsible than I am, but certainly putting himself in position when he can. Obviously, legally, I don't know. Let's move on from the legal talk, because I feel like it's one of those dark areas you could end up getting in trouble for. Don't buy a house yet, Tex, is what I'm saying.
I'm sure he'll be...
Lift the trophy instead. Do your best out. Winning FIFA games.
Thinking about spending it on Christmas presents and whatnot for his family and really enjoying that moment. He's young. He's full of desire for this game, and you can see it in his gameplay as well.
Oh, for sure.
And the thing is, he's improving.
Yeah,
from
that's
event to event.
the scary thing, isn't it?
It's terrifying.
I mean, he talked himself on Twitter about being, labelled as this one tournament wonder back in Barcelona. And you could kind of understand the label, to be honest with you. He burst onto the scene, 16 years old, came out of nowhere, smashed his way through the tournament in Barcelona, but then didn't make the FIFA World Cup finals. Didn't make it there in the end. And for someone to burst onto the scene and then, have all that hype behind them, etc. I think in the back of his mind, when this game dropped, he was like, I am going to make sure that doesn't happen again. And his desire to improve himself, his ability is unmatched, and his drive to succeed for someone so young, that mentality is, you can't talk enough about it.
Well, it's just like in-game, when he concedes a goal, it fuels him to play better. He had a lot of critics on Twitter after last event where they were saying, all you do is hit first-time finesse. That's how you score. That's all Tex is. Without first-time finesse, Tex wouldn't be a good player. He responded to that. He went and found clips of him scoring.
Did you see that
with his incredible skill?
run?
And this event, I've seen more goals where he's just used his 5-star skills, used his ball rolls or whatnot, and he's found goals without using those first-time finesse at times. He's showed that he has that little bit of everything.
And on the other side of the stage, you want to talk about drive, you want to talk about desire. Megabit, you go back to FIFA 18. He was playing 40 games of Weekend League on the Xbox. He was playing 40 games of Weekend League on the PlayStation. That's 80 games of FIFA across a weekend, and he was getting top 100s every single time. He's, if you want dedication, that's, what else can you say? Every single weekend, dedicating every hour of it to improving, into just getting that extra 1-2% out of himself. And it ended up with a championship for him in Amsterdam. And he didn't win the World Cup final, and that'll hurt him. He's a born winner, and he'll want to make sure that he's in that conversation come the end of FIFA 19. So, all these pro players, you can see how much time, much dedication, how much love they have for the game, and it's why they're here, and it's why they're the best in the world.
And on the other side, there's only 30 games now in Weekend League in FIFA 19, so he has to do 60 rather than 80. He must be blessed.
Time off.
And the thing is, all these pro players, whilst competing at these tournaments, they still manage to fit the Weekend League games in. Now it looks like we can get back into this game. We are reconnected. It's the 83rd minute. I imagine there is going to be a kickback, and it's going to be given as a corner. Get it restarted exactly where it was. Nice sportsmanship there. And I think now we're going to resume as to where we were.
Right then. Tex up by 1 goal for everyone at home. That's the real stat you need to know. 1 goal to the good. Megabit has to score in these last few minutes. Tex just has to see the game out. See Megabit just adjusting his formation once more, making sure that he's got as many players in offensive positions as he possibly can. If and when he gets possession of that ball. We see a tweet coming at the bottom there. Only one winner at F2 Tex from Lewis K. We'll see if that tweet holds true, if it ages well. A lot of mine don't, especially the prediction ones.
Well, I think the thing is, Tex is the favourite, and it would be an upset if Megabit won, which is crazy to think about it when you look at what Megabit has achieved in his career. But it was the same when it was Gorilla versus Tex. It would have been an upset if Gorilla had won, despite the fact that if you look at what Gorilla has achieved throughout all the iterations of FIFA, he was the man. But maybe Tex is now the man.
Lewis K as well. Sorry, that's the same tweet. I saw another one. There was a Megabit fan. It's not just Lewis K on repeat here. Shout out to you, Lewis. Megabit and Tex, what a match. Thanks, PGL, for entertaining me this weekend.
And it has been
very welcome, ex-elite.
It's been a fantastic weekend of FIFA.
It's been an absolute honour to bring you the action.
I've seen some of the best games of FIFA that I've seen, to be honest. But here we go then. Substitutions have been made. And finally, this corner, the most long-awaited corner of the tournament, maybe even ever, is just going to be a short one.
Pele then. Megabit needs to get this ball back, remember. He needs to score a goal. Needs to get back on level terms. 6-5 on aggregate to Tex. Ronaldo turns around the corner. Ronaldo goes for the shot. Important block there, and Megabit has the ball back here with Manuel Neuer.
And Neuer had moved. He had moved out of the way, and that was a free shot on goal, so a very important block from the defender. But now space out here on the right.
Cruyff inside.
Cruyff. He's the new boy, came on the pitch as a substitute.
Blanc spreading the play, just stretching the defence of F2 Tex. Look at every single player from Tex behind the ball at the moment. Hullet just manages to keep possession, but Vieira wins it back for Tex. Sandro, though, comes in. Vieira again for Tex. Gets that ball for him. Two of the biggest tackles, you could argue, in this fantastic, incredible run that F2 Tex has had so far in this tournament in Bucharest.
Just
slowing things down again.
He's going to play it back to the keeper. Play this one slow, it looks like. As already Megabit is stood up. He knows the result as Tex cheers. And Tex is going to be your Xbox winner. And he's going to be going to that console versus console final. He had to wait a little bit for it as we took a short break. But what a game it was. Great effort from Megabit.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Megabit. Unfortunately, just came up short, but of all the people you're going to come up short against, F2 Tex, you can't be too disappointed. He's shown that he is the yardstick as far as FIFA 19 is concerned. And there it is. Your Xbox champion is going to be F2 Tex, but he's got one more game to go now. Stefano Pina waiting for him in that cross-console final.
And that is going to be a juicy one as well. I'm really excited because, of course, you've got the extra added element of playing on both consoles now. How are these players going to adapt when they switch over to Xbox or PS4? You've got that in store for you.
Okay, well, that's going to do it all for us. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here in Bucharest and bring you all of the action. Congratulations to F2 Tex in a game that was full of action and drama. But for the final time, we're going to send it back to the desk now. Paul, it's back over to you.
Thanks very much. Fantastic commentary once again from our duo in the commentary box for the Xbox Final 1. Perhaps predictably by the man that's been dominating the Xbox scene, but he didn't have it his own way, did he, in that grand final? Mega putting up a stupendous performance to take him all the way, despite all the issues towards the end of the game. 6-5 overall, and closer maybe than we thought it would be. But Megabit's, he's picked up today, hasn't he? Might have had a few problems yesterday in the Swiss groups, might have had a little bit of a problem in the quarters today, but his last two matches have definitely shown that he's a world-class player.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could see the amount of times he was trailing against Tex, and he managed to pull it back, to equalize. Then Tex scored another one, he equalized again. And, well, at the end, just Tex's experience just shown, like, very important.
Yeah. First leg 3-3 and second leg, Boris, did you feel like when Megabit scores this early goal, you're thinking, oh, okay, this could be a surprise now. He could actually win this final.
Yeah, he was looking very good and looked very confident here. I think both players were playing some amazing attacking FIFA. Maybe Tex wasn't defending as good as they did last weekend, but he's been having some very tough matchups here. And this is something that we haven't seen yet. This is maybe a new meta, doing that the first time near post finish, which is
and it was inside of the foot, not
yes,
outside. But it was still curving away from the goal.
Yes, this is something that we haven't seen
defies
yet.
Physics.
Yes, he is just inventing new things. And here also he gets the chance after Hullet wins that head. But just like he comes up with new things. I also saw him do some croqueta and instant cross, which is also something that I haven't seen yet. Yeah. Just coming up with the new things. I mean,
he did yesterday. He was doing that direct drive as well. He like literally straight drive. No one else was doing that at all. Everyone else is like playing the ball about, using different skills. He's straight driving at the goal.
Exactly. I mean, you can
even score from anywhere.
You can see Megabit's reactions. The first goal, Texas' first goal in the series, and then the corner kick. You can see Megabit's reactions. He was looking at the camera, and just showing respect. He was impressed.
Yeah, he's shown us exactly why he was the favourite in this particular one. That was one of the poorer challenges, shall we say? And Megabit knew it as well.
He knew here that he did a big mistake. He pushed a bit too hard in the box.
Yeah. He's pointing at himself, wasn't he? He's smacking himself on the head. That was my fault.
Yeah, but also just showing how technical Tex is and is so great with his skill moves. And here he is back in it with the comeback. He did a comeback both against Gorilla and in this leg. I mean, he is showing some incredible mentality in here is just being experienced. There is no reason to go forward. It's just keeping the ball here, and that is it.
Yep.
GG.
I mean, we're talking about a 17-year-old being experienced. Like,
yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
He's already won Barcelona. He won last week in Bucharest, and now he just won the Xbox final.
Yeah, I mean,
incredible.
So much for the one event wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
bring in the one event wonder then and have a chat with him, seeing as he's won yet another Xbox championships. A third one of the year. Well done. 2 in 2 weekends. You must like Romania.
That game was crazy, man.
It was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of tension towards the end as well. He's a quality player, though, isn't he? You can't rest on your laurels.
Very good at attacking,
Yeah.
and every time he shoots, it's green. So he's like a green machine.
He's a green machine. I like that. You're not bad yourself, Donovan. Actually, you've been all right this tournament. You've been doing all right. A little bit disappointing in the Xbox final, though, mate. I mean, it was 7-1 last weekend. What are you doing?
Nah. At the start of this tournament, I was defending well, but the last 2 games has gone out the window.
Yeah.
But
Do you feel like they're figuring you out? Is that part of what it is? And now you have to adapt and you move on, and then they have to figure you out again?
we'll see, man. Results, they speak for themselves.
They do. How are you going to get on in the cross console? Are you going to win both?
Hopefully.
Right.
Stefano's a good player, so it
He
will
is a
be
good player.
difficult, but see what I can do.
All right. Let's bring in the other 2 gents. We got Knight and Boris. Gents, what have you got for him?
I mean, I was gonna ask if he's confident, but just the way
What's
he
the
speaks,
point? Of course he's confident, man.
He just said he's a good player, but he kind of said it with an intonation like he's a good player, but I'm Tex.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think he's confident, and like after the game against Gorilla, against Megabit, he's came back, and I think he's ready to do what he did last week, right, Tex?
Hopefully.
All right, Boris, got any questions?
Well, I'm very curious about that 5th goal you did. Was a near post first time finesse shot. Was that something that you usually do, or was it something that you invented in that exact moment, because it was something that at least I haven't seen before?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even remember scoring that goal,
You
so I can't say anything.
Donovan, let me just remind you, it was the inside boot, right-footed, top corner.
Second game.
I can't remember.
He's still going. All right, okay, fine.
Never mind that.
He just scores goals that are so good, he doesn't even remember how good they were. Well done, sir. Well,
Thank you.
congratulations once again on winning the Xbox, and obviously the very best of luck in the grand final across both consoles.
Well, thank you.
So, yet another title on the line as he will go into that cross-console final, but we're going to finish off with this particular Xbox final. He's been fantastic, hasn't he? Not just this tournament, but also last weekend as well. And he's such a likable young man. He's just 17. It's
just gonna
insane.
say that he's so humble. Like he the way he plays and the way he dominates every event, and he's not cocky. He's not arrogant. He's just being humble, just doing his thing. He doesn't even remember the goals he scores.
Yeah,
like,
I
this
find
could
that
be
remarkable.
trance,
Right?
you know.
We're literally raving about the bloody goal in here, and he's like, "What goal was that? I can't remember." I tell you who can remember. He's over at the breakdancing board, and that's Mike LaBelle.
I do not co-sign those moves from Paul whatsoever. Don't do that in public, in private, at the club, at the bar. It's not going to be a good look. But we are going to talk about that goal, okay? Because this is innovative time finishing, and I know Tex remembers this goal. Maybe he's just being humble. So we've seen Tex abuse time finishing and really show a different class of understanding time finishing from outside the box, including the setups, the locations, and different angles that you can do this from. And this is something that's just brand new. We have not seen before. So what's happening here is basically on the edge of the box from, I like to call it a Neymar angle. You're typically going to use the time finish, and you're going this way. And players are getting pretty good at adjusting. Therefore, they're moving the goalkeepers, and they're stopping a lot of these time finishes. However, Texas anticipated that Megabit is going to make that adjustment, and he's going to go to the other post. So it just means that he's not even just 1 step ahead of his opponent, but 2 or even 3 steps with the setup, the finish, the opportunity. So the question we all want to know, is Tex going to go back-to-back in Bucharest?
It's the breakdown board. Okay, my bad. I thought you said breakdance board. I've been trying to get it right all weekend. Thank you very much, Mike LaBelle, for breaking down what was actually an unbelievable finish from our young man. And he just says, like, I don't even remember it.
He scores so many goals, so he can't.
But I can think of not many better goals that we've seen all weekend. But if I can, they were probably the two that he scored against Gorilla.
Not even better, but like more. It was different.
Yeah,
it's something you're not used to, because you're used to seeing the first time finesses 5 posts. Everybody does that at this level. But the way he did it and the animation that his player did, we haven't seen that all tournament. It was just different.
Inside
it was something new.
Like, I don't understand how you can. The ball comes across your body. You hit it with the inside of your boot, which surely should send it that way, right? But it didn't. It sends it that way, and not only that, it's got outside swerve on it.
I mean,
I'm trying to think how the physics work. He's now defying the laws of physics. As someone rightly said, actually, on Twitter, Tex is actually bugged. He needs fixing. It's the only thing I can come up with now, because we've been asking the question for pretty much, 9 days now, who can beat him? And there's only one player left now that can actually beat him, Stefano Pina, and he's going to be meeting in the cross-country.
It's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult.
It's going to be tough, isn't it?
I mean, Pina has been playing amazing, and especially in the defense. There is maybe a chance, because we saw how Tex kind of lost his focus a little bit in the defense. He was conceding 9 goals in the first 4 or 5 rounds, and now in the last 2 rounds he's conceded 11. So
11 in the last 2
he
games.
started to lose a bit focus.
Yeah, that's why I asked him. I said, do you think people are figuring you out a little bit?
Let's not forget, he played Gorilla and Megabit, two very good attacking players. Now he's playing Stefano Pina, obviously a very solid player, but he's nowhere near the levels of Gorilla and Megabit going forward.
But very good defensively.
He will hold possession, but I think Tex is more comfortable with that than having to constantly defend attacks.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out. Let's take a look at the brackets and show you where we are from the overall tournament position, because we are down to just 2 remaining players. Stefano Pina coming across as the PS4 champion, Tex coming across as the Xbox champion. I also have to say the upper part of the bracket on the Xbox side was utterly stacked. What an absurd top half of the bracket. There was poor Fiddle in the middle of that. Got made to look like a bit of a chump, frankly, and he's also an amazing FIFA player. But when he gets put in with Tex, Gorilla and Dasari in there, that's tough.
I mean, he did only lose by 2 goals to Tex.
Exactly. I just wonder how far he would have gone had he been in the other part of the bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have 2 former world champions and Tex, who looks pretty
Like
much already a favorite at this point.
On the other side, on the PS4 side, Boris, obviously a few surprises coming through on that, but in the end, other than maybe Nicholas falling earlier than we would have anticipated, it looks about right, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was that first game, Stefano Pina and Moaba, which I thought maybe Moaba was the favorite there.
Yeah.
But Pina showed some amazing gameplay, and he won with quite a margin as well. And after that, he's just been flying. That game against Oostun in the semis it was very, very tough call. But in the final, he showed why he made it here. I mean, his defense has been on point.
It has been. It's going to be a clash of the 2 titans as we get into the grand final here of the Pgl FIFA19 Cup Bucharest. 2 men stand in the way of the trophy right now. Is it going to be the Xbox side as far as Tex is concerned, who's been utterly brilliant all the way through the weekend, or Stefano Pina from the PS4 side? We're going to find out very soon after the break.
The most experienced player is...
Probably Aggie.
I think Gorilla.
Aggie.
Gorilla. The most experienced pro player is Gorilla because since FIFA 15 he is able to win when it comes to the biggest stages and when it comes to LAN events.
I think the most experienced player, especially which is still on top and plays for a very long time, I think it's Tess.
Most experienced, definitely Tess. I think he's been playing since, I don't know.
I think Aggie Rosemeyer is the most experienced. I think he's been to 2 World Cup finals.
The most experienced player that I see is Aggie.
Most experienced player could be, well, maybe me or Janos.
Maybe Aggie Rosemeyer because he was world champion 2 times.
Dito, because I think he's the oldest and he's been to a lot of finals, so yeah, probably Dito.
The most experienced player is Dito.
Dito is not here, but he's like, he can be my father, so yeah.
I go for Mo Aubameyang.
Mo Aubameyang, because he had a lot of experience from the international tournaments.
The most experienced pro player, maybe me. I'm 28 years old and in the scene for now 8 years.
The biggest foodie, I think it is, it's hard to say, I don't know.
Maestro, also the most foodie, because he just like eat.
That's a tough one. To be honest, I don't know.
The person who doesn't like to eat the most is me, but the person who eats the most,
I don't have a clue.
I said the biggest foodie is probably me. I like to eat, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not sure. I just know the person who doesn't is me.
If my girlfriend calls me during a match, if it's a match in a tournament, I won't answer it, of course, because yeah, I need to win, it's important.
If it's extra time or penalties, maybe I let it ring and then call back.
I don't have any girlfriend, so there is no problem for this.
It depends if it's an important match. If it's for champions, I'll answer it, but if it's a qualifier, quick mute.
If I'm playing FIFA, my girlfriend's calling, she'd have to wait, to be honest. It depends how important the game is.
I just still play my game, and after that, I respond to her.
If it is during a qualification match and it's really important, then I would say, come on girlfriend, you will have to wait for another 5 to 10 minutes and then we can talk.
If it's a close match, no chance.
If I'm playing FIFA and my girlfriend calls me, I'm not answering the phone. I don't find any excuses. I just say, hey, FIFA comes first. FIFA is life.
I don't have a girlfriend, but if I had, she would have to wait.
I just should put the phone around at the back, and after the game I would say, yeah, I was eating or something else.
And I was in the middle of the FIFA game, I don't think I would answer.
She's ringing always, also when I stream the other people heard it, but yeah, then I smashed my telephone onto bed, but yeah, she accepted, but FIFA is more important. Sorry.
The first person to get mad at FIFA is either me or Niklas Rasek from Germany.
Definitely myself, I'd say.
I think it's Fidelity Rafsu and Megabit.
Last week was Night Watch. It was funny, he lobbed his controller and his headset about 20 meters.
The first one to get mad during the match will be...
Definitely myself, yeah.
Danny from Ajax?
If it's not me, I don't know.
Rafsu from Vitality.
The one player that I know that gets mad, that I heard last week when I was playing, was Rafsu.
First person who gets angry at the match is still Mo, I think.
I'll say Ajax Danny.
Maybe me.
The first player to get mad is definitely Rafsu.
Gorilla. Gabinho.
I'll say the nicest person in the pro scene is Nicholas. There are many nice people and I don't think I can say just one person. But for me, like, my role model in the FIFA community is Benedikt Salza because he's such a nice guy.
I do like Ager.
The nicest person is probably Boras.
There's a lot of nice persons in the FIFA Pro community, so it's hard to pick one out, I think.
I'd say Marcus Gomes. Nicest guy ever.
For me, the nicest person is...
Megabit.
I don't know, maybe Flago.
Seri World.
Maybe Ustoon or Honey Badger, Nicolas.
The nicest person in the FIFA community is someone I just met recently. His name's Seri World.
All are nice, so I can't choose. I love the FIFA players, but I love all the players.
The calmest player.
Nicholas.
Nicholas.
Nicolas from Argentina.
Probably goal machine.
I think the calmest is Nicolas.
Nicholas.
Nicolas.
Nicholas.
I don't know.
Nicolas is the most calm player.
Definitely Nicholas.
The calmest, I think myself.
I'm the calmest pro player, but at the same time I can be like the one who gets mad at first.
Probably me.
So the calmest player I'd probably say is Tass.
Tass is the calmest.
Borvas again is the calmest pro player.
My worst loss, it's like the semi-final of the World Cup last year because I scored the goal in the last minute and it was offside and I go out. So I was screaming and then the referee said, no, be sad, and then yeah, I cried.
I think I'd say FIFA Interactive World Cup 2017. I lost in the semi-finals in golden goal. You know, I missed the breakaway and then he went down the other end and scored, so that's like my worst loss.
I think that one of my worst losses was last time because I lost to Tex in the Xbox final last tournament, but it was with 6-3 I think, and I don't used to lose with a high score, so if I lose with 3 goals difference or something, I feel bad.
2 years ago in the qualification final for the FIFA eWorld Cup 2017, I've played my practice made for the whole year. Cody the finisher, we played around 50 games. I've won most of them, but when it mattered most, I've lost against him in a 50-50 matchup, and that hurt me because I had to watch the grand final and I wasn't able to play there.
My worst loss was I think last year in the World Cup, the first one versus Crafty when I lost 8-7. It just destroyed everything. The fact is like I had to win the match, and it comes to like I concede goals and goals and goals because I wasn't that concentrated. And after I tried to come back, but it was finished and it was the beginning of the World Cup. The first match, first loss, and in your head it's like hard to come back from it, and it was hard.
My worst loss was against Rafsu last year, which means I didn't qualify for FIWC, but I'm hoping that doesn't happen again this year.
Last week against Joxen in the semi-finals on penalties. That was a tough one.
Maybe last week here against Joxen, because I beat him 2-1 the first leg, and the second leg I just lost 5-1, so I'm out in the knockouts.
Maybe also last week. I lost in penalty shootouts, and losing after penalty shootouts is also every time a bit lucky, so it was a worse loss.
Probably definitely against Ajax Danny at the World Championship. He beat me 6-0, so.
Oh yeah, last year, grand final against Osawi.
This year it was an event in Paris. I lost 1-0.
The worst loss I had was against F2 Tex last year at FUT Champions Cup Manchester. I think the first leg ended 5-0 to him, maybe 6-0 or 6-1, and the second leg was 2-2. But that first leg was on stream and it was definitely probably the worst loss I've ever taken.
Who will win this tournament? I mean, I would say hopefully myself, but the first tournament, FUT Champs Cup 1, it didn't go my way. I finished 2 and 3 in Swiss, which is very disappointing. Hopefully I can sort myself out, sort my formation and the way I play. If I'm playing my A game, then I'm confident against anybody, but I'll probably say Tex is a favourite, of course, winning the first one, so I'll definitely put him in there, but it's anyone's game, you know, it's the top 16 on Xbox and top 16 on PlayStation. Whoever plays best on their day can win, so we'll have to wait and see.
The favourite on the PS4 side, for me, it's Agi Rosenmeier this week. In the Xbox, maybe Tex, because he on the last tournament. So I will try my best for put my name in that title, but let's see.
It's an easy question because I think I will win. Not I think, I will win. Yeah, it's easy.
The tournament winner will be Tax or a newcomer?
Me.
I hope I can win this tournament.
Me.
If I had to pick between three, I'd say Tex, Gorilla, Agi.
I think the winner of this tournament will probably be F2 Tex again. He seems unbeatable, but I did get close last week, and I do back myself that I could go all the way.
For me, the favorites on Xbox are Dorsari, Gorilla, Tex and me, and on PlayStation, Mooba, Age and Nicolas.
I win the tournament. I did really good last time, but I'm going for revenge. I hope to play against Tex again and get revenge on him, but if I have to choose somebody else, I think that MS Dorsari would win.
All people say Tex, but like for now, I want to win this one, so I think I have my chances.
I will win the tournament, hopefully, so yeah, I say myself.
I think I will win the tournament. I have high confidence, and I really like the game, the way I'm playing right now, so I'm hoping for it.
It's hard to say right now. I think there is a lot of good players. I think we have a lot of PS4 players who can do well. I fancy my chances. I fancy my fellow Danes' chances, Ustun. And then on the Xbox side, we have, of course, Tex, who is really looking strong. So I'll say Tex is the favorite, and more Aubameyang, Nicolas, me and Ustun on the PlayStation side.
F2 Tex again. I think he's gonna go back to back.
I think the winner of this tournament is going to be me.
They've battled through Swiss groups, a determined 5 rounds of which to get to the knockout stages. They've gone through the knockout stages, through the quarters, the semis, and their grand finals on their respective consoles. And now there are just 2 players remaining as we head into the grand final. Cross-console, of course, one on the PS4, one on the Xbox, to decide who is the PGL FIFA Cup Bucharest champion for 2018. 2 fantastic finalists await us, and 2 fantastic analysts also await us here on the panel, as you've come to expect top quality analysis from the 2 Ivans as we welcome you to the grand final. This is, I feel very privileged actually right now to make this my last personal event of the year, is on this day against these 2 players in FIFA across both consoles. I couldn't have asked for much better. 2 fabulous players.
Incredible. Like we see Tex last week, this week, just passing through every opponent, no problem. Stefano Pina, we didn't talk about him that much, but he has proven to be a one to watch for the whole year.
Yep.
Last year, PlayStation FIWC, this year, event final.
He was actually one of my picks.
He was. I was going to bring that up, Boris. Yeah, because we talked about this on the very first morning yesterday, saying who are the favourites, who are the players that you think might get through, and you did pick out Stefano Pina as one of the players you thought would get through, and he has made it all the way to the grand final. I think Tex, incredibly, really, it has been kind of the Tex show this weekend, right? But for good reason, because he has been fantastic all the way through. If there's a little modicum of, I don't know, I guess confidence from Stefano Pina, it's the fact that actually he's been pushed very hard in his last 2 games.
Yes.
So he isn't perfect. He can't go through an entire tournament and not make any mistakes.
Yes, and he's been taking out the 2 best attacking players on the PlayStation side, the Mo Auba and the FIFA Ustun.
Yep.
And this just shows the level of his defense, and well, that might talk in his favor, but at the same time he's coming up against an even better attacking player that also has perhaps slightly better defense than players like Mo Auba.
Yeah.
And I think this combination is going to be very tough. I mean, just looking at how Tex is playing, how he played the previous weekend, I mean, he's so full of confidence. it's going to be hard to stop him. Very, very difficult.
All right. Obviously, the final's different because it's home and away legs matter more now because they're playing on, in theory, the inferior console for that player. So if you're an Xbox player, in theory, the PS4 is tougher for you. And if you're a PS4 player, in theory, it's tougher on Xbox. What is it like? Explain for the people at home that are new to this and coming, hang on a minute, why are they having to play on both consoles? Explain why this works.
Yeah, theoretically it's done so that you can have the home advantage because, in real life, you play at away stadium and your home stadium.
Yeah.
Here it's made so you can play on your away console and your home console. So it all depends because some pro players, they play both weekend leagues. They play on both consoles, so they don't really have that disadvantage. But some players, because I remember at the beginning of the tournament, they asked Stefano Pina if he's played Xbox. And he said, yeah, I've played a bit of Xbox, a bit of weekend league. So he didn't say he's practiced that much, but he has played. Whereas Tex, it's basically his home console after all these finals.
And Boris, it's nice that we've actually got one from each, actually, on the panel right now. Boris, you obviously playing on PlayStation right now. How difficult is it, and how does Stefano approach this grand final in terms of when he plays on the Xbox? It's going to be the Xbox game first as well. Does he set out and think, okay, try not to concede too many goals, try and keep it close if I can nick a draw? Is that the approach, or does he think, no, I've got to play it the same way as I would play if I was on my home console?
I think you always have to think a little bit differently. I mean, this is Tech's favorite console, and if that was me, of course, maybe trying to keep the scores down a little bit, trying to keep possession a little bit more, because if Tex gets the first goal, the second goal, then the nerves will kick in for Pina.
Yeah.
And, well, I would say, in general, a little bit slightly more defensive mindset.
Yeah, I mean, last weekend, it was the other way round. He started on the PS4 and won 3-1 and then won 4-0 on the Xbox. So you can obviously play both consoles, Tex. It's not going to be easy, is it?
Of course he can. We saw it last week. He went on the away console, acted as if it's his home console, played all his life on it, and it's just he's just very good. And I don't think he really cares if he plays on Xbox or PlayStation. He's just going out to show what he can do and just dominate every single game. Not even opponent, but just game per game.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the comment after Barcelona. People were saying he's a one-event wonder. That was put to sleep last weekend by winning, obviously, the Bucharest major as well. Wins again this week, and that's 3. How many more does he have to win before people start actually taking him seriously outside of the scene? Because I know inside the scene, you guys, massive respect for him, and I know a lot of the players that I've spoken to this weekend all have great respect for him, think he's probably the world's best FIFA player right now. But outside of FIFA, people are going, never heard of the guy, who is this guy?
I think it's come to a point where, for example, in Barcelona, he wasn't winning as convincingly. He was, of course, still winning and won every game. But at this point, here at this event, and the one last week, he's winning. He's beating world champion after world champion. And, you cannot not take him seriously. Even if you don't know much about FIFA, you see that he's winning against one world champion, against another twice. There's no way you don't take him seriously.
Scary, considering he's only 17.
I was just going to say it's petrifying.
Yeah, and also looking at last weekend, of course, we had Joxon playing in that cross-console final, and Joxon made it there because his defense was amazing, but Tex managed to score 3 goals on the away console against Joxon. And same here with Pina, he made it to this final mainly because of his defense. And once again, I believe that Tex attack is just too strong.
He seems quite chilled right now as well.
He always does.
Sat there, taking it all in. No big deal.
Scrolling through Twitter, looking at what people are saying about him. That's what he does. He goes, after events, he goes home, puts on the stream, watches the past broadcast, and listens to what people have to say about him.
No. Better not say anything bad about him, otherwise you'd be in his bad books.
I would.
Stefano Pina, let's talk about his road to the final, because you said it's been built on a little bit more defensive play. Not totally defensive, but his defense has been the strong point of his work through, and he's played some very high-scoring players. Mo, you pointed out, Mo Aubameyang in the quarterfinal. Incredibly good goal-scoring finesse from him. Tex is kind of a similar attribute in the sense that he can score from pretty much everywhere. We've seen that. So how does Stefano cope with that?
Well, I think he sees this, of course, as a very, very difficult challenge. Well, the way that he's going to try to beat Tex is, of course, with his incredible defense, and he has to try to keep the score down here in this first game. And I also spoke to Tex before this game, and he said that he actually preferred to start on his away console. Because there is always, well, it goes both ways. I mean, if you have an incredible first leg, you can always play on the result in that second leg. But let's say that you have a bad first game on your preferred console, and you're gonna finish on your away console, then you are maybe under pressure.
Yeah, that's what Jockson did last week.
Yes, and also if the game goes to extra time, it will be played on his away console.
Yeah, that's a good point to make out, isn't it? Because we do get extra time and then penalties if we need it, and it is whatever the second console is, that's what you end up playing it on. So that bears in mind. What would you prefer? No,
Well,
would you prefer to play on your home one first, get a good result, and build on it?
Personally, in my opinion, at this top level, you're at a level, for example, Tex, he knows he's at a top level, top 3 in the world at least. In my opinion, on this level, you should be able to play both equally as well. There's a slight difference in gameplay, in my opinion, and the controller is obviously very different. But if you want to become the best player, you should be very comfortable on both. So you should not have a home or away console. You should be practically home console on both.
Yeah, we talked about Megabit, for instance. There's someone that plays both every weekend. Never mind, comes to a tournament and can play on either, but he's playing it on a regular basis every single weekend.
Yes, and if you're aspiring to win big trophies, you have to get ready for these kinds of matchups. And Megabit is surely ready. F2 Tex, I mean, I know he doesn't practice on PlayStation, but he is so good that he pretty much doesn't have to. Seems like, I mean, just looking at the previous weekend, beating Jockson 3-0 on the away console. Pinna, we don't know much about his practice since he lost that final in FIFA 18 World Cup, but he said that he has been trying to play more Xbox, trying to be more ready for games like this one.
All right, we've got a PS4 player, we've got an Xbox player. I'm going to ask you for predictions now between these two players. Do you stick with your home console, or do you go away from home?
I stick with the Wonder Kid.
Okay, the Wonder Boy?
He's performing so well, it's hard to write him
Knight
off.
goes for the Boy Wonder. Boris?
If Pinna can keep this on a 1-goal deficit the first game, it is all possible, but I think he won't, because the Tex is just on fire at the moment, and I think that he will take this home.
All right, thank you very much, gents. It's going to take a Superman effort as far as the away PS4 player is going to be concerned, because the Boy Wonder is the favourite as far as the analysts are concerned. Let's get it on then, ladies and gentlemen, with the grand final.
Yes, and thank you very much for that, Paul. And of course, the two Evans, as we've been calling them all weekend. Of course, two professional FIFA players that have provided some great insight throughout the weekend, alongside, of course, Mike LaBelle. And of course, the other fantastic commentators, Onset and Gaskin. However, we're lucky enough to take you through this grand final. And funny enough, Richard, one player we were quite familiar with after last weekend in Romania, Bucharest. He seems to enjoy Romania at the moment. He's back again in that final. It's F2 Tex up against Stefano Pina. And what do you make of this final coming into today? Because on paper, you'd probably say two favourites from their own console sides to get to this stage.
I think Tex, 100% a favourite coming into the tournament itself. Looking at the PS4 side of things, I'd say Pina on past performances, yes, but I think not many people actually put him up there. Apart from Boras, I know he said, yeah, watch out for Pina. However, other than that, I'm not too sure who did say, look out for him, he's going to perform well. Didn't know how he'd transition over to FIFA 19. But I tell you what, this is a very, very interesting final for me personally.
You have to say two play styles completely different to each other as well, Richard. And of course, we are underway here in Bucharest, Romania. This is the PGL Cup. This is the finals. This is what we've all been waiting for. You're looking at the best Xbox and the best PlayStation player from this tournament, from the 16 on each side that did come to compete. They've both already earned 850 Global Series ranking points. However, there's an extra $6,000 in that prize pot. Of course, the winner will earn $12,000, Richard. And we are on that PS4 console to kick things off first.
Yeah, the points are huge, but also the reputation as well. To arguably say that you're the best player on current form after this event. Will Tex have that mantle for 2 weeks in a row?
There's that finesse, and it's early on from him. 8 minutes in the game. It doesn't matter which console it's on. The finesses are going in if they're timed to perfection. Pele will open up the scoring. And is it too early to keep saying who is phasing F2 Tex at the moment? Every event, every game, he gets asked questions upon him. He gets pressure on him on social media from a number of pros, and that constant, idea of Who's going to win this event? You heard Megabit, you heard all the pros saying F2Tex is probably the favourite to win. F2Tex is the favourite to go and do far. To take all that pressure and still play that well
is remarkable. And if you look, one thing that last weekend, going into that console final up against Ajax Danny, people were saying, Texas, he's not been playing great, really, up to this point. He beat Danny 6-3 in the console final. One of his best performances of the tournament. He saved his best performance of the entire weekend to the cross-console final.
He got better. The main test for him was that Marcus Gomes game, which he just about passed 3-2, I think it was in the end.
His biggest goal margin victory was against Joksan in the final. So he's almost got like this sixth and hidden gear that he can go to when he steps into this cross-console final. And can Pina keep up with this?
As we know, Stefano Pina, the runner-up at the FIFA E-World Cup final last year, losing to the hands of MS Desari, who was in this tournament as well. He got knocked out in the knockout stages. There's Pina, there's deflection. He's going to win a corner, though. We have to say again and again, he is on his home console as such, and the only difference is that controller size. The Xbox One being a little bit more chunkier.
Yeah, and this year I think it's even more important because of where the R3 button is on the controller. One of the most important, almost, positions on the controller, because it's your goalkeeper movement. On different sides,
I think that was what Joksan was saying after last weekend.
Just having that difference in thumb movement is actually quite important. If all you play is the PS4, then you switch over to an Xbox One, and you're trying to get those minuscule movements with the goalkeeper, it's going to be tough to readjust instantly in this sort of pressure cooker environment.
Tex opened up the scoring within the first 10 in-game minutes. There's no plan that Liverpool strip, and I don't think Steven Gerrard is involved as of yet. Maybe expect him a little bit later on. He's going to look for that similar position that he scored that finesse with Pele from. Going to go to the other side now of Eusebio, and probably say an unchanged team other than the goalkeeper for F2Tex. He obviously was using Neuer last weekend. Now Courtois has been brought in. There's Pele. There's that finesse again off the bar. It's muscle memory for him, Richard, as you always like to say. The same positions, the same process. It doesn't matter if it's a final or a game on Foot Champions. It's the same things again and again. Yeah. Lovely ball. Just easy for the keeper.
You're always looking for the angle. You're always looking to work that angle and then bend it in. And that's exactly what he's done time and time again throughout this tournament. I think it's whoever can stop and close him down quick enough will get success against Tex. Gorilla did it for 75 minutes.
And the crazy thing about this is, Richard, this is the second event of 5 that F2Tex has qualified for up to date, and we're seeing him in a final in the second event, Richard. We've still got the major next weekend in London. We've got an LQE in January. We've got a major again in January. Like 5 out of 5 events, I'm not going to say it now, but the way he's playing at the moment, next weekend in London, if he goes and make a final again...
Who's going to stop him? Who is going to stop him right now? Will it be Stefano Pina? We're going to find out over the next 35 minutes.
He's pinning out Pele. Back to Sandro, just linking up in a little triangle there, trying to move the ball out. Hullet to the edge. This is Vieira. Can he try and pull off a finesse? No, he won't. He'll just keep moving the ball. This is great from Stefano Pina. And
goalkeeper movement, perfect from Tex. Get him across, read the finesse, and easy into his hands. I think something that Boras actually told us a little bit earlier when he was analysing those cross-console finals. There's never been a cross-console final winner in back-to-back events. Could be making history. Could Tex if he wins back-to-back events in the cross-console finals. And if that stat is false, okay, from Boras.
I'm sure it's right. From the man himself that has played competitively for so long.
Does he get any stats wrong?
He doesn't really, does he? Everything is right from him. He's been fantastic to have on the broadcast team. Bringing all that information, that knowledge from competing for a number of years. Here we go.
Oh, heavy.
Stitched him up there, the heavy ball. He could have easily had a finesse there, Pele. Deflection back out to Vieira. Eusebio into Hullet. Lovely touch, ball through. On the finesse, it's so routine. It's so easy for him.
Almost just sliced him open there.
Just look at that again. So simple. Cheeky touch from Hullet. Goes through to R9. A little bounce and a routine finesse once again. Is this even a final for him? He just seems to get better and better in the knockout stages.
What is it that I say every single time? You play the match, not the occasion. He's not playing a cross-console final in his mind. He's playing a weekend league game. He's relaxed, he's composed. If you look at the body posture he's using right now, it's the exact same that he does on stream when he's streaming to his viewers.
And that is nothing against Stefano Pina because he's going to be in this game. It's still a long game away. We're just saying in the sense of He's not fearless of anyone anymore, F2Tex. He's not scared of anyone. These words came out of his mouth last weekend, and he said, from me playing these online qualifiers, playing against some of the best on Swiss-style format, playing in those knockouts, it's so routine for me. I'm not scared of anyone. Here's a chance for Pina there. Deflection. What a save from David De Gea. He can pray for him and say, wow, what a save that is.
Just get something behind it, and that's exactly what De Gea did.
Ball in, it goes all the way again. Stefano Pina, there's the chance. Heavy touch will go up for a corner, but Pina, you're still in this game. There's still a long, long time left for the Belgium from PSV.
Yeah, just approaching the first half, and you are a PSV fan. This is the worst possible start against Tex. You gave him 2 goals early on. 2 goals that you can't really stop either.
Seen a number of pros just saying, I think a hashtag Harry saw a tweet just saying, Tex is on his own island at the moment of how good he is compared to the rest. And I think it was one of the guys that said about how, like, he was winning in Barcelona in that event, but the results weren't maybe as proven as we're seeing right now. Like, when he's getting challenged, he's just outplaying everyone.
Yeah, it's almost as though he were winning the games in Barcelona and he were winning the games in Manchester and so on. But here, he's really dominating the games. He's dominating the ball. His defensive work is so much better. And quite an interesting quote that I got from 2014 Grand Finalist, Dave, by the way. He says, don't think he's ever seen a more unpredictable attack in FIFA 19. In FIFA history, when he's been part of it, part of the production, part of this community, he's not seen a more unpredictable attack than what Tex brings right now.
So Seed Worlds, former Grand Finalist there. Actually not playing anymore, the UK FIFA player, but you know, people are saying this at the moment, and people
high praise.
Are just giving all this praise for someone that has only kind of jumped on the scene last year because of the age restrictions and had to come in at 16. You look at a player like Dylan Mike now from Germany, who was at that tournament last week. You look at Robbie Feldman, the Israeli, 16 years of age again. These kind of players that are just jumping onto this scene, and they're still so young. You think how long, if competitive FIFA keeps being pushed the way it is by EA and FIFA.
Look at Dito. He's 30 years of age.
And it's only just starting, really. You know, to this level it is now with the prize money and all the tournaments. And you think of the year, and especially for Pina as well. He's pretty young as well. Like, there's so much potential here. I know this is still so early on into the Global Series this year. This is like the second LQE out of the 7 that do take place this year. 850 Global Series ranking points for the winners there, and of course a different prize pot throughout. Just to give you an update, of course, Joksan won that first one, the Continental Cup. Tex won the first major for Champions Cup from November. And a week later, 7 days later, Richard, it just feels like we're in the exact same position now. F2Tex is currently 2-0 up in this one. Nothing is phasing him as of yet. Pina gets a goal, just a goal.
Yeah, Pina I think what he's doing right now is just holding out the game. If he goes 3-0 down, especially on his home or his preferred console, I think it's safe to say, it's a very tough ask for him to turn it around in that second leg. If he can go maybe 2-1, 2-2, going into that second leg, you just can't concede another goal. Pina concedes another goal.
He's got a mountain to
This
climb.
game is, I would write it off. Start engraving the trophy.
We saw that from Joksan last week, didn't we? When
Yeah,
he
he went 3-0 down. He was 1-0 down up to the 87th minute. He conceded 2 goals.
He went 2-0 down. He took a breath, put his head up, and he conceded again.
Yep.
That was literally it last weekend. And you know, this is Joksan, a fantastic player as well. One of the best you'd have to say on PS4 at the moment as well. You know, this is Stefano Pina, the grand finalist from last year FIFA World Cup. Look at the back post run if he can find it. This is Tex. Just being able to take that time to pause there and just get the defender to move around you.
Yeah. He's got so many tricks in his magic box at the minute. Tex. Not pulling a bunny out of the hat. He's pulling a...
He's pulling out everything.
An El Tornado out of the hat.
Of course, this is our final, the PGL Cup. Next week, we move back to a FUT Champions Cup in London at Gfinity. Here's Stefano Pina. There's that chance. There's that... Oh, I thought I'd say there's that goal.
Texas reaction thought that were a goal as well.
How close was that from Pina? That's the chance. I think he thought there was going to be a finesse.
Yeah, he went into the near post with Pele and centimetres wide from firing a goal back for Pina. And firing a little bit of hope back into the game for the Belgium.
Bullet. Sandra, lovely ball down that line. Of course, Pele, the goal scorer of the first, with that finesse from outside the box, is still involved, and there's not really any need to make a change on the finesse again, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, good save from Neuer just to pull him across and tip that over the bar.
Rio Ferdinand. Back to Pele now.
See, the thing is, that's a shooting opportunity there if he can get on his right foot.
We know Tex would happily have a shot from there or finesse it. And a lot of people have been saying, you know, about this kind of first-time finesse, this is all Tex has got. If you look throughout the competition, the different goals he scored, like look against when he played against Gorilla, the different type of goals he scored. Of course, right, this game he scored 2 finesses. Don't get me wrong, there's a ball over the top. Pina could get there, keeper's come off and taken that risk in David De Gea. But if you look back to that Gorilla game when he had all that time with Pele, Gorilla moved his keeper, he waited, he just tapped the beat button. He didn't finesse it.
Yeah, the way that he plays at the minute, Tex, he's got so much in his arsenal. He's got a finesse, he's got the low-driven, timed shot. He's got just normal timed shots as they are, not finessed. He's got the skills, he's got the dribbling, he's got the composure, which is the element that brings it all together, that puts a little bow on the entire Tex package, you could say, in-game.
Silly corner to give away there from Pina. I didn't mean to do that at all. In comes that corner. Cleared away by Hullet. And we're going to get one more big chance, Pina, here to get yourself a goal. As we go into the Xbox leg. If it's all square and aggregate after that, we'll play the extra time on the second leg console, so it'll be on the Xbox side.
He's also got the desire as well as Tex to be the best, to win every tournament he's in.
Pele. Cristiano Ronaldo wanted to turn there. Rio Ferdinand will say no thank you, stand strong there.
Yeah, even last week, he was saying, yeah, I'm ready for this week. I'm ready to win again.
I think I said to him as well, like, are you going to get any time at home? Because you've qualified for all the 5 events. And he went, I'll go home tomorrow. I get about 10 hours at home, then I'm back straight down to London for the next major.
Remarkable.
But sometimes you need to just, when you're this good, you have to just keep being, you want all the tournaments. You want to start playing. You don't really want to stop playing when you're playing on form like this.
He'll have gone unbeaten during this tournament.
4-0 in Swiss style, and then hasn't lost a game since.
Yeah, he drew against Fiddle in the first leg.
Of course, last weekend he went 4-1, so he did taste a defeat last week, but that was to Pro Owns. But of course, he is a skiller as well, has that flair side to his game. Added time of 2 minutes in this one. Tex in cruise control at the moment. I'm sure Romo Abdi, PSV coach, esports manager over there, will be having a word with Stefano saying, come on, pick up in this second game. You've got 90 minutes to pull 2 goals around. Why can't you? Why? There's no reason why you cannot do this.
And now we're going to switch over consoles. We've finished on the PS4, moving on to Tech's preferred console on the Xbox One.
See there, Tech straight outside, probably to take a minute's rest or a break. But Pina, you need 2 goals. You need to turn this around. Just having a breather, think to himself, what can I do to try and break down this UK English player?
It's a doable scoreline, though. It's a very doable scoreline. You can see there.
If anyone, take that experience from London. Get into that final.
Coach in there. A little bit of chat about the game. What does Tex do well? What does he not do well? How can we overcome this? Not only, if you're my coach, it's a team. I'm not on my own out there. You're with me.
If anything, I don't want you coming at me and shouting, going,
you didn't do anything.
That wasn't really good enough out there. If anyone's going to try and get him back in, it's going to be Romo, one of the calmest guys I've seen in this FIFA scene and coaches.
You got different types of coach as well, because the person who Tex has come with, Billy, we saw him after the game had finished. What did he do? Went straight back, did a little team talk, like a real football match. That's where Billy's excelling in his career, from that real footballing world. They went in, they chatted. Billy's not going to tell Tex anything he doesn't already know about FIFA. It's as simple as that. But he's got that wisdom. He's got that experience of big occasions.
Of course, these are the highlights from that game. That was the pass that I thought was actually overhit slightly. It went out as far as Pele. Back to Eusebio, and watch this for a goal. Just a little tap through there. Opens up on the finesse. 2-0 up in 38 minutes.
Yeah, that's all it was. 2 goals in 38 minutes. No other goals throughout the game. Pina kept Tex quiet for the majority of it.
There was that one chance he did have, though. I think this is it here from Pina. Pull it into Ronaldo. Could have easily opened up on the finesse. Didn't, and I actually thought that was in for a second. It must have, see what it meant to Pina there. So close to going in.
It's the full-time whistle. Just dropped my pen. It had to be a goal, that one from Pele, to try and just give him a little bit of hope back in this game. But 2-0, it's a double scoreline. We've seen plenty of 2-0s overturned in the past, and you're looking right now, can Pina upset the odds, I think it's safe to say, because everyone's got him down as an underdog. Tex is the best, you'd say, on current form at the minute. I don't even think that's a discussion. Everyone seems to be in agreement, it's almost, that he is the best right now. But can Pina throw a cat amongst the pigeons?
It's only 2-0. If it was 3-0, as you said, Richard, we could be saying, okay, this is maybe a little bit too much to ask from the Belgian FIFA player. It's only 2 goals. If he can start well, looking at his road he's had to this competition, to the finals, he beat Mo Aubameyang. These are big players. He beat FIFA Houston.
It was a big goal scorer.
Curtis Zylo, the youngster that's come out of the scene and his first real major event.
I think one thing as well to illustrate, everyone said Tex, defending, unbelievable. Pina's conceded less goals than him. Pina's conceded 19 goals and Tex has conceded 20.
I think the difference is, though, just looking at off averages of the guys at PGL have given us, 5 goals a game Tex was averaging. He scored 40 goals up until that game there. But then Pina scored 8 less, 32 goals he has scored. He still wins games, but if you look across the board, they're a bit more kind of by a goal or so. Look at Tex. He's won other than that last game, he's won most of his games by an extra margin or so.
Yeah, if you look at both players' journey to this point, Fiddle, they were 0-0 after the first leg. He went on to 3-1. He had an extremely close game against Gorilla, 7-6, where we were actually trailing for, I'd probably say 8/10 of that game, 9/10 of that game. Gorilla was in the driver's seat and Tex had a remarkable comeback. And then that game against Megabit, which was back and forth, like a tennis match in a hot summer's day at Wimbledon.
Looking at the player roster coming into this, Richard, this is, of course, last weekend's tournament was a big one, and of course it was stat, but some of the names that were on the Xbox side of things, Ajax Danny, Rafsu, MS Dasari, the world champion, Megabit, of course, just went out in that last round in the final.
Gorilla, Tex.
Like Marcus Gomes as well, who played exceptionally well last week, just didn't really enjoy the way he was playing. And I'm hearing as well, to correct that, it was actually Xbox on the first leg, so apologies on that. I just saw Pina as the home team. So technically, Pina's going back home.
So that changes the entire story.
He does,
because that was the first leg, and Tex only won 2-0 on Xbox, if we're hearing this correctly. So now the second leg will be played on PS4. Arguably, Pina, this is doable.
Definitely doable.
It completely changes the entire story of this game.
Because the only thing you can look at there, because Tex was being able to move his goalkeeper easily that game. It was so easy for him. That controller fit is so strong. Pina, we didn't really say too much about him moving the goalkeeper or matching the shots or the finesses that Tex was doing. We do apologise for that, of course. The first leg was on Xbox. I'll repeat that again. And Tex did win that 2-0. Now we're going back over to Pina's console, his home console. Tex is away. He only needs 2 goals. This is actually shaping up a lot better. We thought it was the away console of Tex's first. However, we're playing on PlayStation the next leg. 2 goals are needed.
2 goals is doable.
You're going back
doable.
to being comfortable with your own controller again. I know it's such a small thing, and players at this level should be able to play on both consoles, which a lot of them can do. But looking at Pina's experience of playing both sides, the only time I can think back is that final against MS Desai. We had to play against both, and unfortunately didn't score a goal in that tournament.
So now, the story has changed slightly. Pina gets an early goal here on the PS4. Tex will... Do you think he gets nervous?
I thought at the time he was going to be really tested was against Gorilla when he was 3-0 down on aggregate a few times there, and I thought, is Tex being pushed too much there? Is Tex...
But on Xbox?
Of course, on Xbox, sorry. But I thought, out of every single person that's played Tex, I thought, is Tex being pushed too much there? Has he been pushed too far? Against Megabit, has he been pushed too far there? Every single time, came back with a win, got himself through to the final again. And it's like any obstacle that's put in his way, he just jumps over and just continues this ride to the final. But the big question is, Richard, PlayStation. It didn't phase him last week against Joxan. Started 3-0, won that game 3-0, but he did say, Tex, I prefer to start on the away console. And this final, he hasn't started on it, but there's only so much we can say. It's up to the players at the end of the day, and someone will be walking away with that trophy. Could be 2 times in a week for Tex in that exact same room, lifting a trophy. As Deborah said, potentially making some history here. Back-to-back cross-console winner on the Xbox side of things.
Don't find it funny that we've...
Yep.
The exact same venue, exact same city, same country, same player.
Bucharest as well. 2 times FUT Champions Cup winner, Barcelona, then won last weekend.
He just loves bees. Barcelona, Bucharest.
And the one thing he says as well is that I don't care about the money. I don't care. I just wanted that trophy last week. He just wanted to lift that trophy and get his hands back on some silverware.
He did make some history last week as well, being the first ever player to be engraved onto the trophy twice. I think there's a couple of names on there. You've got Vitality Rocky.
Yep.
When he was at
back in Berlin,
2017. You had Tex in Barcelona. You had MS Desari in Manchester, and then Tex once again lifting that FUT Champs Cup last weekend in Bucharest.
Well, here we go on the PlayStation side of things now, and this is it. Pinner, you need 2 goals to take this to extra time or to turn this game around. The first 30 in-game minutes are going to be a big one. It's simple. Can it be done? Second leg of the grand final here, the cross-console final in Bucharest, the Pgl Cup. Can it be done? Text, of course, from left to right in that Liverpool strip, a proud Liverpool fan. Obviously gone for them in the EPL as well, which is new for this year. Pina, you need a good start, though. You need to try and get yourself in this game. Not let Tex have that early goal, that first goal of it. Pele on this left-hand side. We'll wait patiently for his chance, and if anything, that time finesse. And if anything, as well, not to repeat myself, can you move the goalkeeper a little bit better here from Pina? There's a great save in the first attack of this game.
Yeah, good start from Tex.
Great feat from Pele. And just cleared again by Vieira.
Good low-driven shot to the near post, timed in green.
Just needs to get his foot back on the ball. Does Stefano.
And not only does this play into the hands of Tex that he's attacking, but also he's got the ball, he's just draining down that clock, draining down the confidence of Pina the less time he has.
For that space around the edge of the box there, he's turned as well. This is Pele now for Tex, and it's a goal! 3-0 on aggregate.
Powered in at that near post from F2 Tex. Pele with the outside of his right boot.
Saw Carl Walker there, he had to commit to the tackle, he had to come out. Pele turned, Pele span away, outside the boot. And now it's 3 goals needed for Pino. He didn't even have a touch on the ball. Tex didn't let him.
Yeah, he did not touch the ball in that entire first opening 8 minutes.
And a pause cued straight away. Maybe that's a defensive change to see things up a little bit. You're 3-0 up now. Pino on the attack. Reply straight away. This will be the best way to counter it. I'm sure it's easier said than done. Pele.
Flat run at R9.
There we go. Have a shot. Can he have a shot? Yes, he can. There's that goal.
Yeah, I think he was marking the, expecting the finesse at the near post, and Pina just rifling that across the goalkeeper. 3-1 the scoreline.
Could this change the pause now of Tex, unless he's just changing the camera angle there? Because I don't know if the pause was made because he scored that winning goal to put him 3-1 up. But Pina, fantastic there. He's back in it potentially there. When you're 3 goals down, we're a little bit worried, but 2 goals in the opening 12 just proves to Pina that simple fact of I can score, I can get a goal against this guy.
Yeah, he didn't score in 90 minutes last game. He scored 1 already in 12. Good finish.
You don't actually see many finishes like that either, to be honest.
Yeah, it's almost like a FIFA 17 finish. Just smashed across the goalkeeper into that opposite corner. See, pro player there, Ranners. Is he thinking potentially another cross-console final win for Xbox, potentially?
It's kind of like that now. It's like the Xbox versus PlayStation players. Like they're just cheering for the console as well. Because there's always that debate about, you know, which console has the bigger players on the more dangerous of players.
A lot of Tex love right now.
I'm sure as well. All the guys from the Eredivisie. There's fans from Belgium as well, and PSV will be behind Stefano. Needs 2 goals though. This is still so early into this second leg. Can it be done? See the tweet there. Make us Belgians proud. I'm sure he will be trying to get himself back in this game. This is Tex on the attack again. Bullet. Good to force that through. That's better. Cruyff will pick up the ball in an unfamiliar position there.
Yeah, really good. That's terrible.
Oh, no, that's a mistake there. There's Pele now. This is Cristiano Ronaldo. Wants to half-turn, wants to finish it. Oh, he nearly completely fooled the keeper. You can see Pina there saying, come on. I cannot be giving away possession there.
It seems as though that's been the story of the weekend. Mistakes. Either passing out from the back, goalkeeper mistakes, with the movement or with the delivery from the goalkeeper. We've seen players go out. We've seen tournaments crumble under pressure and mistakes be vital. If you can keep your composure, you tend to do well in tournaments. That's something that you only get from playing at LAN. That's something that Texas picked up throughout his career, his young career as a FIFA player. That composure, that calmness in high-pressure situations.
I wish he's keeping the ball down as well. You said about attacks being unpredictable. You don't know when the attack is coming. It's forward, then it's back, then it's recycled again, then it's... Where are we going? Are we going out wide? Are we waiting around the edge of the box for a finesse? Every single time it's different. And what's the one thing we always talk about? Being unpredictable in competitive FIFA.
I'm going to try and work this line, potentially.
This is the cross-console final. If you have just tuned in, we are here in Bucharest, Romania. And this is the final game of the weekend, which has been a fantastic weekend hosted by PGL, of course, as part of the FIFA 19 Global Series. This is, of course, one of the LQEs as well, Richard. Both these players have guaranteed themselves 850 Global Series ranking points, which will put Tex on like 2,000. Yeah, it won't be far off. It won't be far off, Yoxan. It'll probably be the same.
Yeah, maybe even a little bit more, depending on the weekend league results as well.
You got to say, those two already booked in the playoffs for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Pina's made a big dent in that.
He's done it well as well. He'll be up there as well. He'll be in the top 5, top 10 with those 850 points. Bullet, just look at this. Just keeping the ball again. It's just makes it look so simple, and I can assure you now it's not simple. Eusebio. Back to Hullet again. Will we see Hullet hit one? No, we won't. Back to Ronaldo. One more. This is incredible from Tex. Eusebio walk.
Looked for that near post as Pina was moving that goalkeeper up and down the line. Corner
just needs to see out this storm, does Pina. Non-stop pressure, though. He's won the ball back now. Here we go. Incredible stuff, though, from the 17-year-old. He's keeping possession. Just relentless, Richard. You don't know when the attack is coming. It's just so hard to defend. Here's another chance on the edge of that box. Fake shot, Cruyff.
Yeah, good Cruyff turn there. And then tried firing it at the near post. The unexpected shot. The finesse was on, but went near post
Great
instead.
Feet. Pele, back to goal. Eusebio will intercept that one. Risky from Tex, but it'll be ice cold to play around those areas.
And he is.
He certainly is. One thing that a lot of people say about Tex, he likes to play down the wings. If you can try and stop that. We'll say again, Fiddle mentioned it as well. One thing I tried to do from watching back his performances is stop him from playing down those wings. Here's Pina now, here's Pele, and just didn't really get enough conviction behind that one. Yes, it was timed.
Quite a lofted effort, no real, as you say, conviction, no venom in the shot, really. Easy for David De Gea to collect.
And he's nearly 45 in-game minutes away from becoming back-to-back champion in Bucharest, Richard. The chances of that, the odds, before any of these tournaments.
Yeah, before any of the tournaments, I think they wouldn't have been that high, I don't think, given that he's qualified for everything. He's been arguably the best Xbox player. But just the consistency to be able to do it twice, 2 weekends in a row, that's unheard of. And you see the stats there, 70% possession, controlling the game at his tempo. I feel sorry for Pina. He can't get hold of the ball.
I think that's been the case, and that is the change of play style from Texas. Pina wants that ball. Pina needs that ball to go and score. He needs 2 goals. He doesn't need us to tell him that. But if Tex can keep the ball and if he can frustrate him, which he's trying to do, it's just going to work in his favour because Pina has to come out and press. Then the gaps start to appear behind.
Also, one of the easiest things to do, you're not doing your skill moves because it's a different controller. You're not really doing anything that fancy. You're just using your mind, keeping the ball, pass and move, pass and move.
He's proven to him that this cross console does not phase him at all. He scored a goal on it. Scored 4 now in the 2 games. Obviously, last weekend scored 3. Scored 1 here. Just putting that factor down that for me, somehow which console it's on, it's just FIFA for me at the end of the day. Pina now just getting back that possession and trying to hold on it and control it because he needs 2 goals. I wouldn't be surprised as we go into this game in the latter stages, we see a change, a formation change as he goes for it and can say to himself, you know what, I went for that game, I gave it my all. Ronaldo to Hullet. Back inside.
Yeah, Walker stepped out well there, intercepted. And Tex, as we saw for the majority of the first half, in possession of the ball, wins it back. Is in no rush whatsoever to get a fourth. And you see that pause there from Pina. He's not happy with something. All that says to Tex is, okay, I'm just going to let the ball go out. I can tell you're not happy. You want to make a change. We're speaking to Nightwatch. He says he never, ever cues a pause. He just waits for the ball to go out and then pauses it. He doesn't want his opponent to know that he's distressed, that he's under the cosh, come to say.
It's a great point as well. He's just giving the ball out there. There we go. He's got his pause now. Of course, we can't see the change that Pina is moving unless obviously Tex will just watch the formation change. But it's good to see that Pina's realised, right, I need to make the change. It's not working for me. Of course, they both match each other up at the moment with a 4-2-3-1.
I'd expect Ronaldinho to come on for Pina, maybe even Lionel Messi, Eusebio on the bench as well. We're going to look down at it. You've got Neymar on the bench as well for Pina.
On the other side of that, we might even see Steven Gerrard.
25 out of 26 passes completed for Patrick Vieira.
You know, talk about him being an influence in a game, Richard, one of those icons, the must-haves. He doesn't always... He doesn't score the goals. He
controls the game.
He doesn't really... One of those players that it's all about him. You don't really... The key is when you notice someone that's not... It's just amazing because you don't really see them. They're just there.
But when they're not in the team, you know
then
exactly...
you see the difference. Exactly that.
Yep.
He's always there. He's always marking. He's always intercepting, but he just goes about his business to himself. Stefano Pina now. He's made that attacking change. Fake shot from Pele. Well read.
Yeah, good defending again from Tex. High in the press.
He win that ball. Yes, he can. There's Vieira. We're speaking highly of him there, and he's doing exactly what we know he can, but just rushed there from Pina, but he knows he needs to attack. He knows he needs to go forward, and there's the gaps that will start to appear. This is Ronaldo now. Back to Pele. Bullet might switch it all the way across. Yes, he does to Kyle Walker. Non-stop pressure here in this grand final. Whoever wins this will pick up $12,000. Remember, will pick up that trophy as well. Look at the pressure there to win that ball back. Cristiano Ronaldo through to R9 on the finesse. You might as well seal the deal now. Get his name on that trophy. Back-to-back champion. 2 trophies in basically 2 weekends.
It's an easy 7 days work for F2 Tex. 2,350 Global Series ranking points.
Who is stopping this man?
And $62,000 in 7 days work for F2 Tex.
For a 17-year-old FIFA player who at the moment is proven to be one of the best this year on FIFA 19. The 3rd event of the year. The 2nd event he's been able to compete in, and he looks like he's going to do 100% record across both of them, Richard.
And Pina looks destroyed right now. He looks just, what am I supposed to do against this guy? He's relentless. He scores every chance that he gets. He presses the ball in the defence, and he keeps possession. He's the ultimate threat to play against. And as you said, who is going to stop him? There'll be people out there, there'll be pros out there, I guarantee it, watching all the Tex performances from the last 2 weekends.
I'm sure there's enough pros out there as well looking at how he plays and
analysing,
looking at his tactics, looking at everything. Like, what is he doing so well? What is he doing so right? But as people often tell you can't just go and copy someone's play style and suddenly become amazing. He's made this himself. He's made his own play style. And the one thing he's got better at this year, defending. Add that to the way he attacked last year and now the way he attacks this year. An ultimate player at the moment. Here he comes again. Guessing 3 at the back, potentially.
I think he's just switching to a 4-2-2, Pina. I'm unsure.
So no, he's just dropped back inside now. Of course, you have to give credit to Pina. We're not writing him off, of course, but it just seems like a bit of a task at the moment for him to get 3 goals against the way that he's playing. Look at the press as well every time. He's happy to give away a free kick there.
Yeah, Rio Ferdinand, the perpetrator. On that occasion, 20 minutes left on the clock for Pina. 3 goals to force an extra time situation. And the extra time will be played on the console we are currently on right now, PlayStation 4.
28 yards out. Played short. This is Stefano Pina now. Cristiano Ronaldo will take that finesse. Will take a deflection out for a corner. Needs to do well here. Cristiano Ronaldo, you need to just control him as well. Front post flip on Cristiano Ronaldo. Well done, David De Gea.
Yeah, it looked like he could have been in front of me as
Here
well.
we go. Finesse. Cruyff doesn't want to. Still on the attack though. Cruyff back to Vieira, switching all the way across. Tullet, can he have a shot? No. where the game's changed slightly, isn't it? Where people aren't even wanting to shoot with Hullet.
Yeah, people, I think it were a little bit far out for Hullet, but...
To be fair, we have actually seen him score a few goals. Ajax Danny springs to mind.
Yeah, on the finesse especially. That's a poor
That's
pass
a mistake.
from
There's the touch as well, the heavy touch, which just adds...
A couple of lax passes from Tex there.
This is the chance, though, for him. The pause has been cued by Pina. Cristiano Ronaldo. Back to Hullet, and shot does need to come in sooner or later.
He's going to look to fire it into one of his strikers and get that first-time finesse.
Look at the overcrowding around the edge of the box every single time. It's like 4 people. It's like a box.
The great wall of Tex.
Literally. Pause has been cued by Pina. He's waiting for it still. Here comes Tex again to the back post. Surely! What a save!
Big, big save. You can see how annoyed he is.
Bear in mind, he's winning.
Even at 4-1, he's very, very frustrated. He just opened that bottle with his teeth. Quite an interesting technique.
4-1 up, and he's still demanding more.
Demanding more from his players, demanding more from his attacking players, especially. I think that was Cristiano Ronaldo who did miss at the back post. Very un-Ronaldo-esque, safe to say. But what a pass. Just a little dink to the back post. I didn't see it. And Pina didn't see it.
All the in-game minutes that he's played, Richard, coming down to this, the last 11. 11 in-game minutes to go and lift that trophy again. The 17-year-old Englishman from the F2. Who had all this hype, had all this
publicity
coming into this year, made 5 events before we even really kicked it off on the Xbox side where both consoles could be involved. And at the moment, he's got 100% record. If he can just hold this out for 9 in-game more minutes, which he should be okay for. 3 goals needed by Pina. And Tex just being relentless again in the attack. Vieira switched all the way across. And you have to say, this is on PlayStation again. We do apologise for the confusion on that. This is his away console. He's 2-1 up, bringing out a little bit of magic as well. You know, when you've got Tex in the best frame of mind where he's confident enough to bring out those skills. And it's not even a state of him trying to do flair. He knows those skills will work for him. Pina now on the attack. Ronaldinho back inside. Eusebio back to Ronaldinho. He's just lost the battle there. Paused by F2 Tex. Don't know if that's to give Steven Gerrard a run out
maybe get
in the last few minutes, but
he's got Jordan Henderson on the bench as well.
Stefano Pina. Edge of the box. Can he hit it this time with Hullet? Doesn't want to again. Blocked, and this defence has just been throwing everything at it.
One thing that I've found, when you're playing against someone like Tex, against Gorilla, you have to be unpredictable. It seems as though Pina's just gone to the well too many times with that finesse. If you're on the edge of the box there with Hullet, take the shot. That's an unexpected shot. If you fire that in across the goalkeeper, it's just something that's not expected from him.
Here he comes. There
Jordan Henderson and Steven
Both
Gerrard.
making a debut there. They've done enough for him. Well, maybe Steven Gerrard has. I don't think Henderson would have featured at all. Maybe in the Swiss style, but just to give him a run out. A proud Liverpool fan, and you have to say one of the best FIFA players in the world at the moment on FIFA 19. Added time to come, and he'll be lifting that trophy, picking up $12,000. We'll be on over 2,000 Global Series points on the ranking. We'll be top of the Xbox leaderboard.
By some margin.
And going into next week, going into that second major, he's going to be on everyone's list to go and win. F2 Tex, crown this man a champion. Yes, he is! Another win for him in Bucharest. In the space of 2 weekends, 2 trophies. He's living up to the hype. And I'm asking the question once again, who is stopping this man?
2 weeks, 2 trophies, over 2,000 points to his name, over $60,000 to his name. I think you've got to look at some of the performances that he had. 7-6 against Gorilla, remarkable. 3-1 in a tough game, a tactical match against Fiddle. 6-5 in an absolute masterclass performance against Megabit. And then a big 4-1 performance in the cross-console final against Stefano Pina. He does the job once again. And right now, he's the best FIFA player in the world going into next week's major.
He is indeed. And, you know, a special mention for Stefano Pina, of course, commiserations to him in that final. But when Tex is on form of what we've seen so far,
you can't stop him.
You just can't stop him. But Pina's first outing in an event this year, 850 Global Series ranking points. It's not bad for the Belgian. The only Belgian to come to this event. He's representing the country on his own at this moment in time. And he played superb this weekend.
That'll fill him with loads of confidence going into the rest of the year. I think one thing to remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Question as Tex peaked too early? Will he be able to continue this throughout the year? You're pretty much guaranteed playoffs with 2,000 points.
Yeah.
You'd think potentially even the grand finals, top 16, that up in the air still how many points that will take to get in that top 16. But Tex, throughout the patches that will be coming up throughout the year, as the meta updates, he has to constantly keep updating his game. He can't rest on his laurels because every single other player, I guarantee, on the Xbox, on the PlayStation 4,
they're practicing right now.
They're playing, they're analysing his games, they're seeing what he does well, and they'll be trying to take him down next weekend.
Amazing stuff, Richard, of course. F2 Tex, the champion here in Bucharest. $12,000, Richard, 850 Global Series points. It's been a pleasure alongside, of course, the fantastic broadcast team here. Of course, Onset and Gaskin as well have done a great job this weekend. I'm going to send it over to Mike to crown that champion once again.
Thanks, guys. So congratulations. This is back-to-back weekends. World champ, man to beat. How are you feeling?
Hey, that was good, you know. I had to bring on Jad at the end, and yeah, back-to-back. I think I'm the first person to do that, so happy days.
Yeah, it's almost been a curse. If you win an event, they say, okay, he's not going to win anything after that because you only get one for the year, but we're breaking that mold right now.
Also, I forgot what I was going to say. Also, I forgot what I was going to say. I had something, but it's gone. Oh. Yeah, it's gone. Next question. I'll think of it.
It's going to come back to him, no doubt. I mean, if I would just won something like this, I think...
I got it.
Oh, okay, you've got it now. Okay, tell me.
I think I'm the first unbeaten player throughout our whole tournament, so on cross console. So records are being broken.
Can somebody double check that in the stat room? So are we going to pick up this trophy? Where's the energy? I heard you celebrating.
Yeah, can I pick it up now?
Yeah, pick it up. It's not too bad, right? Not too heavy.
Oh, it's heavy. Look how big it is. I thought it'd be a lot heavier, but...
That'll be a good one to add. So, final thoughts. We're going to go back to back to back. We've got London coming up ASAP.
That's the plan, but we'll see. Everyone's a great player, so they're just as hard as... Each tournament's just as hard. So hopefully, I can win again.
And even though you've won back-to-back, are we going to still be making changes, making adjustments? Because we've noticed a lot of different, I would almost call it meta breakers in terms of some of the goals you score is like the first time we've seen them in these big competitive matches.
So the only thing I might be changing is my keeper because I don't know which keeper to use. It's a dilemma, but De Gea did bits last week, today. Neuer did bits last week, so maybe Courtois next week.
Well, that should be interesting. I feel like whoever you start with, if you start winning, you're going to stick with them. If it doesn't work out for you, then you're in trouble. But let's send it back to the analysts room and see what they have to say.
Yes, thank you very much, Mike. Congratulations once more to Tex, the first ever back-to-back cross-console FIFA champion in history. I'm not sure about the other one that he's claiming just yet. We'll have to get the statisticians on that one because my brain thinks there might have been a FIFA Interactive World Cup champion that went all the way through without losing as well. But nevertheless, it's a fantastic achievement. Unbeaten throughout the whole weekend. Another championship here in Romania. Bucharest is now his favourite city in the world, no doubt. And not bad, gents, for what was supposedly at one point called a one-event wonder.
Just like Mourinho says, I have nothing to say.
All right, good. All right, let's close the show.
I mean, not only that he has the best attack in the world, he also has the best defense in the world. And this combination is something that we have never seen before. I mean, we're seeing players like Gorilla, who has been the best attacking player, seeing players like Dawser, who had the best defense last year. But this guy, he simply combines both these skills, and this just makes him unstoppable.
It's incredible. When we watched the Xbox first game, he won 2-0. He looked pretty comfortable, it has to be said. There was just one fleeting moment that it could have conceded a goal, but it went 2-0. And we were kind of saying at the end of that game, is that enough? Because we knew, you know, Stefano's really good on the PS4. Is that enough? He didn't even need it.
No,
he's won on the PS4 as well.
Yeah. I mean, 2-0 up, you know that if you score a goal on the away console, that's like counts double, and you know Tex is going to score. I cannot remember one time I've watched Tex play on stream or wherever where Tex has not scored.
Yeah.
So you basically know you have to score 4 goals to win it.
And obviously, mad Liverpool fan. Not only does he bring on Gerrard just for a few minutes at the end, but he brings on Henderson as well, which I don't think we've seen in the entire weekend of any team. Or during the qualifiers, frankly. I don't want to slight Mr. Henderson. He's a great footballer, but he doesn't appear in Ultimate Team very often.
I guess you can do it when you have a comfortable lead, but we can see if he can do it from the start maybe in one of the games. I doubt it.
It seems, Boris, his biggest problem right now isn't any of the players that he plays against. It isn't attacking. It isn't defending. It's actually choosing a bloody goalkeeper. That seems to be his hardest problem. If that's his toughest problem right now, the rest of the world has to step up.
Yeah, we do. We do. And I look at him as a fellow, as an opponent, as a competitor. I play on Xbox, and I'm shocked. Like, even at the end, you can see he subs on Gerrard and tries to score with him. I know if he got a pen, he would have shot with Henderson.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just enjoying himself.
Yeah.
He's
And
enjoying himself.
that's part of it, isn't it, Boris? I mean, I remember back when you first started, you loved the game. You loved playing. It seemed like you didn't really even care that you were in a competition. You genuinely, I could see how much you loved just playing the game. That's got to play something for being competitive as well, hasn't it?
Of course. I mean, the passion means a lot, and we can see that he's clearly enjoying the game, and I think everybody can understand why. He plays, well, one of the most perfect FIFAs we have seen for a long, long time. Like I mentioned before, the best attack and the best defense currently in the world, and it's going to be so hard to stop him this year. Sure, it's going to be a very, very long season. This is only the first 2 months, but I mean, it's early to say. But
should we demoralize the rest of the world?
We
a little
already
bit
are.
further? Should we demoralize the players a little bit more by showing them the leaderboard? Should we do that now? Let's show you the leaderboard then. And this is what the rest of the world is up against right now. In the PS4, we know that Joxon obviously was still top and would always be top because the amount of points here wasn't enough to overhaul him. He's got 2,385 points, which you'd imagine is probably enough to get him into the top 16. Stefano has moved up into second place with that 850 points that he's picked up this weekend for reaching the grand finale. Of course, gets the same amount of points regardless of winning or losing, just gets the small matter of $6,000 less. Tor, who also has come from almost nowhere, actually, from Brazil, is also in third, and Aggie Rosemara in fourth right now. Very tight amongst those players, plenty to play for. Let's take a look at the Xbox Global Series rankings right now, and they will tell a similar story. 2,380 points for Tex is almost enough for him to go to the World Cup. Danny in second place, I think, picked up a few more points this weekend as well. He's on 1,000. Marcus Gomez is in there. He's had a very difficult weekend. And Megabit, obviously, having reached the Xbox final this weekend, has moved into fourth place. Super competitive behind Tex at the moment.
Yeah, of course. And even on the PlayStation side, you can see that the game is so unexpected, so unpredictable. You have two of the players that are top four that weren't even present at the event. And one of them that was present, he got out in the groups. He went out in the groups. So it just goes to show that anything can happen. Leaderboards can change with every tournament. You can see except Tex and Joxan, who are very, very far away.
Well, yeah, I mean, anything can happen, but one thing that is for sure is after Tex is going to win these tournaments, apparently. He is on a different level at the moment.
Let's talk about those points, because the points are important. 850 up for grabs this weekend for both the winners of the Xbox and the PS4. 1,500 up for grabs in Champions Cup, and obviously 1,500 at FIFA Majors, of which there's another one next weekend. They're coming thick and fast right now, just before Christmas. With London coming up, you've got to say, same question we started with yesterday morning. What was that question? Who can beat Tex?
Stop Tex. We got an answer today, and yesterday, no.
No. So we're going to have to wait till London now.
Exactly. Last week, at least, he got a loss in the Swiss. He lost to Prowns. This week, nobody beat him. Nobody beat him over 2 legs. And we'll see how it's going to be next week. More competitors.
There is a small bit of hope, Boris, isn't there? Because he did lose a couple of legs. he lost 2-1 and 2-1 to Dasari and Gorilla, yes.
Yeah, he was under pressure against some of these giants on the Xbox side. You mentioned Gorilla, Megabit, MS Dasari, but still he managed to pull through. He always has a second plan, seeing versus Gorilla where he was stuck. He showed a flexibility switching into the 4-2-2, and once again it's going to be very hard to stop him. Maybe what you could discuss is that if he can keep his hunger up, if he can keep his desire and motivation, because he's probably already qualified for the World Cup. I mean, 2,500 points almost. We could speculate, but that is probably going to be enough, and also the fact that he's going to play in more tournaments this year. He qualified for more events.
Is this goal of the tournament?
This is wonderful.
For me, yes. Just it's not as pretty, but just if you're into FIFA,
so good.
If you're into FIFA, the fact you're playing Gorilla, the fact that you were 3 goals down, the fact that you're playing for a spot in the final, just being able to stand still in the box against Gorilla and just wait for him to make a move, it just shows
so
incredible
much composure, doesn't it? Amazing. Right then, let's get our final breakdown at the, not the breakdance board, the breakdown board. I've finally got it right. It's taken me 2 days. And best of all, we've also got the champion alongside Mike.
We're back. We're at the breakdown board. I've got F2 Tex undefeated, as he reminded us in the interview just before this. We've got London coming up, and we started 2 weeks ago. We were in Bucharest. I think the first highlight I broke down was you scoring a finesse shot, time finish, maybe
a 360 no scope.
360 no scope, like you like to say, and I feel like that's how we should go out. That's how we should end. You know, your victory here is highlighting what's been kind of your bread and butter, something that you've done better than the competition. And then as the tournament's grown, I feel like you've just got even better at implementing this in more creative ways.
Yes.
So what kind of goes into your mindset? Because like everybody's going to ask, well, how do I do that? How do I score that? I'm not converting this type of goal. And sometimes it's the setup, and other times it can be the actual finish and the time finish.
So go into rivals and just keep playing, trying to get the green time finish. And then it just eventually you'll start greening them more often. And yeah, you'll be the 360 no-scope king.
And if you're really ahead of the game, and this is the reason this is so important, guys, because you can move the goalkeeper. This is the way to catch the goalkeeper before he moves.
So the key is not to do it too often. So if you start doing it too often, the keeper will start moving. Like last weekend against Marcus, I didn't try it for like a whole like first leg and second leg to like the 80th minute, and then that's how I scored to beat him. And he told me it's because he didn't expect it. So
Absolutely. Well, and we saw like what's something the first that I've seen it in the not the final, but the game previous against Megabit, where you actually went and switched up the finesse. So you went to the near post instead of going across the body.
I've scored quite a few of those this weekend because I've scored one and then I've set up the exact same play just to like outwit them and go near post.
So the question everybody wants to know, we already know you're on a different island this year. We've got Bucharest for a double. Can we go back to back in London with more 360 no-scope action? And your underrated defense. We don't talk about it enough, but it's really your defense that creates a lot of these attacks.
Yeah, so my defense has been good this tournament, except from about 2 games. So the final and semi-final. So against Gorilla, against Megabit, I leaked goals. But before that, I only conceded like 9 goals in 10 games.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. It's all been about like your defense starting these attacks, and then of course being able to be cool, calm, composed, clinical. Did I use enough C words? Do I know alliteration? Potentially, I paid attention in school. But we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in London. I had to go pick up the trophy. So back to you guys.
Just one C word missing in there. Champ. The obvious one. See, got to finish it off on a high. Thank you very much to Mike, and thank you very much to Tex as well, our champion here for the 2nd consecutive weekend. And as he rightly put, a record, the first ever player to do a back-to-back cross-console championship winner. It's incredible when you think about it. He's still 17. There's so much ahead of him. I don't think he understands quite how much ahead of him there is for him to do in FIFA.
Either he understands and doesn't put pressure on himself, or he doesn't understand. And either way, it's scary. It's scary for all.
It's scary for you guys. It's great for us to watch. You got to play him. I haven't.
How great it is when you watch one player dominate every event.
Yeah.
I mean, he seems to do it so easily.
It does. And home soil next weekend in London for a major. Back to back to back? Can you see anyone else beating him, or is that too much pressure now?
I could see these people beating him this weekend, and they didn't. So we'll see. We're yet to see. 64 players. Everyone will hope to be able to beat Tex from the PlayStation side as well in the cross-console final if he gets there, of course. We'll see.
Yeah, so I'll be tuned in because I'm actually done for the year. This is it. I'm personally done.
I mean, ending it on a high.
For 28. Definitely, it's been a great weekend. It's been very fun. So I get to watch FIFA next weekend. I was putting my slippers on and sitting at home in front of the fire. It's a picture, isn't it? Boris, what are you doing for the rest of the year? Watching more FIFA?
Yes, hopefully I'm going to qualify soon. We have some qualifiers coming up before Christmas and also before Christmas or New Year's Eve, I was going to say. So it's going to be couple of weeks now with the workshop. We're gonna, of course, analyze some of Tech's gameplay because he has something special. I'm gonna try to find the best of his games and try to implement into myself. Yeah, of course, it's gonna be very, very difficult, but yes, practice.
Okay, final thoughts on the tournament this weekend, and I guess, you know, it has been the Pgl Tech's Cup. There's no doubt about that. So outside of that, because we've waxed lyrical about him all weekend, what else have you enjoyed about this weekend?
A lot of standout players, some underdogs like Epsilon Dilo. We didn't expect him to go this far. He went to the final. Stefano Pina proved why he's one of the favorites. Megabit, who stepped up his game. We talked about him. If he manages to perform the way he can, he's going to get to the final. He did. And I mean, there's a lot to talk about, but these are the highlights.
Okay, some great FIFA action this weekend. Some really high quality matches as well.
Yeah, we saw some fantastic matches, and Tech's just, I mean, he's raising the bar to a completely new level, and also there's always going to be these guys saying, okay, FIFA 19, there is no skill gap, etc. But I mean, just look at this. I mean, he is demolishing the opponents and just taking it to a completely new level.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you very much to both of you, and thank you to all of our panel members, and of course our commentary team here over the weekend, all the people at PGL behind the scenes that have helped us produce such a fantastic event over the weekend. I guess the last thing to say really is the real man of the event is Tex, the champion, once again, back-to-back in Bucharest. Thanks for tuning in. This has been the Pgl FIFA 19 Cup in Bucharest. We'll see you next time.
Like you know your demons. I feel these beats like the fish you're swinging. You can't get away from here. You can't get away from me. And I'm coming in. Take it, let me take you higher. What you want to me? What have I got to lose? We're a catastrophe. Both of us black and blue. I gave you everything. You took me to the moon. You were the strength I needed. Why'd it end so soon?